Children of day and night have always respected and despised each other. Their battles, which began in the era of myths, were transferred to people. And they are still going on at the present time. Clouds freeze over the bank building, as evidenced by the sign, and a loud roar is heard in the area. Someone's high-pitched mocking voice is heard, even ugly villains living in hell dream of heaven. A huge clown with a creepy grimace and glowing eyes, standing on a huge, but seemingly toy ball, does not pay attention to the weapons in the hands of frightened policemen, and loudly announces that a terrible and exciting greeting awaits them in heaven. Ralph's show begins. Suddenly one of the commanders gives the order to the others to immediately retreat. People barely have time to jump out of the way when a huge ball of death falls on the car, crushing it like a tin can. Ralph is a summoner-class villain with a chaos skill. He has an A rank. Leaning down, he seems to be looking down, and still exclaims in the same thin voice, "Great view, they took a photo of him." One of the surviving police officers pulls a gun in his direction with trembling hands, and then Ralph the clown notices him. Clicking his tongue dissatisfiedly, he arms himself with a small mace, and twirling it in his hand, shouts, "Despite the situation, there will always be some kids who haven't figured out what's what yet." Throwing a pin shot towards the man, Ralph angrily wishes the freak a good trip. For a few moments there is silence. When he turns away, a bright loud explosion occurs right behind him. There is a robbery taking place on the bank premises. The bandits are threatening people with pistols, laughing and shouting at them. Who wants another hole in the head? They want money to be brought to them. Maybe they should rob another building? A school bus pulls up to the entrance, brakes sharply, and Ralph gets out. He immediately addresses the robbers, shouting that it's time for the guys to go home. They must pack their backpacks. The men, as if on command, head towards him and hand over crisp bills. Ralph, taking a few pieces, sniffs them and says with pleasure how sweet the smell is. He uses them to fill Ralph land with fear and horror. After that, he calmly watches as the men, having grabbed 2 people, head into the vehicle interior. One of them knocks on the doors, disgruntledly ordering it to be opened. When the doors move apart, the big guy swears, "What is this? Why was the door closed?" The driver, whose face is hidden by a thick mask, is also indignant in response. "This is not a sports car, but a school bus. Here the doors open slowly. Is he an idiot? By the way, who is this woman there?" Smiling contentedly, the bandit explains that this is a hostage. Then the man, looking to the side, adds, "Why do they need a child?" Another robber, holding the girl, explains that this is their princess. Governor's daughter. Mother and daughter. They will be given an excellent ransom for them. The driver turns away, when suddenly a woman, stopping and falling on her knees in front of one of the bandits, tearfully began to beg for at least the release of her daughter. She really asked for them. However, the man, grabbing her hand, ordered her to shut up and sit quietly. Her daughter started crying even harder and calling for her mommy. The blonde, also trying to touch the child, exclaimed, "Jessica." However, the robber who was holding her in his arms shouted displeasedly at her to sit quietly. If she doesn't listen to her uncle, he will do something bad. But someone called out to him sharply, "He's an idiot." Turning around, the man saw the driver approach him, sternly asking him to let the child go. When the bandit was about to rebel, the man grabbed him by the face and squeezed it tightly, repeating, he said to let him go. Another guy joined their showdown, who, throwing the girl aside, shouted, "He's a freak, what is he doing?" Then the driver turned his attention to him, flashing his golden eyes. In this world there are people with special abilities. They awaken them and commit crimes under the control of their own desires. And now those who have the blood of the child of the night are called evildoers. Ralph, having fired a shot from his gun, loudly announced to the rest of his subordinates that they should return and celebrate to the fullest. "They're having a barbecue." In response, satisfied exclamations and chanting of his name were heard. When he just opened the bus door, a powerful explosion occurred. But there are also people with superpowers who fight against villains. Those who stand on the side of society and receive support. Ralph, seeing the same driver appear at the scene of the explosion, shouted furiously, "What is this all about?" He, taking off his mask, mockingly noted, "Why is the clown angry? He just came here to throw out all the garbage." Those who have child blood are called Psykers. One of them is Cassian. He belongs to the striker class, his skill is fire, and he has an S rank. Showing his face, Cassian happily added, "It's been a whole year, they haven't seen each other for a long time." Ralph knows how incredibly happy he is, he's a freak. He, feeling confused, exclaimed, "Where is this idiot from?" Cassian Lee slowly took out the headphones from his ears, and lines of songs were heard from the speakers. What is a fool doing? This is no longer according to plan. Why is he alone? Then Cassian burned it to the ground in an instant, and declared that since no one would bother them now, they should start having fun. Ralph was so frightened that he could hardly say anything, but he, increasing the fire of his palm, continued to mock. He wouldn't even be able to sort them out later, because there would be nothing left, such freaks as them. On the busy streets of the metropolis, many voices and laughter were heard. The news was broadcast from a TV in the store window, where the anchor announced that a robbery on 5th Avenue South yesterday afternoon had been criticized for the use of excessive force. The Human Rights Commission formally asked Lampas, an international organization of Psykers, to participate in the proceedings, declaring that the ace Psyker Cassian, who had used ruthless violence, believed that he needed appropriate punishment. At the same time, in the Washington office of Lampas, Schiller, an S-rank Psyker who had the enlightened class and the light skill, carefully read the document. After taking a sip of coffee, she asked if he was a villain or what? Cassian Lee, to whom this was addressed, sat opposite her, and crumpling a paper cup in his hands, discreetly noted she knows he would not mess with them. However, Tuffens did not let him finish, and said angrily, does he not think about the consequences at all? His disobedience caused him to lose Ralph and turn the public against them. Cassian was indignant, explaining that he had hostages. Then she said that he should have been even more careful in this case. The safety of the hostages is their top priority. Cassian Lee leaned back on the sofa and confidently replied that he thought he could save them this way. She added even more strictly that he also needed to act like a Psyker. In other words, act rationally and calmly. He couldn't do something he didn't know at breakneck speed. Now he can look at what they end up with. Are his actions any different from those of the villains? Cassian couldn't find anything to answer, and looking away, he felt a pang of shame. Schiller, to his surprise, also announced that he was on probation. He understands what will happen if he screws up. Soon, walking along the office corridor, Cassian Lee was indignant and grinningly exclaimed, but she is a witch. How did Jeff even manage to become friends with her? He needs to clear his head. But the next moment he felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Looking at the screen, Cassian said in surprise, Jeff? Then, going up to the soda beverage machine and answering the call, he immediately asked why it was ringing. But soon Cassian Lee's voice acquired alarming notes, and in a panic he began to ask what? Right now? Where anyway? Rhodes? This is in Greece. After some time, Cassian landed on a plane at Rhodes National Airport. It was a warm sunny day, and he, sitting in a cafe, thought, thanks to Jeff, he has a lot of good memories. By the way, when was the last time they saw each other? It seems like 6 months have already passed. Resting his head on his hand, Cassian Lee suddenly remembered how once upon a time in the HC orphanage, his ringing voice was heard in one of the many rooms, like a reaction to a new toy. It couldn't be. She's moving. The other children also joyfully repeated, this simply cannot be. Cassian, sitting closest to the toy, asked if it was alive. Jeff, being old enough, sprayed what looked like golden pollen on the stuffed dinosaur and laughed. Of course not, it's just a toy that moves thanks to his power. Cassian Lee immediately repeated enthusiastically, power. He clarified again, but it looks like it's alive, right? Cassian exclaimed sharply, will he become a Psyker? He will kill villains and it will even be shown on TV. Jeff rubbed his neck in embarrassment, but replied that he didn't really know, his power was quite useless. But Cassian Lee insisted, laughing loudly, no. It's amazing. Now, coming back from his memories, he wondered, was this before it was installed in the USA? Then there really was a time when he knew no fears. It was good then. Smiling at his thoughts, Cassian sipped some more drink from his mug. After a while, the sky is painted with sunset rays, and the streets of the city are empty. He looked at the late time and noted out loud that Jeff was late. Besides, he doesn't pick up the phone. What's going on? Suddenly Jeff Malik appears behind him and, holding his forearm, calls out to him. Cassian Lee, turning around in surprise, sees his face covered with abrasions and blood, and immediately asks in a panic what's wrong with him. Could it be that he was attacked by villains? He almost falls to the ground, barely audibly saying, he shouldn't have called him. However, Cassian is annoyed. What kind of nonsense is this? Jeff suddenly hands him the pendant with shaking hands, asking him to take it first. Cassian Lee insists, first he must explain everything, what happened to him. He assures that he is fine, but here is the necklace. The next moment, Jeff Malik coughs up blood, barely having time to clasp his hand. Cassian looks on in horror as he exclaims again, he doesn't have time to explain. He should run away from here quickly. If he doesn't make it in time, he will also be in danger. Cassian, still perplexed, notes what is he talking about, he should stop, he'll just call an ambulance. But then he notices someone's presence, and seeing an unknown person, he asks who else is it? Then Jeff sharply pushes him back, and as soon as he turns around, a stranger in a mask is already running up to him, and with one swing of his sword cuts off his head. Cassian Lee, at first feels a complete stupor, when suddenly, Jeff Malik screams in horror. However, the sparkle in his eyes is already fading, and then Cassian, overcome by trembling, calls him again. But looking up, Cassian Lee sees the killer running away, jumping on the roofs of the building, gritting his teeth, giving chase, screaming, he's a freak. After some time, they both find themselves on the pier, and he, stopping and catching his breath, coldly asks, is this some kind of revenge? Did someone hire him? Although he doesn't need a reason. The guy will still die by his hand. Right now. With these words, Cassian lights a flame in his hand, but then a voice is heard, from which he again falls into bewilderment. When the man takes off his mask, Cassian Lee realizes that Jack Khalid is standing in front of him. He is a Psyker who has rank S, the night class, and his skill is strength. Cassian is indignant, shouting again, how did he end up here? He's a freak. He killed Jeff. However, Jack casually replied that he had only eliminated a traitor to the organization. Cassian Lee is still angry, shouted, what kind of nonsense is this? Suddenly a girl's voice is heard, it's true. He killed their colleague, there were witnesses and evidence, Lampus confirmed everything and gave permission. Turning around, Cassian turns around and sees Layla, who also has an S rank, belongs to the enlightened class and has the cold skill. Jack Khalid, turning to him, said he doesn't want to be considered a traitor either. So he should tell them everything that Jeff managed to tell him. This is followed by a hard look, and Cassian Lee, assessing the situation, sighs and finally says, in all the 10 years that Jeff has been a Psyker, he has not killed a single person. And they say he would do this to his colleague? Layla sternly warns that there are 2 more top-class Psykers nearby, so the guy must think with his head and not be stupid. Jack also added that if the guy is a real Psyker, then he should be reasonable. This is the last warning. There's just a smile on Cassian's face when he suddenly notes, okay, he's wrong. Since he is a Psyker, he must act like a Psyker, rationally and calmly. The next moment, activating his fiery power, he rushes forward screaming, he will kill them all. Jack Khalid reacts quickly, drawing his sword, trying to deal with him with one swing. Cassian Lee manages to dodge and punches him, knocking him back. But Jack does not give up, and again putting the blade weapon forward, activates the soul of the sword. At this time, Layla also summons a blast of cold, and Cassian, noticing this, furiously shouts at her not to stop. She immediately delivers her blow, but he deftly avoids this too, when suddenly one of the sharp crystals wounds him. Falling to the ground, Cassian Lee clutches her bleeding side, wondering if she is a sniper. Layla, standing opposite, orders him to surrender. If he did not comply, she would have to eliminate him too. However, such a threat does not affect him, and to their amazement, Cassian creates fire and only mockingly says they are freaks. Immediately after he throws forward, sending them towards the night of the attack and shouted for them to try it. The 2 of them are overtaken by hellfire, more like a powerful explosion. Cassian Lee himself, running in the opposite direction, sees that there is a cliff in front of him, but still jumping down, mentally addresses them, he will see these idiots again. Quite suddenly, a pickaxe is pierced into his back and inflicts mortal wounds. Cassian's face shows confusion, and he himself thinks that this cannot be. As he plunges deeper into the depths of the sea, he also realizes that he cannot die so easily, he needs revenge. But as soon as Cassian Lee loses consciousness, the necklace in his pocket is activated. In the men's school toilet, the voices of schoolchildren are heard, bending over a boy whose head was lowered into the toilet. It cannot be. He's not breathing anymore. What? Is he really dead? It's just awful. Then they should run. After that, only stomping is heard, and the school but really seems to show no signs of life, when suddenly he twitches and sharply raises his head, greedily inhaling air. Finally catching his breath, his eyes acquire a golden color, and the same necklace appears on his neck. Now it was Cassian Lee, who looked at the decoration in surprise and said, "What?" Finally getting up and leaving wet footprints behind him, he approaches the sink and asks out loud where he is. He fell. What's wrong with his voice anyway? After looking at the reflection in the mirror, Cassian runs his palm over his face and hair, mentally repeating, What is this? Who else is this? It's not him. This is impossible. Why does he look like a teenager, and why does he have the same body? Washing his face with cold water, Cassian tried to reassure himself that this was a dream, just a dream. But then, after straightening his hair again and looking in the mirror, he gets angry, thinking, No! He knows that this is not so. Tightly grasping the sink sides, he exclaims in frustration, How did this happen? Suddenly his head seems to be pierced by lightning, and Cassian sees all the memories of the owner of the body and at the same time finds out, Kwon Kanwoo? Is he in Korea now? Horrified, he asks into the void, How did this happen? And what are these memories in his head? After this, someone's voice is heard. He woke up. Cassian looks around in fear, shouting, Who? Who is this? Dark streams suddenly appear from his necklace and form in the air in front of him, and then it announces that its name is Moros. It is a very ancient noble spirit. Cassian is confused at first, but still, poking his fingers at it, he exclaimed, What is this? Did it come out of this necklace? Then it repeats, It is not something, but Moros. Besides, the guy has a lot of questions, which means he wants to find answers. Soon leaving the school building on the street, Cassian tries to understand what is happening and clarifies, so it was this that brought him back to life after he died. Moros says irritably in response, Yes, it said that several times. By the way, the guy mastered Korean pretty quickly. But Cassian simply explained that he lived in Korea before he was adopted in the USA. Then he looks down, mentally grinning, What luck! He died and came back to life. What kind of nonsense is this anyway? He is distracted by Moro's voice. Jeff gave him the necklace, right? He did it to protect the guy. Cassian repeats to himself, Protect him? Is it really what Jeff Malek said then? But still taking a deep breath, Cassian clarified, Moro said that he was looking for something? Some kind of iron ancient sword. It immediately corrected him, the sword of destruction. It was made back in the era of myths. Cassian asked in disbelief how it knew that the sword was made so long ago. Moro's reminded, he is an ancient spirit. However, Cassian casually said, This is nonsense. Then it irritably told Dupe to shut up if he didn't know something, and listen. But he, only taking the phone in his hands, again asked the question, Why should he believe this? Why does he need this? Moros no longer hid his own dissatisfaction and complained that he was, in fact, a victim here, since he had to use half of his own power to revive him. Cassian even in response to this, casually noted, A victim? That's funny. However, the next moment he was shocked when he saw an article entitled, A famous Psyker was involved in black traffic. It said that Lampas officially announced the successful completion of the operation to eliminate the famous Psyker Cassian Lee, who was convicted of participating in black traffic and money laundering. Meanwhile, a Psyker Jeff Malek was killed by him during his detention. Many people around the world mourn his death. Cassian was indignant and shouted, What kind of nonsense is this? He killed Jeff? His hands shook and he added that this would never happen. Gritting his teeth, he was so overcome with anger that he began to emit electrical discharges, continuing to swear, There are only idiots in Lampas. They decided to blame him for this? He actually tried his best to protect people. They did this to him? Moros even panicked because of what was happening and began to ask him to calm down. Something is about to happen. But it turned out to be too late, and Cassian began to transform. One of his eyes changed color, black patterns similar to lightning appeared on his skin, and when his limbs began to look like the paws of animals, he only asked, What is this? Looking at what happened to him, Cassian exclaimed, What is this? At the same time, in one of the nooks and crannies on the school grounds, an irritated voice was heard, But what is this? Where is he? In response to this, the head of the gang asked his friend to calm down, he would come soon. Soon a short schoolboy actually ran towards them, then the guy contemptuously noted that one had only to look at this chubby guy. The blond man next to him, clicking his tongue displeasedly, added, He's a freak. When the young man ran, the leader rudely asked, Did he check? He, trying to catch his breath, confirmed it, yes. There was no one in the toilet. To him, he repeated, No one? Exactly? The guy once again confirmed this, and again he was asked, What about the police? Ambulance or someone else? But even then the chubby guy repeated, No one. This angered the brunette. The blonde began to shout at him. He said that the guy died? He wasn't breathing, was he? The young man really couldn't understand. It was impossible. He certainly wasn't breathing. But the leader of the gang, having taken the black bag from the chubby guy, told them to calm down. However, the blonde was still screaming, "What is this? What was he even thinking when he checked it? How can you even trust him?" Then their bully, picking up a bottle of banana milk, repeated, "Oppa should finish already." "Well, he's not there and that's it." He still turned around and clarified what they would do. Having taken a sip of the drink, the leader repeated that, "Well, they will find and finish off this guy." Cassian, trying to avoid prying eyes, stood on the roof of the school while Moros continued to chat. All schoolchildren go to this place to be alone, right? He made a great decision. Suddenly he could not stand it, and began to shout at it so that it would finally be silent. Why did he become a villain in the first place? It doesn't want to explain this to him either. Moro sighed and noted that it was also beginning to regret something about its own decision. The guy's fate changed, since he managed to die and be reborn again. But the owner of his body was destined to awaken as a villain. His abilities have huge catastrophic consequences. Suddenly Cassian interrupts him by loudly shouting, "What? Catastrophic consequences? Could it be that, having been reborn, he took over the fate of this guy? It succinctly confirms this, right?" Then he laughs weakly and says again, "Has a high-class Psyker become a villain? And its capabilities?" But Cassian fails to finish his sentence, as with a shaking hand he sharply hits the wall so hard that it becomes covered with cracks. Then he starts screaming furiously, "No! Why? Why did it even revive him?" Moros tries to stop him, reminding him that he must control himself. However, Cassian, not wanting to listen to him, shouts at him to shut up. Then it simply begins to speak. He himself knows that evildoers are controlled by their desires. And right now they are mastering it. Evil itself is now inside him. Now it helps him contain this evil. But the more angry he gets, the stronger the evil inside him. And then. But Cassian interrupts him, desperately asking him to stop. It shouldn't say anything. Is he a villain? What then should he do? Out of despair, he covers his face with his hands, but Moros resolutely exclaims, "Of course he must survive." Jack would say the same thing. However, Cassian incredulously asks, "What does it even know?" Then it finds out whether they were talking to him or not about him. He really regrets that he had to drag the guy into this matter. And although Jeff felt death approaching, he did not plan to save himself. He only wanted his friend to have a chance to survive. Cassian feels something unpleasant tingling in his chest and sighs heavily. Moros calls him again, calmly advising him that he needs to learn to control himself. But he starts to get angry again. It should stop giving him advice. It pisses him off. It also added, "Doesn't the guy want to return fully to human form?" Cassian just quietly answered yes. Soon his disdainful tone was heard again, by the way. Moros instantly corrected him, not by the way, but by the noble ancient spirit. Cassian, however, without correcting the address, asked what it even was. What does this ancient noble spirit mean? Moros clarified, is he so interested in finding out? He exclaimed impatiently, of course. Since it can revive people. But then it mysteriously said that he would know if he found the sword. Grinning, Cassian commented irritably on this piece of metal. Speaking of which, does this sword have anything to do with the murder of Jeff Malek? Moros thoughtfully noted that it was confident that this was so. He remained silent, when suddenly someone shouted at him, "Idiot!" Turning her head to the side, Cassian saw the same gang leader along with his friends, who exclaimed laughing, "He's finished." He is incredibly happy to see that the guy is alive. At the same time, the delighted sighs of the students were heard along the school corridor. The girls were talking about how handsome he was. It can't be, he has such a physique. Everyone looked at the Psyker trainee, Kim Woo-chan, whose rank was unknown, but he had the striker class and the fire skill. Suddenly his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw that Lee Dun was calling him. Woo-chan answered the call and immediately asked if something had happened. After a few more seconds he agreed, this is a problem. But then, turning his gaze, Kim Woo-chan looked out the window, and noticing what was happening on the roof of one of the school buildings, and announced that he would call back a little later. The hooligan stopped in front of Cassian, feeling superior. He, also looking at them, remembered what they did with Kanwoo, and realized that it was definitely them. Moros, hovering in the air a little behind, reminded that the guy doesn't have to worry, only he sees it. Oppa's voice rang out sharply, the idiot knows how worried they were? What if they could still go to jail because of his dead body? Their leader, taking a cigarette out of his pack, also added that Kwon Kanwoo pisses him off. If he didn't die, why didn't he come to them right away? He walks on the roof to hide or what? However, Cassian Lee's voice was finally heard in response. What kind of nonsense is this? The guys froze. He also rudely continued, he's not in the mood at all right now. He doesn't like children, but apparently he needs to do this for educational purposes. It hastened to call out to him and remind him that the villains, even without transformation, have enormous physical strength, which is several times greater than that of any person. If he loses control of himself. And yet Cassian interrupted him, explaining that he already knows everything. Oppa, the first to lose patience, approached him and mockingly said, well, what did the guy say there? This freak has apparently gone completely crazy. In turn, Cassian Lee needed only one piercing look to scare him, but hiding his fear behind aggression, Oppa swung at him, shouting that the idiot was looking like that. However, the next moment he himself received the first blow, which was from Cassian. The other two froze in confusion, and Cassian's face expressed only coldness. Oppa fell to the floor unconscious, and the leader wondered what it was. Where does this weakling get so much strength? Now the brunette, who ran into the fight, could no longer stand it, shouting loudly, that's it. The asshole is finished. Cassian Lee, turning his attention to him, also jumped out of his seat, and first blocked the blow with a bat with one hand, and knocked out the guy with the fist of his other hand. The remaining bully, looking at all this with wide eyes, was perplexed too in one fell swoop. Cassian finally turned to him. How can their conscience not gnaw at them for their actions? Why is he silent? But the leader, having angrily mentioned it, repeated conscience? What is this anyway? He doesn't care about anyone or this conscience at all. What? The boy thinks he won't teach him a lesson? Cassian Lee remained calm, and yet noted that apparently he didn't have it. And since this is not the case, then it is necessary for him to have this conscience. His fist will help him with this perfectly. On the school roof, Cassian Lee and the bully stood opposite. Cassian Lee rushed to attack. The bully took a fighting stance, put his fists in front of him, and prepared for battle. When Cassian Lee got close enough, he tried to punch him. Cassian Lee leaned down, and a fist flew over his head. He swung his fist and hit the bully hard in the jaw. He lost his balance and began to fall, throwing his head up. Cassian Lee, eyes blazing angrily, raised his hand for another blow. He punched the bully in the stomach with such force that he flew into the air. The bully screamed heartrendingly, dropping his saliva. Groaning, he bent over and clutched his stomach with his hand. Cassian Lee looked at him indifferently. He asked if he had a conscience? The bully, holding his stomach, trembled with pain and anger and called him a freak. Cassian Lee angrily grabbed him by the chest and suggested that the blow was not strong enough. So he will strike again. Cassian Lee looked menacingly into the eyes of the impudent bully. Kim Woo-chan appeared on the roof and sternly asked the question, what are they doing? Cassian Lee, continuing to hold the bully by the chest, involuntarily looked over his shoulder. Kim Woo-chan, blown by the wind, looked at them sternly and waited for an answer. The bully excitedly realized that it was Kim Woo-chan. Cassian Lee threw him aside and asked the question, who else is this? Why does he interfere in their affairs? Kim Woo-chan asked indignantly, is he really going to beat someone who is much weaker? The bully looked at him puzzled and mentally asked, what? Is he weaker? Was it Kim Woo-chan who just said that about him? The wounded bully angrily gritted his teeth and rushed at Cassian Lee with his fists. He shouted menacingly that this idiot was about to get it. Cassian Lee stood motionless and calmly waited. As the bully approached him, he kicked back, striking him hard in the chest. He flew a long distance and fell with a roar. Kim Woo-chan grabbed Cassian Lee by the shoulder and sternly said that enough is enough. Cassian Lee stood tensely in place. He turned around and looked angrily straight into Kim Woo-chan's eyes. Cassian Lee bent his arm and tried to elbow him in the stomach. He was puzzled because something had gone wrong. Kim Woo-chan crossed his arms in front of him and blocked the blow. Cassian Lee swung and tried to punch him again, but Kim Woo-chan took a step back and dodged. Cassian Lee looked at his enemy in bewilderment. Kim Woo-chan raised his leg and tried to throw a punch, but Cassian Lee ducked down and dodged. He mentally noted that Kim Woo-chan is fast. Moros watched the fight excitedly. He called out to Cassian Lee excitedly. Moros reported that his opponent is a Psyker. If he loses, then it's all over. Cassian Lee was distracted, looked at him and asked what? Kim Woo-chan raised his fist to strike. He tried to attack, but Cassian Lee stepped aside and his fist flew past. Drops of blood splashed. Cassian Lee looked at his cheek, saw the wound and cursed in his mind. Kim Woo-chan and Cassian Lee stood opposite each other, holding their fists in front of them. Cassian Lee looked forward resolutely. Kim Woo-chan mentally asked himself, is this guy a psyker? He narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. Putting his palms out in front of him, Kim Woo-chan said that enough was enough. If they continue, it will only get worse for the two of them. Cassian Lee asked in surprise, what? Kim Woo-chan handed him a band-aid. Cassian Lee looked at this in surprise. Kim Woo-chan said it was for him because he got hurt. They looked at each other menacingly. Cassian Lee took the bandage and, without saying a word, headed towards the exit. Kim Woo-chan looked after him thoughtfully. He turned his gaze to the three defeated hooligans and mentally said that he alone had killed the three. Kim Woo-chan asked himself in surprise, is there such a strong student in their school? He looked down excitedly and looked at his hand, which was throbbing in pain. Overtime. Computer club. In a dimly lit room, Cassian Lee sat at his computer. Pressing his finger on the keyboard button, he mentally realized that it was not working. They blocked his account in the Lampa's organization. Holding his head, he said thoughtfully that he had guessed about it. Cassian Lee said he had a bad feeling. Overtime. On a city street. Cassian Lee asked with interest how did Moros know that he was a psyker? He was chewing a hamburger and looking at the phone screen. Moros clarified by asking the question, is he talking about that guy on the roof? Without waiting for an answer, he said that he had determined it by the waves when it touched him. Cassian Lee looked at the hamburger and said thoughtfully that this was an interesting ability. Moros said boastfully that this was nothing. If he had read its color scheme, he would have learned more information. Cassian Lee asked in surprise, color scheme? How does he know such difficult words? Moros offendedly reminded that he is an ancient noble spirit who lives and gains knowledge from generations. Cassian Lee didn't answer. Moros asked if he wanted to turn into a villain form? It is better for him to find out about his capabilities in advance. Cassian Lee, holding a hamburger and a phone, looked at him thoughtfully. Moros asked if he didn't want to? Cassian Lee decisively replied that he did not want to. After a pause, he gloomily added that he had to. Cassian Lee crumpled a paper hamburger bag in his hands, turning it into a ball. He said thoughtfully that he needed to understand what the essence of the villain's power was. Cassian Lee inquired, asking what he needed to do? Moros reported that villains come from an inability to control the 5 desires and 7 senses. Cassian Lee said dissatisfiedly that he was talking nonsense again. Moros looked at him condescendingly, and said that in his case the trigger was anger. Cassian Lee looked at his fist thoughtfully. He remembered his friend Jeff and his killers. Anger filled his entire being with blue lightning. Cassian Lee opened his mouth wide and let out an angry cry. He shouted furiously that he would kill all the idiots from the Lampa's organization. Moros froze in midair in shock, looking at him. He asked in surprise what Cassian was doing? He replied that he was showing anger. Moros said that it was not necessary to scream, you just need to feel it inside. Cassian Lee asked irritably, it was impossible to say this right away? Overtime. City street. A blue car was driving along the freeway, with Lee Dun and Kim Woo-chan in it. Kim Woo-chan talked about a villain named Blaster. He said that this is a maniac who likes to play with explosives. Kim Woo-chan suggested that he might have arrived at Incheon Airport illegally. Today he was already seen in the city. Kim Woo-chan asked puzzledly, 102 victims? He concluded that this was a lot. Lee Dun took a large bite of the sandwich and said with his mouth full that he doesn't have any special fighting abilities, but his ability to create explosives is really infuriating. He added that Blaster is a complete psychopath. Kim Woo-chan said that villains only know how to create problems. These are sociopaths who cannot control their desires. They need to catch him before he escapes. Lee Dun turned to him and said that Kim Woo-chan was overreacting to them. Did he ask a question, or is that not true? Kim Woo-chan, looking at the image of Blaster on the tablet screen, said that the task of all psychers is to bring justice to them. Lee Dun and the interim asked, anything else? Without waiting for an answer, he stretched his lips into a smug grin. Looking at the road through his sunglasses, Lee Dun suggested that he do it while Kim Woo-chan watches and learns more. Kim Woo-chan turned his head towards him and frowned. At the same time, Cassian Lee read with interest on the screen information about the person in whose body he found himself. The villain named Kwon Kan-woo has the capabilities of catastrophic power and the characteristics of darkness. The trigger is anger. Level 3 Shadow Sword and healing skills. Mana range 3. Moros summed up that this is all the information. Cassian Lee concluded that he was playing a game. Looking at the screen, he asked in surprise. Shadow sword and healing? Moros reported that these are his skills. That is why the wound on his face healed so quickly. Cassian asked in disbelief, really? He looked at his hand in the black villain's glove and asked if he amputated the limb, would it be restored? Moros said it all depends on his mana range. Cassian asked why there is nothing written about this in the information. Moros suggested that he had yet to discover this power in himself. Cassian noticed where it was said about mana. He asked in shock, only 300 points? He said indignantly that when he was a Psyker, he had more than 1,500. Cassian looked thoughtfully at the screen and said that he had catastrophic power, but somehow he couldn't believe it. Moros calmly replied that he had such potential. He knows the saying that a person is like a rough diamond. Whether he remains a stone or turns into a well-polished diamond will depend on how hard he works. Cassian looked at the screen and asked the question, can Moros use this scanner on other people? He replied that of course, but no more than 3 times a day. Cassian asked, asking what would happen if you tried to use it more? Moros said they did that with Jeff. He then had to sleep almost the whole day. Cassian looked at him thoughtfully and asked again, almost the whole day. Moros changed the subject, saying that he needed to try out his skills. Cassian inquired, asking what he needed to do? Should he shout out the name or something? Moros told him to just imagine the shadow sword in his head. Cassian asked, like this? He waved his hand upward. A large black blade emerged from the ground with destructive power. Cassian said excitedly that he succeeded. Moros looked at the result of his skill in surprise. Cassian said that some sharp object appeared from the shadows. He touched the tip with his finger and said enthusiastically that he could touch it. Although it is a shadow, the sword is indeed very sharp. Moros thought it would take a whole day to train, but he did it right away. He asked himself in surprise, did Jeff also know about his capabilities? Cassian looked at and touched the shadow sword with curiosity. He said it was hard and could be used as a shield. Moros reported that the villains know how to create their own defenses and weapons. Cassian ironically replied that he himself knew that. Using mana and magical lightning, he generated a black tight suit and said that they were in no hurry. Moros meticulously examined him from head to toe and said that he had no sense of style at all. Cassian annoyedly ordered him to shut his mouth. Over time. Evening on a city street. Moros asked a question, it's already getting dark, where is he going? Cassian answered as he walked that he was going home. Moros looked at him thoughtfully and remained silent. Cassian reported that Quan Kanwu has a family. He has no parents, but he lives with his sister. Moros asked in surprise, is he going to meet her? Cassian replied that of course. This may be his fate, but he would definitely want to protect his sister. Moros inquired, asking the question, has his conscience tormented him? Cassian said gloomily that he actually died because of him. There was an explosion. Cassian looked in that direction excitedly. He saw a crowd of frightened people running away from a burning multi-story building. He was shocked and tried to understand what had happened. The building was cracked and flames and thick black smoke were escaping through the cracks in the walls. People looked up in fear and shouted that it was a villain. It was a bomb. Internet does not work. Cassian looked to the side where the girl excitedly said that he grabbed the mother and child. He mentally asked, are there any hostages? Cassian looked up excitedly. Moros looked at him in fear and realized that he was up to something. Cassian quickly ran towards the burning building, and Moros scaredly told him to wait. He caught up with him and, flying next to him, said that there was a villain in the building. He is much stronger than that schoolboy from the roof. Cassian ignored this remark and continued running. Moros added that he has incredible powers. Cassian said that they will fight like villains. Moros said that fighting between villains is an unspoken taboo. He, as a Psyker, should know this. Cassian looked at him in bewilderment. Moros didn't know what motivated him, a thirst for revenge or a sense of justice, but now he is also a villain. So don't let him get into other people's fights. Moros asked excitedly, he doesn't want to make all the villains his enemies, does he? And give up revenge on Lampas? Cassian stopped abruptly in front of the burning building and looked up. He replied indifferently that he didn't care. Moros was surprised and did not know what to say to him. Fire was visible through the windows, ashes and fiery sparks were flying in the air. Moros called his name demandingly, and reminded him that he was no longer a Psyker. Cassian emphatically replied that this was not the case. He headed towards the entrance, and said that he had hostages. Mother with child. Taking a step forward on the stairs, Cassian said that he couldn't close his eyes to the fact that someone was in trouble. He looked over his shoulder and said that's not how people act. Morose looked after him silently. He remembered how Jeff sat on the lake, looked at the sunset, and said that Cassian had a complex character. He looked at a photo of them together, and added that he has the biggest heart of all the people he knows. Jeff looked at Morose and said that he completely trusted Cassian. Morose chose Jeff, and he chose Cassian. There was nothing he could do about it. Morose flew after Cassian and told him to transform. He assured that he would help him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the building was surrounded by dark smoke. Inside, among the bar counters lay torn chairs and sofas. Glass display cases were broken. Small glasses lay on the floor mixed with construction sets and small children's toys. Several toys lay behind a display case covered in deep cracks. Someone began to plaintively ask for something. The same voice repeated that they should not do this. Blaster stood next to the captured and bound people. He pressed a black bomb button, which began to sparkle. Blaster continued to adjust the bomb and tried to make a comforting sound. He told the shaking boy and girl to be quiet and not cry. Blaster said crazy that they were doing such a fun thing. He asked the question, why cry? The girl and boy looked at him in horror. Blaster continued to do something from below and made a strange noise and told them to smile. The girl, with even greater despair and fear, pressed herself against the chair, looking at him in shock. Blaster smiled widely, showing a whole row of teeth so that they could do the same, just like him. He was holding a bomb in his hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a cool car stood next to a gas station. Kim Woo-chan stood with his elbows on it and looked forward thoughtfully. He pulled back the edge of his sleeve and looked at his hand. He began to remember moments from the past and confidently thought that he was not so simple. Suddenly he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He thought that he didn't even know his name. Kim Woo-chan picked up the phone and introduced himself by name. Suddenly he was told something because of this. Kim Woo-chan looked down in shock. Lee Dun, who was also on the phone, began to apologize with a smile and explained that he was on a mission. He said he would treat me next time. Lee Dun moved the phone away from him and exclaimed that he promised. He said goodbye and kissed his interlocutor goodbye, hanging up the phone. Kim Woo-chan said on the phone at this time that while he was going to the toilet, he appeared. He slightly moved the phone away from him and said that this was actually a task. Lee Dun asked in shock, what? Kim Woo-chan coolly told him that they needed to catch Blaster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, many fireworks exploded outside the building. Blaster at this time asked the question, has he ever seen 5-color fireworks over the pitch-black evening sky? The boy desperately and fearfully said no. Blaster said doomedly that he had never seen anything like this either. He exclaimed that he was very sad about this. He touched the boy's cheek and said with feigned excitement that he shouldn't be sad. Blaster started smiling crazy and told him that he would see something more beautiful. He imagined the boy's mother with her mouth gagged and with a bunch of explosives and exclaimed that it was like his mother's entrails and blood. He kept going crazy saying that they would fly everywhere like the most beautiful fireworks. The boy began to cry in fear. Blaster, meanwhile, hugged himself by the shoulders and exclaimed that he could not stop rejoicing. Just from the thought of it, he started howling like crazy. Blaster asked the question as he approached the girl with the explosives, should they start with her hands? He began to stretch his arms forward and added that later they would move to his legs. He wanted to leave the head as a souvenir, so the chest and neck were last. Suddenly the lights in the building went out. Blaster looked up in surprise. He narrowed his eyes. Later he smiled wide and crazy. Blaster turned back to where a lot of explosives lay and said that they had guests. He told him welcome. Blaster added, looking at the steps, that he should not be shy. He began to squeeze his palm and told him to go out and play with them. Someone said it was good. Suddenly, behind Blaster, someone broke the glass, particles of which began to fly around. Blaster turned back, stunned. Someone punched him straight in the face with all his might. Cassian pushed the Blaster a long distance, breaking through a stone wall. Blaster continued to lie among the stone rubble. Cassian looked ahead coolly. He asked the question, what happened to the hostages? Morose told him that they were both unharmed so far. Suddenly he shouted that his body. Cassian looked down in surprise, noticing the bomb on chains on his chest. Suddenly it began to sparkle brightly. The girl and child looked at him desperately. Morose opened his eyes wide, watching this in shock. Cassian began to quickly run to the side. He abruptly jumped away from the child and the girl, reaching out for something with his hand. Suddenly the building began to crack. Later it exploded, fragments began to fly in all directions from a strong explosion. The people who were standing next to the building screamed. One of them asked the question, "What exploded there? Where are the police? Where are the Psykers?" Meanwhile, fragments of various objects were scattered everywhere in the building. The whole room was on fire in some places. Blaster stood in the middle of this and looked around carefully. He grinned and said that he came to him without knocking. He rubbed his chin and admitted that he didn't know why he was here. But he can definitely say that he is a tactless, stupid kid. Blaster looked at the bear, whose paw had been torn off, and said that he would like to make a beautiful firework out of it. He was sorry that he had exploded so quickly. Blaster said it was sad. He began to approach the child and girl tied to chairs. He extended his hand forward, on which a bright glow appeared, and exclaimed that only they can make up for it. Blaster extended his arm to the side with a bomb in his hands. Suddenly, a bright blue glow passed through his hand. It was the blade that cut off his arm. Suddenly Blaster grabbed the open wound and began to scream loudly and desperately. Blood began to splash in different directions. Blaster continued to frantically wave his arms while standing still. Suddenly something suddenly approached his chest, and he looked at it in shock. Cassian struck him with undisguised anger. He looked down, trying to see something among the stones and dust. Blaster, meanwhile, lay below, weakly putting his hand forward. His whole body was shaking. Cassian grabbed his wrist with a sharp movement, preventing him from doing anything. He asked the question, "Is this trick again?" Cassian started swinging his fist and exclaimed that even in games, enemies don't fall for the same trick twice. Blaster looked up lifelessly. Cassian suddenly shouted at him that he was a freak. He punched him straight in the face with all his might. His strong blows shook the building. Cassian continued to strike Blaster furiously. He sat completely on his body, not allowing him to escape his grip. Cassian continued to hit him. Stones from his blows scattered in all directions. He thought he needed more. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him and called his name. It opened its mouth, loudly calling out to him again. Moros watched him carefully. Cassian suddenly stopped, looking at Blaster's lifeless body. Moros thought that he had finally heard him. Cassian looked down in shock. His whole face and hands were covered in blood. He mentally cursed as he looked at Blaster's mutilated corpse. He thought it was. Cassian looked at his palms and asked the question, "Is this him?" Moros looked at him and noticed that the situation really wasn't very good. Cassian looked back at him. Moros went on to say that his emotions got the better of him. He concluded that he had lost his identity. Moros continued to reason further, if he cannot control himself, he will become a real villain, controlled by his desires. Cassian sharply shouted at him to stop. He put his hand to his face and swore angrily. Cassian clenched his teeth tightly, closing his eyes gloomily. A moment later he stood over Blaster's corpse. Moros asked him if he was okay. He said it was due to an explosion. Cassian told him everything was fine. He explained that the main thing was to save the hostages. He looked to the side where there were deep cracks in the floor. Later, Cassian stood in front of the boy and girl. He looked at them worriedly. The boy and his mother began to shake even more from severe fright. They looked up desperately. Some time later, a police car stopped next to the building. Blaster was loaded there. Lee Dun was talking on the phone, looking at the broken glass, and said that it was true. He explained that the hostages had been released and were safe. He continued to say that they needed to investigate further. At first glance, it seemed to him that this was a fight between two villains. Investigative companies investigated the entire room, carefully examining every clue. Lee Dun said witnesses described him. He looked at the teddy bear and said that they had not yet been able to identify it. Kim Woo-chan held the teddy bear in his hands and was silent, looking at it carefully. He thought there was a child among the hostages. He frowned and mentally asked the question, "So there were two villains?" Suddenly someone asked the question, had he heard? The same voice said, "Many say that the hostages were saved by the villain." Another researcher asked, "Are these false stories?" He confirmed this and said that he had heard what it was. The second investigator agreed and added that many say that the witnesses were there. Kim Woo-chan apologized for interfering. He asked the question, "Who are they talking about now?" The investigators looked at him in surprise. Suddenly someone called Kim Woo-chan's name. Lee Dun told him to go and check the cameras in the security room on the first floor. He added that he would join him soon. Kim Woo-chan told him that he understood. He looked thoughtfully at the teddy bear again. He later threw it onto the cracked floor. Some time later. It was night outside. The moon illuminated the building brightly. Cassian Lee sat outside, leaning against the back of a bench. He remembered how the mother and her child screamed loudly to be saved. They begged and asked for it. Cassian Lee stood in front of them, looking fascinated. He sharply pressed his palms to his face and sighed resignedly. Moros approached him and asked him a question: why was he sad? Cassian Lee removed his other hand and remained silent. Later he said excitedly that if it weren't for him. Moros looked at him in surprise. Cassian Lee asked him a question: would he also go crazy like that criminal? Moros confirmed this and said it was correct. Cassian Lee looked ahead, noticing many leaves flying down. He said doomedly that he was truly a villain. Suddenly the phone next to him lit up. Cassian Lee looked at this in surprise. He took the phone in his hands and looked at the message that was sent to him. Moros asked him a question: who is it? Cassian Lee replied that this was Kwon Kanwa's sister. He explained that she had invited them to dinner together. Moros asked the question: will he go home? Cassian Lee remained thoughtfully silent, continuing to look at the phone screen. Immediately after that his stomach growled very loudly and Moros looked at him. Meanwhile in the security room, Lee Dun exhaled tiredly, looking forward tensely. He asked a question, looking at the computer monitor: who else is this? Investigators and Kim Woo-chan watched this closely. Lee Dun asked the question: is his eyesight bad? Or was the villain actually saving the hostages? He saw Cassian Lee free a child and a woman. Lee Dun pointed his finger at the monitor and, looking to the side, asked the question: is this some kind of joke? Cassian Lee didn't answer him, looking down thoughtfully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the long apartment building was illuminated by moonlight. Meanwhile in room 701, Cassian Lee walked over to the food table and looked at it. He took the note lying on top of the food and read it carefully. It said that he should heat up the soup and rice and eat. There was also fruit in the refrigerator, so let him take that too. He read the last lines from the note that his sister is the sweetest in the world. He began to remember moments from the past. Someone angrily scolded him for being late. Cassian Lee immediately apologized and explained that he was just playing and forgot about the time. The woman began to walk towards the exit and angrily said that she had no dinner for the child, who was always late. Suddenly someone handed him a large piece of loaf. Cassian Lee looked at this in surprise. He also joyfully exclaimed that it was Jeff. Jeff put his hand to his lips and told him not to tell her, and just eat it quietly. Cassian Lee began to bite the loaf with a joyful expression on his face. After that, he stopped remembering the past and looked at the note with a slight smile. Later he sat in front of the food without touching it. Cassian Lee carefully examined each plate lying on the table. Soon he took the spoon in his hands and scooped the soup broth into it. Cassian Lee brought the spoon to his mouth and drank the contents. He said thoughtfully that it was delicious. He remembered how Jeff hugged him while serving him food. That was the last time he ate home-cooked food. Cassian Lee took the next dish. He quietly thanked his sister for this. Some time later. It's day outside. The sun's rays streamed through the curtained window, illuminating the bed. Suddenly the bell rang, indicating that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning and 50 minutes. Cassian Lee sleepily opened his eyes. He removed the edge of the blanket and began to pull himself up. Cassian Lee looked up with an expressionless gaze, saying nothing. After some more time, the sounds of water were heard in the bathroom. Cassian Lee looked at the mug and toothbrush and toothpaste. Later, he began brushing his teeth without expressing any emotion. He thought, looking in the mirror, that it was not him. He began to think further that he was just having to live someone else's life. He took some water into his mouth from a mug. He thought he would feel better after a good night's sleep. Cassian Lee immediately said no. If he had the opportunity, he would like to go back to the past. Moros suddenly appeared next to him and wished him good morning. Cassian Lee gloomily replied that this was unkind. After that, he put on his sneakers and walked to the exit. Suddenly someone asked him a question. Is he already going to school? Cassian Lee turned around in surprise. Kwon Yuri sleepily stroked her face with her palms and said offendedly that at least he would at least say goodbye to her. Cassian Lee thought ashamedly, that's for sure. He began to think that he felt strange, finally meeting her. He mentally wondered if he could tell her the truth. Kwon Yuri suddenly remembered something, saying exactly. She took out a bank card and said that this is the bank card. Kwon Yuri asked him to put pocket ones there and use them wisely. Cassian mentally asked the question, why is she giving him the card? He accepted it. Cassian remembered how Kwon Kanwoo approached her. Kwon Yuri, who was holding the TV remote control, turned to him in surprise. Kwon Kanwoo shyly asked her if she could give him money for the next month in advance. Kwon Yuri looked at him questioningly. She said in surprise that only last week she gave him pocket money. Kwon Kanwoo confusedly began to explain that he remembered how the bandits accosted him and told him that he would lend them some money. It was only $100. One of them asked the question, should he? Kwon Kanwoo sadly admitted that he lost his wallet. Kwon Yuri put the remote control on the sofa and said that she understood. She told him that she would give it, so don't let him worry. Kwon Kanwoo thanked her very loudly and sensually. Kwon Yuri put her index finger forward and said that she would put it on the bank card. She winked at him. Kwon Kanwoo asked her in confusion, bank card? Cassian Lee, returning from his memories, looked at it in surprise, thinking that this is it. Cassian Lee reached towards the door again and thanked her. He said he would be careful. Kwon Yuri agreed with this and said that it was good. Suddenly she remembered something and made a sound. She shouted at him to wait for her. Kwon Yuri put her hand to her chin and suggested that it had changed. Cassian Lee stopped in place in fear. Kwon Yuri suddenly noticed something again and exclaimed. She screamed loudly that his hair. Cassian Lee stroked his neck in confusion as he turned back. Kwon Yuri said with admiration that hairstyle turns out to change people a lot. She walked up to him and exclaimed that she had been telling him to cut his hair for a long time. Cassian Lee replied that he just laid it out differently. Kwon Yuri looked out the door, following him with her gaze, and asked him a question, did he have a girlfriend? Cassian Lee waved goodbye to her as he entered the elevator and said he was off. Some time later, a lot of students were walking around in the schoolyard, animatedly talking to each other about something. Meanwhile, in one of the school classrooms, the girls suddenly turned back in surprise, looking to the side. The other students looked up excitedly. They all looked at Oppa, who was staring at his phone screen with an arrogant expression on his face. Suddenly he noticed something strange and began to look around angrily, making a questioning sound. All the students looking at him turned in the other direction with excitement. Oppa angrily shouted at them, asking what are they looking at. He commanded that they all turn away. He cursed mentally and thought that it was all because of this idiot. Suddenly someone touched his shoulder. Oppa asked the question, what else? Cassian Lee looked at him carefully. He asked threateningly the question, where is his desk? Oppa rolled his eyes excitedly. He lowered his head down and, pointing his finger forward, said with a stutter what was there. Cassian Lee walked past him. Oppa at this time began to tremble with fright all over. Cassian Lee threw his backpack on the floor. He sat down at his desk at ease, looking down thoughtfully. Moros looked at him and asked the question, why is Oppa looking in their direction like that? He noticed that he was simply glaring at them. Oppa, meanwhile, clenched his fist angrily and mentally cursed. Suddenly one of the students asked a question, is he a villain? Close to school? Moros turned in their direction, stunned. One of the guys, meanwhile, said that while he was at his part-time job, he watched a live broadcast. This one featured a huge fight between two villains. Someone asked him a question, is it real? He exclaimed that this is it. Cassian Lee opened the phone, starting to look at something. Moros thought that they were talking about him. Cassian Lee did not respond to this. Suddenly one of the guys exclaimed that wow. He added that the world is so terrible. Another student answered him that recently there was a case about a serial number. Another guy asked a question, with the injured schoolgirl? The first guy admitted with a gloomy expression that he also saw the news. He exclaimed that he cut off her limbs and drank all the blood. Suddenly they answered him, grinning, that it was definitely done by a psychopath. Some of them said, many said, that Screwdriver was a murderer. Cassian Lee listened to their conversations at ease. He looked at them without saying anything. Suddenly someone asked in horror, is this true? The other guy replied that he was the head of the Vzone in the Kadam area. Cassian Lee looked down thoughtfully and asked the question, wasn't there a Vzone there? Suddenly someone remembered and asked the question, had he heard about this? Someone asked a question in response, what? He was told that Screwdriver was conducting experiments on people. Someone swore in horror and exclaimed that this was absolutely terrible. Cassian Lee continued to look at something on his phone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the building was surrounded by continuous verandas. Kwok Taegu laughed loudly and cursed. He again exclaimed with tears in his eyes from laughter that they made him laugh. Suddenly Ki-hun turned to him and told him to control himself. Kwak Taegu told him to let him have a good laugh and laugh a little. He laughed loudly again. Ki-hun swore angrily and shouted at him to shut up already. Kwak Taegu waved his hand and told him what it was. He put out his cigarette, dragging it across the asphalt. He asked a question, "So what?" Kwak Taegu looked forward defiantly and asked the question, "What should he do?" Someone handed him a letter and told him not to worry. Ki-hun explained that they would not deprive him. Kwak Taegu made a sound of joy. Meanwhile, someone was watching them without saying anything. He suddenly sank his head down, starting to shake all over, and thought that Kwak Taegu was close enough with Ki-hun. One of the guys thought that he wouldn't want to be around this man. Ki-hun frowned while being held close by Kwak Taegu. Kwak Taegu told him that it was good for him to have friends. He added that he can always rely on someone. He immediately looked him up and down and asked the question, what should he break? He clarified by asking, or does he want him to kill him? Some time later, a loud bell rang at school. Many students left the classrooms, starting to take a break from classes. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, was walking along the school corridor. Suddenly someone called out to him, telling him to wait. Cassian Lee coolly turned to the side. Kim Woo-chan stood in front of him with his hand in his pocket. He said that he did not know his name. He asked a question, but how was his wound? Cassian Lee touched the patch on his cheek. He pointed his finger at it, and said as he sees it. Moro's next to him became wary, looking to the side in surprise. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, began to remember. He peeled off the patch on his cheek. Moro's was next to him in the toilet stall and said that he was self-medicating. He asked the question, why does he need this patch? Cassian Lee began to reason that he would still need to meet with that guy. He added that maybe someone would suspect something. Moro's was surprised to note that he was not stupid. Cassian Lee stopped remembering. He asked the question, why did he call him? To pay for the patch? Kim Woo-chan, with his peripheral vision, noticed a shadow peeking out from the corner. He asked the question, can he give something back to others instead of money? Cassian Lee grinned. Turning around, he said he didn't think so. Kim Woo-chan looked at his back in shock. Suddenly he asked him a question, what is his name? Cassian Lee took on a gloomy complexion. He said his name was Kwon Kam-woo. He waved goodbye. Kim Woo-chan mentally repeated his name. Meanwhile outside, Cassian Lee walked outside the school. He closed his eyes and thought that he was even very uncomfortable. Moro's asked him a question, is he thinking about this Psyker again? Cassian Lee remained silent and did not answer. Moro's narrowed his eyes and said that since he didn't answer, he was still right. Cassian Lee said his name is Kim Woo-chan. He mastered fire. Kim Woo-chan was quite attractive, tall, the dream of all schoolgirls. He added that he had excellent academic performance and exemplary behavior. Kim Woo-chan is an up-and-coming Psyker who can't turn a blind eye to injustice. Moro's looked at him in surprise. Cassian Lee walked forward and continued to explain what could be said about him from the information he found. Moro's noticed that he was really good. He asked the question, but what? Is he jealous? Cassian Lee said that his dream was to become like Cassian Lee. He began to explain further that the top of the Psyker with the same force. Moro's was surprised. He was stunned and asked the question, is he his idol? Cassian Lee replied that since he was so good, he should have been sent to a special school to train Psykers. He exhaled angrily and said why he was going to a regular school. Moro's turned back and noticed how they were being watched by someone's shadow peeking out from behind the fence. It was Oppa who was watching him closely. Moro's asked the question, why are these two looking at them like that? Suddenly someone asked the question, what's going on? Oppa said on the phone that everything was fine and he continued to monitor. He added that he would call back later. Some time later, among the houses, Kwak Taegu asked the question, what is there? Ki-hun answered with a smile. He was told that everything was going according to plan. He added that at least this fool is capable of something. Kwak Taegu crushed his cigarette and threw it aside. He ordered them to go already. He added that they are moving forward. Kwak Taegu began to go first, followed by everyone else. Some time later, among the brick houses, next to this was a trash can and a lot of vents. Cassian Lee walked down the street with confident steps. Oppa noticed him and cursed mentally. He mentally asked the question, why did this idiot even come here? He thought there were wheels on this road. Suddenly someone shouted for him to hear him. Oppa opened his eyes in fear. He turned to the side and noticed Kwak Taegu standing in front of him. Oppa began to press his hand to his heart, and cursing, exclaimed that he was very scared. Kwak Taegu asked him what? He looked at him menacingly, and exclaimed that what words he knows. Oppa put his palm forward in fear and said no. Kihun asked him a question, where is that guy? Oppa pointed to the side and said there. He pointed his finger at the ventilation. Kihun said that there was no one there. Oppa fearfully retorted that he was there just a second ago. Another student exclaimed desperately, suppose he turned into that alley. Suddenly the bandits began to run forward and shouted that they needed to hurry up. They can't let him get away. Oppa put his palm forward and told them to wait. There's Vzone there. He swore in horror, looking stunned. Oppa immediately ran after them. Some time later, they found themselves among grey houses with very dull architecture. The bandits walked slowly among the streets. Kwak Taegu asked the question, where is he? He looked at the wall, and added that there was no further way. Kihun asked the question, turning to the student, did they even turn there? The student confirmed this by answering yes. Kwak Taegu suddenly cursed. He angrily asked the question, did they decide to play games with him here? He hit the wall with all his might. The student was frightened, looking down in shock. Kwak Taegu walked up to him, and exclaimed that all they had to do was follow him. The student began to shake with fear. He looked up worriedly. Kwak Taegu asked him a question, why is he silent? Suddenly the student and Kwak Taegu turned to the side in surprise. They noticed Cassian standing in front of them. He assumed that he was the one who found them. Meanwhile, a camera was watching them from above. It was highlighted in bright colors. The camera continued to closely monitor everyone who was nearby. This was later encountered by Cassian Lee's face. His face showed on the monitor. There were many of these monitors in one room where one person was sitting. Screwdriver, meanwhile, was writing something down with a pen. Later, he put his feet on the table, continuing to watch the monitor with a grin. Screwdriver said that it looks like they have guests. Meanwhile, again among the grey multi-story buildings, Cassian Lee frowned and looked ahead emotionlessly. Kwak Taegu sarcastically told everyone to look at this idiot. He said that he was not even surprised by their presence. Suddenly someone asked the question, has he lost his fear? Kwak Taegu leaned forward menacingly and asked the question if he was the one who attacked Kihun. Kihun remained silent, dissatisfied. Cassian Lee frowned, looking ahead without fear. Kwak Taegu laughed mockingly and swore obscenely. He again exclaimed through laughter for them to just look at him. He put 3 fingers forward and said threateningly that he would give him 3 seconds. Kwak Taegu told him that he could escape while he had the chance. Cassian Lee continued to stand in place. Kwak Taegu meanwhile started counting and said the first number. Later he named the second number with a murderous look. After some more time, he exclaimed that it was 3. Cassian Lee continued to stand fearlessly in place. Kihun and Kwak Taegu looked at him with confusion. Kwak Taegu meanwhile shouted that he was crazy. He leaned towards his face and muttered through his teeth that he was really asking for it. Cassian Lee coldly asked him a question, can he not fight? Kwak Taegu asked him with confusion, what? Cassian Lee at this time began to move his 2 fingers closer to his eyes with all speed. Kwak Taegu suddenly sank down, clutching his face with his palms, and began screaming loudly. He again exclaimed in pain at his eyes. Suddenly someone lifted him by the hair. Cassian Lee slammed it into the wall with all his might the next moment, breaking it through. Kwak Taegu looked up lifelessly. Kihun and Oppa looked at this in shock, darkened with horror. They watched as Kwak Taegu fell to the asphalt without moving. Cassian Lee put his palm forward, looked around, and asked the question, what is he substituted for? He called him a stupid idiot. Suddenly the other guy angrily clenched his teeth together and muttered that he started running towards Cassian Lee and exclaimed that he was a freak. He put his palm forward, trying to grab it, but missed. The next moment the guy swung his fist again, looking forward furiously. Cassian Lee suddenly appeared behind him, thereby dodging the blow again. The guy turned to the side in fear, not understanding what was happening. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, kicked him with all his strength with his leg bent at the knee, knocking him down. The guy began to fall down. At the same time, someone flew from above onto some plastic thing. The guy who fell to the floor made a sound in pain. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, said that he had given them a chance to come to their senses. He swung his leg and exclaimed that they were just asking for it. He hit him with all his might. The guy screamed desperately in pain. Cassian Lee meanwhile turned to the side. He asked a question, Looking at the others, maybe they would already leave? Cassian Lee suddenly heard someone exclaim through a growl that he was a freak. It was Kwok Taegu, who stood up, clutching his head and trembling all over. He put his palm to his face and said through it that he was a corpse. Cassian Lee looked at him with confusion. He mentally asked the question, maybe he overdid it? Kwok Taegu, meanwhile, stood in a fighting pose, slightly bending his palms and putting them forward. He placed second in national Muay Thai competitions. Kwok Taegu bent his leg at the knee and lifted it up. Ki-hun thought happily that he was finally angry. He exclaimed that this idiot was definitely finished. Oppa and the other guy, meanwhile, opened their mouths in shock as they watched this. Cassian Lee stood there fearlessly. He suddenly frowned, remembering something. A lot of people were working out in the boxing gym, doing certain exercises. In another part of the room, other people were working out on treadmills and other exercise stands. Meanwhile, Cassian Lee was fighting against John Klaus, who hit him hard in the face. The first guy exclaimed to be quiet. He added that he was going to die now. Another guy echoed his fun and exclaimed that they should just look. Suddenly Jack approached them and asked the question, "What are they doing?" One of the guys turned to him and called him by name questioningly. He asked the question, "Is he already here?" Jack put his hand in his pocket and held the towel around his neck with the other. Meanwhile, one of the guys noticed that he was somehow late. Jack asked the question threateningly. He asked what they were doing. One of the guys laughed with the same merriment and exclaimed that they were watching sparring. He could see it. The other guy next to him laughed. Jack tensed his whole body. He watched the battle. John Klaus and Cassian Lee. Jack asked the question, "Why without protection?" The guy answered him. The newcomer said that he didn't need it. Jack firmly answered that he was not talking about a beginner. He explained that it was about John Klaus. The guys looked at him stunned and asked again, "What?" Jack explained that Cassian Lee was a graduate of a Psyker combat training agency. He was the youngest in the entire history of the agency. Cassian Lee endured every blow to his body with a cool expression. Suddenly, the guys were stunned and asked the question, "Is he the youngest graduate?" Jack calmly replied that he was a master of hand-to-hand combat. He added that he had never lost a one-on-one battle. The guys again asked the question in shock, "He is a master of hand-to-hand combat, isn't his strength just in fire?" They again asked in panic, "But he's not from the enlightened class, is he?" Meanwhile, they heard a sharp blow. The guys turned to the side in fear, and Jack calmly crossed his arms and looked forward. Cassian Lee delivered a solid blow to John Klaus. Cassian Lee stopped remembering past events. He knocked Kwok Taegu aside with one blow. Cassian Lee stood over him, clenching his fists angrily. The rest of the guys in the company looked at this in shock. Kwok Taegu wiped the blood flowing from his lip and coughed. Cassian the next moment brought his palm to his face. He squeezed it as hard as he could, looking forward angrily. He thought they were stupid juveniles. He began to think further that they only know how to attack schoolchildren, since they themselves do not yet know how terrible the world can be. He looked ahead in disappointment and began to think further. If they had encountered such a strong opponent like him earlier, they would hardly have formed this squad of idiots. He began to reason further that they all did too. He introduced Jack and Layla. Cassian Lee thought that if he became much stronger, then he, and Jeff, and Kwon Kan-woo, he thought that they could all avoid such a fate. He needs to become so powerful that he can destroy the Lampas. Ki-hun cursed as he stepped back and yelled for them to run. Oppa exhaled in fear. He began to look around and decided that they needed to leave. Cassian Lee looked in their direction with a menacing look. Screwdriver watched them and asked the question, "Is he a villain?" He stood on a screwdriver that hung in the air. Suddenly someone shouted that it was Screwdriver. Cassian Lee activated his abilities on the move, beginning his transformation. The hooligan shouted in fear that it was Screwdriver, which was floating in the air. He grinned mockingly and looked at them through dark glasses. The dark-haired bully trembled in fear and bit his lip. All the hooligans ran away as fast as they could. Cassian Lee watched them go. He screamed in fear to wait for him. Cassian Lee looked at Screwdriver, who looked at him. Moros excitedly called out to Cassian Lee. Cassian Lee mentally asked, "Is he Screwdriver?" Screwdriver landed and took a step forward, saying that this was interesting. He put a large screwdriver on his shoulder and said he was sure that they were going to beat him up, so he decided to help. Screwdriver smiled cheerfully and added that everything turned out differently. Cassian Lee said irritably, he doesn't remember asking for help. Screwdriver laughed cheerfully. He asked why he was so irritable. Does he not know who is standing in front of him? Cassian calmly replied that it was Screwdriver. He admitted that this hurt his pride, because he did not react in any way when pronouncing his name. Screwdriver thrust his weapon forward and activated it. He placed it close to Cassian's chest. The screwdriver flashed with lightning and was ready to fire. Screwdriver thought he was ready for this when he walked into Vzone. He clarified this by asking a question, right? The screwdriver filled with bright light. Screwdriver pulled the trigger and a rose shot out. He asked cheerfully, "How is it?" Was he scared? He laughed cheerfully and said it was a joke. Cassian looked at him indifferently and remained silent. Screwdriver's mood changed dramatically. He said threateningly that next time there would be no more jokes. He will teach him a lesson properly. Cassian ignored him, turned around and walked away. Screwdriver indignantly asked where he went. Cassian coldly replied that he was going home. Screwdriver stood discouraged and looked after him. He shouted a question. Will Cassian continue to ignore him? When they were far enough away, Moros said excitedly that he had just almost gotten into a big mess. Screwdriver is too strong an opponent for him. He has much more mana. Cassian did not react to his words and moved on. Moros looked after him, puzzled, and quickly flew away, trying to catch up with him. Cassian stopped and wrapped his arms around himself. Moros told him not to be upset. They will start training, and then he will definitely defeat him. Cassian interrupted him and asked him to tell him everything about Screwdriver. Moros, not believing his ears, asked what? Cassian activated his mana and said that this was a great chance to fight a strong opponent. He transformed into a villain and said that this is the best training. Looking at the surprised Moros, he added that this is a real risk to life. He can't lose this opportunity. His multicolored eyes were full of determination and excitement. Over time. Vzone. Screwdriver raised his leg. Kicking the air, he asked, "Is this what Cassian did?" Remembering a fragment of the fight, he said that his movements were so strange. Screwdriver asked with interest the question, "Who is he anyway?" He mentally pictured his face and bold gaze and said that Cassian wasn't even afraid when he saw him. High school kids are so fearless these days. Screwdriver heard a sound behind him. He looked back warily. Cassian approached him from above, eyes flashing and throwing lightning. Screwdriver froze in place in surprise. Cassian swung his fist and tried to punch him in the face, but Screwdriver covered his face with his hand and flew back. He crossed both arms in front of his face and watched as Cassian rushed towards him, waving his arms. He swung his hand upward and created a shadow sword. Screwdriver flew up and looked at the black tip sticking out of the asphalt. Cassian looked up and realized that it was not as easy as it seemed. Screwdriver successfully dodged his attack while floating in the air. He took a screwdriver and twisted it around. A moment later, Screwdriver held a huge weapon in his hand, which he pointed at him. Moros excitedly shouted for Cassian to be careful as Screwdriver was getting ready to fire. Screwdriver said ominously that he was in great danger now. He asked the question, "Does he understand this?" Screwdriver pulled the trigger, and a glowing stream of energy erupted from the barrel. He said with a smile, "You always have to give what you get." He asked the question, right? Cassian looked ahead carefully, studying the situation. A bright energy stream rushed at him from above. The light was so bright that it illuminated the entire Vzone. Crow, Red Eye and Black Hand looked in surprise towards the bright flash, wondering what was happening there. Screwdriver looked down with interest at Cassian, who put his shadow sword in front of him like a shield and deflected this attack. Cassian, alive and unharmed, looked at him, flashing with lightning. Moros scanned Screwdriver and said with concern that his mana amount was over 1,000 points. He is 3 times stronger than Cassian. Information about a villain named Screwdriver appeared on the blue screen. His capabilities are mechanical weapons. Features: he is the leader. His trigger is being examined. He has skills such as mechanical arm, screwdriver punch and points, screwdriver formation, and mana weapon formation. Mana range is 1,100 points. After studying this information, Cassian chuckled indifferently. Moros asked indignantly, "Is he even listening to him?" Cassian didn't answer. After thinking, he said that the battle would be even more interesting. Moros asked in surprise, "Is he so confident in himself?" Screwdriver cheerfully said it was a good block. He swung the screwdriver and asked the question, had he not applied enough force? He assured that he would try now. Cassian carefully watched his every move, studying him. Screwdriver swung his weapon and swung it downwards. Cassian jumped back. Screwdriver missed, hitting the ground. A bright flash illuminated everything around. Cassian successfully dodged again. Screwdriver swung his weapon from side to side, but Cassian deftly dodged and dodged. Screwdriver desperately thought it was a failure. He mentally asked how he managed to predict his movements. Who is he? Screwdriver swung and tried to hit him again, missing and hitting the ground. Small stones flew in different directions. He thought he didn't know a guy with such skills. Screwdriver raised its weapon above its head, attempting to attack. And mentally asked if he was the one who killed Blaster? He swung and struck, but Cassian put his hand in front of him and blocked the blow. Screwdriver was shocked. He looked in surprise at the black hand with large claws. Cassian looked into his opponent's eyes, which glowed brightly red. Screwdriver sent a bright red energy stream towards him. Cassian squatted down and kicked Screwdriver's leg. He could not stay on his feet and began to fall. Screwdriver thought he was crazy. Cassian approached him, waving his arms. Screwdriver asked in surprise if he was a master. He took several leaps forward, holding his fist out in front of him. Screwdriver activated his mechanical arm skill. A large energy fist, glowing with spiritual power, flew towards Cassian. He created a blue energy ball from mana and sent it forward. Cassian dodged the mechanical arm and ran forward. The bright light from the energy ball blinded Screwdriver. Cassian approached and raised his hand above his head to strike. He hit him hard. Screwdriver flew back. Landing on his feet, he rushed to attack. Screwdriver thought in despair that this was no longer a joke. His skills are truly on another level. These movements cannot be mastered without professional instruction and training. Black Hand said with a laugh, "Here he is." He asked what these idiots were doing. Cassian looked forward menacingly. Screwdriver lowered the screwdriver down. Red Eye and Crow approached them. Black Hand mockingly asked, "Screwdriver doesn't think it's taking too long? It's time to stop playing with the newbie." Cassian stood surrounded by villains on both sides. He grinned mockingly and asked the question, did he call his friends because he was losing a one-on-one battle with him? Crow asked in surprise, "Is he losing?" Screwdriver laughed and said that wasn't entirely true. "It is in process." Seeing his confusion, Crow concluded that he was indeed losing. Screwdriver, trying to justify himself, said that he was only in the process of losing. Black Hand asked himself in shock, "Is he losing? Their Screwdriver loses to a schoolboy?" Screwdriver asked with interest why he would even fight her. All the villains silently waited for an answer. Cassian calmly replied that he wanted to test his strength against a strong opponent. He can't just leave alone a creature that kills innocent people for fun. Moros became wary. Screwdriver tensed and pursed his lips in surprise. He asked, "Is he now talking about the serial number, about which there are still rumors?" Crow said with a cheerful laugh, "Since he is a murderer, let him cut off his head." Screwdriver asked in surprise, "Does she really think it's him?" Crow confirmed this and laughed cheerfully. Screwdriver said that he was even offended. He asked if anyone really believed this stupid gossip. "Seriously?" Black Hand wondered who he is. He acts too confident in front of Screwdriver himself. He clenched his fist angrily, wanting to curb his confidence. Screwdriver said emphatically that he was not the killer he was looking for. Cassian demanded proof. Screwdriver replied that he did not have it. Cassian asked again indignantly, "Did he say that he didn't have it?" He felt unwell. Cassian grabbed his head with his hand, not understanding what was happening to him. Black Hand angrily thought that now he was finished. He raised his hand to strike and rushed to attack, thinking that he would teach this schoolboy respect. Jumping up, Black Hand swings and brings his right fist forward, uses a blow with the glove of death, while in his head there is only one thought, "This guy must die." And when he lands, a powerful attack causes huge stones to fly into the air, but the next moment Cassian's voice is heard nearby, "And which of them is still a freak?" When the Black Hand turns to the side, then Cassian appears in front of him, who also casually notes that he should know that only the last freaks attack from the back. He clenches his jaw and reveals his sharp fangs. At the same time the Black Hand swings again and tries to strike again. Deftly dodging, Cassian launched a crushing attack, shouting that he would have to undertake his re-education. Crow and Red Eye are shocked by what they see while Screwdriver smiles contentedly. When the Black Hand flies towards them, knocked out and unconscious, he, clicking his tongue, only says that he shouldn't have run into trouble. Red Eye at this moment also notes to himself that this is incredible. This guy defeated the third most powerful villain from Vzone. Moros, seeing how Cassian grabbed his head, anxiously clarified, "Is he okay?" He answered slightly rudely with a question, apart from the wild pain in his head. Screwdriver, seizing the moment, activated his glasses, and said in surprise that the amount of mana of this guy did not exceed 300, but in such a short time he was able to take full advantage of it. The crow repeated with interest, "Only 300 mana points?" Red Eye realized at that moment, it turns out that this guy is a Class D villain. How can D be capable of this? He was able to knock out the Black Hand with one blow. However, Screwdriver announced, much to his shock, that this guy is a Class B. They shouldn't be surprised, there are diamonds everywhere. And the amount of mana does not determine whether a person comes out of the battle as a winner or a loser. At the same time, he himself thought, incredible strength and reaction speed, strange but very effective military equipment, the guy is really on another level. Not a man, but an ideal killing machine. Screwdriver then took out a brightly glowing crystal from his weapon, and showing it to Cassian, he asked if he knew what it was. Cassian was surprised and thought, mana crystal? He also noted that villains can increase their scores not only through high-intensity training, but also by taking mana crystals. Then he threw it to Cassian, ordering him to eat it. He first asked why he was giving it to him. Screwdriver grinned and explained that he wanted to make a deal. But Cassian directly replied that he did not need to do this. Then he began to insist, in fact, he does not like injustice. It's about the serial killer the guy took him for. So he wants their new acquaintance to catch the criminal instead of him. And if the guy eats his gift, he will automatically take this as a positive answer. The guy must decide for himself, but he wouldn't refuse in this situation. Cassian still noted in disbelief that Screwdriver was trying to tell him in such a veiled way that he was not the killer he was looking for. Screwdriver cheerfully said that this was still true, and he did not want unnecessary suspicion. Then Cassian asked why he didn't want to go himself. His chuckle was heard again, and grinning, Screwdriver mysteriously replied that everything happens for a reason. After that, they both exchanged silent glances, and soon Cassian was walking along the deserted evening street. Looking at the crystal in his palm, he asked, should he eat it? Moros explained that there are only two types of mana crystals: natural and artificial. The difference between them is even greater than the difference between heaven and earth. It's a pity that this is an artificial stone, but even this will help him increase his mana. Cassian said displeasedly that he already knew that. Then it reminded him of the rule that he should only accept crystals in the state of a villain. Cassian remained silent, but after some time, still holding the stone, he stood on the roof of the building, facing a different state. Still a little worried, he clarified, is this really a mana crystal? Moros calmly confirmed this, of course. Then Cassian sighed and said before eating it, Jeff told him not to take food from strangers. Having swallowed the crystal, he froze at first, but after a couple of seconds he noted in confusion that nothing had changed. Then Moros asked him to wait a little. It turned out to be right. Suddenly bright flashes began to appear around Cassian, and small discharges passed through his body. Looking at how he was surrounded by shadow, Cassian exclaimed in panic, what is happening? It strictly ordered him to control himself. The guy needs to calm down. But what happened next stunned Moros. Golden grains of sand first began to appear around Cassian, when suddenly his hands increased in size, and Cassian himself stood inside a bright, powerful beam that shot into the sky. Then the sound of a pop was heard, and he realized that there really was more mana. Inspecting his body, Cassian also noted that he had absorbed only one mana crystal, but he felt such enormous power. Now he understands why all the villains are so after mana. But still, is this fair? Then, turning to Moros, he asked it to check his profile again. The sun was sinking lower and lower below the horizon, when suddenly the surprised voice of Cassian was heard, the amount of mana is 350? That is, this became 50 units more? On the contrary, it turned out to be shocked, 50 units? Even if the guy ate a real mana crystal, at best he could get from 5 to 10 units of mana, but 50, that's a tenfold profit. Incredibly effective, its destructive power is too dangerous. Suddenly Cassian looked at one of the lines of the information window and asked what it was. He now has the hidden skill of extracting mana crystals. And what should he do about it? Moros said irritably, it's written there. This means that he can now extract mana crystals from magic weapons and even from legendary weapons, which consist of natural mana crystals. Cassian scratched his head somewhat in disappointment, and noted that he thought the hidden skills would be much cooler. What kind of nonsense is this? It was so surprised that it wasn't even angry anymore. Nonsense. Extracting mana crystals from magical weapons. Only he is capable of this. This means he can get all the mana crystals he wants. Cassian stopped complaining and changed the subject, asking basically where they could find magic weapons. At this time, on the other side of the city in one of the cafes called Donuts, Lee Dun, taking out a sword in a golden sheath, said contentedly, it was finally in his hands. That's its charm. And this one has a brilliant name, Migritz. Then he turned to Kim Woo-chan, who was sitting opposite him, and said displeasedly, come on, he has to say something. He only crossed his arms over his chest and briefly noted that it was a good sword. Then Dun was even more indignant, he could have praised humanly. This is one of the 2 best magic swords. But Wu-chan interrupted him, asking, by the way, did he already get information about the villain who fought Blaster? He took one of the donuts from the box and again exclaimed, here it is. How smartly he changes the subject. But still, after taking a small bite of the dessert, Lee Dun said that there was no information about it in their system. This guy probably just recently transformed. Then Kim Woo-chan suggested that maybe he was an outer, an unregistered Psyker? But Dun confidently replied that this was impossible. Even by his appearance one could definitely say that he was a villain. And even now he is not the main problem. While they were talking, other cafe visitors could not take their eyes off Wu-chan and admired his beauty. Is he really an actor? His hair is so cool. Lee Dun, however, did not stop talking, and asked if he had heard about the serial killer? Because of him, they will not get out of the emergency situation with the special squad. Kim Woo-chan immediately clarified that this was not the work of Screwdriver. He heard that he was the main suspect. However, Dun assured him that he had nothing to do with it. Wu-chan frowned and pursed his lips thoughtfully, asking how he could be sure of this. Lee Dun explained that Screwdriver, of course, is much more capable for the sake of a new class of car or some cool electronic thing. But he's definitely not a killer. Kim Woo-chan said that his friend forgets that Screwdriver is a villain. He is crazy, capable of anything. And yet, after sipping some hot tea from his mug, Dun insisted, of course, given the nature of the crime, he could say that this was the work of a villain. But are they the only ones who are crazy? Any ordinary person can go crazy without anyone's help. Wu-chan immediately remembered the surveillance video. Suddenly Lee Dun also changed the subject. By the way, he said that his sister is into modeling and she has already entered high school, right? However, Kim Woo-chan immediately sternly warned him that she had a curfew. Without hiding his disappointment, Dun replied that this was quite prudent. In general, he should be careful for now until they catch the serial killer. Wu-chan only remained silent in response and looked down thoughtfully. The working day was coming to an end. There was a lot of equipment for a photo shoot in the Ace studio. The photographer, looking into the lens, exclaimed, he needs even more arrogance in his gaze. The 2 girls posing for him immediately changed their poses and facial expressions. The man, continuing to take photographs, remarked with satisfaction, super! Fine. The girls posed a little more, when finally the photographer announced that everything was filmed. Soon one of them, going out into the street, looked at the phone screen and immediately said in horror, it's impossible. Is it already 7 p.m.? Kim Neon, a first-year high school student and Woo-chan's younger sister, sadly noted that she wanted to stop by the store on her way home, but she wouldn't make it in time. But turning her gaze to the side, she noticed on Min-young, also a first-year high school student. Coming closer, Neon said in surprise, is she still here? She, seeing her, also greeted her and then, for a few seconds, they exchanged silent glances when suddenly, Min-young, grabbing Kim Neon by the arm, unexpectedly cheerfully exclaimed, they should go to the vending machines with toys. Neon asked in surprise, right now? Min-young explained embarrassedly, they hadn't been there for a long time. Kim Neon, feeling something strange, answered hesitantly, they can go, but still. Min-young, still not letting go of her hand, insisted, just once. They are fast. Neon tried to refuse, saying that she couldn't. She has a curfew. But then, seeing on Min-young's childish twinkling eyes, she finally agreed for sure, okay, but only quickly. After skipping along with her, Min-young happily exclaimed, okay. All this time, a stranger hiding in the shadows was watching from behind them from the corner. Arriving home, Cassian opened a news article, the title of which promised to catch a serial killer. It was also said that a special detachment had moved to help citizens. Sighing thoughtfully, he noted out loud that 3 deaths had already occurred. Moros then asked if he would agree to Screwdriver's offer? But Cassian explained that he doesn't care about the deal, But what if there are more victims? The killer is unlikely to stop. It remained silent, and then he, clicking the computer mouse, opened the map and also said that it is difficult to catch a criminal who has no goal. Apart from information about the places of murders, there is nothing more. Moro's reminded that he could also use Screwdriver's gift. Cassian looked at this and asked incredulously, "Is it worth it?" Earlier, when he was in Vzone, holding the phone in his hand, he asked, "What is this for?" Screwdriver, standing opposite, explained that they needed to somehow keep in touch. On this phone they can only send messages and transfer files. It doesn't have a location tracker, so it's safe. Cassian casually replied that he didn't need it. Then he also added that he would share information about the murder with the guy. If he wants to ask something, he can just write to him. He really wants to help him from the bottom of his heart, so the guy must definitely catch that freak. He asks him very much. Now, having taken out the gadget again, Cassian looked at the screen, and was just about to turn it on, when he suddenly stopped, and, with a loud knock, putting the phone on the table, he resolutely exclaimed, "He will not do this. He has self-respect, he is not going to cooperate with the villain." Immediately after Moro's, looking after him as he headed towards the exit of the apartment, I asked in surprise where he was going. Cassian coldly replied that he could not stay in the apartment. He needs to clear his head. In the center of the arcade, with the bright sign, a robotic claw was trying to grab a colorful teddy bear, while An Min-young happily supported Nian, who controlled it. Finally, she can do it. A bit more. But at the last moment the machine stops working, and the toy remains lying among the others. Kim Nian even screamed in disappointment, "No!" But then she just exhaled heavily. Min-young tried to calm her down, and noted that she almost succeeded. Why didn't they catch anything? It's worth trying again. However, Nian explained that she was of course sorry, but it was time to go. An Min-young asked plaintively, "Already?" But it's not even 8 o'clock in the evening yet. The entire time they were talking, a drone was following them outside. Kim Nian reminded sharply, irritably, she said she had a curfew. Min-young fell silent at first, looking sadly at the floor, but then asked with great hope if she could stay with her a little longer. Nian, noticing the change in her mood, asked what was wrong. An Min-young could not remain silent for long, and after only a few moments of thinking, she admitted that, to be honest, she saw something. Kim Nian still repeated in bewilderment, "Something?" Min-young explained that a girl from their school was killed a couple of days ago. She saw it. Nian immediately approached her and asked in confusion, "What is she talking about?" An Min-young, trembling and crying, said that she really wanted to share with someone, but she was so scared, it seemed to her that the killer was now coming after her. Kim Nian asked sharply and decisively, "Did he see her?" They shouldn't just leave it like that. Then, grabbing her hand, she added that they should quickly go to the police station. Together. The next moment she was already running towards the exit. Nian repeated loudly, "They need to do this as quickly as possible. If the killer saw her, then she is also in danger." But suddenly the door slammed right in front of them, and the lights in the room went out. The girls began to look around, and Kim Nian also exclaimed in fear, "Why are they closing so suddenly?" But then, lowering her head and looking at the red liquid at her feet, she thought with horror, "Is this blood?" Suddenly it began to rise into the air in clumps. Someone's voice was heard, and so they met again. The girls warily turned their gaze to the side, watching how the blood, gurgling, moved in space and seemed to line up someone's silhouette. They both trembled when Blood Rain finally appeared in front of them. He was a villain and had AB rank. In addition to this, he belonged to the enlightened class and possessed psychokinesis. Spreading his long-fingered hands to the sides, he said mockingly, "Unfortunate child." Standing on the roof of the buildings and looking down at the passing cars and crowds of people, Cassian was silent, but Moro's noted with some disappointment that it seemed that such a walk was not very helpful. He casually replied that if it was harmful, then it was better for it to stay at home. Moro's, repeating his tone, explained that it would gladly do this, but it could not leave him. Suddenly the phone in Cassian's pocket vibrated, and taking it in his hands he said in surprise, "What's this?" Moro's clarified, "Is this the same phone that Screwdriver gave? Is he keeping this to himself because of his own pride?" Cassian was excited, but did not answer anything, but exclaimed, "He needs to check what he sent there." When he opened the message, he immediately tensed up when he saw a video from a drone, which, in addition to the frightened girls, also showed an ominously smiling Blood Rain. The introduction says that Psykers are the descendants of the Child of the Day. They make up a fairly small number of people who are able to awaken their psychic abilities. After awakening, they must join the international organization of Psyker's Lampas. Unlike villains and outers, they are controlled by Lampas and government agencies. The device, frozen in the air, filmed everything that was happening. Kim Neon, covering the frightened Min Young and looking ahead, understood that he was a villain. Even by his appearance it is easy to tell that he is a natural killer. Min Young, with a trembling voice, asked, what should they do? Earlier, Kim Woo-chan gave Neon a small gadget, and when she took it, she asked, what is this? He explained that it was an emergency call device. This is not a toy, so she should handle it with care. If something happens, she can press this, and he will immediately come to her. Now, having taken out the device, she pressed the button several times, while thinking, since this is not a toy, then it should work. In the gaming center, left without lighting, Blood Rain, waving his arms, from which blood was dripping, mockingly said they should not be afraid of him, he can give them a serene eternity. But in response to this, Kim Neon only screamed furiously, showing him an indecent gesture. The madman should shut up. If he's so cool, he should show what he's capable of. He twisted his mouth dissatisfied and noted, kids are so daring these days. After that, silence hung between them for a while, until Neon realized that she needed to somehow stall for time until her brother arrived. In this regard, she sharply shouted, why? Why does he kill people? Blood Rain looked at her with sudden pity, and in response also asked, does a person need to look for reasons for what he loves? Kim Neon understood, he is definitely already crazy. However, suddenly, still smiling and licking his bloody fingers, Blood Rain agreed, okay, even if this is a stupid question, he will answer. He loves the taste of fresh blood and the sound of flesh being torn apart. This is what he lives for. His greatest pleasure. She, during this time, took off her backpack from her shoulders and began to threaten him with this, and shout that he should not come near. She will defend herself. Her brother will be here soon. He's super strong. Yes, even a brother like him would kill in 3 seconds. But this only made Blood Rain laugh, and grinning, he repeated, she says that her brother will come here? Neon, thinking he was just a mosquito-like idiot, answered yes. And then there will be nothing left of him. But he, as if addressing not her, asked a question. I wonder, when the guy sees the body of his sister without a single drop of blood inside, what will be the expression on his face? With that, Blood Rain formed a red mesh ball in his hand, causing them both to freeze. Then, he fired it in their direction, saying that until then, there would be something else. Kim Neon froze in place from the sound that reached her. The ball itself flew right past her, which was like a bullet. However, realizing that the danger had passed for her, Neon turned around and saw that the blow was intended for Min Young, who, impaled by this attack, fell unconscious. Frightened, Kim Neon began to call her, and running, she also asked her to wake up. No! She can't die! Min Young! Blood Rain, experiencing only pleasure from this scene, began to come closer, announcing that she was next. They should give a gift about meeting her brother. Neon had already closed her eyes, waiting for the blow, when suddenly someone loudly screamed, what a freak! As soon as she opened her eyes, glass suddenly broke behind her. Turning around, Kim Neon and Blood Rain froze in bewilderment, and Cassian Lee, who burst into the room, rushed straight at him, adding, here is a gift for the idiot. With these words, he waved his hand, pointing a shadow sword at Blood Rain, shouting that he could choke on it. The blade was already very close when he managed to bend back at the last moment, and returning to his original position, he smiled arrogantly. But Cassian was not going to give up, and therefore was already in the air above him, raising one hand to strike. Blood Rain also placed his palm on the ground and surprised him by turning over in the air and throwing him back with his feet. Cassian Lee, although he managed to land painlessly, still turned his attention to his pulsating hand. At that moment, looking at Cassian, he wondered, who else is this? Could it be that her brother is the villain? At the same time, Neon herself was also perplexed. Who is he? The introduction clarifies that the villains are the descendants of the Child of the Night. They are the few people who have awakened their superpowers. Unlike Psykers and humans, they are unable to control their desires, and are therefore prone to irrational or aggressive actions. Blood Rain, having looked closely, realized that he had never seen such techniques. Stop! Could this be the guy who defeated Blaster? Now he wants to compete with him? It will definitely be interesting. Smirking at his thoughts, he finally turned to Cassian, slowly sinking into the pool of blood in which he stood. They should return to this moment, but the guy should not be too happy. It will be the cause of his death. Cassian Lee, although surprised at first, then disdainfully, and even contemptuously repeated, "Will he die?" The villain knows how to speak with his teeth. Then, rushing to the attack, he added with a shout, "Come on, why is he running away?" Cassian, stretching his hand forward, wanted to grab at least the last bloody clot remaining from blood rain, but all the liquid seemed to be absorbed into the floor or dissolved in the air. Cassian Lee, grunting with displeasure, began looking around, asking, "No, where did he go?" But at the same time, Kim Neon's voice was also heard. She really wants him to listen to her. She really asks? She would like him to save her friend. And he finally turned to her pleas. At the same time, in the already night city, driving down the street in a car with Lee Dun, Kim Woo-chan said in alarm. She pressed the emergency button. Dun suggested, maybe by accident? Then she would have called and said. She wouldn't press it just like that. He calmly answered, "Okay. He's already alerted the police, so they'll be there soon." Woo-chan, looking anxiously at the phone screen, did not answer anything, only mentally praying that his sister would be okay. At the gaming center, Cassian Lee, dialing the ambulance number, said that there was an urgent patient here. He really asked them to hurry up. He then explained to Neon that he had called an ambulance, and now they needed to stop the bleeding. "Does she have anything they can use to bandage the wound?" She, with a little confusion, replied, "What? Right now?" Looking into her backpack, she kept repeating that it was elastic. Almost immediately Kim Neon handed him a cardboard package, explaining, "Here." Cassian, taking the item, asked what it was. She explained that these are tights, they stretch very well. After some time, An Minyoung's body was bandaged to stop the bleeding. Cassian Lee, turning to Moros, asked if it could scan her condition. It clarified he wants it to check how bad it is. "You don't need a system for this." With his eyes on Minyoung, Moros noted that it seemed like she could survive. Cassian noted with relief, "Good." Then Neon asked, still worried, "Will she be okay?" He confirmed this, "Yes, the main thing is that the ambulance arrives faster." This gave Kim Neon hope, from which she happily asked again, "Really?" When the light of the car headlights hit them, Cassian announced, "Here they are." Now he can leave everything to them. Neon hurried to thank him and asked in surprise, "Will he leave?" Looking at her over his shoulder, he replied that this is so, people will immediately run away when they see him. Then he left, as if vanishing into thin air, leaving Kim Neon alone. Cutting through space and jumping over the roofs of tall buildings with loud knocks, Cassian Lee ran away. Moros, moving with him, noted that they were lucky. If he had not arrived on time, they would both have died. He was silent, when suddenly he heard some noise and felt persecution. Cassian had to slow down for a long time to finally stop. Looking back, he noted out loud that it infuriates him. What is it? The same drone was hovering in the air next to him, when suddenly someone's whistle was heard. Among the falling feathers, a crow appeared not far from Cassian Lee, who happily announced that they had met again. He doesn't remember them? She is so sad that she even wants to kill him. Cassian, upon seeing her, knew exactly who this woman was. At the same time, he replied, "It is unlikely that she will be so easily forgotten." Screwdriver, who was watching what was happening thanks to the camera of the drone, ate crunchy snacks, sarcastically commenting, "He is grateful to this guy for remembering." She, coming closer, clarified, "She already said her nickname, didn't she? Her name is Crow. Suits her, doesn't it?" "What about him?" Cassian Lee said coldly that he had no nickname. But then she laughed and explained that it meant he didn't have a villainous name yet. He, not quite in the mood for conversation, said now they should get to the point. "What are these things?" Crow, turning to the drone, explained that they were using Screwdriver to catch a serial killer. Cassian clarified, "So they know the location of the crime?" She laughed and only confirmed this, "Right." Thanks to this, they learned the identity of their killer. Cassian Lee asked impatiently, "Who is he?" The crow replied that his name was Blood Rain. He is a bloodthirsty criminal who has committed gruesome murders throughout the country. They suspected him from the very beginning, but they did not have the necessary evidence. And it's difficult for them to go against their nature. But he should forget what she just said. Otherwise she will beat him to death. She wouldn't want to do anything that Screwdriver wouldn't like. And while she flirtatiously sent a kiss to one of the cameras, he, looking into the drawers of the table, asked out loud, where was his popcorn? He put it here. Suddenly, remembering something else, the crow announced, by the way, he asked to tell the guy this. All the explanations will come later, so he should just take it. With these words, she threw Cassian a small dark blue box, and having caught it, he asked, "What is this?" She explained that this was the promised reward. Having opened the box, Cassian thought to himself in surprise, are these crystals? They are of the highest quality. The introduction states that outers are psychers who do not cooperate with the state and lampas who act alone. They live a normal life like ordinary people, but there are times when they become criminals. The next morning, according to the news that Kwan Yuri was watching, the anchor reported that yesterday at 8 p.m. the villains suspected of a series of murders attacked again. But thanks to the psychers who arrived at the scene on time, casualties were avoided. Despite the fact that there is an injured schoolgirl who is currently in the hospital, her condition remains stable. Hearing this, she exhaled and then, turning to the side, asked the departing Cassian in the back, "Is he going to school?" Without turning around, he confirmed it yes. Yuri then added to tell Kan-woo to be careful. Cassian Lee still answered briefly, of course. As he walked through the city streets, he reflected that several weeks had already passed since he took over Kwan Kan-woo's body. And although the most important thing for him should be revenge on the Stripes, he needs to figure out how much he can trust him. Even a sudden appearance in Vzone. His thoughts are interrupted by the memory of the past night, when, having opened a gift, he saw 3 magic crystals of the highest quality. Taking one of them in his hands, Cassian clarified why. The crow, standing opposite with a smile, clarified, is it not enough for him? But he explained that, on the contrary, it was too much. Then she seriously noted that she also thinks so, but in any case, it's not her who decides. With his powers, it is now difficult to fight a serial killer. But there's a small tracker in the box, made by Screwdriver, so he can use it as needed. Before leaving, the crow also remembered, and yet, they determined his location and sent the guy this file. It's not like they were expecting anything, but he knows what will happen if he upsets Screwdriver. Now, narrowing his eyes, Cassian's friend turned away from his route, which made Moros confusedly clarify, is this the road to school? But he only coldly replied that he needed to go to some place. And while it sighs heavily, mentally scolding him for being a truant, Cassian Lee explains that after analyzing the materials sent by Screwdriver, he found information about Siowa School. And 2 schoolgirls whom he saved from there then. Maybe they'll find something on Blood Rain if they look there. Moros just asked tiredly, does he imagine himself to be an investigator? But he noted that he needed to try searching, even though it would take some time. Then, taking out his phone and opening the social network, he added that one of the girls was the younger sister of that popular guy from their school. They should call there. Moros, although he was extremely surprised, did not interfere, and Cassian, having dialed the required number, introduced himself, before asking, "Can you hear him? This is Kwan Kan-woo. He's a little sick and will be staying home." At the same time, Kim Woo-chan was in the Lackey Medical Center. And finally, while he was sitting in an empty corridor, Lee Dun approached him and, holding out a glass of coffee, anxiously asked, "Did he sleep at all today?" Woo-chan, looking at him with really tired eyes, just greeted him. When Dun sat down in the next seat, he took a sip and asked how Nian was. He explained that she had just fallen asleep. Then, sighing, Kim Woo-chan asked if he had seen the case materials. Lee Dun is sure to answer, of course. The security video isn't very clear, but it was definitely blood rain. Only he can suck the blood from the victim, leaving the body intact. But the serial killer is constantly making fun of things. So he's unlikely to be the one they're looking for. It's not him. Having finished his thought, he even grinned from such hopelessness. Suddenly Woo-chan said that the girls were helped by the villain. Dun, without hiding his surprise, clarified, is it the same? Thoughtful, Kim Woo-chan explained that Nian said about this, he came there to save them. No matter how crazy the villains were, he saved the man. Saved his sister. What is going on? Lee Dun listened to him, and only restrainedly replied that he didn't know. Woo-chan also recalled that last time he defeated Blaster. Who is he? And while he continued to ponder this question, his coffee slowly grew cold. Near the territory of one of the city schools there were full of students who were incessantly discussing something and laughing. Cassian, standing near the laundry building, silently watched the teenagers, while some of the girls, seeing him, giggled in embarrassment. Moros finally could not restrain himself and said, now the guy is skipping his school near another. He soon entered a small convenience store, took a can of soda, and headed to the cash register. At this time, 2 schoolgirls, looking at the seller with admiring eyes, asked, is he really not a model? The guy, embarrassed, told them that he was just a student on academic leave. Then one of the girls immediately asked where his university was located. The seller, smiling reservedly, noted, why are the girls so curious? Their conversation was interrupted by Cassian Lee, who handed over his drink and asked to count it. In response, the brunette with glasses smiled sweetly and answered, of course. The seller scanned the barcode of the item and said it cost 3,201. When Cassian began to take out a credit card from his wallet, he suddenly looked away and noticed a book called The Bride of Corinth. And while the guy was putting his soda in a bag, he still couldn't take his eyes off this. But then an elderly man came into the store and awkwardly asked if they accepted waste paper here. The guy immediately replied, of course, in a minute he will help him. In response, the man only thanked him. When the guy, holding a stack of complex cardboard boxes in his hands, headed towards the exit, he accidentally touched Cassian with his shoulder, but immediately apologized, although Moros looked at him as if suspecting something was wrong. After that, it, together with Cassian, watched as the brunette handed over the waste paper to the elderly man, and already leaving the store, Moros almost immediately announced that he needed to say something. Cassian, as if predicting his thoughts, noted that he is a villain, right? It even stopped in place when it heard this, but he explained that he immediately understood from the guy's eyes. Moros still explained that they do not know whether he is Blood Rain or not. Then Cassian suddenly said, The Bride of Corinth, this is a romance among vampires. After that, he remembered the words that Blood Rain told him before disappearing, and now repeated out loud, he will be the reason for his death. I think these are lines from that novel. Moros commented with sincere amazement, it can't be that the guy even remembers this from a past life. Cassian, opening a can of soda, explained this by the fact that even at the orphanage he became addicted to reading books. Then, taking a sip, he announced that they just had to see if they had pulled the Joker out of the deck of cards this time. After a while, at the entrance to the same 24-hour store, a bell was heard ringing, and the salesman came out into the street. Looking interestedly at something on his phone, he headed down the street. Cassian and Moros began to follow it, and after following the guy for some time, it suddenly asked, wait, isn't this the road to that school for girls? Cassian also wondered where he was going then? But suddenly he heard a loud horn, and turning his gaze to the side, he saw a huge truck rushing straight towards an elderly man, who froze in place, not understanding what was happening. At the last moment, Cassian managed to grab it and jump to the side, while the car crashed into the curb. But the driver immediately left the cabin, anxiously asking if they were okay. And while Cassian was helping the elderly man to his feet, he suddenly remembered his business, but looking to the side, he no longer saw anyone. Because of this, his face showed only irritation, and after walking through the streets a little more, they found a shopping center, the toilet of which Moros still excitedly noted that he did not even know if he should take on his villainous form here. However, Cassian explained that there are no buildings nearby with an open roof, what else can he do? Then, swallowing one of the crystals, he also added that he should not have fallen for this provocation. The next moment, a bright light burst out from the booth, and he himself calmly waited until the crystal was absorbed. Also Cassian contacted Moros and asked him to check something for him on his system. When the system window of his characteristics appeared in front of him, 2 more points were now listed in his skills, and his mana range increased to 470. Cassian immediately noted that he had 2 more skills, Shadow Hiding and Shadow Movement. What is this? It explained that his skills evolve with increasing amounts of mana. Then Cassian immediately exclaimed, meaning he can improve his abilities by eating mana crystals? When he was a Psyker, they could only improve their skills through training. Then, looking at the number, he asked in frustration, wait, his mana amount is only 470? But he ate 3 crystals, and his mana points increased by only 120, why so little? It suggested that his body must have adapted to these stones. The more he eats them, the less the effect. And someday it will approach the minimum. Cassian remained silent, but then still agreed. Yes, indeed, if people could earn mana only with crystals, it would be too easy. These guys would then be invincible. If he wants to become stronger, he cannot rely only on crystals. He needs to find another way, at least the same training. Once again, he approached Moros, asking him to show information on Blood Rain. It warned that this was the second time, he knows that he cannot use the system 3 times in one day. In response, he only irritably confirmed that he knew this. When it seemed to one system, then its ability was indicated by the awakening of villains. The peculiarity was the psyche. Blood Rain's trigger was desire, his skills included Blood Step, Blood Cutter, Blood Sphere, Hypnosis, Intimidation. The mana range was 1000. Cassian was immediately attracted by one of the points, and he said, what kind of Blood Step is this? Is this the technique he used when they met? He still has psychic powers. Moros noted that this is his distinctive feature. Cassian also added that hypnosis is also not good. As evening fell, when the hospital became empty and there were almost no doctors, something was happening in one of the wards, but no one noticed it. Behind the closed doors of the room, bloody stains first began to stand out from the floor, then Blood Rain appeared, who, having hypnotized several members of the staff, ordered his lovely servants to bring them to him. In the empty corridor, only a few doctors were talking while 2 guards stood at the entrance. In one of the rooms Min Young lay unconscious. Kim Neon was sitting next to her, and looking at the list of villains, she thought disappointedly, there is nothing, who is he really? Unexpectedly, someone from behind who entered the room called her and coming closer, the nurse said that they should examine Min Young. Neon was surprised and asked in disbelief, at such a time? One of the doctors who came to them explained that this was a very important examination. He thinks it's even better for her to go with them. She, feeling more and more confused, repeated she? Nodding his head, the doctor only smiled in response. Gradually, the city plunged more and more into the night, and Cassian, using the shadow as a web, moved along the walls of tall buildings until he finally found himself on the roof. But immediately he seemed to fall down, and again began to jump from house to house. While silently noting shadow hiding and movement, it turns out he can combine his abilities. However, then the voice of Moros was heard, which warned him that he should not rejoice too much. When he again found himself on one of the roofs, it explained that it was watching him. The guy is spending too much mana. He only needs to use it in certain circumstances. In response to this, Cassian said rudely, "It's happening again." But they were prevented from quarreling by the squeak that the telephone made, and he immediately noted, apparently this. Of course, it was predictable, but that bastard Blood Rain went to the hospital for a schoolgirl. He was lucky to click on tracking in time. With these words, Cassian recalls how earlier he managed to attach a screwdriver device to the seller's jacket. After the memory is replaced by the face of a crying Kim Neon, and then, having prepared himself, Cassian jumps up, decisively exclaiming, he needs to hurry. In the barely lit and almost empty parking lot, Neon's excited voice is heard, addressed to the medical workers. What are they doing? Why would they load Min Young into the ambulance if they said they were going for a checkup? The doctor brushed her off with what he said, this is a very important check that is not carried out in their hospital. She, still doubting his words, asked how this was so? But suddenly someone's voice, familiar to Kim Neon, was heard from behind, a test of loyalty. Turning around, she saw Blood Rain, who softly said how glad he was to meet his future food. She, horrified, loudly shouted to the doctors that there was a villain here. They must run. However, Neon immediately fell silent, seeing instead of the doctors' faces only gray masks with red eyes. Blood Rain, approaching her and running a long finger along her chin, still calmly explained that they obey only him, and soon she will become an equally obedient puppet. But even when he grabbed her chin, Kim Neon confidently replied, no, she won't be like that. At the same moment she diligently pressed the button of a special device. Blood Rain, smiling, continued to say, she is so brave, strong and strong-willed. Or perhaps she will even become his bride. But immediately someone's furious scream was heard. Had he gone crazy? What nonsense! At first they both froze in confusion, but then began to look around, and Blood Rain in response irritably asked, who else is this? But then the man ordered to duck on the count of 3. Kim Neon immediately realized that it was addressed to her, while he was thinking, is it really this guy again? But again there was a cry, 3. She immediately performed the required action, and Cassian, who jumped from somewhere above, flew over her, rushed straight at Blood Rain, and kicked him with all his might, throwing him back. Having stayed on his feet, he just wanted to look in front of him, but again he saw only Cassian's approaching boot. He also failed to avoid a new attack, and now Blood Rain flew into the wall, leaving a dent there. Baring his sharp fangs, he shouted angrily, no! The guy is disturbing him again. Cassian, swinging his arms, resolutely said that it was time for him to finish off the villain. Blood Rain was so stunned that he only looked at the approaching fist, barely managing to tilt his head to the side in time to avoid dying. Almost growling, he also wanted to grab Cassian and use the bloody cutter. His fingers extended like sword blades, pointed forward, but Cassian deftly ducked, delivering another blow to Blood Rain's jaw. Without stopping, Cassian shouted for him to die and slammed him into the wall once again. Blood Rain, although actually getting wounded, suddenly found himself face to face with him and used hypnosis, flashing his red eyes and joyfully exclaiming, the guy was caught. But seeing that even despite the change in the shade of Cassian Lee's eyes, he reached out his hand and grabbed his face. Blood Rain said in confusion, "Where is he reaching?" Cassian Lee pushed Blood Rain away from him a long distance. Blood Rain suddenly disappeared into thin air. Small black particles began to slowly fall down. Suddenly Cassian Lee grabbed Blood Rain's head. He brought it down sharply, raising his fist. He asked a question: was he happy all this time and lived without worries? He raised his fist again and shouted that it was time to hit him very well. Blood Rain bared his teeth, starting to laugh. Cassian Lee asked him a threatening question: is he funny? He immediately confirmed this and said that of course, because all he could do was laugh. Kim Neon listened to this conversation with trembling in his body. Blood Rain meanwhile looked to the side and said that he could not defeat him. This is exactly how it was created. Cassian Lee asked him a question: what did he say? Blood Rain grinned, lighting up scarlet. This aura began to surround him, showing only a smile and eyes. He laughed smugly. Cassian Lee looked at this in shock. Blood Rain suddenly disintegrated into bloody liquid, splashing in all directions. Cassian Lee looked at this in shock. He continued to stand in the position in which he pinned Blood Rain to the ground. Moros looked down and said that there was some annoying enemy. He narrowed his eyes and added that physical attacks were useless while he was in a state of blood. Cassian Lee remained silent. He mentally cursed, thinking that if only he had his flame now. Suddenly someone asked the question: where is he? Cassian Lee and Moros turned to the side in surprise. The doctor put his hand on his neck and asked the question: why is he in the parking lot? The nurses next to him looked around in surprise. Kim Neon walked up to them and asked if they were okay. Moros suggested that they woke up from hypnosis. He looked at their worried faces. Cassian Lee suddenly shouted for the nurses to quickly take the patient to safety. The doctor suddenly turned to the deity and asked the question: is he a villain? Cassian Lee's whole body tensed. The next moment, he quickly began to run away from the building. Kim Neon put her palm forward and shouted at him to stop. Later, she made an incomprehensible sound, looking forward with disappointment and sadness. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, covered the distance with great speed. Suddenly someone exclaimed that he couldn't run far anyway. Cassian Lee ignored the voices and continued to pick up speed. Once again, someone shouted that they needed to go catch him before it was too late. Moros looked ahead with emotion. Kim Woo-chan and Lee Dun ran ahead. Later they came to the exit of the building. They stopped, taking a fighting pose. Cassian Lee also braked sharply. Lee Dun shouted that he was a villain. Cassian Lee's mouth opened in shock. He asked the question: is this him? Kim Woo-chan looked forward with the same incomprehension. Lee Dun, meanwhile, took his sword out of its sheath. The next moment, he began to use the legendary sword, which quickly flew forward. Cassian Lee raised his fist and asked reproachfully: who attacks so immediately? He pushed aside several swords that suddenly changed direction and shouted to get them out of the way. The swords, starting to spin, flew in the opposite direction. Lee Dun grabbed the hilt of one of the swords with a deft movement of his hand. He shouted to Kim Woo-chan the question: why is he standing and doing nothing? Kim Woo-chan continued to stand there stunned. He began to think. Kim Neon said that he saved her life. He continued to brood thoughtfully, saying nothing. There were many pictures in his head. It was the funeral of his relative. Suddenly someone called his name very loudly. Kim Woo-chan returned to reality and frowned as he looked ahead. He extended his palm forward, from which a fiery glow emanated, and said what was needed. He put his palm forward and exclaimed that they need to destroy all the villains. Suddenly, a flash of fire began to spread from his hand. Cassian Lee quickly ran straight towards his attack. He raised his hand, summoning his energy. A huge long blue streak pierced the fiery flash. It was a shadow sword. Cassian Lee cursed angrily and exclaimed that they were annoying him. Lee Dun, meanwhile, approached him from behind, swinging his sword. Cassian Lee noticed movement to the side and looked closely. Lee Dun began to use a star flare, which was rapidly approaching Cassian Lee. Cassian Lee looked at this in shock. Suddenly, a starburst hit him in the side. He frowned as he looked at the wound. Lee Dun meanwhile shouted that now. He added that they should finish him off. I quickly began to run forward, swinging my arms with fire. Cassian Lee turned in his direction, alert. Kim Woo-chan put his palm forward again and said with a cool expression that there was a flash. Cassian Lee froze in shock as he watched it approach him. He remembered how Kim Neon screamed that he saved her. Kim Woo-chan opened his eyes in shock. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, barely noticeably turned his head, looking at everything carefully. He noticed the window and had a guess. Cassian Lee jumped into it with great speed in the next moment. Kim Woo-chan froze in place, stunned. He began to wipe his face with his hand. Lee Dun suddenly called his name and asked a question. Is he completely out of his mind? Kim Woo-chan made a questioning sound as he looked at him with confusion. He later apologized to him for this. Lee Dun asked him a question, putting his sword on his shoulder. What is wrong with him today? After some time, on one of the treasures in the second sector, someone hit the sign with a sword and asked the question, what was it? He said that everything seemed to be filled with shadows. He suggested by asking the question, attributes of darkness? This is the first time he has seen such a technique. Lee Dun asked how to report what happened to him. Kim Woo-chan remained thoughtfully silent, lowering his head. Lee Dun touched his shoulder and told him not to stand around doing nothing. Kim Woo-chan looked up at him thoughtfully. Lee Dun said with a smile that he should already follow his sister. Kim Woo-chan looked down thoughtfully. Later he said quietly that it was good. Lee Dun continued to keep his hand on his shoulder. Some time later, the sky was covered with different colors. Suddenly, someone swore angrily, saying, "Wow!" The same voice added that he had missed them. It happened again. It was very bad. Blood rain limped along the street, illuminated by the first rays of dawn. He cursed irritably and said that this time it didn't work out again. He looked at the pink sky with red clouds and said through his teeth that his throat was dry. Blood rain wandered down the street with his glasses and clothes stained with blood. He smiled predatorily, revealing his fangs. Stopping in front of the Red Juice Club, he thought that if he went there, he could quench his thirst. After some time, a disco ball was spinning inside the club and casting bright reflections. There were a lot of people dancing on the dance floor. Blood Rain came up and pressed himself from behind to the slender girl, who glanced sideways at him in surprise. She asked with a smile why there was blood on his shirt. Handsome got hurt somewhere? Blood Rain told her in her ear that it wasn't like that, he was just really thirsty. The girl asked in surprise, should I drink? Does he want her to buy him a cocktail? Blood Rain smiled slyly and said that he needed something tastier. He transformed into a monster and brought his fangs closer to her neck. He said angrily that it tasted better than a regular cocktail. After some time, a blue car drove quickly along the road, illuminating its path with bright headlights. A message was heard in the car that there was an emergency at the Red Juice Club. A Bloodrain-like villain has attacked citizens. Lee Dun gritted his teeth angrily and said that he was crazy. He hit the steering wheel with his palm and asked, is he completely out of his mind? Kim Woo-chan looked at him and asked what happened. Lee Dun angrily reported that Blood Rain had attacked the locals. He asked irritably, how long will this last? Kim Woo-chan looked ahead thoughtfully. He remembered that when he saw Kim Nyeon in the crowd, he called her name excitedly. She looked in his direction in surprise. Kim Woo-chan asked excitedly, is she okay? Kim Nyeon was surprised by his appearance. He grabbed her hands and worriedly asked the question, is she injured? She looked down and quietly said that he saved her. Kim Woo-chan asked in bewilderment, what? Kim Nyeon looked down thoughtfully and said that that villain saved her last time. Kim Woo-chan, while in the car, was deep in thought. A blue car was speeding down a city street. Over time, it was dawn outside and the night lights went out. Cassian Lee held his hand to the bleeding wound. Pressing himself against the wall, he sighed heavily. Moros said it's good, everyone is alive. He looked suspiciously at Cassian Lee and said that it seemed to him that he was not himself. Cassian Lee looked at him in surprise and asked in what sense? Moros began to explain that he doesn't behave like that at all when he fights villains. He looked forward and asked the question, was it really only because his opponents were Psykers? Cassian Lee pursed his lips and looked forward, remaining silent. He said later that this would not happen again. He looked at his palm, imagining a moment from a past life, and said, this is because his enemies are not only villains. Moros approached him and said that his wound was almost healed. Cassian Lee looked at the shining side with wounds and remained silent. Moros watched this with equal attention. Cassian Lee suddenly raised the glowing red sensor and asked the question, what else? Stunned, he began to read the information on it. Meanwhile at the club, music played muffledly in the room and the lights continued to shine in different colors. Many people lay in a bloody puddle. A man protecting his head with his hands was lying on the floor close to the table. Lee Dun and Kim Woo-chan looked at it growing up. Blood Rain, meanwhile, sat in an arrogant pose on a chair and drank something from a glass. He grinned and said that now he had quenched his thirst. He added that it was great. Li Dun called him an idiot. He asked the question, how dare he do this to all these people? Blood Rain told him to keep quiet. Li Dun froze in place, stunned. Blood Rain said that it was better for him not to interfere while he recovered. Li Dun frowned angrily. Blood Rain, meanwhile, looked down, noticing the last living person, who was shaking violently with fear. Li Dun looked at the girl, who was shaking all over while lying on the floor. He muttered through his teeth that they needed to help the survivors and capture him. Suddenly, the glass with the remaining blood began to fall down, spilling out the rest of it. Blood Rain said that he was now finished. At that same second, he raised his hand, summoning his energy. It was a spear of blood that was rapidly moving forward. Li Dun frowned, looking at this in shock. Kim Woo-chan's eyes widened. Li Dun suddenly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. He swung the blade of his sword, breaking the spear of blood. Kim Woo-chan, meanwhile, quickly began to run forward. He summoned a fiery flame, swinging it straight at the Blood Rain approaching him. Kim Woo-chan put his palm forward. Someone shouted at him to stop. Li Dun displeasedly asked him a question. Does he really want to hurt the survivors? Kim Woo-chan turned in his direction in surprise. Blood Rain grinned and said that now was not the time to worry about the others. Li Dun looked forward in horror. Blood Rain approached him, summoning his energy again. He shouted at them to think about themselves. Li Dun pushed him back straight into the wall with all his strength. He broke through it. Small stones began to fly in all directions. Li Dun started coughing up blood. Blood Rain, meanwhile, approached him, not allowing him to move anywhere. He said with a grin that this is the perfect ending. Blood Rain slammed his palms straight into his face with all his strength, causing a bloody blow. Kim Woo-chan screamed desperately, calling Li Dun's name. Blood Rain hit Li Dun in the face with all his strength, pushing him back. He laughed smugly as he looked down. Kim Woo-chan began to approach his back, raising his fiery fist. He hit it with all his might, causing a large flash of fire. Blood Rain dodged the blow and said, looking at the back of the stunned Kim Woo-chan, that this was an excellent technique. He asked a question, but what's the point if he still can't hit? Kim Woo-chan turned sharply to the side and mentally asked the question, why? Blood Rain swung his palm, shouting angrily. He struck directly at Kim Woo-chan's chest, causing several deep wounds. Kim Woo-chan looked down, seeing blood flowing out of his chest in streams, and mentally cursed. Blood Rain, meanwhile, again reached out to him with his palm, trying to strike again. Kim Woo-chan reacted sharply by swinging his leg. From his blow, Blood Rain immediately jumped back in several jumps, and later began to quickly run towards him again. Kim Woo-chan shouted at him to get away from him. Kim Woo-chan sat down on the floor and grabbed his wounded chest, beginning to breathe heavily. He looked up weakly, pressing his lips tightly together. Many drops of blood dripped onto the floor, creating a puddle. Blood Rain put his hand to his chin and grinning said that this was not enough. He bit his finger and said if he had hit him more accurately, he would have broken all his bones. Kim Woo-chan looked forward tensely and thought that he was too strong. He began to reason further. Without fire magic it would be difficult to defeat him. Blood Rain looked at him with a smile and told him not to make such a sad expression on his face. He put his palm forward and began to explain further that he was still a hostage and should only obey him. He asked a question, does he know about this? Kim Woo-chan suddenly heard someone call Kim Nian. He opened his eyes in shock. Blood Rain began to remember her, and said that he also has a sister who is engaged in modeling. He made some inquiries about her. Blood Rain began to argue further that this sweet and brave girl deceived even him. He thought that the villain with black hair was her brother. Blood Rain imagined Cassian in his head. He said that it means she needs to be punished well for such a lie. Kim Woo-chan rose to his feet and said angrily if he did anything to his sister. He put his palm forward, burning with flame, and shouted that he would kill him. Blood Rain grinned and thought he was caught. He would finally taste the blood of a raging Psyker. Blood Rain began to reason further, looking at Kim Woo-chan that this was very special. He said he sees that he believed in himself. Blood Rain moved his fingers threateningly, and said that then he would give him a chance to stay alive. Some time later, Blood Rain noticed that this place was a great fit for the two of them. He asked a question, he can fully use his powers. They stood on a building made of bricks. Kim Woo-chan began to flex his fists, looking at him carefully, and said that it would be very good. Blood Rain mentally reasoned that this was a great place. He realized that he could drink all his blood while enjoying the starry sky. Kim Woo-chan opened his eyes in shock. He began to rapidly run forward, swinging his fiery palm, and said that he would have to regret it. He used the flash and exclaimed for bringing him here. The fiery flash began to approach Blood Rain with all speed. Blood Rain grinned widely, showing his snow-white teeth. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, he jumped up, doing a somersault and thus dodging the blow. Kim Woo-chan looked at this in shock, continuing to put his palm forward. Blood Rain quickly reacted and reached out to attack with his palm facing forward. He grabbed Kim Woo-chan's neck with it. Blood Rain asked him a question, and that's all he can do? He began to approach him, and assumed that their Psyker was not trying at all. Blood Rain sharply pulled Kim Woo-chan's neck. Blood Rain, meanwhile, exclaimed that he had something to show. The next moment he threw Kim Woo-chan away from him with all his strength. Some time later, someone stepped in a pool of blood. Cassian looked at everything carefully and noticed that it was a nightmare. Moros remained silent in agreement. Cassian looked to the side, noticing deep streaks on the wall. He ran his palm over it, and noticed that it was a large mark. Moros said that this is a trace of quite strong magic. Cassian mentally asked the question, did he really do this? He looked to the side, noticing Lee Dun lying unconscious. He looked at him, noticing the skin dirty with dust, and said that he was definitely. Cassian leaned towards him and asked the question, is he dead? Moros looked at him coolly and said that he was still alive. Cassian asked the question, was Kim Woo-chan also with him? He asked where he was. Moros looked back, noticing the sword. It called his name and told him to look. Cassian looked to the side warily. He noticed the sword and asked the question, what is it? Moros explained that this is a magical weapon. Cassian took it in his hands. He agreed, looking at the blade of the sword, and said that he could feel the energy from it. Moros told him that this was their chance. It added that they needed to extract the magic crystals from it. Cassian looked at him thoughtfully and, agreeing, said that it was possible. He immediately added that it only belonged to him. He looked at him thoughtfully, and said that it was possible. He immediately added that it only belonged to him. He thought of Lee Dun as he looked at the sword. He said that although he didn't care. Later, he threw the sword back down. Cassian held 2 orange stones in his palm. The next moment he put it in his mouth. Moros watched his actions carefully. Suddenly, the entire area around Cassian began to sparkle. Black stripes began to surround him. He looked at it in shock. Black stripes began to enter Cassian's chest, causing an even brighter glow. He looked forward, and his pupils took on a multicolored appearance. Moros watched this in shock. Suddenly, Cassian's entire body began to sparkle with black threads. He said that this time he didn't even have to use his system. Moros looked at him with confusion. Cassian looked to the side and thought that he really liked this feeling. Under the light of the moon, on the rungs of a construction crane, 3 unknown people, watching what was happening below, thoughtfully discussed something for a long time. They should wait a little. But they were tired of snacks. Kim Woo-chan, accumulating fiery energy, swung with a loud cry and tried to attack Blood Rain, but he easily stopped his fist, still smiling. Woo-chan was confused, but he said smugly, this makes no sense. At the same time, Blood Rain, forming a bloody ball in his other hand, sharply hit Kim Woo-chan in response, causing him to feel a piercing pain in the place where he already had a wound. Blood Rain, coming closer and releasing sharp claws, continued to speak, laughing, the guy is too weak. A stupid creature who can only blame his weakness. He will absorb it into his body, so he just has to become part of the great and live forever. However, his such pathetic speech was interrupted by loud laughter, and Blood Rain himself, without turning around, grabbed the stone that was thrown at him. Cassian, who appeared behind him, also contemptuously noted that it even hurt him to look at it. When Blood Rain finally turned around, Cassian sternly added, the villain will stop talking nonsense. She's just a disgusting insect. He glanced at him and licked his bloody fingers, noting that the boy with black hair was starting to bore him. Cassian said caustically in response, this is what he hears from someone who is always running away from the battlefield. Laughing loudly, Blood Rain said that now his condition is not the same as before. Having absorbed the blood of those people, he became much stronger. Strength overwhelms him. It's intoxicating. Even if an S-class Psyker came, he would easily kill him. Cassian didn't seem to be impressed at all, and he just asked indifferently, right? Finally, the painful cough of the trembling Kim Woo-chan was heard, and as soon as their eyes met, he wondered, is this still the same guy? But the silence was interrupted by Blood Rain who, having now formed as many as 4 powerful balls, announced that they must see his invincible power. Wu-chan, seeing this, realized with horror, no. He wasn't fighting at his full strength when he fought him. Blood Rain actually directed the attack forward, using a blood spear aimed at Cassian, but he did not retreat, but concentrated and tried to block it with 2 shadow swords. But bright red streams, rounding the obstacle, tightly entwined his wrists. Blood Rain, instantly approaching, thought with pleasure the boy was caught. Then, swinging wide, he tried to hit him with his sharp claws, but almost immediately he was confused. Cassian, who had just been right in front of him, was now behind him, surrounded by shadow. Then Blood Rain, clenching his teeth and bending his hand into a fist, wanted to attack him again, but as expected, Cassian managed to duck down and, without getting up, prepared to strike him in the jaw. Then, finally standing, he added another kick to the stomach. Blood Rain did not have time to make any defense while Cassian rained down more and more blows on him. Asked, did the villain say that he would show him invincible power? When? From a powerful attack to the face, Blood Rain flew back, turning over in the air. Kim Woo-chan, who was nearby, could not understand how. He wasn't like that at all in the hospital. Was this guy really hiding his real powers? Who is he? And while Blood Rain, breathing heavily and cursing, tried to get up, Cassian heading towards him reminded him that he said even an S-class Psyker couldn't defeat him? The answer at first was again his crooked grin, which made Cassian immediately assume that he was about to run away again. And Blood Rain, turning red from the blood he absorbed, replied that despite the relationship between them, he recognized that the boy was stronger. But physical attacks alone cannot kill him. His work may turn to blood. Next time. But just as Blood Rain was really about to disappear from the battlefield, Cassian shouted that there would be no next time. Along with this, he used shadow capture and added that he needed to get rid of such an idiot like him immediately. Even Kim Woo-chan, still just watching what was happening from the side, became wary, and Cassian, creating a blue flame in his palm, seemed to say in a voice not his own, he's about to fry him thoroughly. Blood Rain opened his eyes in horror when a firework of darkness was directed at him. The information window now states that his villain abilities include catastrophic power, and his traits include darkness and dark fire. Healing, shadow movement and dark fireworks are added to the skills. The mana range expands to 520. It is worth noting that supports have the ability to create buffs and debuffs, as well as healing. Their direct combat ability is inferior to other classes. In battles against villains, they primarily serve as logistical support. In the hospital, news from YBC is broadcast, in which the anchor says that after a fierce battle, the villain known as Blood Rain was arrested in the Kadam district. A famous killer who terrorizes the entire country has been caught by the young Psyker Kim Woo-chan. In the ward there is a loud exclamation from Lee Dun, who, slapping him on the shoulder, notes that the guy is great. He did a good job. But they almost lost. However, Woo-chan coldly and quietly replied that it was not him. To Dun's surprise, Kim Woo-chan lowered his head and explained that he just called headquarters when it was all over. Earlier, when the three were already unconscious, Cassian held him by the hair. Woo-chan, watching this with wide eyes, wondered, is this fire? He thought that the guy could only control shadows, but he has double power. He sees this for the first time. Finally, Cassian, calling out to him, asked him to quickly inform the police that the criminal had been caught. Kim Woo-chan also noted that he told everyone that he wasn't the one who caught Blood Rain, but in the end everyone made him out to be a hero. Lee Dun, after listening carefully to him, clarified, is this the guy who fought with Blaster? Woo-chan repeated again, yes, he caught Blood Rain. Silence reigned in the room for a few more minutes, until Dun, now also in a rather serious mood, chuckled thoughtfully and said, that is, does he feel guilty for not doing anything? Woo-chan remained silent, pursing his lips and frowning his eyebrows, but then Lee Dun plopped down on the hospital bed, and sighing with relief, exclaimed, that's it. They should stop being sad. Everything ended well. There will be other villains, and he will still have time to show his strength. But suddenly Dun stood up sharply, exclaiming, by the way, where is his sword? Kim Woo-chan explained that the police said they would take care of it. And again Lee Dun relaxed and said, that's great. Mentally he turned to weapons, thinking that Daddy was going to his favorite sword. Woo-chan, turning to the window, again plunged into his thoughts. At the same time, on the school grounds, while classes were going on, the same gang gathered in one of the deserted corners. Oppa opened the chat and saw links to news, called the dangerous killer Blood Rain, who was caught, the modern hero Kim Woo-chan fought and caught the famous villain who was terrorizing the entire country. After reading this, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "It can't be. They saw? Woo-chan caught the villain." One of them added in agreement, "Incredible." Oppa, wrying his face, said, "It's good that they didn't go to the club yesterday, otherwise they would have been killed." And the brunette, who was also leaning over and looking at the phone, laughed while he thought, how long has it been since his friend looked in the mirror? They wouldn't let him in there. He's too confident. And while the two rejoiced at the capture of the criminal, Ki-hun was serious, turning to Kwak Taegu, who was sitting opposite, and asking, "Does he remember that guy?" Taegu, releasing a cloud of cigarette smoke from his mouth, explained that that guy then hit him right in the head. He is still being treated. He suddenly stood up to yell at him very clearly, "Maybe give him more money for medicine." Kwak Taegu calmly said that he was telling it like it is. "Why yell like that?" Ki-hun, still angry, clarified, "Is he really going to leave everything as it is? They need to call the guys and figure it out." However, Taegu immediately responded decisively that he would not do this. He, perplexed, exclaimed, "What?" Kwak Taegu, a little embarrassed, still noted, "Does he really think that this guy is so simple? In fact, he is even more afraid of that guy than Kim Woo-chan who catches the villains." These eyes were inhuman. Saying all this, Taegu's hands shook with memories, and Ki-hun did not dare to say anything to him again. During a break in class, funny loud discussions among students. "Did they see? Woo-chan is so cool. It gives me goosebumps." Moros, watching them, said, "Everyone is so noisy today." But Cassian Lee, not paying any attention to the teenagers and putting the phone on the table, noted that he would need to meet with them. By this he meant all those whom he had met earlier in Vzone. Leaning back in his chair, Cassian added, "They needed this to check something." It immediately asked what exactly? But he never answered. On the narrow streets of Vzone, steady tapping can be heard. Black and red leaflets flew out of a toy gun, while a pink-haired girl, inflating a bubble gum ball, drew with an aerosol can on the wall, at the same time sticking these same leaflets there. A bald man approached her from behind, holding a bucket with a rag in his hands, wearing protective gloves and an apron and being a cleaner. A squeak was heard from another building, followed by tapping. Screwdriver was on one of the many abandoned floors, trying to make something. As soon as he heard the sounds of approaching steps, he immediately sternly noted, "Entering the house, people need to say hello." A tall and long-haired man in a colorful suit answered contemptuously, "His place is very dirty, he should clean it up at least once." One of the girls who was with him, even defiantly holding her nose with her hand, added, "It stinks of dampness in here." Screwdriver, turning to them, still rudely asked, "Have they just arrived and are already talking nonsense?" The guy reminded that it was he who called them. Screwdriver, grinning and throwing the screwdriver over his shoulder, repeated he. "Truth?" Soon, having prepared cold juice with ice, he asked if they had seen him fight. The man nodded, confirming this, of course. Royal Gannet, being a villain, had an A rank, belonged to the enlightened class and had the skill of fossils. Resting his head on his hand, he also added that it was like they were going to a movie. They didn't want to look away until the very end. Screwdriver asked again, what would they say? Otto, an A-rank villainess who had the enlightened class and the poison skill, took chocolate cookies from a plate and, on the contrary, said displeasedly that there was neither a normal script nor a well-thought-out story. Too many clichés. Aroma, also an A-rank villainess, but belonging to the hunter class and possessing the wind skill, confirmed this, a lot of clichés. However, Royal, having removed the crumb from Otto's cheek, still insisted he liked everything. The main actor gave an excellent performance. It was as if he saw a shining black diamond. Screwdriver, still making their drinks, chuckled and said he would take it as a compliment. Royal Gannet, grinning again, said in a different way, "Did he know that's why he sent them? Because he has 2 elements?" Hearing this, Screwdriver froze. Then, turning to them, he remained silent for a few more seconds, while they looked back in the same way. Finally, with a chuckle, Screwdriver noted that now everything was clear to him. Royal asked in alarm, "What? He doesn't know?" He explained that he assumed that the guy was not like the other villains. Then, laughing, Royal Gannet still announced, after all, he didn't know. This is the first time he hears about a villain with 2 powers. But Screwdriver stunned them by confidently saying it was possible. This happened a long time ago. These existed back in the era of myths. Walking through the evening streets of Vzone, Cassian Lee thought, this is not a prison for villains. This is just a place where they can calmly move with peace of mind, without fear of running into a quarrel with Psykers. In general, this is a haven for everyone except Psykers. Stopping, he added out loud that he still couldn't get used to this place. Moros was simply silent, when suddenly a voice came from above. He was on time. Screwdriver sitting on a thin crossbar, a rather kind answer that the guy has somehow changed. He's really glad to see them. Soon, they came to the Heaven pub, lost among the same type of dirty buildings. The place was full of people, and glasses with a colorful drink appeared on the bar counter in front of them. Screwdriver, moving one of them closer to Cassian, explained that the grapefruit juice here is very tasty. They should have a drink and look around Vzone. Then, taking out a familiar blue box, he added, "Here's another," as he promised. Focusing his glasses, Screwdriver also noted in surprise, but his mana increased. Did the guy really get hold of real crystals? Cassian lied from where? He clarified with surprise, yes? But at the same time Screwdriver kept thinking, how did he do it? Last time the mana was only 300, but now this guy has more than 500. He wouldn't have been able to pump up like that with the crystals he gave him. Maybe it has something to do with his powers? Cassian, having drunk the drink, took the box in his hands and, upon opening it, noted that he was wondering how he gets them? Who is the supplier? But immediately a new voice was heard in response. It was him. They turned around and saw Uchiha in front of them, who had a very memorable style and smiled sweetly at them. Then, he created a small chess piece similar to Cassian, pushing it towards him along with the plate on which the sandwiches were lying, explaining that this was a gift to their dear guests. Screwdriver introduced him. This is the owner of the pub, Uchiha. He is an outer. He now calmly greeted Cassian. But turning to Uchiha, he asked him to sell them the crystals cheaper. But Uchiha, although he smiled, still reminded that it couldn't be cheaper anyway. The dear client must understand this. He, moving even closer with a smile, asked, "How is it?" He thought that he could make a discount for his friends too. But Uchiha responded in the same friendly tone that he separates business and personal. Cassian, watching him from the side, thought out in Vzone, he must have an interesting story behind him. Finally he also said that he wanted to ask something. He can buy crystals too, right? Uchiha readily answered, of course, if he is a resident of Vzone. Cassian was immediately puzzled and repeated, resident? Screwdriver noted that he should just move here. But then, Cassian asked displeasedly, does he want him to move and work for him? He realized that it would not be possible to persuade him so easily, so he answered a little offendedly, well, he didn't need it. First the guy will have to take a test, it will show who is who. He can become a boss too. Uchiha clarified with surprise, does he want to quit his position? Screwdriver confirmed this, admitting that it has been for a long time. Uchiha was about to try to dissuade him, but then Cassian intervened in the conversation, who firmly said that he was not interested in this. Then Screwdriver started asking him why. Vzon's boss has a lot of privileges. Cassian suggested that in this case he should stay in this position since everything was so good. Then Uchiha tried to persuade him, telling him that he could give any commands if he was the boss, he would have subordinates, and an amazing training room. Cassian, grinning again and taking a sip of his drink, repeated that, as he had already said, he didn't care. However, Uchiha sharply added that the guy would also be able to get any crystals on the black market. This made Cassian widen her eyes and look up at him, wondering if he was the black merchant. But at the same time, turning his head to the side and also seeing a bald man in a suit behind the bar, he thought, this one is still here. They must be serious guys. Finally, Screwdriver named one more plus. If he becomes a boss, his salary will correspond to his activities. But this is classified information. Cassian immediately asked how much? Then Screwdriver called him over with a gesture and began to whisper the amount in his ear, which also made a great impression on Cassian. After that, there was a pause between all three, and he, remembering everything that had been said, really thought about it. At the same time, a black hand was sitting on one of the old and collapsed buildings, holding a sandwich in its teeth, from which food was falling out, and said displeasedly, "This is not tasty. Is this even real meat?" The next moment, starting to trample the food, he began to shout, how much longer can he eat such disgusting stuff? He wants a chicken burger. The villain Crush standing next to him, with rank B+, striker class and strength skill, calmly added, and he also wants fast food. He loves pizza very much, but he can't remember the last time he ate it. Black Hand, still continuing to scream, reminded me that it was he who destroyed the pizzeria in Vzone. Crush responded by explaining that he couldn't stand pineapple pizza. Then he exclaimed again, "What a moron!" Their argument was interrupted by someone's voice, "They are here." When they both turned around, they saw that Cutter had come to them, who was also a B-rank villain, had the assassin class and the wind skill. He sternly announced that now was not the time to talk about pizza. The Black Hand involuntarily clarified, "What? Has he gone completely crazy from living here?" But Cutter explained that he had found it. He immediately clarified who he found. Cutter explained, he found the villain he was attacking. The Black Hand also opened his eyes, and remembered how earlier he had to fight with Cassian, and then began to furiously scream, "Where is he?" Cutter explained that he was with Screwdriver. Until he immediately exclaimed, "What?" Then he clarified, "He's thinking of going after him?" He answered emphatically, "Of course." Then, calmer, but no less sternly, he added that Screwdriver had introduced a ban on fighting in Vzone, but today he would break it. Meanwhile, among the destroyed houses, someone slammed a shovel into the ground, digging it up. Screwdriver turned to the side, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and explained that his name was Earth Dog and he loved digging. Earth Dog continued to dig in silence. Screwdriver explained that Cleaner was behind him. He put the broom on his shoulders and noticed that Earth Dog had scattered everything. He will clean it up. Earth Dog cursed and told him to leave already. Screwdriver explained that he is the killer of every dust. He began to say further that they were both crazy, but absolutely harmless. A girl with a pistol was watching them. Screwdriver explained that they would not attack first, but they could fight back. He added that this is why Vzone needs such people. Cassian frowned and thought that this was not how he imagined the villains to be. He looked up and added that it was all because of him. Cassian suddenly questioned why he tasked him with catching Blood Rain. Screwdriver replied that they had a traitor. Cassian frowned in confusion. Screwdriver began to explain that he needed to trick the traitor around his finger. He must choose a person who is not affiliated with him, or Vzone. Screwdriver continued to walk forward and told him, if he didn't know, then villains also have their divisions, just like Psykers. He added that those who follow the rules. He introduced Crow. Screwdriver explained that there are those who do not pay attention to this and create their own coalitions. Cassian asked the question, "What?" He says there is a connection between Blood Rain, Vzone and the traitor? Screwdriver explained that Blood Rain is just a pawn in a larger game. He looked thoughtfully at the sunset sky and added that he was sure that there was something more behind it. He explained that they want to bring Vzone to an end. Cassian looked down thoughtfully and said that he was not interested. Screwdriver turned to the side and said he knew he would say that. Screwdriver laughed and said that this is why he likes him. Cassian looked at him with confusion. Screwdriver told him to become a resident of Vzone. Cassian stood in front of him, stunned. Later he said what kind of nonsense this is. Screwdriver, meanwhile, said that he was betting his life. He really asks him about it. After some time in the city, in one of the restaurant buildings. Inside this were tables with covered eating utensils. Kwan Yuri looked at the bottles of wine. She thoughtfully leaned her pen to her face and held an album with sheets of paper in her hands. She mentally asked, "Did Kwan Kanwoo have dinner?" Kwan Yuri began to reason further. Since she gave him the card, they have not been able to talk. Suddenly one of the waiters called her name. "Kwan Yuri?" The waiter told her that the director was looking for her. Kwan Yuri asked in surprise, "Her?" Meanwhile, someone's voice was heard in the corridor, "That's for sure." The director spoke on the phone and explained that she was an excellent employee, so there should be no problems. The person who spoke to the director replied that she was a worthy person, so he was looking forward to meeting her. The director replied that he was even very sorry to lose such a valuable employee. The girl asked again, "What is it?" She said with a smile that she now feels guilty. Suddenly, someone knocked on the director's door. Kwan Yuri said it was her. The director sighed regretfully and replied that she was already here. He hung up the call, looked at the phone screen, and said that now they will see the next call. The girl also hung up, looking at the phone screen with a smile. There were roses and vases on the cabinet in his office. The director held out the letters in his hands and told her to hold them. He explained that she had received an invitation from the American department. Kwan Yuri looked at this carefully and in surprise. The director pointed his finger at her and said that because of her hard work, she was being sent to the main office. Kwan Yuri was stunned and asked the question, "What? This is true?" The director began to explain further that the company pays not only for the plane ticket, but also for apartments close to the place of work. Kwan Yuri looked at the letter in admiration and, covering her mouth with her hand, turned to the deity. The director noted that this was a great chance. He asked her a question. Will she go? Kwan Yuri triumphantly replied that of course. Suddenly she stopped speaking as she introduced Kwan Kanwoo. She looked at the letter excitedly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the entire block of buildings was completely destroyed and consisted only of rubble. Cassian Lee walked along one of the roofs. He pursed his lips tightly, bowing his head. He began to remember how Screwdriver told him that he should become a resident of Vzone. Cassian Lee then said what kind of nonsense this is. Screwdriver said he was betting his life. Cassian Lee looked at him in shock. Screwdriver, meanwhile, said that he really asked him about it. Cassian Lee stopped remembering. He made a thoughtful sound, tilting his head. Moros asked him a question. Does he like his proposal? He examined it carefully. Suddenly Cassian Lee looked to the side, noticing someone strange. Black Hand was leaning against the wall, standing away from Cassian Lee. Crush asked a question, placing a hand on his shoulder. Is that him? Cassian Lee looked at them coolly. He took a step forward and said, he sees that there is one rat hiding here. Cutter looked out from behind the wall and mentally asked the question, how did he find them? He thought he was a truly unusual villain. Crush cursed and said that everything was pissing him off. He clenched his fists and angrily shouted that he wanted to smash his head right now. Black Hand pushed him in the chest with a bent arm, exclaiming to him to respect the queue, because he was the first. Black Hand clenched his teeth tightly. He angrily began to swing his fists and shouted, now he will find out what will happen to those who mock him. Cassian Lee watched them and mentally asked the question, what other bullying? Moros turned to him and worriedly told him to be careful, because they could attack together. Black Hand opened his eyes angrily. He began to rapidly move forward and shouted for him to die. Suddenly someone threw a barrel forward. Black Hand stopped abruptly when it stopped in front of him. He angrily asked the question, what is this? Cassian Lee turned to the side in surprise. Suddenly someone asked the question, is it possible to treat guests like this? It was Jwack who smiled smugly. Black Hand asked her a question, where else is she from here? He shouted at her to stay out of the way. Jwack answered with a grin, she was just reminding him that he was breaking the law. She added that in Vzone it is prohibited to gather in groups and attack. Crush swore in disappointment. Black Hand, meanwhile, shouted that he was still not a resident of Vzone. Someone replied that he would soon become one. Cutter, meanwhile, looked up, noticing many feathers. It was Crow sitting on the wall. She waved her hand in greeting, walking down with her feet. Black Hand exclaimed in surprise that it was Crow. Crow smiled in greeting. She asked the question, will they leave him alone or what? Black Hand and Crush looked at her with excitement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a multi-story building, someone began to open the door. Kwan Yuri tiredly leaned against the wall and exhaled heavily. She turned on the light and, looking around the apartment, asked the question, is he already asleep? In the next room behind the closed door there was complete darkness. Kwan Yuri put her hand to the door, preparing to knock. She remembered the words of the director who told her that thanks to her hard work, she was being sent to the main office. Kwan Yuri looked down in disappointment. After a moment, she put the bag on the shelf. Kwan Yuri decided that she would take a shower and also go to bed. A letter with an invitation to another job fell out of the bag that opened and fell to the side. It was lying on the floor among a bunch of other things. Some time later, on the street, someone was breathing in and out heavily. Cassian Lee put 10-kilogram weights on his legs. He continued to run forward at a fast pace. The girls looked at him in surprise and told everyone to look at the weight of the sandbags. Moros looked at him and said that it was not that hard. He added that this was a normal training session. Cassian Lee said it's great for both muscle and physical development. He looked to the side and said that now there will be no one-on-one battles. Cassian Lee continued to say that it was possible that he would be attacked by multiple opponents at the same time. He added that there was nothing more effective against this than physical activity. Moros noted that this was a wise decision. He remembered Vzone. Crow shouted for them to stop. Crush put his hand forward and exclaimed that in order to become a member of Vzone, you need to take a test. He asked a question, awkwardly running his hand along his neck. He too must pass this, like everyone else. Black Hand furiously put his hand forward and asked the question, what test? He shouted that he would kill him right now. Cassian Lee calmly said that in 10 days. He more loudly suggested that they do a test. Everyone froze in shock. Black Hand and Crush looked at each other. Jwack said what 10 days means. She added that she would explain the rules to him. She began to tell me that the test took place in the form of a one-on-one battle. Cassian narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Jwack said that murder is only permitted in exceptional circumstances. She added, picking up the barrel, what else? She pointed her thumb at herself and announced with a grin that her first opponent would be her. She exclaimed that there will be a party. Cassian looked at her fearlessly and coolly. Jwack grinned smugly. Cassian returned from flashbacks. He began to climb up, leaning against the iron bars, and thought that he really didn't want to become a resident of Vzone. Suddenly one of the guys exclaimed for everyone to look. Many people covered their mouths in surprise and made strange sounds. Cassian started doing push-ups and thought that only he could get stronger. He landed sharply on the asphalt and began to think further. He introduced Layla and the others, thinking that he would also take revenge on the Lampas. Cassian squeezed the towel tightly in his hands and began to think further, even if he went to hell. He threw the towel over his shoulders and added, this will be the path he chose. Cassian narrowed his eyes, looking to the side. Behind him stood 2 girls doing gymnastics. Cassian quickly ran forward again. The girls watched his retreating back. One of them told the other that he was trying so hard. The second girl waved her hand and asked the question, is she talking about him? The first girl confirmed this. The second girl suggested that they should not talk about this to Royal Garnet. These were Otto and Aroma. Meanwhile at Quan Kanwa's house, water was pouring down from the shower tap. Cassian took a shower, rinsing his hair. Later, he put on his slippers while leaving the bathroom. He looked around the apartment and mentally asked the question, is she still sleeping? Cassian began to blot his head with a towel. He looked stunned at the scattered things on the sofa and at the bag from which many things had fallen out. Cassian remained silent with excitement. He picked up his bag and said that he needed to clean up. He asked quietly the question, what is this rush? Cassian looked down and noticed the letter. Kwan Yuri, meanwhile, sleepily began to pull herself up with her arms. She yawned sleepily and said that she got up so early. Suddenly, she saw Cassian pick up the letter and hold it in his hands. She ran up to him in horror and asked the question, what is he looking at here? She snatched it from his hands. Kwan Yuri asked him a question in fear, did he read this? Cassian waved his head and explained that this was an invitation to America. Kwan Yuri clutched the letter to herself in horror. She immediately added that he should not worry, because she would not go. Cassian approached the refrigerator and asked her a question, why? Kwan Yuri asked him with excitement, is he asking more? She asked a question, should she leave him alone? Cassian looked thoughtfully at the milk, and said that he himself could live just fine. He immediately mentally added that this would be even more convenient for him. Kwan Yuri indignantly asked him the question, what is this? She asked if he could cook his own food? What about washing and cleaning? She added that she needs to sort garbage and other various duties. Cassian started drinking milk straight from the carton. He looked ahead calmly, without answering. Cassian later moved forward and said, he is not a child, so he is old enough for all this. He thought that he had done it all himself. Kwan Yuri exclaimed that he is only 19. He's in his 3rd year of high school. Cassian turned to her and told her with a smile that she should go. He asked the question, when will such a chance come again? He added that she should do what she really wants. Kwan Yuri looked at him stunned and touched. After some time in Vzone, the sun's rays penetrated through the destroyed buildings. In the middle of it stood Cutter and Black Hand. Cutter noticed that there was a week left. He asked the question, is he coming? Black Hand asked him who? Cutter replied, the guy who will fight Jwack. Black Hand gritted his teeth angrily and said displeasedly that he was going to deal with him earlier. Cutter ran his hand over the blade of the knife and said, many say that Screwdriver supports him. Black Hand guessed that he must have pleased him. Crush pointed his finger at him and asked a question, is he always hanging around Screwdriver? Black Hand angrily asked him a question, did he want to die? He again asked the question, who else is circling around whom? He asked who needed it. Crush darkly told him to calm down. Cutter, meanwhile, ran his finger along the blade and asked the question, if he fights Jwack in the first round, will it be their turn? Black Hand narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. He said if she beats him, it will be a lot of fun. Black Hand clenched his fist and said that this time he would side with this idiot. He angrily said, summoning his energy, that in order to complete the month, he would get more from him. Some time later, sunlight streamed in through the curtained windows. Moros asked the question, will he really let her go to America? Cassian Lee was sitting at the computer. He clicked on the mouse and explained that this was a good opportunity. Moros asked the question, and that's the whole reason? Cassian Lee thoughtfully lowered his gaze and remained silent. He said he thinks this is the best option for the two of them. Moros looked at him in shock. Cassian Lee explained that he does not say this as Cassian, but as Quan Kanwu. Moros asked him a question, can he really handle it alone? Cassian Lee confirmed this, and said that he had somehow lived before. Moros told him he asked this because he sees a request in his search engine with the name How to Cook Food. Cassian Lee said emotionlessly that he would start with Korean cuisine. He immediately asked a question, or maybe with a European one? Meanwhile, in another room, the windows were not curtained. Kwan Yuri was holding a letter in her hands and, sitting on the floor, looked at it thoughtfully. She exhaled with excitement. Kwan Yuri remembered the director's question, when will you get such a chance again? Later, Kwan Kanwa's voice appeared in her head, telling her not to worry and to do what she thought was necessary. Kwan Yuri looked at the letter sadly again. Suddenly someone quietly called her name. Later, the same voice called her even louder. Kwan Yuri found herself in a different place, looking down thoughtfully. She was at the bar. Her first friend asked her a question, why is she in the clouds? The second friend waved her hand and exclaimed that they wanted to order. Kwan Yuri continued to sit silently at the table. The first friend asked the question, did something happen? The second friend exclaimed that she was definitely worried about the guy. She asked the question, how old is he? He is beautiful? Kwan Yuri remained silent. The second friend again exclaimed that she should start telling the story, because they would help her. The first friend put her hand on her mouth and quietly told her to be tactful. She immediately added loudly to keep her quiet. At this time, the waiter put the beer on the table and said that here was their order. The first friend exclaimed that they would drink. The second friend held the glass forward with a smile and said that with alcohol the conversation would be very easy. Kwan Yuri took the glass of alcohol in her hands and began to drink it. Some time later at Kwan Kanwa's house, Kwan Yuri was breathing heavily. Her face was red. Someone asked her a question, is everything okay? Cassian Lee threw his arm over his shoulder and helped her get into the room. He asked her why she drank so much. Kwan Yuri asked who drank. She replied with a hiccup that she was very sober. Cassian Lee did not answer and remained silent. Kwan Yuri placed her palms on his face and said with a sincere smile that her Kanwu had grown up so beautiful. Moros looked at her and assumed that she was completely drunk. A moment later, Kwan Yuri was lying in bed with her head on her side. She said that he was such a cute baby when he ran after her everywhere as a child. Cassian Lee and Moros looked at her in surprise. Kwan Yuri said sleepily, she still cannot get used to the fact that he is already quite an adult. She added more quietly that he was no longer a boy, but a man. Cassian Lee remembered Jeff's question, when did he grow so big? He looked down thoughtfully and sadly. Cassian Lee covered the sleeping Kwan Yuri. He looked at her again, saying nothing. Some time later. It's morning. Kwan Yuri walked around the room. She raised her hands up and said with pain at her head. She added regretfully that she drank too much yesterday. Suddenly she looked questioningly at the table. On this lay the food, covered with a lid. Kwan Yuri took the note lying on it in her hands. She began to read the letter. Cassian Lee wrote that he made her hangover soup. He advised her to eat it with rice while it was warm. Then he asked her to rest. At the very end of the letter, he signed his name and added that he was not a baby. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, was running around on the training ground. Some time later at the airport, Cassian Lee stood next to Kwan Yuri, who advised him not to starve and that he should eat 3 times a day. She added that she would call him morning and evening, so he should pick up the phone. Kwan Yuri excitedly continued to explain to him to be careful, because there are so many terrible things happening in the world. Cassian Lee answered her with a warm smile so that she would not worry. Kwan Yuri indignantly asked him a question, but wouldn't he worry if he were in her place? She immediately said more calmly that he should call her if something happened. She added more quietly that she was very worried. Cassian Lee smiled and told her to call too. He added that he would fly to America immediately. Cassian Lee looked forward calmly and warmly. Kwan Yuri looked back at him with excitement and pride. Later she began to roll her suitcase and waving her hand said that she would call when she landed. After some time, the plane flew across the blue sky. Cassian Lee watched this. Meanwhile in Vzone, someone began to explain that the fight is considered over when one of the parties declares a loss or is declared incompetent. The same voice began to explain that in general he needed to win 3 battles. He just didn't understand why he dressed up like that, because he would get dirty anyway. Cassian listened to him carefully. The same voice added, even if he loses, there will be no punishment. Screwdriver rested his head on his hand and grinned, saying that he could challenge him if he wanted. Jwack noticed that it was very noisy here. She asked the question, maybe they will start already? Screwdriver looked down and smiled readily. He asked the question, is she ready yet? Jwack put her hand forward and said with a smile that of course they will begin. Moros looked at them and commanded Cassian to get ready. He noticed that she looked strong. Cassian calmly said that he could. Screwdriver looked at Jwack and asked the question, speed? Strength and endurance? He began to think further. Taking into account all these factors, he can be told that Jwack is a serious opponent. He looked at her again and said that she was a master of hand-to-hand combat, trained in combat sambo. Then he looked at Cutter and thought, this is an opponent who knows his strengths. Screwdriver continued to think further that the speed attack wouldn't work on her. He mentally decided and thought that, in general, Cassian was in for a terrible start. Screwdriver smiled and said that they could. He looked at Cutter and thought it would be something to see. Screwdriver waved 2 fingers and exclaimed that they could begin. Jwack swung her barrel and quickly ran forward. She shouted, the faster they start, the faster they finish. Cassian sent zigzag dark tentacles towards her. These were shadow shackles that completely encircled Jwack's entire body. Jwack looked at it puzzled and asked the question, what is this? Suddenly someone shouted from above. Jwack looked up, stunned, clenching her teeth tightly. She asked the question, where is he? Cutter meanwhile shouted that he was ahead. Jwack opened her eyes in shock. Cassian hit her in the side with a sharp movement. The next moment, he hit her on the head with a swing of his leg. Screwdriver pressed his palm to his face and turned to the deity in shame. Cutter, Black Hand and Crush looked on in shock. Jwack, meanwhile, lay unconscious on the ground. Cassian firmly said to go next. A dark aura emanated from his hand and he looked at everyone with a tenacious gaze. Jwack continued to unconsciously lie on the ground with her arms outstretched. Black Hand thought it was impossible. He looked at Cassian. He clenched his teeth tightly and mentally began to think that Jwack was one of the most powerful villains in Vzone. Black Hand asked the question and he took her down in the first round? Cassian looked to the side, moving his finger, and said to go next, because he didn't want to waste time. Black Hand irritably mentally asked the question, who is he? Cassian asked the question again, who wanted to fight there? He told him to come out. Crush looked at him, and said his name. Black Hand looked ahead tensely. Suddenly a spear began to fly rapidly from the side. Cassian looked at the arrow stuck in the asphalt in front of him. Later he looked up, looking dumbfounded. Red Eye stood on the roof and exclaimed that he would not confess because of one victory. He again reached out to the arrows and said that he was the best archer in Vzone. He challenged him to fight him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, among abandoned buildings, in the destroyed corridor with prison cells, someone said, he doesn't think this is so. The same voice added that they should not worry about Blood Rain. He added that they didn't expect anything special from him anyway. Barracuda turned around in his chair. Someone on the phone asked him a question, what about Vzone? Barracuda replied that it would break up very soon. He grinned and added that the chairman could rely on him. He crossed his legs while sitting on a chair and explained that he would definitely contribute to this. Meanwhile in Vzone, from the intense battle, stones scattered in all directions and bright light emanated. The first arrow flew towards the buildings. The second arrow, launched at the same speed, flew in the other direction from the buildings. Another arrow, right in the middle, quickly flew forward. Cassian ran forward at a fast speed, trying to dodge the arrows. Moros warned him and said that he was still flying. Cassian jumped straight into the wall of the building, trying to dodge the arrow. Later, he pushed himself off the wall with his feet. At that time, the arrow landed next to him, breaking through the wall. Suddenly someone shouted that he was caught. Cassian looked to the side in surprise. Red Eye aimed the bowstring at him again, and exclaimed that this was the end of his hunt. He immediately fired several arrows, which moved forward at high speed. Cassian put his hand forward in fear. A moment later, dark energy began to spread in all directions. Many arrows hung in the air. Red Eye landed down. He scratched his head in confusion and asked the question, is that all? He said that he was not as cool as everyone said about him. Suddenly, a black shadow surrounded by a dark aura began to approach him. Red-Eye tensed his whole body. Suddenly he noticed something strange. Cassian ran towards him as fast as he could. He angrily waved his hand and exclaimed that it was he who had been the hunter all this time. Red-Eye raised his palms up. He calmly said that he was giving up. Cassian braked abruptly, lowering his hand down. He furiously asked the question, "What? What did he say?" Red-Eye said that this is all, because he already caught him. Cassian looked at him in shock. He asked the question, "Is he just giving up?" He said quietly that he was an idiot and was annoying. Red-Eye asked indignantly, "Idiot?" He added that he said it sincerely. He immediately explained that he was very sincere. Red-Eye reached out with his hand for the arrow and explained that if Screwdriver hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have come here. Meanwhile, a drone was flying in the air, carefully observing everything. Cassian asked, Screwdriver asked? Red-Eye replied that he did not want to be seriously injured in the test. He held out the box and told him to hold it. Cassian began to look at it in surprise and asked the question, "What is it?" Red-Eye began to explain that this is a desire suppression patch. He explained that all Vzone villains have one. He poked his finger at his neck and explained that he should attach it behind his ear and it would have an effect. He added that it's flesh-colored, so it doesn't really stand out. Cassian was stunned into silence. He looked at the patch in his hands and mentally thought, he knows that these were injected by the villain into prisoners in prisons, but in the form of patches. He asked with interest, "Who makes them?" Red-Eye announced that his final opponent is Black Hand. Cassian frowned at him. Red-Eye smiled and explained that he was mischievous and rude, but overall a good guy. He hopes they don't beat each other too badly. Cassian began to remember Black Hand and asked a question with sarcasm, "Is it good?" He asked again, "In what place?" Moros was stunned into silence. Black Hand, meanwhile, clenched his teeth angrily, looking forward. Crush looked up and asked the question, "Who does he think will win?" He asked the question again, "Where did Screwdriver even go?" He added that Crow. Cutter looked up and said that he now doubted their victory. He added that he is good in one-on-one battles. He assumed that Jwack was simply weaker than him, as a woman. Black Hand, meanwhile, opened his eyes in shock. Cutter said thoughtfully, he doesn't think the problem is gender. He began to think further that he still had enough power to turn it off in the first round. Black Hand turned on him furiously and shouted at him to stop already. He exclaimed that he was just lucky like all the idiots. Cutter asked him a question, "Does he really think it's just luck?" Black Hand looked down thoughtfully. Crush said, "What if so?" He asked the question, "If he is difficult to defeat one-on-one, then how about 3 against 1? Cutter thought thoughtfully that this was a good solution. Black Hand cursed and called him an idiot. He asked him a question, "Is he completely crazy?" He asked, "Does he want to request a group attack?" Suddenly someone asked again, "Group attack?" Crush, Black Hand and Cutter turned to the side in surprise. Jwack rubbed her face with her palm and said that even a lion on a buffalo hunt calls on his friends for help. Black Hand grinned and said that she was completely fearless. He started punching himself in the chest and shouted that he would take him down in 1 round. He asked who she takes him for? He immediately swore and exclaimed that what a lion, because he is a great tiger who hunts alone. Crush annoyedly told him to calm down. Black Hand started waving his fist and shouted at him to shut up. He added that he was annoyed. Jwack looked down thoughtfully and said that she didn't come here to joke. She added that this is a test in name only. She explained that it was actually a trap for people like them. Jwack announced that she and Red-Eye were serious about what they were saying to him. She continued to say that he is the one who will leave in the finale. She added that they were all here just to make that idiot look better compared to them. Black Hand froze in place, stunned. He furiously asked her the question, "What kind of nonsense is she talking about?" Jwack frowned threateningly and told him to listen to the end first. She heard Screwdriver talking at the bar. She asked a question and did he know what he said? Jwack explained that he wants this idiot to be the next boss of Vzone. Black Hand, stunned, asked the question, "What?" Crush opened his eyes in shock. Black Hand shouted that this was complete nonsense. He asked if she knew how many people wanted this position. Jwack put her fist forward and explained that she was not alone there, so he could ask around. Black Hand introduced Screwdriver and thought it was impossible. He asked the question so that he would hand over this place to the idiot. Jwack, meanwhile, began to remember the battle with Cassian and said that he was an idiot who didn't even know anything about local life. She clenched her fists angrily and through clenched teeth asked the question, "How can they give the Vzone to him?" She asked, continuing to introduce Cassian. he really can't believe Screwdriver is patronizing him? She exclaimed that this is not the Screwdriver they all know. Jwack said decisively that it was time for them all to decide. She exclaimed that they all needed to show this idiot where he belonged. Crush quietly asked, "Is it for them?" Cutter repeated the question more loudly, "To them?" Jwack smiled menacingly. She pointed back with her thumb and explained that she had brought her friends. She added that the more people there are, the more fun they have. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the plane was flying across the night sky. The flight attendant rolled out a table with food. She wished someone bon appetit. Kwan Yuri thanked her. She looked at her watch and said thoughtfully that she still had a long way to go. She looked out the window longingly, picking up a fork. She thought about Kwan Kan-woo and wondered in her mind, is he eating well? Cassian Lee, meanwhile, took a bite of his burger. Red Eye handed him a sandwich in a plastic bag and explained that he should eat normal food, because then he will always be healthy. Cassian Lee remained silent gratefully. He took the sandwich in his hands and said quietly that it was good. He thought it tasted terrible. Moros asked him a question, does he think he is up to something? Cassian Lee looked away disdainfully, and said that Jeff always told him to be careful of those who are kind to him for no reason. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him. Cassian Lee turned to the side. He asked in surprise, Black Hand? Cassian Lee concluded that he was his next opponent. Black Hand exclaimed with a grim expression that he asked the question, what's his deal with Screwdriver? Cassian Lee looked at him with confusion and asked the question, in what sense? Black Hand began to shake with anger and asked the question, what did he do to him? Suddenly, Crush came up behind Cassian Lee, swinging his hammer. Cassian Lee froze in shock. He later jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Cassian Lee felt Cutter appear behind him, swinging the knife in his hands. Cassian Lee narrowed his eyes, shining a bright blue. The next moment, with a sharp movement, he hit Cutter in the chest, pushing him away from himself. Cutter began to fall back and mentally asked the question, counterattack in such a situation? He thought he really was amazing. Cutter braked with a sharp movement with his hand and foot, landing on the asphalt. Cassian Lee smiled smugly. He asked a question, they couldn't win the duel, so they attacked the three of them? He mockingly asked the question, did they decide to take by numbers and not by force? Cassian Lee looked to the side again, narrowing his eyes even further. A barrel began to fly at him. Cassian Lee jumped to the side with a sharp movement, trying to dodge it. He looked ahead with confusion. Later, he opened his eyes in shock. Jwack raised her fist and asked with a grin, is 3 not enough for him? She raised her elbow, looking forward with arrogance. Jwack hit him in the chest with a drunken lunge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Screwdriver sat on the roof and said that this day was coming to an end. He took a sip of lemonade and asked how he was doing. Crow asked him who? She asked the question, is his favorite black duckling? Screwdriver asked in confusion, what? Black duckling? Crow explained that he was still very small. Screwdriver came to his senses and said that he didn't even have the name of the villain. He began to quietly ponder the name, asking the question, is it a sharp knife? Keen eyes? Crow replied that he was too interested in him, she was even jealous. She put her finger to his chin and said if he. Crow approached him and said, if he was so interested in her, then she would repay him for such interest. Screwdriver looked down thoughtfully and asked a question, so what villainous name should he come up with? Red Eye landed down and said that they were here. Screwdriver looked at him in surprise. Red Eye looked at them puzzled and asked if they were on a date. Screwdriver asked him a question in response, did he just return? He praised him and said that he had done a good job. Crow immediately angrily said that now he should leave as soon as possible. Later, she put her head on her hand resentfully and asked how their duckling was doing. Red Eye asked quietly, duckling? He asked the question, who is this? Screwdriver began to use his mask, activating many functions. Suddenly he turned to the deity in fear. Crow excitedly turned to him and asked the question, what is there? Screwdriver tried to study as much as possible with the help of a mask. This helped him to be transported to a completely different place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Earth Dog sent a message. He asked the question in this, where is everyone? He added that he did not see them. They asked him, where is he himself? After some time, he was asked again why he didn't answer. Suddenly muffled sounds were heard from the side. The girl froze in surprise, looking warily at the phone screen. Then she looked to the side, noticing a bright glow among the destroyed houses. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cassian Lee hit his back against the wall with all his might. He growled angrily, clenching his teeth tightly. Crush stood up to swing his hammer and yelled at him to try it. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, pushed off from the wall, rapidly moving forward. The next moment, he grabbed the handle of Crush's hammer. Cassian Lee took the hammer away, hitting Crush with it. Black Hand raised his fist and shouted that he was a freak. He began to use his power in a clenched fist and shouted at him to die. Cassian Lee quickly came from below, knocking him off his feet. He grabbed him by the hair, digging his nails in tightly. Cassian Lee tilted his head and looked menacingly. He began to swing his fist, calling on his energy. Cassian Lee hit Black Hand in the face with all his might, slamming him into the asphalt. Crush started running at him furiously and shouted that he was disgusting. Cassian Lee put his foot forward, pushing him in the opposite direction. He later turned back after noticing another strange movement. It was Jwack who swung her barrel with all her might, trying to hit him in the back. Cassian Lee pushed off from the asphalt. The next moment he began to fly directly above Jwack and grabbed her by the top of her hair. Jwack clenched her teeth angrily, looking ahead in shock. At this time, Cassian Lee's knee began to glow with his energy. He kicked Jwack straight on the head with all his might, knocking it back. Some time later, Cassian Lee stood still, beaming with energy. Crush, Black Hand, Jwack lay lifeless on the ground. Black Hand growled angrily. He narrowed his eyes, looking ahead with hatred. He thought he was a pompous idiot. He looked at Cassian Lee. Black Hand thought with irritation that he was too strong. Black Hand put his hand on his forehead and irritably asked a question in his head: how can you lose to this idiot? Crush, meanwhile, looked around tiredly and honestly admitted that he thought that he was already finished. Later he looked at Black Hand and asked the question, is he alive? Black Hand, meanwhile, cursed desperately. He looked at Cassian Lee and mentally asked the question, where did this monster even come from? Cassian Lee frowned and looked coolly to the side. He noticed how Pointer grinned and said that he was unusual. Hammerboy said that it's even more interesting for them to hunt. Moroz thought, puzzled, that there were more and more of them. Cassian Lee decisively said that it was time for him to put an end to these midges. Pointer asked him a question. What? He asked, midges? He shouted that he was a freak. Cassian Lee opened his eyes wide, trying to look at everything as carefully as possible. Pointer moved, taking a step forward. He later stopped, looking at Cassian Lee angrily. Iron Mask quickly ran forward and shouted for them to leave it to him. Pointer looked back in shock. Iron Mask shouted that the Defender of Order was entering the battle. He pushed off the ground, jumping high. He flexed his arm, narrowed his eyes, and looked ahead. Iron Mask began to move forward with great speed and exclaimed that he would administer justice in the name of Vzone. Cassian Lee turned sharply to the side, eyes widening in shock. Iron Mask broke the wall. As a result, stones began to fly in all directions. Cassian Lee clenched his teeth tightly and, looking back, asked the question, what is this? Moroz followed him with the same surprise. Hammerboy, meanwhile, swung his hammer. With his other hand, he thrust a large iron thing forward, resembling a bullet. Hammerboy knocked it away with a hammer. He used a hammer blow. The bullet began to fly forward at high speed. Cassian Lee dodged it with a sharp movement. He began to move from side to side, trying to dodge the pain. Cassian Lee later approached Pointer and Hammerboy. Hammerboy yelled at Pointer to move away. Pointer exclaimed with a caustic smile that he should not dare to order him. He began to spin the spear, making it fiery. He exclaimed, he will show him what real fire is. Cassian Lee swung his palm, which began to glow with a blue aura. Pointer gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Cassian Lee at this time directed a large cluster of dark fire directly at him. Pointer continued to twirl his spear with a growl. Hammerboy mentally asked the question, where did he get this power from? Crush tried to get up and asked a dumbfounded question, is he really an enlightened class? Suddenly, someone ran past him at fast speed. Jwack asked the question, what are they worth? She kicked Crush in the back with all her might and screamed at him not to waste time, but to attack. Crush started flying forward and called her crazy. Jwack, meanwhile, swung her barrel angrily. She threw it forward with all her might and screamed for him to die. Cassian Lee looked ahead with composure. In an instant, he swung his hand sharply, cutting the barrel in half. Meanwhile, someone pushed off the ground with a sharp movement, jumping. It was Crush, swinging his hammer. He flew straight at Cassian Lee, who spotted him. Cassian Lee grabbed the dark blade. The next moment he cut the handle that held the hammer. He used the knife of darkness. Crush looked on in shock as his hammer was cut in half. Cassian meanwhile looked to the side, noticing another movement. He turned around with a sharp movement and hit Crush in the chest. Black Hand watched this in confusion and mentally cursed. He watched Cassian fight and mentally asked the question, "Who is he?" He exclaimed that he did not hesitate at all. Cassian meanwhile, hit Pointer in the face with all his might. Black Hand clenched his teeth angrily, shaking his whole body with anger, and mentally concluded, "Really?" He introduced Cassian in a large form, who was lowering his hand straight towards Jwack and the others. Black Hand mentally asked the question, are they really not hunting him, but he hunting them? Suddenly, Cassian's legs began to be entwined by a creature. This began to deprive him of movement. Cassian looked at this in shock. Suddenly someone shouted that they had finally caught it. Cassian looked to the side, noticing Binder with tentacles coming from his hands. He grinned and exclaimed, he knew that he would fall into his net. Cassian raised his fist, looked at the tentacle, and said, "What is it?" Binder at this time told him not to waste his time. He exclaimed that this cannot be broken. Binder began to explain that his networks connect not only the physical body, but also the intention and desire that appears in his head. He continued to explain that they both had the elements of darkness, so he didn't have to resist. Cassian cursed and exclaimed that he couldn't move. He quietly suggested, asking the question, could it be poison? He noticed that his body was not listening. Binder smiled widely and said, let him watch how his own fear consumes him. He exclaimed through tightly clenched teeth that he should go to hell. Jwack and Pointer jumped up, approaching the immobilized Cassian. One of them shouted that they needed to attack now. Some of them added that he should die. Pointer swung his spear and shouted for him to know their strength. Cassian grabbed his spear sharply, holding it tightly. Pointer froze in shock. Cassian looked at this angrily. Suddenly he felt something approaching him from behind. Someone shouted that for the sake of peace in Vzone. The same voice added that they need to get rid of the dirt. Iron Mask pushed Cassian in the back with all his strength. He shouted what kind of justice this is. Jwack, meanwhile, with a victorious grin, began to raise her fist and solemnly exclaimed that these were excellent words. She screamed at him to get it. Jwack hit Cassian in the stomach with all her might. Cassian began coughing up blood, looking up in agony. At the same time, Crush approached him, hitting him in the body again. They all began to surround him, and shouted for him to be beaten. They shouted, what else? Another one of them laughed solemnly, and exclaimed that he should die. Cassian looked up lifelessly. Black Hand hit him in the torso and angrily shouted for him to die. He called him weak. Loud laughter was heard everywhere. Later, Cassian began to see only darkness in front of him. Someone asked him a question and that's it? Quan Kanwu looked forward defiantly. He asked the question, stealing his body, is that all he can do? He continued to say with venom that then it would be better if he died. The figures of Jwack and the others appeared before Cassian's eyes. Cassian clenched his teeth angrily. He began to see many fragments before his eyes. Cassian thought he was. He slowly fell down from these moments. Cassian thought it was him again. Suddenly, Jwack and Pointer looked at him, puzzled, making a strange sound. Jwack opened her eyes even more shocked. Cassian looked at them angrily. His eyes and body shone with bright energy. Meanwhile, someone was rapidly approaching the Vzone buildings. It was Screwdriver, Red-Eye and Crow flying at high speed on a screwdriver. Crow asked the question, does he think he is overreacting? She looked ahead and said that it was unlikely that anything bad had happened there. Screwdriver replied that that would be good. He began to analyze again and said that it was better to check, because he did not need unnecessary sacrifices. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. Crow and Red-Eye looked ahead in shock. Screwdriver said in shock that everything was worse than he thought. He looked at the bright light among the destroyed houses. Screwdriver explained that something bad actually happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jwack began to cover herself with her hands from the dark energy and with incomprehension asked the question, what is this? Pointer also looked down with displeasure. Black Hand and Crush froze in place stunned. Cassian stood in front of them, completely glowing with dark energy. Binder shouted at everyone to stop being idle. Jwack looked at her. The next moment she began to swing her fist and shouted that they should not be afraid. She added that a little more and they would kill him. Cassian narrowed his eyes angrily, looking to the side. The tentacles enveloping him began to disintegrate into small particles. Cassian meanwhile, swung his hand with all his might, finally breaking it. His energy began to destroy Binder's energy. Everyone else who was standing nearby began to fly to the side from the strong explosive attack among the stones that rose to the top. Jwack tried to turn around in the air, noticing a dark knife appearing in front of her. Black Hand looked stunned at another blade, which he was rapidly flying towards. These blades began to appear wherever possible. Cassian Lee stood in the middle of it, watching everything. Jwack clenched her teeth tightly and tried to get up. She looked forward with fear and panic, saying that he was crazy. Cassian Lee calmly said that he needed revenge. He said quietly that he was not ready. Later, he clenched his fists angrily and began to shout loudly, spreading his energy as much as possible, that he was not ready to die in this damned place. Screwdriver meanwhile landed on the roof. Crow asked a question, seeing the dark energy from below. Is this their duckling? Screwdriver remained silent. He adjusted his mask, continuing to analyze, and said that his magic had exceeded 2,000 points. Crow asked in surprise, 2,000? Red-Eye exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be happening. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to think, if the magic exceeded 2,000, then it was already a catastrophic level. Crow raised her palm upward, on which the crows sat, and asked the question, what should I do? She didn't even know how they could stop him. Screwdriver remained thoughtfully silent. Later, small debris began to rise upward, accompanied by blue energy. Moros, meanwhile, turned to Cassian Lee. He called his name again and asked him to come to his senses. He asked the question, is he really that bad? Moros shouted at him to remember why they were here. Cassian Lee growled angrily. Moros shouted louder again for him to wake up. Screwdriver suddenly said happily that he had come to his senses. Moros called Cassian Lee's name questioningly. Cassian Lee looked thoughtfully in his direction, placing his hand on his face. He questioned with a smirk, did he really think he would lose control of himself forever? Cassian Lee pointed his hand at the patch and told him not to dare doubt it. Moros looked at this in shock. He thanked the red-eye patch. Cassian Lee stood irritably in place, saying nothing. Screwdriver adjusted his glasses with his index finger, and assumed that he had come to his senses. Crow said that she was even sorry, because such a show was planned. She added that then they would see his true strength. Screwdriver twirled his fingers next to his glasses and brought it closer. He looked at Cassian Lee and thought that his mana points were back to normal. Screwdriver continued to watch him and asked the question, was it really a normal explosion? Moros worriedly asked the question, is he okay? Cassian Lee replied that he was just dizzy. Suddenly he noticed something strange and looked up. Cassian Lee asked the question to all the villains lying on the ground, do they want to continue fighting? Jwack gritted her teeth angrily, and called him an idiot. Suddenly someone said that they were giving up. Black Hand stood up and repeated that they had lost. Jwack asked again, what? She exclaimed that he should speak for himself. She immediately added that she was not ready yet. Black Hand narrowed his eyes angrily and exclaimed that she was giving up too. Jwack squeezed something with her hands and exclaimed that she was still there. Black Hand, meanwhile, approached her and punched her in the face with all his might. He desperately shouted for her to stop. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her towards him. Black Hand clenched his fist and asked her a question, is she so ashamed to admit defeat? Jwack looked at him in shock. Black Hand asked the question through clenched teeth, did she really have no pride left? Jwack looked at him displeased and called him an idiot. She made it clear that they would do just a little bit more. Black Hand turned back to Screwdriver and said that she would tell the boss about this. Jwack looked to the side, stunned. Suddenly she called Screwdriver's name. Screwdriver looked them over with all his eyes. Cassian Lee took a step forward. Screwdriver noticed that he had won. Cassian Lee looked down gloomily. Screwdriver congratulated him on passing the test. Cassian Lee looked up irritably. He asked the question, is he so happy? Screwdriver confirmed this and said that now he is definitely a real resident of Vzone. Cassian Lee said with a smile that then, since he is a full-fledged resident, he can rest here for a while. He fell straight into the arms of Screwdriver, who immediately grabbed him tightly. Cassian Lee closed his eyes, unconscious. Some time later, at Philadelphia National Airport, an American flag hung from the airport ceiling. Kwan Yuri wrote to Cassian Lee that she arrived. She asked the question if he was sleeping. Kwan Yuri rolled the suitcase again and thought that everything was fine. Kwan Yuri looked at the phone and then at the people with signs looking for a certain person. She suddenly made a sound of surprise upon noticing her name. Sean looked at him with a benevolent smile, holding a sheet of paper with the name Kwan Yuri in his hands. Some time later, Kwan Yuri thanked him for coming to meet her personally. Sean told her that she could call him by his first name. He asked her if she would like to come and inspect the new house first. Kwan Yuri replied that of course. She thanked him. Sean replied, confused, that this was his responsibility. Kwan Yuri thoughtfully asked the question, "What kind of person is the manager?" Sean replied that he was great. He explained that he loved his job. Sean began to say further that he went on a business trip and would return in 10 days. Kwan Yuri replied that she understood. Sean told her with a smile that if there is something interesting, then she should not be shy and ask. Kwan Yuri thanked him for his concern. She immediately smiled kindly and promised that she would work hard. Meanwhile, a lot of time ago in the orphanage, someone said that he would also become a Psyker. Jeff pressed his hand to his chin and looked thoughtfully to the side, remaining silent. Later he smiled and asked the question, "Isn't he a cool villain?" Cassian answered him that these were dreams from his distant childhood. Jeff thoughtfully called his name. He looked at the daisies blooming next to the stone wall. Cassian began to listen questioningly. Jeff asked him a question, why does he want to become a Psyker? Cassian began to punch the void with his fists and exclaimed, "This is in order to be on the side of good." Jeff laughed and said that he still thinks like a child. Cassian asked a question with offense, will he explain why? Jeff told him to listen carefully. Cassian froze in place, straightening his t-shirt. He made a thoughtful sound. Jeff, meanwhile, said that not all Psykers are on the side of good. Cassian asked in confusion, "How is this?" He asked a question, "Are they fighting the villains?" Jeff answered honestly that he didn't know. Cassian asked him the question, "Who is on the side of good then?" He asked, "Is he not a villain?" Jeff made a thoughtful sound as he looked at the sunset sky and the falling leaves. He looked down sadly. Jeff said thoughtfully, "This will be the one who fights for universal peace." Cassian looked at him in surprise and remained silent. Jeff patted him on the head and told him to appreciate what he has. He began to talk further in an advising voice, let him remember that good will not always be what it seems. He continued to pat him on the head and added that let him become a person who will do everything right. Jeff smiled supportively. Cassian gradually began to return from his memories. Suddenly someone called him very loudly. Cassian immediately opened his eyes, looking forward. He saw the ceiling, well lit. Later he looked down where there were many tools and boxes lying around. Cassian stood up on the old sofa and asked the question, "Where is he?" He tiredly began to rub his head with his hand. Moros thought that he had finally woken up. Cassian asked him a question, "Did he call him?" Moros looked at him in surprise. Suddenly someone made a cheerful sound. Cassian looked in that direction. Screwdriver said, he thought he was sleeping. Cassian began to lower his hand down. Screwdriver smiled in greeting. Cassian continued to remain thoughtfully silent. Meanwhile, to the Lampa's office in Korea. Kim Woo-chan walked along the corridor among people quietly communicating with each other. He knocked on the door. Kim Woo-chan congratulated someone on being discharged from the hospital. Lee Dun froze in place and said nothing. He was reaching for the sword. Kim Woo-chan turned on the light with one touch of his fingers. He asked the question, "What is he doing here in the dark?" Lee Dun continued to look for something on the floor and remained silent. Kim Woo-chan called his name questioningly. Lee Dun, meanwhile, turned to him with disappointment. He added that his sword. He held it up and began to cry desperately, shouting that his expensive sword no longer worked. Kim Woo-chan asked confusedly, "What does he mean?" Lee Dun desperately continued to scream that it was as if she had lost her soul. He shouted desperately that the life energy had left it. Kim Woo-chan said confused, "He doesn't understand what he's talking about." He said that he was sure. Lee Dun desperately continued to shout that the vile blood rain had done something to this. He continued to desperately look at his sword and exclaimed that this was his fate. Kim Woo-chan continued to silently watch him with regret. Lee Dun, meanwhile, exclaimed that he would pay for this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone said that this is the best bar in Vzone. Screwdriver held a glass of drink in his hands and congratulated Cassian on passing the test and his appointment. Cassian asked him a question, couldn't they go somewhere else? Screwdriver exclaimed offendedly that he needed to help a friend with sales. He immediately remembered something and said that he had already punished everyone involved in the incident during testing. He hopes this will be enough. Cassian began to thoughtfully recall fragments from the battle and looked at the glass of drink. Screwdriver said that at the expense of the establishment. In front of him was a plate filled with meat and boiled potatoes. Cassian looked at this thoughtfully. He asked the question, "Are they so generous to everyone here?" Ujiha extended his palm forward and said with a smile that he had become the new boss. He explained that he needed to congratulate him somehow. Cassian asked again, "The new boss?" He said it was funny. Screwdriver raised his hand and asked for another orange cocktail. He later said that he had completely surpassed everyone else. Cassian asked again, "Even him?" Screwdriver jokingly replied that he would give up in advance. Cassian repeated dissatisfiedly, "He does not want to become one." Ujiha nodded his head and told the waiter to better bring the new boss a better steak. The waiter turned his head to the side in surprise and asked what we were talking about. Screwdriver replied that they were given a salary, so he wouldn't have a problem. Cassian displeasedly asked him a question, "Is he his employer?" Screwdriver told him to call him whatever he wanted. It was only important to him that the position of boss in Vzone was taken by such a strong, charismatic leader like him. Screwdriver asked a question, "Does he think that the local residents will simply agree to follow him?" Cassian thoughtfully looked down at the cocktail and said that it would be unnecessary for them. Screwdriver replied that they would change their minds. He put his hands behind his head and said the main thing was that he believed in him. He added that his opinion would remain this way for a long time. Screwdriver said again that this would be the right thing to do. Cassian suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He mentally asked the question, "Who is on the side of good then?" He remembered Jeff's words and asked the question, "Isn't he fighting for a just cause?" He began to mentally reason further that a just cause was not always what he thought it was. He once again thought in his mind to never stop striving to become a good person. Cassian put down the glass of cocktail. Screwdriver asked him a question, "He doesn't have a villainous name?" He put his index finger forward and said that they would call him Black Duckling. Screwdriver began to say what else he was thinking. Cassian suddenly announced that his name was Cassian. Screwdriver fell silent, stunned. Ujiha opened his eyes in surprise, looking forward. He looked at Cassian's hands and thought that such a top-class Psyker no longer existed. He began to think further that the name Cassian now belongs to a villain who is wreaking revenge. Cassian, meanwhile, stood up, looking around, and said that his villainous name was Cassian. Having climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings in Vzone, Cassian saw a plane flying right above him, and Moros immediately asked if he was worried about his sister. He did not answer the question, but noted that he hoped nothing bad would happen to her. Then it shared that it wanted to ask something, "Is the guy aiming to settle in Vzone to improve his skills?" Cassian nodded and admitted in a soft voice that this was a great place. Besides, his strong comrades will be nearby. But he himself cannot lag behind them. The more effort he puts in, the stronger he will become. And if he also uses his abilities more often, he will be able to control them better. Lampas have eyes everywhere, so Vzone is the best place to train. It is possible that, thanks to his potential, he managed to gain 2 powers at once, which no one had previously succeeded in doing. Stretching his hand up as if trying to touch the sun's rays, Cassian suggested that if he used all his skills correctly, his revenge would be fulfilled perfectly. Moro's voice rang out, "Then they can move on to searching for the sword of destruction that Jeff was looking for." There was a hesitation, and after exchanging glances with him, it clarified, did he forget, or what? But then returning to the contemplation of the view in front of him, Cassian, despite the external tension, thought with relief that he had indeed become the boss of Vzone. At the Kadam District Girls' High School, in Class 2-1, the voices of female students could be heard everywhere, which attracted the attention of Kim Nian. She approached her classmates and asked what they were watching. One of them, handing her the phone, explained that this was news about Vzone in their area. As soon as Nian saw a photo of Cassian, she immediately realized it was him. The girls noted that their new boss. He's scary as hell. But one of the students reminded him with a smile that Kim Nian's big brother could easily catch him, so they shouldn't be afraid. The others immediately agreed with this, right? He will do it the way he caught that killer, Blood Rain. He is cool. However, all this time Nian herself was silent, staring at the image of Cassian, trying to understand, is he the boss of Vzone? At that time, there, on one of the streets, loud exclamations were heard, "No! He doesn't like it!" The Black Hand was indignant, looking at the rating of the villains of Vzone of the Kadam district. On the list of those you shouldn't encounter, the first place was the janitor, the second place was the Iron Mask, the third place was Screwdriver, the fourth place was the Crow, the fifth place was Cassian. He almost flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "Who made this stupid rating?" However, Crush calmly asked that he was angry because he didn't get there, right? The Black Hand insisted, "But no. What about himself anyway?" Crush, smiling contentedly, explained that he was listed in 6th place. The Black Hand remembered again. He says that this rating is complete nonsense. In his support, the voice of Cutter was heard, who said that he agreed. The Black Hand, turning to him, repeated, "This is complete nonsense." In addition to this, the Cutter, looking at a photograph of Cassian, asked why this guy chose this particular nickname for himself. Crush, rubbing his chin, chuckled, "This is interesting." The Black Hand again could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "What difference does it make to him?" He explained that the name belonged to one of the best Psykers. The Black Hand immediately began to clarify in bewilderment, "A Psyker? Who else is this?" Crush clarified contemptuously, "He doesn't understand anything at all, right?" But he didn't stop screaming, "Why does he even need to know all the Psykers by name? And he generally infuriates him, so now he will hit him." Cutter, stopping their argument, explained that this guy had recently died. This made a Black Hand impression, which is why he asked more calmly, "What?" He explained that he was killed for the murder of a colleague. Then Crush again suggested, "Maybe it's all because of superstition?" Another question was heard, "Black Hand, superstition?" Cutter said that if the villain takes the name of a dead Psyker, he will have new powers. But he exhaled heavily and noted in disbelief, "What kind of nonsense is this? Only a moron would do that." But Crush explained that many people do this, even in Vzone. The Black Hand added mockingly, "Do a lot of idiots do this?" He, looking at him as if he was preparing to tear out his tongue, replied that one more word and he would be finished. Cutter had to stop them again, asking them not to quarrel. They had already been punished, they should stop. But then he himself wondered if their boss had chosen this name by chance? Or will he really be able to gain new power? At the same time, Cassian himself was in the training room in the basement in Vzone. Slapping his wet feet on the floor, he left the bathroom, and releasing thick steam from the room, he noted that he had finally refreshed himself. Moros praised him for training much more than usual today. Will his body survive? Cassian calmed him down, explaining that he didn't have to worry, he was only doing what he could. Besides, his business is much stronger than before. After that explosion it changed. Moros did not comment on this, when suddenly someone knocked on the door and Screwdriver's voice was heard, "Is he there? Can I come in?" But Cassian warned him that he should wait, he was already on his way. It alarmingly reminded him that he was out of shape. But soon both of them, dressed in uniforms, walked along the corridor. Screwdriver politely asked if he trains all day long, but Cassian sternly asked him to get straight to the point. Then he announced that a meeting would be held soon. Cassian clarified with some reluctance, "Is his presence mandatory?" Screwdriver confirmed this, "Of course, he's the boss." Further, Cassian asked why it was being held. He shared the news, the prisoners escaped from the punishment cell. Escape is a problem, of course, but they are surely moving in the same direction, which they suspect. By this time, in the Buxton district of Vzone, in one of the next abandoned buildings, the voice of Barracuda, who was a villain with rank S, was heard. He also belonged to the striker class and had the skill of fossils. They failed the task and barely survived. They had the courage to come here still enough. They are traitors. Pointer and Jwack shyly lowered their eyes to the floor, and the elegant girl in the mask reminded, by the way, that their Vzone leader had changed. Now Screwdriver, the annoying idiot, is no longer a problem. Barracuda announced that he was giving them a week to make sure that the entire Kadam region belonged to him. At the beginning of the meeting, Screwdriver took the opening speech. About 400 people live in the Kadam region. Of these, only 100 are villains. The rest are simply homeless or rejected by society. Although they get along together, such life is far from ordinary. They checked the trackers of those escaping from the punishment cell. All of them are located in the Buxton area. Cassian continued thoughtfully, and so there are 4 districts with Vzones. Why did they choose this one? He noted that they had a conflict. Cassian immediately clarified that they did not share. Screwdriver, projecting an image with the help of glasses, said that they wanted to unite, but did not understand his words that they did not need it. Cassian, looking at the hologram, clarified, "Is this the boss of Vzone Buxton, Barracuda?" He confirmed it, he is the one. Red Eye also described him, he is an S-class villain, and has a very aggressive and cunning personality. Cassian tensed, repeating S-class? But Screwdriver, on the contrary, said with a bit of laughter, "So what? He can't defeat them. The only thing he can be proud of is his brass knuckles. They say it has magic crystals. This also stuck in Cassian Lee's thoughts. With the magic crystals? Red Eye, alarmed, reminded that Buxton outnumbered them. Although that's not the point, they have a lot of top-class villains. If they want to attack. But Screwdriver did not let him finish, firmly explaining that no matter how strong they were, they would not attack without confidence in victory. The Crow, who had been sitting silently before, finally suggested then they should take away their confidence. For example, they can show that all the villains in their Vzone can easily get out of control. This way they will show how freedom-loving they are and how difficult it is to control them. He chuckled thoughtfully and said that this had never happened before. They can try, the main thing is that it doesn't look too forced. Plus they have a secret weapon. But seeing that Cassian Lee got up from the table and headed towards the exit, Screwdriver asked in confusion where he was going. Cassian casually replied that he was going home. Then he added that the meeting was not over yet. However, Cassian Lee coldly explained that he had exams soon, and it was time for him to start studying. Screwdriver had no choice but to let him go, saying okay, he can go. The Crow repeated with a smile, studying? The next day, Kim Woo-chan was sitting in one of the coffee shops, and rather sadly asked his interlocutor, they meet once every 6 months, does he think this is normal? Psyker in training, Seo Jiho, whose rank had not yet been determined, but had the support class and the psychokinesis skill, replied that the problem was small. Then Woo-chan hintedly added that he did not ignore his calls. Jiho recalled that he didn't try to call first either. It's already autumn. Graduation is coming soon, what are his plans for the future? Kim Woo-chan, not understanding what this means, clarified, what do you mean? Seo Jiho calmly explained, will he continue to advance as a psyker or will he go to study? Woo-chan, as always, not paying attention to the girl's admiring glances, admitted that he doesn't know yet, he would like to try himself in different areas and gain life experience. Jiho then said that he should not have chosen a regular high school, but went to a special training campus for psychers, as his father wished. Having said this, he noticed that Kim Woo-chan's gaze grew heavier, but still continued if he, like his parent, became an S-class psyker. But Woo-chan abruptly interrupted him, explaining that he was not ready. Only 30 people worldwide hold this title. His goal is to become one of them. Then he can take revenge on him. Seo Jiho fell silent for a while, but then still tried to insist again, noting that top-class psychers are usually very strong in themselves, and their abilities are well developed. A simple support like him cannot reach such a level. However, Kim Woo-chan, in turn, also recalled that among the supports there is a top-class psyker. This did not convince Jiho, and grinning, he added yes, just one person. But if he doesn't succeed, then Woo-chan's chances are much higher. He caught the villain Blood Rain. This is amazing. Kim Woo-chan himself, once again remembering how everything really was, did not answer anything to this, while Seo Jiho continued, everyone at school is trying to imitate him. Woo-chan wanted to answer something, but he was distracted by a notification that came to his phone, and taking the gadget in his hands, he said that his sister wants to meet. Will he go with him? Jiho, embarrassed, clarified, Nian? Kim Woo-chan noted out loud that he had not seen her for a long time. What? Seo Jiho quietly replied that it was okay, everything was fine. At the same time, Cassian Lee walked right past the coffee shop, and when Moros asked him where they were going, he replied that he needed to buy a book. In Vzone, Buxton District, along the corridor of the Carter, whose outer walls were covered with mold, there was no glass at all. A barracuda walked with measured steps, echoing the hum in the walls. Smiling widely, one of the prisoners who heard him hummed, toys, his cute toys. Where did they hide his treasures? Do they want to play hide and seek? As soon as Barracuda entered his cell and clicked the metal door, the guy immediately asked who he was. Has he seen his toys? He confidently replied that he hid them. The prisoner, licking his dry lips, clarified, did he hide them? For such games he will have to live his life. But then Barracuda promised that he would give him new toys. And when he looked at the prisoner's face, taking him by the chin, the guy asked, new ones? Which? Barracuda explained that they are in Vzone, Kadam district. The prisoner chuckled and repeated, Kadam? There is his homeland. He asked if he remembered Screwdriver. The guy replied that he was the big boss there. This is his friend, whose eyes he really wants to tear out. But Barracuda, pulling his hand away from him, said that he was no longer the boss. This made the prisoner continue to laugh. And when the belts and chains holding him down fell onto the concrete floor, Barracuda ordered him to go there. Interesting toys were already waiting for him. Hearing this, the guy finally took off the blindfold on his own and did not stop smiling. Next to a large shopping center with bright signs, the loud, joyful voice of Kim Min Young rang out. She is here. Coming closer, she added that her friend had arrived early. Did she have to wait long? But Min Young replied that she also just came up. Then Nian noted in surprise that she was surprised that she called from a new number. She explained this by saying that after being discharged from the hospital she changed it. She wants to forget about everything. Soon they were walking along the sidewalk, talking. Min Young asked where her brother was. Kim Nian explained that he was at a bookstore, and they agreed to meet there. Suddenly Min Young stopped and handed her a small package, saying, "Here, this is a gift." Nian, looking inside, asked why. Min Young, blushing with embarrassment, said that it was to thank her. There were quite a lot of people in the store. Kim Nian was holding a book in her hands and was breathing loudly. Min Young, without hiding her bewilderment, asked what she was doing. Nian happily replied that she smells the new books, she loves their smell. Then Min Young, looking at the book she was holding in her hands, asked in confusion, "Really?" Suddenly Kim Nian almost ran to the shelves, shouting at her to tell Min Young to wait here, she wants to buy one book. But on the contrary, she was scared and asked to go together. Coming closer, Min Young clarified what kind of book she was looking for. Nian replied that she needed a cookbook. Her brother was thinking about buying it, but it's not sold online. Right in front of them was a poster with this very book called Korean Cuisine, Dishes That Even a Child Can Cook. It was the bestseller of the year, and was released in limited edition. But Min Young repeated with a grain of disbelief, "A cooking book for Wuchan?" Kim Nian, carefully looking through the spines of all editions, briefly confirmed this, yes. Finally she exclaimed joyfully that she had found it. But as soon as Nian extended his hand in the direction of the book, someone grabbed it faster at the very last moment. Kim Nian was immediately indignant. No, she was the first to take it. But in response a familiar voice was heard, which surprised her, didn't it? "It's in his hands." Cassian also looked away and was puzzled. Nian, looking at him, remembered where she saw him. Cassian also noted to himself, then it was her, and everything was fine with that girl behind. Then, handing the book back to Kim Nian, he told her to take it. Although she obeyed him, she still looked after him for a long time. Moros immediately warned Cassian that he was not going to help him with cooking tomorrow. But he just answered irritably, "It's okay. Now he'll ask the employee if there's anything else in the warehouse." Min Young finally asked, "Does she know?" However, Nian remained silent. In the center of the slot machines, Oppa, crushing the device with his blows, exclaimed, "This cannot be." From the first blow? The brunette grinned and said that he was an idiot. Ki-hun finally said how bored he is, he yearns for the old days. The guy, even confused, clarified, "What again?" But suddenly they heard an unfamiliar voice. Was the boy bored? Do they want him to cheer them up? All three jumped to their feet and shouted, "Who the heck is he?" The mysterious guy, showing a box tied with a bow, added that he had brought them a gift. "They are so cute, he needs to be settled. Why are they afraid?" But Ki-hun continued to question while others were trembling. "Afraid, is he a villain?" The guy continued as if he wasn't listening to them. "They don't want to. They may turn out to be." Ki-hun immediately shouted that he was refusing. Then the villain, hovering over his head, said that there is nothing fun in refusals. The next moment, putting the box on Ki-hun's head, Guy shouted that it was time for gifts, and added that he was sure they would like it. The rest of the students shook in horror, and a frightening grimace appeared on one side of the box. A rank 8 puppeteer, who had the generator class and the chaos skill, explained, "The boys should see this, he became his toy. They should play him too." The bookstore was gradually emptying, when suddenly Kim Nian, finally seeing Wu Chan, loudly called him, "Brother! They are here!" He came closer together with the embarrassed Seo Jiho and asked why they were here. They could go to a cafe. Then Nian replied that she wanted to buy a book. And taking it out, she explained, "Look, he was looking for it." Picking up Kim Woo-chan's book, he noted that she shouldn't have done this, but he is grateful. Jiho said in confusion that he had never seen anyone give books on cooking as a gift before. Wu-chan finally paid attention to Min Young, asking if she is already better. They, in a quiet voice and with red cheeks, answered what? Yes, everything is fine. But Kim Nian, holding out another package to Kim Woo-chan, boldly exclaimed, "Exactly. This is for him from Min Young." And while she thanked him for saving her, Nian herself turned back, where she heard the store employee apologize to Cassian. "He's sorry. This book remains in a single copy, there are no others like it. He was noticeably upset, but suddenly everyone who was in the room was attracted by the incomprehensible noise of the shaking glass doors. Only a few moments passed when someone shouted for everyone to lie down. The very next moment, shards of glass filled the space everywhere, and some shelves with books fell on the floor. Kim Woo-chan, covering for Neon, couldn't understand what happened. Among the de-energized store, a silhouette appeared that belonged to the monster. In a half-abandoned apartment in Vzone, Screwdriver, as always, was fixing something, sitting on the couch, while saying that the exams would definitely keep the boss busy for a while. Suddenly the broadcast on the TV was interrupted by breaking news, where the anchor announced that right now they were informed that it seems that people in gift boxes have appeared in the Kadam shopping area. The police suspect that this is the work of a villain. They will now contact their reporter on the scene. He immediately stopped and repeated in surprise. People in boxes? A crow appeared behind and asked, what are they talking about? But when creepy footage of zombified people appeared on the TV screen, she immediately noted that it seemed that this was the man who escaped 3 years ago. The bookstore was filled with roaring sounds. The monster stood and did not move, but at the same time watching what was happening around. Seo Jiho gritted his teeth and said, what's going on? Is this the villain? Wu-chan didn't respond, when suddenly the box on the man's head shook and suddenly opened, pouring out confetti along with various toys, which immediately rushed to attack. Kim Woo-chan started fighting with a toy monkey, while Jiho took on a teddy bear. Kim Neon, who was standing behind, looked to the side and saw a large green fish approaching her, causing her to squeal in fear. But the very next moment the toy was knocked out of the way by Cassian, who defeated it with a simple blow from the book. She stammered a thank you, but he didn't say anything. Having looked closely at how the silhouette of the fish blurred, Cassian wondered if this was really a toy. Suddenly the monster growled again, and a long tongue appeared from the box. Seo Jiho immediately asked everyone else to be careful. Something might come out of the boxes again. Then Wu-chan, activating his fire abilities, announced that he would neutralize him, and he should cover the others. Jiho only briefly replied that he understood everything. Directing the fiery stream forward, Kim Woo-chan thought only that he must destroy all the villains. But then Cassian screamed loudly, he must stop. He wants to kill a person? Wu-chan turned around and looked at him in confusion, and he explained that this man was being controlled. He is just a puppet in the hands of the villains. Now even Seo Jiho stopped and asked, what? Puppet? At the same time, he wondered how this guy knew such information. Cassian remembered the words that Tuffen Schiller had once told him and repeated them. For all Psykers, the safety of civilians is paramount. They must consider what is happening from different angles and only then act. Kim Woo-chan, still not moving, wondered how this guy knew their rules. When suddenly Cassian shouted at him, why was he staring at him? He must look ahead. There was already a monster's fist right in front of Wu-chan's face, but he managed to dodge it at the very last moment. Jiho also asked her not to touch the person. With these words, he activated his skill, and now, running into battle, he noted to himself that if he is not a villain, but a controlled person, then he should try something. Stretching both arms forward, Seo Jiho cast a restoration spell on the victim, when suddenly he, engulfed in a bright radiance, stopped and fell to the floor, unconscious. When the box itself almost dissolved, Jiho clarified with hope, did he succeed? An Min-young could not restrain herself, and immediately shouted to him that he was very cool. Cassian, coming closer, called the others to see that this was an ordinary person, as he said. Further he saw that it was Ki-hun. Seo Jiho exclaimed with joy that his powers had returned this guy's real appearance. Kim Neon immediately agreed, yes. But when she saw Cassian throw a book at Ki-hun's face, she screamed irritably, what is he doing? Kim Woo-chan, who was standing aside at the time, was both worried and disappointed. Black columns of smoke could be seen everywhere in the city. Monsters filled the streets, attacking ordinary people along with toys. Looking at what was happening from the roof of a tall building, the puppeteer laughed joyfully, saying that now he sees that everyone is delighted. Suddenly he felt something, he added, someone had hurt his toy. He should punish them. He will find these guys. But someone answered him sharply that he would not find anyone. Puppeteer was surprised at first, but turning around, he enthusiastically added, Screwdriver? He noted that he had warned him that if he came into their area again, he would not leave him alone. But the puppeteer in response to this only laughed, opening his ugly huge mouth, and exclaimed how funny he was. Does he expect to intimidate him with his babble? Then, like a little child sticking out his tongue, the puppeteer began to repeat, "He is so happy. He's so happy. He is terribly happy about their next meeting. His eyes are brilliant and beautiful, he will scratch them out with his own hands." When the puppeteer rushed to attack, still laughing, Screwdriver got ready and deftly hit him on the back with a huge screwdriver. After that he froze, just like the puppeteer. But then Screwdriver unexpectedly happily noted how annoying he was. He is not at all happy about their meeting, it infuriates him terribly. At the same time, in Seoul and Vzone of the Buksan district, there was also news, where the presenter very seriously said that right now their correspondents were reporting a strange incident in the Kadam district. The police have already gone to the scene. Barracuda, sitting on a chair surrounded by his subordinates, noted that this is how things are. They need to prepare better for the opening so that the Kadam boys will enjoy it. Rockhand, who had a rank of A, belonged to the striker class and had the skill of fossils, tensed his biceps and asked menacingly, "Can't they just destroy them?" But this was followed by a sly laugh from the Ice Devil, whose rank was a minus. He belonged to the enlightened class and had the cold skill. While building an ice tower, the devil noted that he agreed if they let him freeze them all. Barracuda explained that they can do whatever they want, the main thing is that they should not touch Screwdriver, he will deal with this guy himself. Smoker, rank A and enlightened class, had the air skill. She cheerfully noted that he took the most delicious thing. Does it work to take care of the crow? She has been dreaming about a chicken for a long time. I wonder what crow will taste like. Another voice rang out, belonging to a black demon who had an A+ rank, belonged to the assassin class and had the darkness skill. He clarified, can he also choose a target? Barracuda allowed him to say, he wants someone who is also related to this mine. He admitted that he was interested in Cassian. Smoker noted that this was an unexpected statement. Barracuda also added that this is still the new boss of Vzone. Well, that's up to him. The demon just thanked him. She also clarified what happened to the puppeteer. He explained that they only needed this man for the grand opening. In general, they could get rid of unnecessary ballast. Smoker commented on this, it's cruel. But Barracuda, grinning, happily noted that this time Vzone Kadama would fall into his hands. Loud footsteps were heard on one of the streets of Seoul. The zombie ran ahead, accompanied by creepy toys, while people tried to escape from them. The suddenly distraught man was overtaken by a blue wave, forcing him to stop and gradually return to normal. Seo Jiho, who was running past with Kim Woo-chan, happily noted that they saved them. This one is already the third. Woo-chan explained that there will be more if they don't find the main culprit. Then Jiho, even stopping in place, repeated, "Stop, what? Do they need to find him? Is it dangerous? They have already informed headquarters, they just need to wait." But Kim Woo-chan insisted, the criminal could do something worse, they don't have time. Seo Jiho clarified, does he know the culprit? He explained that this was a puppeteer, a known psycho. He read about him in the Vzone records of the Kadam district. He will do anything for his own pleasure. At the same time, on the other side of the street, Cassian looked at the phone screen with puzzlement. Moros, seeing him, asked what happened. He said Screwdriver sent him a message. He writes that the villain, puppeteer, is behind what is happening. It assumed that apparently he was a dangerous guy, since everything had already been told about him. Cassian suggested that he seemed to be somewhere nearby. They need to get out of here quickly. Moros explained that there are too many people here. Then he replied that they would try to disappear unnoticed. But Kim Neon immediately stopped him, came up from behind and shouted, "Stop, where is he going?" Cassian replied that he was going home. She said that now it's dangerous to walk alone, she might as well go with them. An Min-young also added, yes, they are safe. Brother Neon is a good psyker. Moros stated that the plan to disappear unnoticed failed. Cassian agreed with him, thinking it was some kind of curse. But suddenly he saw how the puppeteer himself was about to land right on top of the girls. Then Cassian shouted, and be careful. But the very next moment, grabbing them both, he jumped with them to the side. The other two psychers also heard a loud noise. Jiho, having managed to see out of the corner of his eye what happened, exclaimed, "What a speed!" Kim Woo-chan ran towards them and shouted in alarm, "Neon!" The puppeteer, blocking their way, announced that this is who is hurting his toys. This makes him very angry. Seo Jiho asked rather tiredly, "Is this the villain?" Woo-chan added, "Did he come to them himself?" He, still smiling, asked, "Do they know him?" He's glad. He needs to reward them. Then, lifting it into the box above his head and about to throw it in their direction, the puppeteer explained, "Here. This is a special gift for special guys. They should get it. It is very rare. However, Kim Woo-chan immediately launched an attack at him, which forced him to stop. But still, when the flash stopped, the puppeteer, sticking out his tongue at them, still threw the box from which a fish jumped out. It, puffing out its cheeks, released a stream of water as a response attack, which threw Woo-chan back. Kim Nien, scared for him, immediately exclaimed, "Brother!" He, finally crashing into the wall, looked forward, and again saw the puppeteer, who, approaching him, said hello. Then, laughing, he was going to put another box on his head. Kim Woo-chan clenched his teeth, cursed in his thoughts, when suddenly the phone crashed into the puppeteer's head. Turning around, he shouted displeasedly, "Who's stopping him from having fun?" But forgetting about his victim, he missed the moment when Woo-chan approached him again and punched him in the face, adding, "He deserved it." When the puppet rolled back head over heels, Kim Woo-chan also voiced his earlier thought: he must wipe out the villains from the face of the earth. Finally seeing the phone on the ground, he realized it looked familiar. In fact, the gadget belonged to him. Cassian Lee, observing everything that was happening, clarified, "Did it see?" Moros only briefly answered, "Yes." Earlier, when Kim Nien threw the phone, he noticed how magical energy escaped from the tips of her finger, and mentally noted, she is not far from her brother. But then, they all suddenly came to their senses, as if on cue, "Where is the puppeteer?" At that moment he stood up, also attracting them with his laughter, and asked, "So which of them is bad here?" They shouldn't have touched his toys at all. But it's okay. He has plenty of them. A breathless Lee Dun ran out of the Korean branch of Lampas, and as he walked, he apologized for urgently needing to go to the restroom. The woman who met him coldly noted, "Per Woo-chan, he must have suffered from a mentor like him." Dun, opening the car door, noted enthusiastically, "She has a new car." But the women only strictly ordered him to close his mouth and finally sit down. Soon they were racing along an empty highway until Ham Ji-sung, an A-rank plus Psyker who belonged to the striker class and had the skill of physics, said that something had happened in the center of the Kadam region. This is a densely populated area. The longer they wait to resolve the incidents there, the more casualties there will be. Lee Dun, reading the information on the tablet screen, clarified, "Gift man? Has the puppeteer really shown up again?" She clarified irritably, "Did he just now realize it? By the way, his partner Kim Woo-chan is also there." Dun, hearing this, repeated in alarm, "Woo-chan? Is he alone at the scene?" Ji-sung explained that Seo Ji-ho was with him. Then Lee Dun said, taking out his phone, that he should call him and find out the situation. She also added that he should tell them to wait for them in a safe place. They don't have to take any more risks like they did with Blood Rain. She generally finds this case very strange. For 3 years nothing was heard from him, and then suddenly he showed up. He can't control himself, right? It's strange that he hid for so long and came when he was bored. Dun said he agrees, he doesn't think it's that simple. In general, something strange is happening in Vzones all over the country, as if someone is deliberately provoking conflicts between them. But what is the benefit? Ham Ji-sung explained that whoever absorbs the rest of the Vzones will benefit. Suddenly Lee Dun screamed in panic, "What's going on? Kim Woo-chan's phone doesn't work. What if puppeteer did something?" She asked him to calm down and dial the number again. However, Dun continued to be hysterical, "He does it anyway. It can't be, his Woo-chan could have gotten hurt. What should he do?" Ji-sung yelled at him, "The fools should calm down." At this time, one of the drones belonging to Screwdriver froze right above the battle site. Puppeteer, laughing disgustingly, created more and more boxes, saying, "They will have fun all night until the guys are tired of playing to death." He then sent several angry gift boxes forward, but Kim Woo-chan deftly avoided them at first and smashed them, until after destroying one of the boxes, he released several colored anti-stress toys out. They immediately, like plasticine, began to fetter his hands, turning into bright spots. Puppeteer, coming closer during this time, noted that this unique item was intended especially for him. Very soon the guy will become his best toy. More and more parasites continued to stick to Woo-chan's body. Cassian Lee, unable to bear it, called out to Seo Ji-ho, "Why are the blue locks standing still? He must use his power on his comrade." Ji-ho nodded in agreement, and the puppeteer, hearing them, became wary. Seo Ji-ho once again used his recovery abilities to target Kim Woo-chan, truly helping him free himself from obsessive toys. Puppeteer, seeing this, was horrified and attacking Ji-ho, shouted, "No! He shouldn't dare touch his toys." However, Woo-chan knocked him out of the way, throwing him back and pushing him hard into the wall. Then he tried to strike a few more times, but the puppeteer was quicker, and approaching Kim Woo-chan, finally grabbed him by the neck, exclaiming, "He caught him! This is his super ultra rare item. Let the guy be honored to become his toy." The puppeteer laughed until a shadow blade appeared from the wall, followed by the same black vines that wrapped around his hands. Puppeteer was indignant. "What's going on?" At that moment Woo-chan swung his fist and punched him with all his might while he continued to scream, "Who dares touch his toys?" Kim Woo-chan added with delight, "He's a freak." The puppeteer launched a rather strong attack, and fell to the ground with a resounding thud and lost consciousness. Seo Jiho called out to Woo-chan in alarm, and as if he had come to his senses, he saw the last clumps of shadow disappear from his fingers. Then, seeing blades sticking out of the wall, Kim Woo-chan remembered who it belonged to. Screwdriver watched what was happening below from the roof of the building. Thoughtfully adjusting his glasses, he told himself that he would pretend he didn't see it. The next day, early in the morning, Woo-chan watched the news. The presenter said that yesterday afternoon an incident occurred in the area. The villain and culprit behind the incident is confirmed to be puppeteer, right? Ham Ji-sung, sitting opposite the man and giving an interview, confirmed this. Yes, because of him, many civilians were injured and the infrastructure of the area was destroyed. The presenters then asked whether crimes have become more frequent in the codes lately. What is the reason in her opinion? She responded that the Vilzones prove that all villains are socially adept to a certain extent. Also, cities that have Vilzones show lower levels of criminal incidents. All the villains responsible for the crimes were not members of the Vilzones, which proves the negative result of such an omission. He answered the men that everything was clear to him. Then what can she offer as a solution to this problem? Ji-sung noted that she thinks they should work on the Vilzone system. If it weren't for the Psykers, everything could have ended in a more terrible tragedy. The man agreed with her. That's right. He heard that Psykers Kim Woo-chan and Seo Jiho performed well in this battle. In general, Woo-chan is quite actively involved in many recent events. What does she think about this? Ham Ji-sung proudly said that he is a rising star in Lampa's Korea. Many would like to speed up his promotion. Further, Kim Woo-chan did not want to continue listening to her and turned off the TV. He remembered how yesterday Lee Dun, having finally met him, joyfully admitted that he was really proud to have him as his partner. He thinks that at this point his training can be considered successfully completed. Gritting his teeth, Woo-chan mentally cursed, "No. What then, what now? He did it all. Why does the villain save people? What are his goals? What is he trying to achieve?" Picking up the phone and opening the rating, Kim Woo-chan now knew that his nickname was Cassian. At the Vilzone office, Royal Gannett announced that they had problems. Via media, someone is encouraging to disband Vilzone in Kadam. Grinning, Screwdriver noted, "Let them just try." Royal supported him, saying that if this is the case, Vilzone in Buxton will not sit still. They will want to take them to themselves. Otto, who was sitting with them and passing them chocolate chip cookies, added that this was literally a declaration of war. Aroma, who was watching her, grinned. Screwdriver, again turning to Royal Gannett, asked what about the other Vilzones of Seoul? Are they silent? Royal sadly confirmed this. Exactly. Apparently they are still monitoring the situation. But sooner or later they will come for them. Screwdriver stopped tapping the screwdriver on the table and leaned back, summing up. In other words, they all know that what happened was planned, and they were used as scapegoats. Does their Vilzone really seem so weak? Royal Gannett, not missing out on the opportunity to earn extra money, politely hinted that he was always ready to offer a helping hand. However, he announced that there were no options, he had to help them, but they also had a secret weapon. Royal, guessing that we were talking about their Cassian, asked why it was secret. Aroma noted that she could not find it even by smell. Screwdriver, looking at his watch, explained that their boss was currently busy with exams. So he doesn't have time yet. All three of them were very surprised when they heard the word exams. Cassian Lee was indeed at Kadam High School, and while walking on the roof of one of the buildings, he was simultaneously eating a sweet bun and talking to Kwon Yuri, telling her that he was doing great. He eats well and is in good health. However, she still exclaimed, how can she not worry about him? Only yesterday she saw what happened to them. Was he near the scene? Cassian, for her own peace of mind, lied that he was at home and preparing for exams. Yuri immediately asked again, exams? When they? He briefly explained that they would be there tomorrow. Then Kwon Yuri clarified, is he really a good student? He should try not to get bad grades. Cassian Lee promised that he would really try. Yuri kept talking non-stop, of course. His efforts are important. She wants to see great results. But noticing that Kim Woo-chan approached him, Cassian tried to quickly say goodbye to her, saying that he had to go, he would call her later. Kwon Yuri places to be indignant, agreed good. She wishes him good luck in his exams. Finally, putting the phone in his pocket, Cassian Lee exchanged serious glances with Woo-chan. But finally Kim Woo-chan himself suggested that they should talk to Kwon Kam-woo. As evening fell, Hotel Vesperna was quiet. Yuri, walking down the corridor, thought out loud, her brother must be very worried. Maybe she should tell him where the stash is in the house. He must eat well. But someone suddenly called her. Turning around, she saw Sean walking towards her, who happily noted, "Here she is." He called her a lot of times. Kwon Yuri immediately apologized, explaining that she was talking on the phone. Did something happen during her absence? But he smiled and softly explained, "No, nothing like that. It's just that their director returned from a business trip and said that they would like to see her in person." Yuri was puzzled by this news, and even clarified whether it was true. But soon, having reached the desired office, and opening the door, she asked permission to enter. On the opposite side of the room, looking out the large window, stood a long-haired man. Sean, leading Kwon Yuri inside, explained, as the director asked, "This is their new manager." At that moment she thought with trepidation, "Is he the director?" Finally, turning and coming closer, the man apologized for calling her so suddenly. Holding out his hand, he added, "After all, it's already quite late. But he is glad to meet them, he would like to introduce himself. His name is Vincent." Cassian Lee directly asked what Woo-chan wanted to tell him. He, making an effort over himself, thanked him for yesterday. Without him, they all wouldn't have survived. Frowning, Cassian wondered, did he just come to say thank you? Kim Woo-chan also added that despite the danger of the situation, he helped at the risk of his own life. Kam-woo really acted like a psyker. And he has something else. With these words, Woo-chan handed him the package. Cassian Lee is tough, what made him think something? But Kim Woo-chan explained that it was his sister who asked me to tell him. This is as a thank you for your help. Cassian remained silent, then he, looking at him with a withering look, noted that he would say directly, "This is the first time she gives a guy a gift, so he should accept it." Woo-chan hung the bag on Cassian Lee's hand, and after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and noted, by the way, yesterday he saw a guy in a black suit. But suddenly Kim Woo-chan stopped short, and again continued his way to the stairs, waving his hand at him, asking him to forget about it. He just wishes him good luck in the exam. As soon as Woo-chan left, Moros very interestedly asked what was in the package. Cassian, putting his hand inside, replied, "Now they will find out." But the very next moment he is surprised to see the very book that he had previously given to Nian. In Vzone, Kadam district, sounds of repair work were heard. Screwdriver, setting up his next invention, noted that they should install barricades here. Hammerboy enthusiastically asked to be allowed to do it for him. He agreed, noting that everything had to be the best video possible. Then Screwdriver, turning to the Earth Dog, added that they would still need to set traps in front of them. He immediately clarified, "Dig a trench? If so, how deep?" The Crow standing nearby was very puzzled and asked if the guys from Buxton would really come. Screwdriver answered easily enough, "Of course. That's why they prepare a greeting for guests. As if at the beginning of the war." But turning his head to the side and seeing Cassian Lee walking towards them, he was the first to ask in a friendly manner, how were his exams? He, watching how Hammerboy uses a hardened hammer, and Earth Dog wields a super shovel, clarified what they were doing. Screwdriver said they are preparing to repel the attack. Cassian clarified, "Are we talking about the guys from Buxton?" The Crow exclaimed coquettishly, "Of course, he's silly." Screwdriver said that they are already strong, but with all this, it will be easier for them to win. The next moment, seeing that Cassian Lee was leaving somewhere, he asked in confusion where the boss was going. Cassian explained that he was heading towards Ujiha. Screwdriver asked confused, "Does he drink early in the morning?" The Crow even added maybe they should join? But still, having come to the Heaven pub alone, Cassian Lee talked about the purpose of his visit, and as a result Jiha asked him again, does he want to buy high-class mana crystals? How many? Cassian firmly replied that he would buy everything he could get his hands on. Ujiha repeated thoughtfully, all he can get? He warned right away that it would be very expensive. But Cassian Lee was not at all intimidated by this, continuing to ask how much it would cost. Then Jiha realized that his intentions were quite serious, and leading him to the utility room, He laid out several boxes on the table, warning him that he had 5 crystals with him. Cassian noted that he expected more. Said that another client bought almost the entire batch. These are the leftovers. Then Cassian kept asking, so what are they worth? Holding out a piece of paper, Uchiha explained with cunning in his eyes that everything was written in the contract. He thinks the boss knows they are very rare. But there is a special significantly reduced price for it. Cassian, however, rather brazenly suggested that if he gave him another 20% discount, he would buy these crystals. But Uchiha, not falling for this, grinned and replied that this was a dubious proposal. Finally, Cassian offered to sell him 5 crystals for the price of 4. Uchiha grinned and agreed, okay, deal. Only payment must be in cash. Cassian took out his phone and asked him for his account number. He previously shared with Moros that he has a secret account in his name at a Swiss bank. It clarified, is this like a nest egg for a rainy day? Cassian, typing the password on the keyboard, noted that Jeff told him to do so. Finally, he exclaimed joyfully, he succeeded. Moros, seeing the amount, said in shock how much money there was. But even so, Cassian sadly admitted that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would have transferred all his money here. It asked what he plans to do with them? Cassian replied that he invests everything on his own. Now, when he was heading out of the pub, Uchiha thanked him for the deal and asked him to come again. Then, looking at the phone screen, he wondered, secret account? Who is this guy? Having freed herself after school, Kim Neon stopped in front of the cafe and, seeing an advertisement that indicated the dish and coffee of the day, she suggested that maybe they should eat here? An Min-young exclaimed happily in response, mango parfait? It's very tasty. After a few more minutes, having received their orders, they finally began to dine. Min-young, having tasted the first spoon, immediately said with satisfaction, "This is delicious." Neon added that there are also a lot of mangoes. Then, becoming more serious, she clarified, An Min-young definitely didn't see where that guy went yesterday? Min-young, who was quite tired of such questions, replied that she had not seen anything. Maybe he went home, no? But Kim Neon asked if she thinks so? She suddenly felt trembling as she remembered the incident that happened yesterday when she watched Cassian run away from them, causing her to lose sight of him. Min-young, noticing how deep she was in thought, began to call her and ask what was wrong. Neon suddenly realized everything, fearfully putting her palms to her mouth. It was him. When their snack was finished, Kim Neon warned An Min-young that she would go to the restroom for a while. She calmly replied that she would be waiting for her at the entrance. Neon, lost in her thoughts, did not notice how the black demon followed right behind her. While washing her hands, Kim Neon suggested that Min-young didn't seem to understand who he was. And her brother hasn't figured it out yet. But if she reveals the truth, what will happen to him? Suddenly, the door handle clicked, and the demon, turning into the image of Cassian, entered the restroom. Turning around in horror, Neon asked in confusion where he came from. Looking through the light-filled window of the cafe, An Min-young, even having sent Kim Neon a message, could not understand why she was so delayed. Is she really talking to someone? But the next moment a terrible scream reached her. People ran away from the establishment, simultaneously exclaiming, "Villain!" From the destroyed wall, holding the unconscious Neon on his shoulder, a black demon emerged, completely repeating the image of Cassian. Min-young, getting up from the table and realizing that she could no longer move from fear, quietly said, "Kim Neon?" He came closer and coldly asked, "Are they girlfriends?" She could not answer anything, and then the devil, leaving, finally asked An Min-young to tell her brother to look for him in Vzone of the Kadam district if he needed a sister. The day was drawing to a close when the Black Hand, stopping near the barricade, irritably asked, "What is this?" Cutter replied that this was like protection from the idiots from Buxton. He, kicking the fence, again asked, "What's the point? This fence is easy to break." Crush, standing next to him, asked him to calm down, saying, "It's better for him to be here." But the Black Hand did not let up and invited them to break it. Cutter, frightened, hastened to warn him that, on the contrary, he should be more careful, there are traps there. He immediately asked again displeasedly, "Trap? This is a minefield, isn't it?" Cutter replied that he did not know, he was simply told that the ground had traps. Earth Dog worked hard on them. Their argument was stopped by Crush, who, making a sound of surprise, pointed his finger towards the horizon, asking the others what was there. They both turned around and then Crush guessed, "Is it Kim Woo-chan?" The Black Hand also noted with bewilderment, "Who is this? Buxton villain?" Cutter immediately replied, "No, it's a Psyker. He is a rising star and very popular on the internet." Then they both, with their mouths open in surprise, repeated, "Is he a Psyker?" Then, the Black Hand, activating its abilities, announced that everyone should move aside. They can leave this guy to him. When will he get another chance to fight a Psyker? The next moment he rushed to the attack, shouting that the guy would regret that he decided to just show up in Vzone. Wu-chan was also not going to give in to him, and shouted as he walked that he had come to pick up his sister. "Black Hand," he repeated confusedly, "sister? What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" Suddenly Kim Wu-chan, as if he stepped on a stone, the ground beneath it began to fall down, and immediately noted, "Is this a trap?" The stone's surface really collapsed with a loud crash, and even the Black Hand, trying to break in time, did not have time to do so, also falling into the hole, screaming for help. Crush, watching all this, said tiredly, "And which of them is more of an idiot?" Cassian at this time, being on his personal training ground, absorbed mana crystals, calmly waiting for the golden glow around him to flare up sharply and gradually fade away. Moros asked with sincere interest how he felt after absorbing the best mana crystals. However, he replied with some indifference that he felt as if he had become stronger, but nothing more. They need to check his stats now. It is immediately its system window, in which the information gradually becomes larger. Cassian, looking at the mana range, noted 860 points. We can say that he is now a villain of rank B. Moros understood, he already said that the more mana he has initially, the less the crystals will help. Of course, if he finds the true crystal, that's a different matter. Otherwise he will have to consume artificial crystals in huge quantities. Cassian added that then he could just focus on training. It agreed that it had a choice. But it would be better if the guy continued to rapidly raise Manu, as during that explosion. Cassian, taking a closer look at his profile, suddenly asked, "By the way, what are these numbers next to the skills?" Moros briefly replied that this was a gain. Then he clarified, "Strengthening skills?" It clarified, he didn't use 2 shadow swords at the same time during the battle with Blood Rain? Cassian admitted that he himself does not know how this happened. At the same time, he thought, he had never trained specifically to improve his skills. Perhaps, thanks to the increase in the amount of mana, he can develop skills? For Psykers, such improvement is only possible through diligent training, and only a few can combine existing skills to create new ones. Which means he can't just rely on crystals, he needs to diligently develop himself. Although now he can hardly repeat the double use of powers, but one day he will definitely succeed, and he will take revenge on Lampas. Well, returning from his thoughts, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, combining skills?" Moros was silent to understand his train of thought, and he suggested, "Surely he can summon the Shadow Sword and combine it with Shadow Fire?" Having immediately tried to do this, Cassian saw black blades engulfed in blue flames and joyfully announced that he succeeded. "Can't be." It watching what just happened thought in shock, is it really that simple to combine skills? Although at the same time, Moros remembered how Jeff Malik once said that with such potential, Cassian could definitely develop into a top Psyker. But their joy, mixed with surprise, was interrupted by a knock on the door, after which the voice of Screwdriver was heard. "Is Cassian here?" "He has a guest." However, Cassian asked with extreme suspicion what kind of nonsense this was. "What other guest?" "He also wonders what the Psyker in Vzone forgot," answered Kim Woo-chan. Cassian and Moros froze, wondering, is he? One of the Screwdriver drones was sent to Vzone, illuminated by the golden rays of the sun, in the Buxton district. The Black Devil walked through the rusted and moldy corridors of the building as the disguise slowly dissolved into thin air. Finally he entered the main room, and the smoker immediately greeted him. "Has he arrived?" He showed the girl unconsciously hanging on his shoulder, and noted that he would put her in a cage. "He agrees with the answer, good." Smoker, turning to Barracuda, asked if he wants to drive them all into a corner. With a bit of contempt, he replied that it would be very interesting. Soon the incident will be announced on all the news. The villains are terrible creatures who kidnapped the Psyker's sister. That's a great news headline, huh? They will smash them all in a moment. The whole world will turn its back on the idiots from Vzone in the Kadam district. They will be isolated from society, and then they will defeat them. At the same time in Kadam, Cassian looking at Kim Woo-chan sitting on a chair and tied with rope, he clarified, in the end, how would he steal his sister? Screwdriver, who was standing nearby, agreed, right. The crow answered with a grin, did he steal? Yes, this is nonsense. But still, thinking, Cassian repeated, it was not him. He has no need to do this. Screwdriver continued to agree, yes, the boss couldn't do that. The guys from their Vzone don't do kidnapping or anything like that. However, Wu-chan, almost growling, ordered them to stop talking nonsense. Where is his sister? They must answer. He quite calmly suggested that someone from Buxton was probably involved here. There was a misunderstanding. Suddenly came a firm order from Cassian Lee, they must untie him. When they both turned around, he repeated it, so they could clear up the misunderstanding. But even so, Kim Woo-chan still looked at him with eyes filled with anger. One skin soon, when they all watched the video from the CCTV cameras together, Screwdriver, being pleased with himself, noted, he said that this would not be superfluous. As the Psyker can see, Barracuda is definitely involved. He sent their drone there specifically to prevent such situations. The Crow agreed with him, this is an excellent quality. Did he update the camera on the drone? Cassian asked who this is. Screwdriver, enlarging the image of the Black Devil, noted that judging by the ability to change appearance, this is a dark person. Cassian Lee repeated in surprise. Changes in appearance? He noted in surprise that this villain had become exactly the same as him. But Cassian exclaimed sharply and dissatisfiedly, is it him? What kind of jokes? He doesn't look like that. Screwdriver didn't argue with him, and calmly answered, right? Well, maybe it's not him. But Wu-chan at that moment noted to himself that they were alike. Finally Cassian Lee announced, well, they know who the culprit is, and it's time for them to punish him. Screwdriver, turning to him, clarified, right now? He confirmed this, of course, because kidnapping should be punishable. But suddenly he was interrupted by Kim Woo-chan shouting, stop. When Cassian looked at him, he explained that he would also go to Vzone. This matter concerns his sister. Cassian Lee indifferently noted, if he wants, he can go. Screwdriver asked with a smile, did they decide to keep them? The Crow announced that she was actually coming too. Then he added that the attack was much better than expected. They will deal with them today. But the next moment there was a loud sound of impact, and the Black Hand and his comrades burst into the room and announced that they were coming too. Did they really want to keep all the fun for themselves? They should share with them. Crush added that it's time to show off. Cutter remained silent, while wondering whether they would succeed. Cassian, looking at everyone gathered, announced that he didn't care how many of them were coming, they had a different problem. Screwdriver was surprised at first, but then, looking at Wu-chan, he smiled with understanding. In the hotel lobby on Rose, among the snow-white walls and high stairs there was the director's room. There, looking at the sparkling decorations, Royal Gannet exclaimed with admiration, beauty. They are magnificent, his delights. The twins, sitting on the sofa, watching him from afar, wondered what was wrong with him. Did he really steal it all? Most likely it is, what an idiot he is. Royal, however, did not pay any attention to them, and turning to the jewelry as if they were alive, he kept repeating, he adores all his beauties. Suddenly his phone rang, and after answering the call, Royal Gannet replied irritably, what's the matter? He is busy now. No one should bother him over trifles. But after listening to the interlocutor, he agreed with a smile and exclaimed, good. The girls were surprised by his reaction, and Royal, calmly allowing a whirlwind of precious crystals to surround him, promised his interlocutor that he could rely on them. As night fell, having made his way to Vzone in the Buxton district, Cassian Lee, along with his team, stopped in front of a tall and dilapidated building, realizing that this was where she was. Screwdriver was the first to announce impatiently, they were there, it was their time to act. They must do a quick briefing before attacking. Then, calling King Wu-chan, he noted that a guy shouldn't be so harmful just because he's a newbie. The red mask should suit them. Kim Wu-chan looked closely at the red mask he was holding in his hands. Cassian Lee said if he's going to go, he should wear this. He asked in bewilderment, why? Cassian Lee replied that a Psyker among villains is a very strange sight. Screwdriver looked at him appraisingly. His facial expression said that Kim Wu-chan was going for it. He said out loud that he made the helmet as a joke, but he could take it back. Screwdriver added that it is better not to attract attention, so let him do what he is told. Kim Wu-chan doubted looking at the helmet. Over time. Vzone Boxan. Cassian Lee said that their target is the Boxan leaders. He added that they would capture the leadership and release the hostages. Crow, crossing her arms over her chest, said with displeasure that they would attack the entire Vzone in a small group. Cassian Lee turned to Screwdriver and ordered him to check the shortest path. Screwdriver, looking at the blue screen in front of him, said that he was doing it. Cassian Lee added that surprise and a quick attack are the best they can rely on. He invited them to share responsibilities and told them to listen carefully. Kim Woo-chan stood silently and watched what was happening. Cassian Lee ordered that Screwdriver be responsible for reconnaissance. Crow would cover them, and he would take charge of the infiltration and attack. Crow said with dissatisfaction that she did not really like to carry out orders for others, but this time she would give in. Kim Woo-chan clarified by asking the question, "Close combat?" Cassian Lee replied that his rear was behind him. Crow asked in surprise what he meant. Screwdriver said nothing, looking at the blue screen with a smile. Cassian Lee ordered that they now separate their attack zones. Black Hand annoyedly shouted for them to wait. He asked with dissatisfaction why they were not in his plan. He asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Crush angrily asked the question, "Why don't they just barge in and beat everyone up?" With his appearance, he made it clear that this is exactly what villains do. Cassian Lee looked at Cutter, Black Hand and Crush standing in front of him and said that they had a separate important job to do. Black Hand asked in surprise, "Important?" Crush smiled and said they were like an ace in the hole. Cassian Lee said that they would guard the exit of the building for them. He added that until then, let them keep their heads down. Black Hand angrily shouted that this was nonsense. He mentally asked, did he think they would buy it? Cassian Lee calmly explained that without them they would not be able to get the hostages out, so this task was very important. Black Hand angrily shouted that this was nonsense. Black Hand and Cassian Lee exchanged angry glances. Black Hand asked with a look, "Is he taking him for a fool?" Cassian Lee replied with a glance that it was so if he did not understand how important this task was. Kim Woo-chan looked at them puzzled and did not understand what was happening. He remembered that when he was little, during training, the coach said that the effect of surprise and a quick attack was the best thing they could rely on. He added that one should not attack thoughtlessly. Kim Woo-chan looked excitedly at the coach, who said with a smile that the 45th was a very capable child and patted him on the head. The coach added that he should remember his words, they will be useful to him. Kim Woo-chan looked down and sadly thought that he was a villain. Over time. Vzone Baksan. Screwdriver, Cassian Lee and Kim Woo-chan crouched on the roof of a tall building and kept watch. A drone was flying in the dark sky between two houses. It approached a surveillance camera located on one of the houses. The drone intercepted the signal that came from it. The camera changed its position. Screwdriver informed the 10th and 11th that he had everything ready. Having received a signal from the camera, he happily added that all surveillance cameras were under his control. Crow happily said that they were moving forward. Cassian Lee has ordered that it is time to move out. They simultaneously took a step forward and jumped. Kim Woo-chan stood on the roof and looked at them, puzzled. He remembered Kim Neon's sweet face and mentally asked her not to get hurt. He ran, jumped off the roof and mentally promised that he would save her soon. Over time. Dark narrow corridor with many doors. Kim Neon was lying motionless on the floor in one of the rooms. She moved her hand. Opening her eyes, Kim Neon groaned. She looked at the metal floor in bewilderment. Kim Neon stood up in fear and screamed. Looking around, she excitedly asked the question, "Where is she?" She asked, "What is this all about?" Kim Neon looked at her hand, which was glowing with blue mana, and said something. She remembered the recent events and the image of Cassian Lee. Kim Neon said, puzzled, that it was that person, or it wasn't him. She mentally asked, how could she know? Kim Neon recalled that she was unconscious at that moment. She sat on the floor and looked ahead in bewilderment. Some sounds were heard in the narrow corridor. At the same time, Black Hand shouted in irritation that this was pissing him off. He angrily kicked the air and asked the question, "Back exit?" He asked why it should be protected. Crush, with a big hammer on his shoulder, agreed with him. He said with a smile that the best villains are always eager to fight. Black Hand pointed his index finger at him and said that it is. He talks about it. Cutter looked at the night sky, where the moon was shining brightly, and asked the question, can't they wait silently? He added that the entire Vzone would soon come running to their screams. Black Hand asked irritably, what does he have to do with it? Cutter looked at him condescendingly and mentally asked how he could live with such intelligence. He wondered out loud if they thought their boss was weird. Black Hand spread his arms to the sides in bewilderment and asked the question, what is he talking about? Crush said he's always been like this. Cutter said thoughtfully that during the distribution of responsibilities he had a strange feeling. Cutter put his fist to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said that he thought Cassian Lee was explaining everything like a Psyker. Black Hand frowned at him and asked, Psyker? He clarified by asking the question, why? With all his appearance he asked, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Crush looked at Cutter condescendingly, and said that it wasn't as stupid as he would have done. Cutter scaredly asked the question, "Who is there?" The three of them looked warily in the direction where the sound came from. Black Hand asked irritably, "What is this, Jwack?" Jwack and Pointer looked at them in surprise. Crush excitedly realized that they were caught. Jwack demanded to know what they were doing outside of their Vzone. She added quietly, mockingly, that the three of them were fools. She thoughtfully suggested, looking at the three frightened faces of Cutter, Crush and Black Hand, that they had come to surrender to Bak-san. The three villains asked in shock, "What?" Black Hand angrily put his fist in front of him and asked indignantly, should he give up? He shouted that this was nonsense. Black Hand thought excitedly that they had come to fight. Cutter looked at her condescendingly and thought she was stupid. Rock Hand angrily asked, "What's that noise?" He stomped his feet loudly and approached them. Black Hand and Cutter looked excitedly in the direction where the voice came from. Looking at the one-eyed big guy glowing with red mana, they realized that it was Rock Hand. Vzone Bak-san. Rock Hand thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and said that he had not seen them here. He guessed in surprise, asking if the idiots from Gaddam had come to spy on them. Black Hand asked angrily, "Idiots?" Jwack grabbed Black Hand's hand and told Rock Hand not to jump to conclusions. She said dismissively that they didn't have enough brains to spy. She added irritably that they had come to surrender. Rock Hand asked in surprise, should he give up? Black Hand asked indignantly, "What?" He said with irritation that they had come to take over Vzone Bak-san. Crush laughed cheerfully and said approvingly that it served them right. Cutter looked at them excitedly and thought they were idiots. He said with his eyes that they were brainless. Cutter realized that they would all die. He mentally said that they were told to sit quietly so as not to get caught. Rock Hand asked in surprise, "Is this so?" He clenched his fist, glowing pink with spiritual power, and said that this was very stupid, but their bravery was commendable. Rock Hand, using mana, covered his hands with stone armor and said, "Let them now try to prove that their courage is stronger than stone." Black Hand took a step forward and mockingly asked, "Is this the stone?" Rock Hand looked ahead warily. Black Hand activated his gold-colored spiritual power and said that his steel fist was 100 times stronger than any stone. Over time. Vzone. Barracuda sat on a chair in the middle of an abandoned building. He rested his head on his fist and closed his eyes. Previously. Screwdriver clarified by asking the question, "Does he want to merge the zones into Soul?" He asked why. Barracuda said that he doesn't see any point in living under the surveillance of a Psyker forever. He added that together they will become stronger. Barracuda smiled dreamily and said that after the unification of Vzone throughout the country. Before he could finish speaking, Screwdriver interrupted his speech, saying that he was refusing. Barracuda asked why? Screwdriver, twirling his weapon with his fingers, replied that art must be practiced alone. He added that there was no point in giving him his people just to stroke his pride and desire. Barracuda asked indignantly, "What did he say?" Screwdriver, sitting on the roof of the car, holding a huge glowing screwdriver on his shoulder, which turned into a weapon, and asked if self-doubt really torments him so much that he tries to mock the weak. Screwdriver summed it up by saying he was against it. He looked over his shoulder and assumed that the other two were of the same opinion. Barracuda gritted his teeth angrily and tried to say something, but Screwdriver warned him menacingly, holding out his glowing weapons in front of him. He suggested that they not make life difficult for each other. Barracuda looked fearfully at the bright light escaping from the barrel of a huge screwdriver. Screwdriver menacingly told him to remember his words. He added that if he ignored, he would have to hurt him. Present tense. Barracuda, sitting in his chair, angrily called out the nickname Screwdriver. He heard a sound and opened his eyes warily. Lens Girl stood behind him and asked permission to report on the situation. He asked irritably what was there. She informed that there are Gaddam miscreants outside. She added that there were 3 of them. Lens Girl assumed that they were all B rank. Barracuda looked over his shoulder and asked in surprise, "Only 3? He asked another question, "Who is with them now?" She replied that it was Rock Hand. Barracuda said with a bored look that if they were rank B, he could handle it. After thinking a little, he said that this was strange. Barracuda ordered them to inspect all the premises. He assumed that these villains were just bait. Lens Girl asked in surprise, "Bait?" Barracuda laughed smugly and said that Screwdriver had made an obvious move. He added that his tricks wouldn't work on him. He clenched his fist, which was wearing a spiked glove, and cast the Barracuda Fang's spell. His hand glowed brightly with blue mana. Barracuda said that Screwdriver and other Vzone bosses need to know that he is not going to lose. He grinned maliciously and said, "Don't let Screwdriver think that time hasn't changed him." Over time. Cassian looked down at the building that was glowing blue and asked the question, "Is their leader sitting there?" The four of them stood on the edge of a multi-story building and looked down. Cassian said they quickly found the location. Screwdriver smugly declared that it was all thanks to him. Screwdriver generated a drone from Mana and asked if they could check the situation inside before the invasion. Crow looked at the flying object in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Screwdriver replied that it was a mini drone. Crow said with affection that this is a very cute item. She asked him to give it to her, because she wanted one. Screwdriver smiled and said that there was another one at home, she could take it. Kim Woo-chan, watching them, thought that now it was difficult for him to perceive them as enemies. After a while, they heard some sound and turned their heads in that direction. Kim Woo-chan cursed and asked if they had been noticed. Cassian said it pisses him off. He took a few steps forward, activated dark blue mana and said that this happened earlier than they expected. Black smoke appeared in the air. Cassian opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. He looked back and saw that clouds of black smoke had covered everything around him. Kim Woo-chan asked excitedly, "What's going on?" There was an ominous laugh. Cassian looked back with interest and looked in that direction. Smoker's blonde hair emerged from the smoke. She asked mockingly, "So they were hiding here?" Cassian and the others looked at her in surprise. She completely came out of the thick black fog, holding a smoking pipe in her hand, and mockingly said that they were her little rats. Looking around those present, she asked with interest, "Did Crow come here with Screwdriver?" Screwdriver pointed his index finger at Smoker and asked the question, "Do they look familiar?" Crow looked at her condescendingly, and said that it wasn't very good. Smoker mockingly said that since Screwdriver is the boss, she would give in. She added with a smile that she would play well with Crow. Crow chuckled mockingly. She said that she would stay and let them leave. Screwdriver looked at her worriedly and asked the question with his eyes, "Is she sure she can handle it?" Crow said that she had a conversation with Smoker. She looked over her shoulder and cheerfully said, "Let them not interfere while the women are talking." Cassian asked worriedly, "Is she sure she doesn't need their help?" It seemed to him that she was angry. Screwdriver cheerfully told him not to worry, this would only make her happy. After a while they jumped off the roof. Screwdriver, sitting on the edge, looked over his shoulder and said when she was done, he should find them. Crow laughed and replied that it was good. He jumped and flew down. Smoker stretched her lips in a mocking smile. She asked, "Since the disturbing little rats have disappeared, is it time to start the fun?" They stood opposite and prepared for battle. Crow asked mockingly, "Little rats?" She suggested that Smoker was confused. She added emphatically that they were saviors. Smoker asked again in bewilderment, "Saviors?" She added mockingly, "Her saviors, if only they remained." Crow hit the roof with her cane, and many black feathers flew into the air. She confidently said that now no one will stop her. Many crows with glowing red eyes hovered around her in the air. She asked ominously, "Will they have fun until they die?" Floodlights brightly illuminated the abandoned multi-story building. Sharktooth shouted excitedly that it was an invasion. He ordered them to catch all the violators. Cassian moved his feet quickly. He, Kim Woo-chan and Screwdriver quickly ran down the corridor. Cassian looked forward excitedly. Armed villains ran towards them in a crowd. Sharktooth angrily ordered them to kill them. Cassian decisively shouted for them to attack. The three of them rushed into battle against the crowd of villains. Cassian accelerated. Flashing with lightning, he quickly moved from wall to wall in a zigzag pattern. Cassian burst into the crowd and began to deliver crushing blows to his opponents, who flew away from him in different directions. He stuck his glowing leg back, then struck one of the villains in the chest with a swing. Sharktooth grinned mockingly, and said that he was counting on something more serious. He smugly declared that such a stupid attack wouldn't work on him. He added that his body was too strong for them to penetrate it. Sharktooth opened his huge toothy mouth, and said that he would kill them in one bite. He cast a spell to hunt prey. Sharktooth closed its mouth with lightning speed, intending to grab Cassian, but he jumped up with great speed and landed on the wall behind him. Sharktooth looked ahead in bewilderment, not understanding where it had gone. He looked over his shoulder, and was shocked to see Cassian flying at him from above. Cassian, his multicolored eyes flashing angrily, extended a clawed hand towards him. Sharktooth, spewing out a stream of blood, recoiled from him. Cassian grabbed his head with his hand and began to fiercely strike him with powerful blows. After some time, The bloody body of Shark Tooth lay on the floor. Screwdriver praised Cassian Lee for this. Kim Woo-chan watched the fight from the side and mentally noted that it was strong. He looked thoughtfully at Cassian Lee and mentally added that with each meeting he became stronger. Cassian Lee looked condescendingly at the defeated enemy and thought that there were a lot of words, but in reality he was a weakling. He turned his gaze to his team members and invited them to split up. Kim Woo-chan looked at him questioningly. Cassian Lee decisively said that he and Screwdriver would take on the leader of Bok-san and let him save his sister. Screwdriver tossed the door control into his hand and said let him take it. He added that Kim Nyeon is in the basement of a nearby building. Screwdriver added that his drone had already identified her location, so he could handle it. Kim Woo-chan thanked him in a voice choked with emotion. He clenched the pilt tightly in his fist and rushed forward. Screwdriver looked after him with a smile and thought that he loved his sister very much. Hearing sounds behind him, he became wary. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that the villains were approaching him in a crowd from behind. Screwdriver told Cassian Lee to leave and he would take care of this little thing. He twirled the screwdriver in his hand and said if they waste time here, nothing will be solved. He added that he still needs to wait for Crow. Cassian Lee looked after him and said that he relied on him. Screwdriver gave a thumbs up over his shoulder to signal that everything was fine and said that he wouldn't be staying long. Cassian Lee quickly ran in the opposite direction. Screwdriver held his shining weapon in his hands and prepared for battle. When the villains approached him and extended their hands, he waved a screwdriver and cheerfully asked if they could do something interesting. Over time. Smoker said it annoys her. She asked mockingly, how could they be on the same level as her? She pulled forward a smoking pipe, which with the help of blue mana turned into a sharp blade. Smoker sent forward energy vortexes rotating in a spiral and cast the Breath of Death spell. Crow jumped high into the air, did a somersault, and deftly dodged it. She landed on one knee, breaking with her heel. Smoker stretched her lips in a malicious smile and said that she is excellent at dodging attacks, just like a real crow. She admitted that Crow is quite good at this. Crow asked in surprise, is she laughing? She smugly declared that she was excellent. Smoker said with dissatisfaction that it was very difficult with her. She generated a glowing tornado using the mana on her hand and said that she had not yet given it her all. Smoker looked at her hand and said, who knows, maybe this time she will actually die. Smoker cast the Breath of Chains of Death spell and sent a glowing tornado with a stream of black smoke at her. Crow raised her cane and swung it around in a circle. The crow's head on the stick opened its beak, flashed its ruby eyes and cawed. Crow waved her cane and cast the Crow hide and seek spell. Smoker looked ahead in bewilderment. Crow disappeared, leaving behind black feathers. She appeared in another place and slammed her cane on the ground. Crow smiled cheerfully and said that it was difficult. The crows sitting on her shoulders cawed that it was not difficult. She mockingly said if Smoker has nothing left to show, then it's time to start the fight. She did not notice that a stream of thick black smoke was approaching her from behind, sparkling with bright blue lightning. Lightning struck the roof powerfully and threw Crow aside. She fell and croaked desperately. Crow looked away in shock. A powerful tornado was rapidly approaching her. Smoker extended her hand forward, pointed at her with her index finger, and said that she was a pathetic, poor crow. She added that as soon as she inhaled this dark smoke, her blood would begin to boil and explode. Smoker looked at the cloud of thick black smoke and wished Crow luck in continuing to pretend that she was winning. Crow said threateningly that she had just committed a mortal sin. Smoker looked at her in bewilderment, flashing lightning. Crow put her hand in front of her and created many black feathers that glowed with a purple aura. She asked if she was really serious about destroying her children given to Screwdriver. Smoker gritted her teeth in irritation and asked the question, what is this ability? She told her to wait. She asked again, where did she get such strength? Smoker asked herself in shock, is this really an awakening? Crow flashed her red eyes, put her hand out in front of her, and pointed her index finger at Smoker. She cast the spell Judgment. Crow looked at her, and said menacingly that now she would judge her according to the crow's rules. Smoker looked at her in surprise. The black feathers glowed brightly with a red aura and swirled in the air. Crow has transformed into a large black bird with a sharp beak and glowing eyes. After some time, Vzone Bok-san. Basement, second floor. Kim Woo-chan looked at the gray stone ceiling. He quickly moved through the dark basement. Mentally imagining Cassian Lee and Screwdriver, he realized that they had specifically said to split up. He mentally asked, is this for him to come to his senses? The red light on the remote control came on. Kim Woo-chan looked at it and said it's getting close. Suddenly the floor in front of him became covered with ice. Kim Woo-chan looked down in surprise. Ice Demon said that he doesn't remember him. He asked the question, is he really from Baksan? Ice Demon took a step forward on the shiny transparent ice. Leaning his back against the wall, he said okay, he decided to wait here. He knew that someone would come to save the hostages. Kim Woo-chan put out his hand, a hot flame rising above it. He stepped on thin ice. It instantly melted and shattered into many pieces of ice. Kim Woo-chan annoyedly told him not to talk nonsense. He ordered him to get out of the way. Ice Demon asked in surprise, fire? He said it was interesting. He concluded that they had opposite skills. Ice Demon added that these skills fit both their personalities and appearance perfectly. He crossed his hands with long icy claws in front of him, activated the ice mana and solemnly declared that fire is against ice. Ice Demon noted with anticipation that their fight promises to be interesting. He asked the question, does Kim Woo-chan agree? He put out both hands, holding two flames, and prepared for battle. At the same time on the roof, a bright column of purple light rose high up, and black crow feathers floated in the air. At the same time, Vzone Baksan. 12th floor. Cassian clenched his fist tightly. He took a step forward into a large deserted room. He looked carefully in front of him and said that stop hiding, let him come out. Black and purple smoke formed in the middle of the room. Black Ghost came out of this and said that he had excellent senses. He added that he had long wanted to meet him. Cassian looked at him with interest. Moros hovered warily in the air nearby. Black Ghost added that he is a villain with a skill like his. Cassian asked sternly, is he the one who kidnapped Kim Nian? Black Ghost said that before their meeting he managed to find a lot of information about him. He said approvingly that Cassian had achieved a lot even before his debut. Black Ghost reminded that the battle between villains outside the Vzone is strictly taboo. He remarked disapprovingly that it was not for him. Black Ghost pointed his index finger at him and sternly said that he was a public enemy. He said that if he killed him here, he would go unpunished. Black Ghost thoughtfully said that he was also the boss of Vzone. Moros looked at him worriedly, and Cassian asked irritably, so what? Black Ghost said, don't let him think wrong, this is not a joke. He added that the truth respects him. Black Ghost put his hand to his chest, bowed his head and said, if he were a real villain, he would have run away long ago. He asked, because the villains are criminals, does he agree? Black Ghost stated that they have the same skill, but otherwise they are not even close to similar. Moros looked at Cassian and said that he should take it as a compliment. Black Ghost added that he would really like this. He took out two blades with sharp blades on both sides and said that controlling shadows is difficult, but not like becoming darkness itself, like him. Moros asked excitedly, is he a stalker? Cassian replied that he was crazy. Black Ghost got into a fighting stance, holding blades in both hands, and said that he was talking too much. He noticed that he was not himself. Black Ghost suggested getting down to business. Cassian looked at him carefully. Black Ghost admitted that he is indeed strong in close combat. He created his double out of black smoke, then another. Cassian watched this in surprise. Black Ghost expressed doubt that he could handle 4 at once. Cassian looked around him and saw 4 identical black ghosts. This skill is called Shadow Double. Cassian took a closer look and mentally asked, illusions? In bewilderment, he asked another question, are all 4 real? Black Ghost ordered his counterparts to attack. Cassian smiled smugly, activated his spiritual power, and flashing lightning, said that it did not matter whether they were illusions or real. In the air, the dark shadow collapsed into many pieces, and lightning flashed. Cassian said that if you cut them into pieces, they will become nothing. He took a fighting stance, crossed his arms in front of him, and cast the Shadow Sword spell. A blue energy streamed through Black Ghost's back. Moments later, Cassian and Black Ghost stood face to face and looked menacingly into each other's eyes. Cassian tried to throw a punch, but Black Ghost jumped far back. He quickly ran away. Cassian asked angrily, did he decide to hide in the dark? He moved quickly around the room, flashing lightning. Cassian caught up with Black Ghost and started punching him. Black Ghost flew back, crossing his arms in front of him. Thick black smoke hid him from view. Cassian noted that he has good speed. Black Ghost, breathing heavily, thought that Cassian was several times stronger than he expected. He decided that since this was so, he would act differently. Black Ghost put his hand forward and directed an energy stream into the lamp on the ceiling. It crashed. He then broke the second lamp. Small shards of glass flew down. After some time, Cassian stood in complete darkness. Black Ghost stood behind with his back to him. Cassian listened to the sounds. Black Ghost squeezed a blade in his hand and said that now everything fits together. He asked, no matter how strong he is it difficult for him to see in the dark? Cassian listened and realized that the voice was coming from everywhere. Black Ghost added that even though they have the same skills, he is head and shoulders above him when it comes to stealth in the dark. He took a fighting stance, crossed his blades in front of him, and said that the previous attacks were tentative, and now Cassian would feel the horror of a terrible death in impenetrable darkness. Cassian laughed and asked again, from a terrible death? He mockingly said that it sounded like complete nonsense. Cassian added, it's like he's reading out the lines of a play. He activated his spiritual power and started emitting black smoke. Cassian angrily said that he would never feel that fear. Black Ghost looked up worriedly where the voice came from. Cassian added that fear arises when darkness envelopes and death is already on the doorstep. 2 large glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Black Ghost peered warily into the darkness, realizing what was happening. Cassian ominously said that he had died and been reborn. Streams of black smoke began to approach the Black Ghost. He took a scared step back. Cassian called out to him. He towered menacingly behind the Black Ghost, eyes sparkling. His hands exuded powerful streams of mana. Cassian menacingly offered to show him what true horror is. It's the same time. Vzone Baksan. Kim Nian sat behind bars in a dark basement. She listened warily, holding the bars of the bars with both hands, and worriedly asked the question, what was there? She asked what those sounds were? In the basement of the second floor there was a confrontation between fire and ice. Kim Wuchan deftly and confidently fought off all the Ice Demon's attacks with his hands and moved forward. Ice Demon didn't give up. He put his hand forward and directed an ice tornado in his direction. This skill is called Cold Blast. Blocks of ice grew in front of Kim Wuchan. He jumped back, then jumped forward and braked with his feet on the slippery ice. Kim Wuchan looked at the Ice Demon, who jumped back to a safe distance. Kim Wuchan sighed in annoyance. He thought excitedly that the Ice Demon was moving too smoothly. He assumed that he had experience in such battles. Ice Demon adjusted the ice mask on his face and admitted that he didn't think that Kim Wuchan would be so collected. He added that it would be much more interesting to play with a confused opponent. Ice Demon flashed his icy eyes and said that, on the other hand, their battle was becoming more intense. He inquired, asking what he liked most about his skills. Kim Wuchan remained silent in confusion, not knowing what to answer. Ice Demon admitted that he is excited about freezing living people. He created an ice figure of a man from the mana in his hand and enthusiastically added that with one wave of his hand, their limbs were covered in ice. Ice Demon firmly squeezed the ice figure, crushing it, and said that he liked to see the fear on faces as the ice penetrated deeper and deeper. Kim Wuchan angrily shouted that he was a vile villain. Ice Demon looked at him in surprise. Kim Wuchan realized his mistake and cursed mentally. Ice Demon asked in surprise, vile villain? He concluded that this was strange. Ice Demon pointed his index finger at him and said that he felt negativity from him. He remembered that girl's brother was a Psyker. Ice Demon asked in shock, is it really him? Kim Wuchan took a step forward, sparkling with pink spiritual power, and through laughter asked, is he comparing him to a trashy Psyker? He resolutely clenched his fists, from which hot flames rose high, and said that he was the most dangerous villain of Vzone Baksan. He said his name was Red Mask. He quickly rushed forward, glowing with a fiery aura. Ice Demon spread his arms to the sides and released a stream of small sharp ice flows. Swinging his arms from side to side, he sent it forward, shouting that these were ice needles. Kim Wuchan swung his fiery fist and blocked the attack. Previously, Kim Wuchan announced that he had arrived. He asked the question, what did he want to tell him? Cassian looked at him sternly and said that there was little time, so he would get to the point. He said that Kim Wuchan thinks too long before attacking. Cassian suggested that it was a matter of little combat experience. He said he still needed to think and act faster. Kim Wuchan remained thoughtfully silent. Cassian turned his back to him, activated his spiritual power, and said that he had better demonstrate. Kim Wuchan became wary. Cassian used a skill called Dark Fire, thrusting his hand forward and sending a powerful stream of blue energy towards the target. Kim Wuchan widened his eyes in shock. Cassian said that speed is the main part of the attack. He added that one should not give the enemy time to attack first. They both looked at the smoking target lying on the floor. Cassian instructively said that the best defense is an attack. Kim Woo-chan looked at his back in surprise and mentally asked why he was sharing this with him. Cassian looked at his hand glowing with spiritual energy and said, "You need to concentrate your mana, feel the heat and explode." Clenching his fist, he said that this method was different from the usual one. Cassian added that the villain and Psyker must push their limits. Kim Woo-chan looked at his hand uncertainly. Cassian touched his forehead with a blue claw. He said what he has in his head, this is not the limit. Cassian added instructively, let him not create boundaries for himself. Present tense. Kim Woo-chan concentrated fire mana in his hand and shouted that let him have it. He used a skill called Flash. The fiery aura opposed the icy one. Ice Demon suddenly waved his hand and used a technique called Ice Barrier. Kim Woo-chan jumped high above him and raised his hand to strike. He used the Flaming Strike skill and kicked. Ice Demon flew back. Kim Woo-chan happily realized that he had succeeded. He began to fiercely wave his arms, trying to attack the enemy. The Ice Demon jumped to the sides in fear and dodged. Kim Woo-chan thought hopefully, if things continue like this, he will win. He looked forward resolutely. Concentrating his mana, he sent a powerful stream of fire at the Ice Demon, who was puzzled to think that he had started attacking differently. He asked himself in shock, was Red Mask really hiding his powers? Ice Demon jumped up, escaping from the fiery stream. He mentally asked, is Red Mask looking at him with confidence? Ice Demon decided that he would also fight with full power. He spread his arms out to the sides and sent a powerful ice blast called Blizzard at his opponent. Kim Woo-chan became icy and began to fall. He swore excitedly. Ice Demon recalled that he said he loves freezing people. Kim Woo-chan realized in despair that he was unable to use the fire. Ice Demon approached him and said that now he would take off this stupid mask from him. Kim Woo-chan desperately thought that he couldn't move. Suddenly he heard the voice of Kim Neon, who excitedly asked who was there? She asked the question hopefully, did they come to save her? Kim Woo-chan asked in shock, Kim Neon? Ice Demon angrily ordered her to shut her mouth. Kim Neon desperately begged to be saved. Ice Demon put out an icy finger and angrily ordered her to shut her mouth. He sent a powerful icy stream towards her. Kim Neon cried out in pain. Kim Woo-chan was scared for her. He remembered Cassian Lee's words, what's in his head is not the limit. Cassian Lee told him not to create boundaries for himself. Kim Woo-chan indignantly asked how dare he touch his sister? He activated fire mana. Ice Demon looked at him in surprise. The ice that bound Kim Woo-chan's body shattered into small pieces. A hot flame rose up. Kim Woo-chan concentrated fire mana on his hand. He remembered Cassian Lee's lesson and furiously repeated it, sending a stream of fire at his opponent. He angrily shouted that he would not spare him. Kim Woo-chan used a move called Hellfire. A wall of fire was approaching the Ice Demon. At the same time, Vzone Baksan. 12th floor. Barracuda said he didn't like it. He clenched his fist and couldn't understand why no one had yet returned victorious. Footsteps were heard behind him. Barracuda looked over his shoulder. Black Ghost asked him for forgiveness. Barracuda looked around excitedly and saw Black Ghost. Cassian Lee held his hand by the collar and asked menacingly, is he Barracuda? Red Eye turned his head to the side and explained that peace is a good thing. Royal Garnet noticed, he speaks exactly like a Psyker. Suddenly someone said that this is where they are. Royal Garnet turned to the side in surprise. Ujiha turned his head to the side with a smile, holding the bag up in his hands. He called them poor and said they had a hard time. Behind him stood his assistant, holding many boxes of pizza. Royal Garnet looked at it in surprise and asked the question, where did it come from? He noted that their pizzeria was closed. Ujiha explained what he bought from outside. Aroma started waving her arms happily and exclaimed that she loved pineapple pizza. Ada looked at this with contempt and thought that pineapples were disgusting. She hated pineapple pizza. Some time later, Ujiha sat on the edge of the roof and asked the question, were there comrades who went to Puxon Cope? Royal Garnet told him that driver would not risk their lives if he was not sure that everything would work out. Ujiha said that this time everything is being carried out under the leadership of the new boss. Royal Garnet lowered his hand and said, it didn't matter who was in charge. The main thing was that driver was still with them. Ujiha looked ahead thoughtfully. He asked the question, does he trust him that much? He asked again, is it just because he is his old friend? Royal Garnet looked down without emotion and replied that that was not the point. He continued to look forward with sadness, and began to think that it was just him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Driver was holding a screwdriver in his hands, from which zigzag threads emanated in all directions. He put it on his shoulder and, sitting on many groups of defeated people, said, "How much?" Suddenly someone loudly called his name. Driver froze in surprise, tilting his head. He exclaimed joyfully that she was here. Crow began to walk towards him with confident steps and asked the question, "What is he doing?" Driver replied that he was waiting for her. Crow shyly covered her mouth with her hand and asked again, "Honestly?" Driver jumped off the mountain of corpses. He said that he promised. Crow said she had bad news. She asked the question, what should she do now? In her hands were the broken parts of the crow. Driver asked the question in surprise with caw. He took it in his hands and, after carefully examining it, said that he could fix it. Crow happily asked him again, "Is this true?" Driver thought and said yes. Crow joyfully put her palms together in gratitude and exclaimed, "What happiness this is!" Driver suddenly stopped thinking and wondered if the caw was broken. He tried to deduce what it meant. Driver looked forward and said, "Is it really her?" Suddenly there was a sharp sound. Crow stepped aside, looking down. She asked the question, "What is it?" She asked if anyone was downstairs. Driver replied that there was a dark Vzone Kadam horse and a red mask. Driver ran his fingers over the mask and began to zoom in on it. He looked up, starting to analyze everything. Driver said with a guess he sees that their boss has begun to act. Meanwhile, in the Barracuda room on the 12th floor, Vzone Puxin. Someone reached out to Black Ghost. Black Ghost looked up stunned. Barracuda said that he was extremely disappointed. Black Ghost put his hands forward and addressed his boss with a trembling voice. He turned that he. Barracuda hit him in the face with all his might. Black Ghost began to fly back, breaking through the wall. Stones from the destroyed wall began to fly in all directions. Cassian noticed that he was very strict with his subordinates. Barracuda began to stretch his shoulder, and replied that it was completely none of his business. Moros suddenly noticed something strange. He saw that next to Barracuda's clenched fist there was a stone surrounded by a blue aura. He noticed that his weapons were made of real mana crystals. Cassian remained thoughtfully silent. Barracuda turned his head in his direction and asked the question, "Where is Driver?" Cassian replied that he would be there soon. He added that it was for their duel, so he'd had enough. Barracuda stuck 2 fingers forward and exclaimed that he and Driver had an issue, so he should disappear. Cassian coolly replied that he had business with him. Barracuda looked at him in surprise. Cassian said, he knows that he kidnapped a man and tried to leave the blame on him. He thought that he was entitled to compensation for damage to his reputation. Cassian added with a threat in his voice that beating him would be enough. He quickly clenched his fist, which began to glow with a bright aura. Barracuda threw his head up, starting to laugh, and asked the question, "Is he lost?" He asked the question, "Does he think that since he defeated Black Ghost, he can defeat him?" Barracuda admitted that he heard from Dwack that he has excellent combat skills, despite his very high mana stats. He had the feeling that he had just been lucky all this time. Barracuda continued to say that with everyone who is approximately the same rank as Black Ghost. He asked the question if he could not cope with him, with a high rank? Barracuda pointed his thumb at himself, and noted that even objects wouldn't help him. Suddenly someone very loudly asked the question, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Cassian said it was Driver. Barracuda looked away without any emotion. He thought about Driver and mentally called his name. He wondered if he was trying to throw him off balance because of the difference in their strength. Cassian replied that he was not doing anything. He said that even in an excited state it would be even more interesting for him. Black Ghost, lying among the rubble, began to growl in pain. Barracuda began to stretch his arms and said, "Many people say that it is better to have a snack before the main meal." He smiled widely, showing his snow-white teeth, and said they will try how tasty the snack is. Barracuda got into a fighting pose, raising his fist. The needles on his arms began to grow. Cassian asked in shock, "Needles?" Barracuda began to quickly run forward and exclaimed that he was the ruler of Vzone Buxin. He shouted his name. Cassian began to run from side to side with a sharp movement, ending up behind the Barracuda. He punched him in the face with all his might and asked the question, "Is that all?" Barracuda began to fly backwards. Cassian hit him in the back with all his might, pushing him as far as possible. Barracuda replied that it was boring. He grabbed Cassian by the hair, pulling his head back. He mockingly asked him a question, and these are attacks? He called him weak. Barracuda hit him in the face with all his might, pushing him back. Cassian coughed and flew back. Barracuda started laughing smugly. The next moment, he broke the shadow knife that appeared in front of him. Cassian began to run forward, quickly starting to make his way towards him again. Barracuda asked him with a grin, "Where is he going?" He pushed off the ground, throwing a punch with his bent arm. Cassian blocked this blow. The next moment, he jumped to the side, thereby dodging another blow from Barracuda. Cassian continued to jump from side to side, preventing himself from being hit. The next moment, he jumped right behind Barracuda and watched him closely. Later, it quickly began to approach his back. With a sharp movement, Barracuda extended its long claws, which came closer to Cassian's body. Cassian dodged it and mentally noted that it was dangerous. He looked at the Barracuda's claws, surrounded by a blue aura. Barracuda, meanwhile, turned to him and clenching his fists shouted that his best weapon was Barracuda's claws. Barracuda released a homing blade. It seemed like a lot of lightning rushed forward, but hit the ground, and Cassian avoided the attack by jumping up. But the blade began to fill the space, trying to catch him. Cassian, jumping from one claw to another, barely had time to dodge. Finally, jumping to the floor, he said quietly, clicking his tongue, he knew that this guy was strong, but he had no idea how strong. Moros added that this ability seems to detect moving objects. At the same time, Cassian realized that it would be bad if he had not heard of Barracuda's claws before. He, finally stopping the attacks, took a couple of steps forward, mockingly asking, since the guy was going to talk to him, then why was he avoiding the attacks? He is the new boss of Vzone, which means he should be stronger than Screwdriver. The difference between mana statistics is simply huge. This is a battle he cannot lose. No matter what techniques and tricks the guy uses. Cassian suddenly interrupted him, noting that he understood his fighting style perfectly. Barracuda didn't like these words, but there was a hint of concern in his gaze. Cassian continued coldly, he fights, repeating the actions of the enemy. Which means he only fights the weak. This is proof that his own skills in battle are worthless. Screwdriver was right, he only relies on his items and stats. Barracuda was silent for a moment, but then quietly repeated, is he relying on items and stats? Further, grinning and gradually turning his calm speech into a scream, he clarified, is that what Screwdriver said? How could this crazy person even dare to give the boss's place to such a whippersnapper? Moros hastened to note, without hiding his fear. If Cassian wanted to provoke it, then it congratulates him, he succeeded. Barracuda, once again unsheathing his claws, rushed forward, furiously asking if he had any hope in his items. Did he really? The kid thinks anyone will care when he wins? Cassian walked towards him without hesitation. Barracuda, drawing his right hand back to strike, shouted for the guy to finally die already. Following this, he again used the homing blade, but Cassian deftly slipped under it and knocked him down, causing him to flip in the air. Barracuda did not intend to give up, and again extended his claws, adding that the guy is an idiot. However, the attack did not hit Cassian in any way, but the next moment the claws shattered into fragments due to shadow swords emerging from the walls. Barracuda froze, realizing that he had lost sight of Cassian, when suddenly he appeared behind him, asking where he was looking? Barracuda turned sharply to attack and again began to swear that he was a freak. Cassian moved around him so fast that only the flashes of his eyes were visible. Barracuda opened in confusion, and Cassian, standing in front of him, sent a dark explosion as a blow. Barracuda, shielding himself from the attack with his hands, wondered if he had a fire attribute. He then used a needle shield and clicked his tongue, exclaiming, 2 attributes? How is this possible? Cassian said casually, well, it's him. Barracuda was surprised and asked what? Cassian, towering over him, declared that he would never become like him. They are at different levels. Barracuda, remembering the Screwdriver, mentally threatened him that he would kill him. After that, feeling the boiling rage inside, he once again released his claws, shouting for the guy to shut up. But no matter how many blades appeared in the room, Cassian managed to dodge them, and suddenly he was as close as possible to Barracuda. Hitting him in the face, he repeated that he had known for a long time how he fought. The Barracuda rolled backwards head over heels from the force of the attack until it finally hit the wall. Breathing heavily, he wiped his bleeding nose and lip with his palm while Cassian slowly stepped closer, asking, has the guy tried to fight with those who are stronger? Further, accumulating energy, he added that he did not like duels, they should finish quickly. Cassian stood up again, and, filled with anger and disappointment, walked forward, asking how a fool dare treat him like that. He is the boss of Vzone of Buxton. He's an S-rank villain. Cassian, forming a shadow cleaver in his hands, cut its sharp claws into fragments, causing Barracuda to be puzzled. Cassian calmly stated that it doesn't matter what his mana stats are if the difference in skills is so great. It was a victory that was a foregone conclusion from the very beginning. This couldn't help but make Barracuda flare up with anger, and with his eyes flashing, he promised that he would definitely kill the guy. Together with them, he launched a new attack of thorny hell towards Cassian. Then sharp blades appeared even on his forearms, but the next moment they were surrounded by sparkling flashes. Cassian, rushing past the Barracuda, briefly noted that he had spoken. His hands were cut off, and Cassian exclaimed, his victory was a foregone conclusion. The room is filled with a heart-rending cry of pain, and severed limbs fall to the floor. Barracuda moans, his hands. However, Cassian rather calmly notes that as the boss of Buxton, he should still be happy. Losing 2 hands as payment for greed is not bad. Trembling all over, Barracuda sighed heavily, repeating, losing 2 arms is not bad. The guy shouldn't talk nonsense. He will answer for everything. He gives his word. The threats do not make any impression on Cassian, and grinning, he also repeats, is this nonsense? The next payment for what he has done is his life. Although he had not yet begged to be spared. He's finished. In response, he exclaimed angrily, he's a freak! The next moment, Cassian notices a glow with his peripheral vision, and a powerful beam is sent straight towards him, which throws him back with such power that he breaks through the walls. Barracuda looked ahead and greeted Lens Girl with relief, running up to him and exclaiming worriedly, is the boss okay? He, very weakened, said in a whisper that she was doing well, they need to quickly run away from here. Then she helps him up and announces that she will make passage for them to another room. And then, having created a jump place, she goes inside with him, and after that the portal dissolves in the air. Cassian, rising among the fragments of the wall he had broken through, clicking his tongue and admitted that he did not think that anyone was lying in ambush. Where did they go? Moros briefly explained that they had gone into the portal. He immediately repeated, into the portal? At the same time, Cassian noted to himself that he did not even feel her presence. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. He looked at him worriedly and asked if he would run after them. But Cassian replied that he did not know where, and besides, they would not attack in this state. And he needs to deal with something else first. Having said this, he just approached the severed hands, which were still lying on the ground. A crow climbed up the stairs leading to the 11th floor of Vzone of Buxton, his heels clicking, sadly noting that she didn't like that there was no elevator here. But Screwdriver replied that it would not be very good if it broke during the battle. However, she flirtatiously asked him to calm down. Suddenly he noticed Cassian ahead and said joyfully, here he is. The crow, looking at the room in which a fierce battle had taken place a little earlier, said displeasedly, how much dust there was. Screwdriver added, he sees that the boss had a lot of fun here. Cassian also announced that he had taken care of the Barracuda. Screwdriver turned around to such a statement and asked again, did he take care of him? What about him? Cassian explained that he escaped. He immediately clarified, that is, the boss missed the Barracuda, or what? Cassian answered very abruptly again, they were interrupted. By the way, what's up with Kim Woo, that is, with the red mask? Screwdriver calmed him down, saying that he didn't have to worry. He and his sister are on their way out. With these words, it pointed to the projection from the security camera, and then Cassian announced that it was time for them too. They can join the rest of the guys and leave together. Then Screwdriver immediately noticed, speaking of guys. Switching the video to another camera where the fight was taking place, he added that he believed they had a problem. Cassian then calmly explained that he must go and help them. But Screwdriver suddenly announced that they could go together. He has other things to do. Smiling in response to their surprised faces, he only briefly added that he would be back soon. At this time Barracuda was in his office. And while the Lens Girl was bandaging his forearm, he screamed furiously, stupid idiot. If it weren't for them, he would have taken over all the Vilzones. No, he would have taken over the whole world. She interrupted him and informed him that they could restore his arms, but treatment needed to begin immediately. Barracuda then confusedly tried to tell where his limbs were. However, the Lens Girl immediately moved away from him and asked him to stay here and rest. She will find them. He didn't answer anything, and then she, again opening the jump place, But as soon as the lens girl wanted to enter there, she stopped, seeing something ahead. The next moment, a part of a metal sheet flew out of the portal at her, throwing her against the wall against. Barracuda froze in horror, and turning around, he suddenly heard a voice. That's where they were hiding. He had already searched them. Turning back, he realized that the voice was familiar. Slowly leaving the portal, Screwdriver reminded, he warned them that they did not need to create problems for each other. Why didn't he listen? Barracuda said in confusion, is it him? Screwdriver, heading towards him, and adjusting his glasses, asked, does he know how angry he is? Screwdriver, with rank S+, engineer class and mechanic skill, was engulfed in bright streams of energy, preparing to apply the destruction limit. Smiling, he coldly announced that the time had come to take responsibility for his actions. It's also worth noting that few villains can limit their magical powers. Restrictions free you from desires and madness, allowing you to make rational decisions. However, if the force is used after liberation from restrictions, unpleasant consequences cannot be avoided. This concept differs from awakening in that it itself limits the force. Outside, Raw Hand is hit with all his might by a black hand, but is immediately attacked from behind by Cassian, leaving him unconscious. This is accompanied by a loud impact on the ground and everyone else immediately freezes, paying attention to it. Cassian, looking at everyone with a stern look, threatened, they had better hide well. Jwack, gritting her teeth, exclaimed with hatred, it's him. Cassian Lee, to their surprise, noted quite calmly, he sees that all the traitors are in place. He is not so magnanimous as to show leniency towards such as they. Pointer got scared and shouted that they needed to run. But she didn't turn around, ready to continue the fight. She asked again, traitors? She'll show him now. Then the pointer began to pull her back himself. By this time, the Black Hand, having recovered from the blow, stood up and irritably began shouting to Cassian, what is he doing? He's almost done with them. However, Cassian Lee responded that he looked like he was almost finished. The Black Hand exclaimed even louder, he must shut up. Crush, in order to stop their pointless argument, noticed that they returned faster. Cutter also asked how Barracuda is doing? Cassian replied that he had escaped. Crush asked in bewilderment, who ran away? Boss? Cutter added, Barracuda? Cassian said nothing, remembering the lens girl. Black Hand at this moment wondered how he defeated this villain? Cutter suddenly noticed that Screwdriver is not with him? Crush agreed, exactly. He is not visible. The crow explained that he had something to do. This was followed by their puzzled looks, and she looked up at the night sky and thought about what he was doing right now. A bright light pours from the portal and a hissing sound is heard. Screwdriver, slowly walking forward, says, Blaster, Blood Rain, all the incidents for which Kadam was accused of his doing. Pointing his gun directly at the Barracuda, he asked how he was going to pay for their ruined reputation and bad rumors. Barracuda stuttered and tried to give an answer, but Screwdriver interrupted him, right. Responsibility is not a quality he possesses. Who is behind him? The next moment the lens girl's voice is heard, incredible. He's as cool as they say he is. Screwdriver did not show his surprise, but wondered how this happened. How did she survive that blow? Lens girl opened the portal again and mysteriously announced that he wanted to see the guy. But Screwdriver coldly noted that it was not in his rules to go to unplanned meetings. In response to this, the voice of a man was heard coming out of the jump place along with his assistant. Well, the guy shouldn't upset him. Any meeting is wonderful. He immediately turned his weapon on them, asking, Are you serious? What was said does not apply to him. Did he want to fight? However, the man, having given the order to his assistant to put the sword back in its sheath, calmly noted that the guy should not think too much. They did not come to fight, but to see him, and to climb the Barracuda. Screwdriver, after thinking, asked how important this meeting was, since he appeared in person? The man said that he cares about his employees. Even incompetent fools who are not capable of anything. He repeated thoughtfully, incapable employees? So he ordered the Barracuda to throw Soul into chaos? In response, the man laughed artificially, declaring that Soul is just the beginning. Soon the whole world will become a complete Vzone under his control. Screwdriver still commented that it's strange that he's taking tiny steps towards his goal. The man threatened that the guy would go over to his side before it was too late. However, Screwdriver decisively said no. But he did not calm down on this, and clarified that the guy understands that he will regret it. In response to this, Screwdriver honestly said that he didn't care. Then the man gave up, noting that the guy can think as he wants, but everything will be as he decides. Screwdriver suddenly flashed a red light, and menacingly announced then he should listen to him too. He must not touch them or he will be the one who will have to regret it. This was followed by a mocking look from the man, but the screwdriver was adamant. Some time later, when Cassian returned to Vzone of Gadam, he immediately headed to his personal gym. Holding a shimmering stone in his hand, he thought with pleasure, a real crystal. Surprisingly, he was able to get it. His admiration was interrupted by Moro's, impatiently asking what he was staring at. Cassian explained that it just felt strange to hold it in his hands. Then it understood, it seems that the guy is not aware, he should listen carefully. A magic crystal extracted from a weapon has slightly less magical power compared to an unprocessed stone. Cassian exclaimed in fear, is it inferior in power? Moro's confirmed this, but it can perfectly improve weapons. Then Cassian suggested, what if he eats the crystal? It explained that he would gain features like Barracuda's claws. Cassian admitted that he still regrets that the power is not the same. Moro's tried to reassure him, adding that this is only true in comparison with an unprocessed crystal. Then Cassian finally decided and swallowed the magic stone. Feeling more energy in his body, memories of all previous battles flashed through his head. And finally he decidedly understood that now the day of revenge was much closer. The next day, from very early morning, many news portals were full of headlines, mortal combat between Vzone of Gadam and Buxon. Reporter Kim Mungio said that there was a big battle in Vzone of Buxon last night. It seems that the conflict between Vzones of Gadam and Buxon has reached its peak. What does the new face of Vzone of Gadam look like? Kim Woo-chan, getting acquainted with the news, even saw a photo of herself wearing a red mask. He was distracted by the concerned voice of Lee Dun, who approached him and handed him a can of soda, asking if he didn't sleep last night or what. He looks tired. How's Nian? Woo-chan explained that she recently fell asleep. Then Dun asked if he had seen the news. Kim Woo-chan looked at him, and then he explained that nothing is clear yet, but apparently Vzone of Gadam made a mess in Buxon. Oh, this Cassian. He doesn't look formidable, but who knew that he would be the first to attack Buxon? Woo-chan finally pulled himself together and revealed that Nian was kidnapped by villains from Buxon. Lee Dun, even choking on a sweet drink from such a statement, asked in shock, is this true? Wait, what? From Buxon? Seriously? He thought his sister was kidnapped by others. However, Kim Woo-chan quite calmly confirmed that yes, it is true. The villains did it from there. Dun was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what he had heard, and then asked how he knew. Did he really visit him on his own? Then Woo-chan surprised him with new news. The villains from Gadam helped him. Lee Dun asked again, are you serious? He, still without looking up, added yes, he had to ask them to save his sister. Dun wondered if Kim Woo-chan agreed to accept help from the villains? Suddenly he noted quite flippantly, everything was decided, and okay. But Dun realized that he had a hard time believing it. Turning away, he thought deeply, and casting a suspicious glance at Woo-chan, mentally noted, this is how things are. On one of the streets of Vzone of Gadam, an alarmed cry is heard, what idiot turned off the electricity? Rampage, who had a D rank, belonged to the enlightened class and had the skill of intelligence, grabbed his head and was indignant, he was almost able to pass the level further. A rather calm voice was heard nearby, it seems that electricity has disappeared in the entire Vzone. He turned around with the cleaner and asked in surprise, what? Yu Jiha, who approached them, explained that the problem was not only the lack of light. Someone stole the TV, players, all the electronics. The janitor agreed, adding that his computer was also missing. Rampage stood up again, screaming in alarm, did they have a thief? Who is he? And again the answer came nearby, Screwdriver. The red eye, walking towards them with a rather serious look, suggested that it seems that he used his maximum in the last battle. Here are the consequences. Jiha asked again in surprise, maximum? Then he explained that he is usually smiling, and many people do not know, but if the Screwdriver has reached his limit, they better not approach him. Rampage still don't understand what he's talking about, so I asked him directly what he meant. The cleaner also explained that the Screwdriver had reached its limit. However, the red eye noted that things are not so bad now. This has happened before. Then he took electricity even outside Vzone and did some huge useless thing. Yu Jiha, hearing this, said that he did not understand why he needed this. What did he do? The red eye was silent at first, but then still answered, he was making an unmanned rocket to Mars. At this time, Cassian, having climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings, then looked at what was happening below. Moro's, as I always do with him, noted that it is noisy here today. He, leaning his back against the fence, announced that it seemed to him that it was time for them to explain themselves. It looked at him in confusion, and then Cassian explained that he meant Jeff's death. Moros looked down thoughtfully, but then reminded him that he had already said that his death was connected with the Sword of Destruction. And also, to find the sword, he needs a platinum disc, which is the only key. This weapon is in the hands of Seogunak, the best of the villains. At the same time, in the city of Songnap, Gyeonggi district, in the building of the Neo Factory Company, Duncan, a villain of rank S+, belonging to the striker class and possessing the skill of physical strength, was sitting imposingly in his office, laughing, looking at the round token in his palm and exclaiming contentedly, "Sword of Destruction. That's power!" In America, as evening fell, bright lights came on everywhere, and Kwan Yuri, while at work in a hotel, held a phone in her hand with an open dialogue with Cassian, where he wrote that she didn't have to worry about him. However, Yuri still responded with alarm. How could she not worry when this happened in Seoul? This is all they talk about everywhere. He insisted that he would completely figure it out on his own. She started to get angry and wrote to him, "Is he crazy?" Unable to restrain herself, Kwan Yuri even exclaimed out loud, "What's wrong with him?" At that moment she collided with someone carrying a large box and immediately hurried to apologize. But after this, Vincent's voice was heard, "It's her, he's sorry. He didn't see her because of the box." Yuri was shocked, looked up and said, "Director?" Soon, when the two of them came to his office, Vincent politely noted that it was very kind of her to agree to help him. He is grateful to her. With her help he figured it out much faster. Kwan Yuri, arranging photographs and various things on the mantelpiece, replied that it was nothing. Should she put a frame here? He turned around and agreed, yes, it would be great. Suddenly, looking closely at the image, she asked in surprise, "Is this his friend?" Vincent, coming closer, confirmed this, it was true. Also looking at the photograph, he somehow smiled sadly, repeating, "This is his dear friend." The frame depicted Vincent standing next to Jeff Malek. Barracuda, called a tyrant, was the boss of Vzone of Buxon and tried to destroy the force. However, after his loss in battle, Vzone of Buxon's image changed. With Barracuda gone, Vzone came under Dwack's control. The sun was shining brightly over Vzone of Gadam, and the static sounds of a heavy object hitting the concrete floor could be heard along the corridor of the gym. On the large whiteboard there was a checkmark next to the word villain, while 3 more points were written next to it, for evils, Sword of Destruction, Platinum Disc. Cassian Lee, throwing it on the floor and grabbing a small ball, thought that thanks to the use of mana crystals, villains can increase their strength and gain skills. Even though they have many unique abilities, due to the fact that only a few train regularly, their overall fighting skills are not as good as his. By throwing the training ball up and causing it to move around the room, constantly hitting the walls, Cassian created a shadow sword and threw it up as well, cutting the ball in half. Moros, seeing this, asked if he was able to add a target attribute to the shadow sword. He confirmed this, yes, and the armor attribute. He added mentally, but of course there are exceptions. Even among the villains there are those who are ready to do anything to become stronger. And many of them become real monsters. Some try for the sake of strength and power. These are special villains who are overwhelmed by darkness. They are called the 4 evils. Having checked the box and emphasizing the point of the Sword of Destruction, Cassian Lee circled the line on the platinum disc. Looking at what was indicated on the board, he noted that the disc was probably in the possession of one of the 4 evil ones. However, Moros noted that it is not sure of this. This made him wonder, is Moros hiding something? When the system window with the characteristics of Cassian Lee appeared in front of them again, the first thing it noted was that his mana points and skills had become better. Apparently this is the effect of absorbing a natural mana crystal. Cassian took a closer look and mentally agreed, and indeed, the stats of the shadow sword and healing increased. But at the same time, he said that this was not enough for him to face the 4 evil. Cassian Lee began to think, he has a lot of mana and good fighting skills in battles, but now he will not be able to defeat them. He should reach at least rank S to be confident in his abilities. Moros said that he needed to move anyway, but there was no need to rush. Cassian still noted that if he hesitated too much, the goal would become unattainable. He has already mapped out the path, therefore. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the screwdriver entered the room, announcing with a satisfied smile that a guest had come to see him. Soon a black demon falls to his knees in front of them, plaintively asking for something. Cassian Lee, crossing his arms over his chest, gives him a gloomy look, and asks the screwdriver standing next to him, what happened? However, he advises the boss to ask about it in person. Suddenly the black demon exclaims loudly, he is the greatest villain of all time. Lord of Darkness, the only owner of darkness. Cassian is the embodiment of darkness. He wants to serve him and asks to take him with him. The whole situation takes on a certain comic aspect, but still Cassian restrainedly states that he has come to surrender. Well, that's understandable. The black demon immediately rushes to enthusiastically thank him for agreeing. However, at the same time, Cassian announces that he is refusing. Turning to Screwdriver, he clarifies what's wrong with his test. He immediately explains that everything is in order according to the documents. Cassian Lee, who was expecting to hear about the real test, asked again in bewilderment, "Do you mean according to the documents?" But Screwdriver just repeats that everything is really okay. After some time, they return to their office, and he suddenly announces that they have a small problem. Cassian, standing behind him, leaning his shoulder against the wall, asked again, "Is there a small problem?" He then explained that the water and electricity would soon be cut off. He fears that all support is currently unavailable to them. Cassian Lee, still not understanding what the problem was, asked if Vzone is not the legitimate place of residence of the villains. After all, they receive support from the government. Screwdriver corrected him, "This is true, but there is one catch." Cassian immediately assumed the money had run out. He laughed, and noted that he thought like a villain. It's not that bad. He thinks they will find a way out. Then Cassian Lee voiced the following assumption. The problem is rather who exactly turned off these services for them. Screwdriver, pointing his finger at him, immediately exclaimed, "That's right. In the Four Evil there is one very influential person. It's probably his doing." Cassian, hearing this, immediately wondered intensely, is the Four Evil connected with this? He continued that turning off the lights and water is just the beginning. There will probably be more pressure on them in the future. If this man wanted, he could capture Vzone of Gadam in half a day. Cassian Lee asked why he was doing this. Screwdriver explained dismissively that he had ignored the old man's offer. He seems to be connected to Vzones all over the country, not just Seoul. Cassian asked again, is it all because of his power? But he admitted that he doesn't think, this old man is very greedy for money, but that's not it either. Cassian Lee thought irritably, if not the thirst for money and power, then what? Snapping his fingers, Screwdriver suddenly exclaimed, exactly. Maybe because of this? Vzone of Gadam has something special. Cassian and Moros immediately began to listen to him with all care, and he said that this story was passed on from mouth to mouth. There is one of the villains who cannot be killed. He is stronger than anyone else in existence. He is called immortal. The black iron he used is right here. A meeting was held in a beautiful mansion in Seoul in Vzone of Namgan. In the main hall a voice was heard belonging to the director of Neo Factory, Kim, who first of all thanked his interlocutor for agreeing to the meeting. His estate is located in a beautiful location, deep in the forest, and the local tea is very fragrant. Mujin, an S-rank villain who belongs to the night class and has the skill of gems, touched the drink with his finger, rasping his voice. Did he come to talk about tea? They should get to the point. He immediately announced with a smile that he had come to make him a lucrative offer. At the same time, Director Kim thought to himself with a degree of horror that it was quite difficult for him to get used to such a mechanical voice. Mujin rubbed his chin and chuckled thoughtfully and asked again, is it profitable? Lens Girl, hintingly noted that their chairman is worried that the rights of villains are not taken into account. Kim, smiling, began to talk about a world where villains are also considered people, where they get freedom and the right. But suddenly Mujin interrupted him, coldly announcing that this was too long. Then, taking out a dagger and holding it to his throat, he added that they should get to the point, starting with the main four in Seoul. The chairman wants to unite Vzones throughout the country. Then, putting away the blade and laughing, Mujin repeated, it means a good offer. Does he need money from him? Kim, trying with all his might not to show his fear, answered evasively, everyone has their own role. They would like to give him the role of a feudal lord. And there is also a small special gift for him. With these words, he took out a red box, which contained 5 sparkling mana crystals. Director Kim immediately asked the chairman not to think anything extra. This is just an expression of deep respect for him. Mujin responded by resting his head on his hand and looking at him with an unreadable gaze. After some time, when Kim left, he went to the window and was silent, when suddenly the voice of J-Rope, who has rank A+, belongs to the assassin class and has the skill of iron, was heard, which everyone at the table noted, even one Vzone is difficult to control. Isn't it crazy to want to combine them all? What is he thinking of doing? Mujin admitted that this day seems so bad to him, but he just can't believe them. Surely they have another goal. Suddenly J-Rope asked if he could remove this voice at least while they were together. He thought about it, but still continuing in the same way, he clarified that the other heads of Vilzones would answer. He asked again, others? Screwdriver? Mujin explained that since Director Kim himself came here, they will probably go to Gatam, where he will offer the same thing. J-Rope admitted that he thinks Screwdriver will refuse. Then Mujin suddenly noted that he saw right through their intentions. They need to contact Vilzone of Gatam. It was pretty quiet there at that time. On the floor, swallowed up in darkness, the elevator squeaked first, and then the sound of footsteps was heard. Cassian Lee, who found himself there with a screwdriver, clarified in surprise, a 5-story dungeon. He didn't know there was such a place here. He explained this by saying that they used to use it as a parking lot, but closed it for safety reasons. It's hard to believe, but black iron armor makes an unpleasant sound. However, this is not the worst thing. The sound tries to penetrate a person's head and absorb him. Cassian, looking around, clarified, does the armor behave like a human being? Screwdriver said that you can tell there's a ghost in it. Suddenly Moros felt something, assumed it had self-awareness? But he will believe it when he sees it in person, but this may turn out to be a problem for them. Finally Screwdriver announced that they had arrived. In front of them stood a huge door with many locks, from which Cassian Lee said in surprise, what a scope. He explained that it was made by applying lead, concrete, and special steel. Even a disaster-level villain won't be able to escape from here. Will the boss really come inside? Besides one. Cassian confirmed this. This is why he came. Screwdriver clarified, but did he understand about the ghost? Cassian Lee coldly replied that some ghosts couldn't scare him. He only grinned in response and opened the door, behind which was hidden a mysterious black and red smoke. Finally asking the boss to be careful. Cassian walked through the room, in which the cold wind howled. Moros, constantly looking around, noted that there was a poisonous aura everywhere. They need to be more careful. Cassian Lee still replied indifferently that there was nothing wrong with it. Looking closer, he finally saw the silhouette of armor in a glass sarcophagus and wondered, is this the black iron armor? This one has an interesting design. Suddenly, under the helmet, a fiery red outline of eyes seemed to appear and a cough was heard, and then a low voice. It greets the companion in the world of Kanho. It welcomes him. Cassian was not impressed, and just asked irritably what's wrong with this. Moros explained that the armor reads lines from a poem. Then he asked how it knew them? But the armor, not listening to their dialogue, continued, it came to this wanderer under cover of day with the scent of flowers. Moros, having carefully observed this, suggested that, apparently in the past, the owner transferred some of his thoughts into the armor. Cassian Lee noted that in any case he needs to become stronger and make it his own. Moros, left behind and not daring to move forward with him, warned that he must be careful, no matter how confident he may be. When Cassian came close enough, the armor exclaimed, what a brave traveler! He must go into the arms of death. He has to fight it and show who he is. However, Cassian suddenly abruptly interrupted this, ordering silence. Armor will have to be shown. In the next moment, pupils appeared in the equipment's eyes, which reflected red light in Cassian Lee's eyes. Moros, watching this personal sked with displeasure, as his friend Armor laughed and continued, he should come here. He must make it the best warrior in the world. He must make it immortal in the pages of history. He must belong here. Immortal. Everything looked as if Cassian had really been subjected to dark spells, but suddenly his confident voice rang out. It really doesn't understand what is happening and continues to fight for its own life, trying to imitate the gods and their immortality. The armor at first asked in confusion, is it? But then, seeing the appearance of Cassian Lee, and began to scream, this is not true. Why? Why is he saying this to this? But he, having risen to become an even more formidable and large-scale creature, strictly ordered it to disappear. There were many dark figures in the middle of the dark forest. Someone said that he gave himself to complete the task. This man was holding on to the chains with his dirty hands. He was tied to 2 posts with his hands and feet. The man said that this world is rotten. He continued to wonder with despair how many days he had spent in the dark, trying to fix what was happening. He's desperate. He remembered how many people holding torches stood next to him. Later they threw it down on a huge haystack. The man asked a question, but in the end he became a bystander? People looked ahead emotionlessly. One of them began to light a fire. All the sticks and dried herbs began to burn. The man thought that all his unfulfilled desires. It gradually began to burst into flames. The man began to think further that this would remain with them forever. This all happened in an iron room, locked with many keys. Moros called Cassian by name. Cassian barely opened his eyes, seeing everything in front of him blurry. Cassian suddenly opened his eyes completely, beginning to come to his senses. He looked up in shock, continuing to lie on the floor. Later, Cassian stood up, exhaling in fear, and asked the question, "What happened?" Moros looked at him with excitement, and replied that the armor almost swallowed him. Cassian opened his eyes in shock. He mentally remembered and said exactly what. He began to think further and thought, then he felt dizzy. Cassian put his hand on his head and asked the question, "Where is it?" He looked ahead and asked why he couldn't feel the energy of it. Moros replied that consciousness of this had disappeared. Cassian asked in surprise, "Has it disappeared?" Moros rolled his eyes and replied that the spirit of it had been languishing inside for too long. He began to explain further that therefore, after flashing brightly, it disappeared. Cassian looked up, still holding his hand on his head. Later, he rested his hand on the floor as he began to stand up and replied that he understood. He stood up and said that he should be more careful and not act carelessly. Moros told him, he warned that even for him it would be a serious opponent. Cassian walked up to the armor and looked at it. He didn't expect that the mental attack could be so strong. Cassian said that this is the legendary black iron armor. He examined the helmet and the rest of the armor again. Cassian reached a finger towards it. Moros asked him a question, "What is he doing?" Cassian replied that he was checking to see if it was safe. Moros was stunned into silence. He narrowed his eyes and said that it looked like high-level armor. Cassian continued to reach for it with his palm. He exclaimed that this was the absorption of mana crystals. Blue energy began to appear around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, strange sounds were heard behind the iron door. Someone was disassembling the Rubik's Cube and said that it was delayed. Driver asked if he should have gone with him. Suddenly he heard strange sounds and raised his head up, running his palms inquiringly to his ears. Strange sounds were coming from the ventilation. The iron door opened slightly, letting smoke into the room. Cassian later opened the door completely, and looked forward carefully. Driver appeared in front of him and asked him a question, "How is he doing?" He asked why it took him so long. Cassian replied that he spoke to the black iron armor. Driver asked again in surprise, "Did you say?" He asked what? Cassian showed him his fist, and said it doesn't matter. He explained that he could now take it or sell it. Driver put his hands on his hips and thoughtfully said that he wanted to sell. Suddenly he indignantly asked a question, "Legendary armor?" Cassian began to leave him. Driver looked at him and mentally asked the question, "What happened there?" He activated his mask, beginning to analyze. Driver noticed that he had more mana points. That's exactly what he thought. Driver mentally assumed it was due to the double attribute. He began to expand the mask as much as possible for a better analysis of the situation. Meanwhile in Vzone, someone stood on the roof of the building and watched carefully through binoculars. It was Crow. Red Eye stood next to her. Crow said if he didn't hit the target, she would stab him with a knife. Red Eye leaned down and remained silent. He pulled the bowstring, aiming the arrow forward. Later, he released an arrow, which began to fly forward at high speed. It began to get closer to the target. Red Eye's arrow hit the middle of it. Crow exhaled in delight, continuing to look through the binoculars. She turned towards him and said she was sorry. She mockingly said that she would still have to hide the knife. Crow laughed and congratulated him on his survival. Red Eye remained silent. Suddenly he noticed something strange. He said that someone was coming. Crow brought the binoculars closer again and thoughtfully drew out the sound. Through this, she noticed Aroma, Otto and Royal Garnet approaching them. Crow asked the question, "Why are they here at this time?" Some time later, this happened in one of the buildings. Someone reached for a cookie lying on a plate. Royal Garnet said that today he came as a negotiator. Otto brought the cookie closer to his mouth. Royal Garnet asked the question, "Where is the black duckling?" Red Eye asked in surprise, "Black duckling?" Royal Garnet said dissatisfiedly that this was their boss. Driver put his head in his hands, leaning on a chair, and assumed that he was training. Crow noticed that he constantly trains and does not rest at all. Driver asked what they were going to negotiate about. Otto reported that she did not like it. There was an empty plate next to her. Aroma exclaimed indignantly that she had eaten everything. Royal Garnet reported that the Nam Gang people would like to meet Driver. Driver froze in his chair, stunned. Royal Garnet looked at him and assumed he already knew, but Donkin was checking in on them. Crow crossed her arms and asked the question, was Donkin blackmailing him? Driver replied that then they would already know everything about it. He said the same as Mujin. He introduced him and said that he is one of the best villains in the whole world. Driver continued to say that he is the unbeatable of the unbeatables. This is why it was called the Sword of Disaster. Driver looked ahead and explained that he probably wanted to team up anyway. He continued to say, if he has already contacted Nam Gang, then Shinhu will be next. Royal Garnet asked him what he plans to do. Driver replied that he would meet him. Royal Garnet asked, what about his boss? He said that he should ask his opinion. Crow smiled and said she would be interested to see the meeting of these two. Driver asked a question, what's interesting? Crow explained that they are very similar in appearance. Driver crossed his arms and admitted that he agreed with this. Driver remembered Cassian and thought that he was really looking forward to meeting him. He put his hand on the table and leaned on it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bright blue light reflected from the ceiling and walls. Cassian brought up the system panel, looking at something. He said in surprise that thanks to the armor, his stats had changed. It had his villainous name Cassian written on it. In the possibilities there was catastrophic power, and in the features there was darkness and a double power that had dark fire. The trigger for all of this was his anger. Cassian had the skills of Shadow Sword, which increased by 3, healing, which also increased by 3, Shadow Reveal, Shadow Travel, Shadow Grab, Dark Fireworks, Summon Dark Sword, Shadow Armor, which refreshes every 20 hours, and Strong Spirit. The latent mana crystal absorption abilities were of average strength. The mana range stopped at 1345. Cassian said that there were more mana points and a new upgrade. He guessed that the armor was made from an actual mana crystal. Moros told him that it was obvious. He again looked at all its capabilities and said that this is if we take into account the 2 new improvements received. Cassian said thoughtfully that the use could be once every 20 hours. He guessed it was consuming a lot of mana. Moros agreed and explained that perhaps this ability was very rare. Cassian immediately asked the question, what is this? He continued to look at the system panel and asked again, Strong Spirit? Moros suggested that this is a defense against mental attacks from the outside. He added that this is a passive improvement, like a cure. Cassian again remembered the moments when he approached the armor and thought that it would have been very good. Moros looked away and admitted he thought it would be stupid to use a legendary weapon. He looked to the side and answered that as mana crystals, but the results surprised him. He quietly said that next time he would not do this. Cassian laughed and looked ahead smugly. Later, he looked down thoughtfully and remained silent. Cassian looked at his clenched fist. He thought, remembering Layla and the others, and said that it was too early for him to fight them. Cassian raised his palm, burning with a blue aura, and said that, however, now no one would call him weak. Moros looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked a question, is he showing off his new body after getting an enhancement? Cassian responded by clenching his fist that he wanted to fight with a suitable opponent. Meanwhile in Lampas, in the American office, someone's yellow energy was emanating upward to the ceiling. Kim Woo-chan stood in a fighting pose, breathing heavily. He remembered being told that Kwon Kan-woo was a psyker or a villain, but he was very strong. He was told not to limit himself to common sense. The same voice told him that an unexpectedly fast attack was always the key to victory. Kim Woo-chan looked forward confidently, and thought that he needed to increase his speed. He swung his fist with all his might, which shone with fire. From his hand, in a huge whirlpool, energy called a fiery explosion began to emanate at high speed. It crashed against the target with all its force, scattering to all sides. Exactly in the middle of the target there was a crack from which smoke emanated to the side. Kim Woo-chan looked forward tensely, still holding his fist in front. Later, he sighed heavily and clenched his teeth. He thought no! It wasn't enough. He remembered the energy of the Cassian, which was aimed at the man. Kim Woo-chan clenched his fists confidently, and thought that he must become better. Meanwhile outside the gym, office employees went about their business, holding documents and phones in their hands. In one of the offices there was a plant on the table. Someone reported that this is a report on the most dangerous villains of Vzone. Lee Dun flipped through it, looking at the pictures with descriptions. He remained thoughtfully silent. Ji-Soon Ham asked him if he remembered her words. Lee Dun asked what will happen to Vilzons across the country? Jisun Ham replied yes. Lee Dun replied that he remembered. He asked a question, but why is this necessary? He said that in his opinion, these are only one-time cases. Lee Dun started looking at the report again and said that disconnecting them from water, light and electricity was a simple solution. He asked the question, but weren't government agencies involved in this? Jisun Ham took a sip from her mug and said that it was true. She later placed it on the table, looking at the dark liquid. Lee Dun said that there was a lot of pressure on Vzone. He began to rub his head awkwardly and asked the question, who is behind this? Jisun Ham replied Duncan. Lee Dun asked in shock, Duncan? He asked again, are you serious? After some time, they found themselves in front of the mirror, dressed in kimonos. Jisun Ham at this time shouted to him that everything was written in the report, so let him read it first. She began to explain that many well-known Vzone bosses across the country were already working under him. She explained that she calls herself the feudal lord of the seven. Jisun Ham suggested that he wants to take all the Vzone to Seoul. Lee Dun shrugged off her words and said that he was unlikely to succeed. He began to say that Driver would not agree with this, but Mujin would do the same. Lee Dun heard that the new boss Cassian is very strong. He added that even Kim Muchan said about its specialness. Jisun Ham looked at him in surprise, tilting her head. She narrowed her eyes and made a thoughtful sound. Jisun Ham later looked to the side, resting her face on her clenched fist and said, she only recognizes Mujin and Driver, and everyone else is a clown. Lee Dun asked her indignantly, are they clowns? He said that he shouldn't tell her that. Lee Dun looked ahead thoughtfully and began to think that she had the level of an expert in physical and mental strength. That's why he understood why she said that. Lee Dun worriedly began to think further about what. He introduced Cassian Lee and thought his skills were truly amazing. He continued to think that in terms of professional combat, he was more like a Psyker who had undergone training. Jisun Ham asked him a question, is he again thinking about something completely different? Lee Dun exclaimed that no. He added that he was listening carefully. He asked what she said about their opponent. Jisun Ham said that moreover, their opponent was the strongest villain. She said if he decides to influence Vzone. Lee Dun asked her, but why? He asked the question, does he want to start a war with Lampas? Jisun Ham told him not to talk nonsense. Lee Dun asked the question, can't they attack first? He quietly said that it was better to do this than to die later. Jisun Ham angrily shouted at him that it was his job to find a way out. She added that in any case it is unlikely that he will be able to influence all of Vzone. Jisun Ham pointed her finger at him and firmly said that if they planned to interfere, then he should find allies. She explained that it was for the safety of their residents that any threat must be eliminated. Lee Dun looked down tensely. Jisun Ham, meanwhile, began to get up and said that they had to do this. She began to walk calmly and began to explain further that this is precisely why Lampas exists. Jisun Ham looked back and firmly added that this is exactly the duty of a Psyker. Meanwhile in Vzone, Black Hand sat on the tires. He placed his hands on his bent knees and looked down intently. He recalled how Cassian Lee fought once again. He looked thoughtfully at his fist and remained silent. Black Hand asked the question, how can he become stronger? Suddenly someone called out to him and shouted the question, why is he sitting there? Crush put the hammer on his shoulders and called him an asshole. He said reproachfully that he was doing nothing again. Cutter remained silent with displeasure. Black Hand furiously asked him the question, how is it he doesn't do anything? He said that he. Crush pointed his finger at him and asked the question, he hasn't eaten yet, has he? He said with a smile that they should go eat instead of suffering with useless things. Black Hand shouted even more angrily that he was not suffering from anything. Crush asked him again, then what is he doing? Black Hand turned offendedly in the other direction, leaning his elbows on his palm. He later said that he was simply thinking about how he could become stronger. Cutter looked ahead carefully, remaining silent. Crush asked him why he needed this. He said that the three of them were too weak for them anyway. Cutter replied that he just wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend. Black Hand froze in shock. Crush meanwhile asked again, in front of Crow? Black Hand blushed with embarrassment, and turning to the side, exclaimed that there was nothing like that. Cutter pointed his finger to the side and called to them, saying what was there. Crush asked him again, what? He asked the question, Crow came? Black Hand shouted at him to stop making fun of him. Suddenly he looked to the side in surprise, noticing something strange. They saw three strange-looking figures approaching them. J-Rope hummed the song casually while whistling. Marsh walked along, licking a lollipop. Mujin also took a step forward. He looked at everything carefully and said that this place was just as disgusting. Someone looked at them carefully and thought that it was the Vzone boss Namgang, the invincible Mujin. Black Hand looked forward angrily and asked the question, what did he forget in Kadam? J-Rope asked them with a grin, why did they get up? He waved his palm and ordered them to call their boss. Black Hand asked the question, what? He angrily asked, should I call them? Who does he take them for? Crush quietly called him an asshole with a smirk. Later, he added with motivation that that's what he needed. Black Hand said angrily through his teeth, thrusting his fist forward, that in order to meet the boss, they would have to go through him. J-Rope adjusted his glasses with his finger and said that he seemed to have already heard this. He looked ahead with a smile and began to say further that in Kadam there are 3 idiots who do not know their place. He assumed it was them. Black Hand furiously asked the question, what? He asked the question, how dare he say such things about them? Black Hand immediately took off. Crush and Cutter looked at him in shock. Black Hand quickly ran forward, calling on his energy. He angrily shouted the question, who are the other 3 idiots? He continued to run forward, surrounded by his aura. J-Rope opened his mouth slightly, smiling. Black Hand stopped abruptly, noticing a strange movement in front of him. J-Rope was next to him and said with a confirming grin that it was them. Black Hand's eyes turned red with intense anger. He raised his fist and shouted at him to shut up. J-Rope quickly dodged his blow. The next moment he touched his wrist with his palm. J-Rope began to weave chains around his arm. Black Hand looked at this in shock. Suddenly, his arm bone began to crack. Black Hand fell down, clutching his elbow with his other hand, and desperately shouted that his hand. J-Rope noted that it is quite strong. He grabbed the wrist of his broken hand, which was shaking violently. J-Rope said threateningly that his presence alone would easily break this. Black Hand began to growl angrily. Crush started running towards him, swinging his hammer, and called him by his nickname. Cutter followed him, taking out his knives. He shouted that he was an idiot. Suddenly something multicolored, like a cake, hit Crush's head. Cutter looked to the side questioningly. Later, he froze in place, looking back. Marsh was holding dynamite made from marshmallows, which began to burn. She made strange noises and said it was a marshmallow. Cutter looked ahead in shock. The stick of dynamite continued to burn in Marsh's hands. She said with a smile that food tastes better when you share it. Marsh swung dynamite and wished her bon appetit. She used a dynamite marshmallow, which began to rapidly fly forward. Red Eye's arrow flew forward at a fast speed. This sharp movement pierced the marshmallow dynamite. The arrow brought it to the side towards the wall of the building. Marsh turned her head back in shock, noticing the explosion behind her. She sadly said that her marshmallow. Cutter, meanwhile, helped Crush up. Suddenly, someone landed next to them from the side. They were Cassian Lee, Crow, Red Eye, and Driver. J-Rope looked in their direction in surprise. He leaned towards Black Hand and said that with the arrival of the owner, he became more and more interesting. He looked at Cassian Lee. Driver carefully tilting his head down. He saw Black Hand trembling all over, lying on the asphalt. Crush's head was covered in a strange mixture of sweets. His whole body was also shaking weakly. Driver smiled awkwardly and said, "How can that be?" Crow excitedly put her hand on her face and exclaimed that there is a fight here. Mujin firmly told them that they were the first to start. Crow laughed mockingly, placing her index finger on her cheek. She waved her weapon and asked the question, "Do they want to talk with their fists?" Driver held the screwdriver aside and told her to wait. Crow asked in surprise why. She said that they were making fun of them. Driver explained to her that he would listen to what they needed. He turned to the side and admitted he thought they would make an appointment. Driver didn't expect them to come so suddenly. Cassian Lee began to walk forward and turned to the boss of Vzone Namgang, Mujin. Driver asked him in surprise, "Does he know him?" Cassian Lee coolly looked forward and said, "Since he is already here, then let them talk then." Mujin looked ahead in shock. He asked him a question, "Is he Cassian?" Cassian Lee's whole body tensed. Mujin meanwhile said, when he learned that the villain was using such a name, he immediately understood. He added that he was also crazy. Red Eye helped the shaking Black Hand up and asked him how he was. Black Hand remained silent. Mujin said threateningly that he would speak directly. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he did not recognize him as the boss of Vzone. He added that Driver only wanted to get rid of responsibility. Driver laughed at this, throwing his arm behind his back. Mujin continued to speak, taking out his sword, What a weakling replacement like him! He was no worse than a cockroach. He narrowed his eyes angrily, looking ahead. A red and black aura spread from his entire body in all directions. Cutter gasped in shock as he looked at this. Red Eye mentally noted that this is pressure. Black Hand, meanwhile, tensed his whole body. J-Rope looked forward in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He looked at Driver and Crow. J-Rope mentally asked the question, are they smiling? He noticed that their level was completely different. He later looked at Cassian Lee and noticed that Mujin, meanwhile, said that he doesn't care about him. He said he came to talk to Driver. He warned him to blame himself for the consequences if he crossed his path. Cassian Lee waved it off and said sure. He narrowed his eyes and said that he would speak with conditions. J-Rope asked in surprise, the conditions? Cassian Lee told Mujin to fight him. He pointed his finger at him. Crow laughed mockingly. Driver put his hand on his forehead doomedly and exhaled tiredly. J-Rope moved forward angrily. He grabbed Cassian Lee's arm, summoning the chains again. Cassian Lee looked at this in surprise. J-Rope asked a question, did he just ignore the boss's warning? Cassian Lee grabbed his face with his hand. Cassian Lee said threateningly that he also warned him. J-Rope began to growl. He thought that this is the power. Cassian Lee swung it down with all his might, hitting the asphalt. He shouted that he should not dare talk to him like that. Marsh looked at this confused. Cassian Lee meanwhile said that he would remember. Mujin looked to the side in surprise. Cassian Lee firmly said that in Vzone Kadam is the boss. He put his palm forward threateningly. Crow exhaled tiredly and said that now the conversation would drag on. Driver grinned, looking ahead. Mujin noticed that he was more cocky than he thought. He looked down at the wounded J-Rope and repeated that he had warned him. Mujin immediately added that he would not give up the battle. He began to walk forward. Cassian Lee noticed that his voice was shaking. Moros looked ahead in shock and remained silent. Mujin began to take out the sword and said, many say that he defeated Barracuda. He said that he would look now. Mujin put his sword to the side and said how high the price for his self-confidence would be. Cassian Lee stood opposite him. He narrowed his eyes carefully. Cassian Lee looked him up and down and mentally asked a question, is it a left-handed sword? He noticed that he was lefty. Moros noticed his aura. He said that it was not quite the same as others. Cassian Lee told him that he knew. Moros suggested that he could try the new improvement, but he needed to be careful. Cassian Lee began to run quickly and shouted, go ahead! Moros called Cassian in fear. Mujin began to swing his sword at Cassian Lee approaching him. He struck downwards with all his might, using a flying sword to execute. A huge wave began to rapidly spread forward. Cassian Lee looked at this in fear. He sharply dodged this wave, which quickly began to approach the building and break it into small parts. Driver looked stunned and thought that he was fighting with all his might. Cassian Lee looked forward tensely. Mujin, meanwhile, began to approach him, swinging his sword again. He struck from side to side. Cassian Lee avoided this with a sharp movement, completely approaching the asphalt. The next moment, he slashed directly at Mujin's body with his hand. Cassian Lee the next moment swung his leg, trying to hit him. Mujin continued to swing his sword. Cassian Lee jumped up and began to think. He thought that he could predict his movement. He noticed that he did not have time to follow him. Cassian Lee landed on the wall, leaning on it. He thought then. Cassian Lee pushed off the wall, flying down towards Mujin. Cassian Lee approached him, raising his fist, and shouted that there was a breach. Mujin looked up in shock. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard in the Vzone, from which debris rose upward. Mujin flew to the side, plunging his sword into the asphalt. With this help, he paused and sat down, carefully looking around. Cassian Lee was next to him from the side. He swung his shadow sword, pushing Mujin back away from him. Mujin put his hand forward, trying to stop. Cassian Lee summoned a shadow chains word that pushed Mujin as hard as possible. Long swords began to appear near Mujin, growing from below. Mujin began to swing his sword, trying to avoid it. Crow made a surprised sound. Driver said thoughtfully, he didn't think that this improvement could be used in this way. Cassian Lee began to attack Mujin from top to bottom again. Mujin began to use a double sword strike. He began to swing the sword, first from top to bottom, and later from side to side. His next blows sent out a large wave of energy. This strike called it flying sword execution. Cassian Lee jumped in different directions to avoid the energy waves. Mujin the next moment threw his cloak aside. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, looking forward angrily. Cassian Lee frowned, watching closely what was happening. Mujin began to quickly run towards him, swinging his swords again. Cassian Lee asked in surprise, "Double sword?" Mujin thrust his first sword forward, attempting to wound Cassian Lee in the side. Cassian Lee quickly reacted and dodged to the side. He looked down and noticed that his shoulder was only slightly wounded. He growled in displeasure. Mujin struck next. Cassian Lee jumped back, trying to dodge. He wondered in his mind, was the flying sword just a basis for a double sword? Mujin struck from side to side again. Cassian Lee jumped back once again, trying to shrug it off. Mujin struck him downwards with his sword again. Cassian Lee put his hand forward, trying to protect himself from this. Cassian Lee looked closely at Mujin and thought that he was easily deflecting his blows. He summoned a protective shell around his hand and mentally asked the question, "Is this a brass knuckle?" Mujin the next moment pointed his sword blade in a different direction and tried to punch Cassian Lee's hand. Cassian Lee reacted instantly and, putting his foot forward, pushed Mujin away from him a long distance. Mujin braked sharply with his feet, slightly leaning his body forward. Cassian Lee looked ahead carefully and thought, "What does this mean?" He began to reflect, remembering recent moments, and mentally admitted that he did not think that he would have to switch to defense so quickly. He noticed that he was well trained in more than just villain techniques. Moros noticed that it was too early for him to relax. He added that he has not yet shown his true improvement. Cassian Lee told him that he was waiting for it. Mujin meanwhile stood looking at him. Moros looked at Cassian Lee and said nothing. Red Eye, who continued to hold Black Hand, said that it was a draw. Black Hand, meanwhile, exhaled. He mentally asked the question, why? He asked how could he be so strong? Suddenly someone started clapping their hands and exclaimed that this was great. Driver said that they tested each other's skills. He asked the question, should they stop? Mujin firmly replied that he refused. Driver awkwardly froze in place, stopping clapping his hands. Mujin put his sword blades forward and said that the battle should not be interrupted in the midst. He said they will fight until one of them falls. Cassian Lee asked with a grin, until one falls? He said that this is not enough. He grinned and exclaimed that they must, like true villains, fight to the end beyond reason. On the street in the middle of silence, Mujin's voice sounds like a villain? It's interesting to hear this from a guy. Moros here shares his observations with Cassian. He is trying to create a fight. In addition to this, he actually says threateningly that his power is the blade of courage. With this he can cut anything. As proof, Mujin slices the blade through the air, and the impact of it demolishes the multi-story building behind Cassian Lee. Screwdriver, watching this, realizes that his strength is not only in the blade, but also in hardening. Thanks to the gem attribute, he can strengthen any part of his body. This attribute is very useful in a duel, as it helps not only in attack, but also in defense. But Cassian's dark attribute is good for sneak attacks, not duels. After thinking, he then wonders, or can he be considered an exception? J-Rope soon regains consciousness and Marsh, who had been watching over him the whole time, finally exclaimed in relief, "What?" He opened his eyes. He, sighing heavily, rubs his throbbing temples, while she excitedly asks how he is. Does he want marshmallow? But J-Rope immediately asks her where is Mujin. Marsh, turning around, points his finger forward. The next moment his eyes widen at what he sees. At this time, in the embrace of sparks and magical flashes of guns, Mujin fiercely fights with Cassian Lee, who diligently repels all attacks. Jumping onto the wall, Cassian creates a shadow sword, but Mujin tries to deflect it using a flying sword execution technique. When their attacks collide, the blade of the shadow weapon breaks into a bright flash, which he notices. The next moment the shadow blade reaches him, but Mujin avoids injury, but notes to himself that this sword is not bad. Is this an attribute of darkness? When he sees Cassian Lee running towards him, preparing to use a new next technique, he assumes that this is the same skill again. Cassian's action creates another shadow sword, which appears exactly where Mujin was standing. However, he seems to disappear into thin air, but when Cassian Lee looks up, he sees him standing on the tip of the blade. He looks at him contemptuously and runs downstairs, asking as he goes, does the guy really think that such jokes are appropriate in a battle with him? Mujin runs across the sword, actively swinging his weapons, using a double strike and a wild dance of the wind. But as soon as he went down and tried to attack Cassian, Mujin suddenly realized that there was no one nearby and wondered where this guy was. Suddenly J-Rope's frightened scream is heard from behind. He turns around and actually sees Cassian Lee frozen on the wall. Jumping down sharply, he is about to use the tempered metal move as Mujin instantly reacts by responding with a crystallized metal and metal jump, thus pushing Cassian back, causing him to hit the wall hard. Marsh and J-Rope immediately support him, shouting that it was a great shot. But Mujin is not happy, and looking at Cassian Lee rising among the dust he understands, incredible. If it weren't for the wave, it would have thrown him back like that. And for some reason he gets the impression that this guy is teaching him. Cassian actually notes quite sternly that Mujin is great, he made it on time. He immediately tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, and Cassian Lee remarks, taking a fighting pose, well, they can start again. However, he suddenly announces that he is taking great courage. He admits that the guy deserves to be the boss of Vzone. The crow exclaims loudly at such a statement, it can't be. But the screwdriver, with his arms crossed over his chest, looks tensely forward, as if expecting something. And indeed, in the next moment, gradually exuding more and more aura, Mujin says that as an apology for the careless attitude towards him, he will put all his energy into the next blow. The guy has to try not to die. Moros, frightened, immediately exclaims that there is a lot of magic. This guy definitely uses a top-level skill. Cassian, being contented and tense, clarifies, does it think this is very dangerous? It admits that it is afraid that it might die if it affects it. But still Cassian Lee makes up his mind and, pushing off from the ground, jumps high into the air. Mujin, who is closely watching him, immediately activates the magic of his sword, and also flying up, uses a double strike. A black hand, looking up, shouts in bewilderment, what is this? He cuts the air with the blade again, using the fangs of the Stegosaurus. Cassian does not avoid the attack at all, but seems to wait for it. The next moment, almost the entire Vzone is illuminated by a bright pink-blue glow, almost like an earthquake occurs. Everyone turns their gaze to the sky. Mujin, being the first to land, disdainfully notes that the guy did not retreat, he decided to take the blow himself. What a fool he is. However, this is immediately followed by a question from Cassian Lee himself, is that all? His silhouette appears behind the rising clouds of dust, while he, surrounded by a protective dome, adds, there was so much talk, but apparently he put on the shadow armor in vain. Skill check was successful. Mujin was shocked and could not understand how this guy could survive his blow and remain without a single wound. Even for S-class and above villains, this would be difficult. How then did he do it? Is he even stronger? Cassian, noticing the pause, noted something and began to chat less. Was he scared? Moros was quick to point out that this was yet another provocation. But Cassian Lee did not calm down on this, and again activating his energy, added that if the guy had finished resting, they could continue. He started first, now it's his turn. Mujin replied that it was clever. He acts like a puppy trying to get time off for a walk, but if he wants to end their fight, then he agrees. This acted on Cassian like a command to action. He immediately took off, running forward. At that moment, it was as if a small lightning struck Mujin's neck, covering the speaker connector with cracks. But at the same time, the screwdriver intervened, who, having accumulated energy in his weapon, took aim and fired so that the stream would not hit anyone, but would attract attention. A crash was heard and a large crater was left on the wall of the house caused by the impact. Cassian Lee immediately turned around and shouted in displeasure, what was he doing? But Screwdriver explained quite sternly that they should end there. Haven't they played enough yet? It's time to have fun and it's an honor to know. There was a pause between all three, but even Moros agreed, this was already turning into a real battle, and not a test of abilities. Cassian, exhaling, still satisfied in achieving his goal, replied, okay. Screwdriver, showing him a thumbs up, noted, that's nice. What about Mujin? But as soon as he turned around, he saw that the three of them were already heading back to their place. Screwdriver, and with sincere surprise, asked what was wrong with him. He just left silently. The crow suggested Mujin was offended? Even tried to shout after them, what about their meeting? As evening fell in the meeting room of Vzone of Gatam, surprised by the story of the incident, Royal Gannet clarified, did he just leave? Screwdriver confirmed, exactly. Then, wearily putting his palm to his forehead, Royal noted that they had to fight to the end. They would finish and come back. At the same time, he also thought, Mujin was confident in his victory. Why did he leave? Did he remember something to do? Otto at that moment, getting dirty in chocolate chips and eating cookies, noted with displeasure that today they were not tasty at all. Aroma narrowed her eyes and asked once again, then why is she already eating the 10th piece? Cassian Lee, watching them, asked, "Wait, who is this?" Screwdriver exclaimed in confusion, "What? And have never met?" Cassian remained silent, and then he explained that this is Royal, and those two ladies are Aroma and Otto. They waved their hand at him and greeted him back. But Cassian turned to the screwdriver and immediately noticed that they were not from Gadam. He confirmed it, "Yes, but sometimes they come to them. They apparently haven't met yet." Cassian Lee again clarified which Vzone they are from. Screwdriver hesitated at first, and then Royal Gannet himself explained, "From Winter Bell." Cassian frowned and repeated to himself, "Winter Bell?" Screwdriver mysteriously suggested to Royal, "Should I tell him?" He agreed, "This is necessary for cooperation, isn't it?" At first, he tried to find the words, but Cassian, interrupting him, noted that he had heard about this place. Everyone immediately turned to this phrase, and Screwdriver repeated, "Has he heard about this?" Cassian Lee actually remembered that among the villains there are heirs from ancient families who consider themselves aristocrats. They created a national Winter Bell organization. With their enormous capital and power, they influenced not only the political and business circles of the countries, but also Lampas, the largest organization of Psykers in the world. And yet, it is such a secret organization that only high-ranking individuals and high-class Psykers know of its existence. He learned from them from Jeff. Earlier, he actually shared information with him, and noted that it was very important. Cassian Lee should remember it. He, then not understanding the value of this, only said so many words in a puzzled manner, while sighing heavily. Screwdriver couldn't help but clarify how he knew Winter Bell. Cassian tried to evade the answer, saying that he had heard the name somewhere, but nothing specific. He tried to insist, "It's unlikely that this name can just be heard." Finally, the voice of Royal Gannet himself was heard, who, taking a can of soda, clarified, "Hadn't he spoken? Among the villains there are rules and forces that move in a certain pattern." Cassian Lee asked if this has anything to do with Winter Bell. He took a sip and explained that he would explain everything now. The main goal of this organization is the survival of the villains. They say that darkness always pursues evildoers. The only difference is when exactly it awakens. It's like a ticking time bomb. The more greed a person has inside, the more likely he is to encounter darkness. And the result will be self-destruction. To survive, a person must be able to restrain himself and compromise with darkness. They need to show that villains are also capable of socialization. Screwdriver summed it up, "This is what Vzones were created for." Moros hurried to ask if Cassian had heard about this somewhere before. He didn't answer, but thought that even as a top-class Psyker, he didn't know everything, although he didn't need to. But the creation of Vzones for the survival of villains, he is not sure if this is true, but it sounds interesting. At this moment, Screwdriver, looking at Royal Gannet with a smile, noted that he was good at explaining. He, spreading his arms to the sides, proudly admitted that this was an innate talent. Cassian Lee interrupted their conversation, pulling back the collar of his clothes and showing that a patch had been attached there all this time. He clarified, "So DSPs are also created in Winter Bell?" Screwdriver immediately confirmed this, "Right. They had to spend a lot on development and production." Then Cassian asked again, "Does this mean they have great influence?" He corrected that he couldn't even imagine how big this influence was. Suddenly Cassian, turning to him, asked, "Yes? If so, then he is also from Winter Bell?" At this time, in Vzone of Namgon, a secluded mansion, J-Rope applied an ice pack to his neck and clicked his tongue in displeasure, noting that it still hurt. Mujin, however, sternly ordering him to shut up, explained that he must shut up, this is the price for his laxity. But J-Rope also responded rudely, he would have been better off just remaining silent. At the same time, he added out loud, "And yet this villain is not like the others." He didn't expect this guy to survive his attack. Mujin did not answer, but took the part of the suit that had previously been destroyed by lightning and admitted that it was broken. She needs to change it to a new one. It's hard to break. Is the guy that strong? But then J-Rope said that at least he could hear her real voice. Mujin, while changing clothes, only displeasedly told him to stop chatting and go for treatment. J-Rope got up from the sofa and headed towards the exit, loudly announced, "Okay, the patient is leaving." But Mujin, having taken off her mask, being a girl with a cold appearance, took out long curls from under her clothes, asking, "Does it turn out that Cassian recognized the Screwdriver himself? Well, she thinks this guy is worth investing in." Sighing heavily, Screwdriver still decided to answer such an unexpected question from Cassian Lee. "Well, they don't have any special relationship, you can say that it's just business." He frowned at him, and turning to Royal Gannet asked, What about him? Royal smiled slyly and asked in response what he thought. Cassian immediately assumed, is he their slave? But as soon as he heard this, he immediately got angry and wanted to climb over the table to hit Cassian Lee. And while Otto shouted in agreement for Royal Gannett to teach him a lesson, Aroma still asked him to stop and not do this. After giving them time to calm down, Screwdriver explained that the royal was a vassal of the Winter Bell aristocrats. Cassian asked again in bewilderment, is he a vassal of the aristocrats? Then he explained that there are 7 main families in Winter Bell. They are called the aristocratic families. Then Cassian Lee clarified again, is Mujin also connected with them? However, Screwdriver noted that in order to talk about it, he must first clarify something. As he said, Duncan is a villain who wants to dominate all Vzones. No one wants what he is trying to achieve. But to stop him, they will need incredible strength and power, which he himself has in abundance. And we're not even talking about Duncan. If they want to destroy the 4 evils, they need Winter Bell's help. Cassian was puzzled by this statement, and continued to ask questions. So what? Mujin one of the aristocrats of Winter Bell? Screwdriver confirmed this, correct. He is one of 7. However, there is a small problem. At this time, in the office, illuminated by the sunset rays, Duncan, taking a glass of alcoholic drink with ice, noted, rearranging the pieces on the chessboard, Mujin does not yet have the official right to be called an aristocrat. No matter how strong a person is, without a head on his shoulders he is just a doll in the hands of others. Now everyone is on their side. They can subdue the Vzones without Winter Bell's intervention. Mujin will end up all alone. Of course, this child will try to stop them, but his strength is not enough. He added mentally, just like the Screwdriver. Then Duncan continued, it would be nice to fix it with him and take the Winter Bell into his own hands. The next day, which turned out to be quite sunny, Kim Woo-chan asked worriedly in one of the hospital rooms, shouldn't she stay here longer? The doctor told her to lie down. However, Neon, packing her things into her backpack, exclaimed that everything was fine, she was completely healthy. Besides, her wounds were not that severe. What's the point of staying within 4 walls? He, having come to terms with her stubbornness, sighed and answered, okay. By the way. But suddenly Woo-chan fell silent, realizing that his sister thought that it was Cassian who kidnapped her. He would like to clear up this misunderstanding. Kim Neon, still waiting for what he wanted to say, clarified that by the way, he started on the day of her abduction. However, she abruptly interrupted him, ordering him to forget about it. He shouldn't say anything, she doesn't even remember that day. She and her friend were in a cafe, and then she ended up in the hospital. Coming closer, Kim Woo-chan still clarified, she doesn't remember? Seriously? Neon replied that everything is exactly like that, she doesn't remember anything. And yet he wondered, is this partial memory loss? Or something else? But when Woo-chan asked if his sister had forgotten her name, Kim Neon began to push him in the back, saying that they need to go, she was tired of sitting here. They better eat. He agreed, fine, but she shouldn't push. And yet Neon wondered, while he did not notice this, is that person okay? At this time Cassian Lee was sitting on a bench in a busy park. Moros, looking around, noted that many people play sports. He, unscrewing the cap of a water bottle, noted that health is the foundation of a happy life. Then it clarified, so is he exercising for this? Suddenly Cassian even remembered happiness. In his childhood he often used this word. Then he still answered that maybe after a month he would still become happy. However, Moros explicitly said that it did not think it was related. How does he like their offer? Earlier during the discussion, Royal Gannett revealed that the Dark Sword Mujin belongs to the true heir of the evil family, an aristocrat who will take his place among the Winter Bell 7. To become the master of a family, a person must pass a special exam, but he failed the test when he was unable to complete the last of 3 tasks, which took place in the sealed crow barrier. Cassian Lee suggested that he thought they should first help him become the official representative of the family. Screwdriver agreed, noting, true. So they need the boss's help. Taking another sip, Cassian asked if Mujin needed his help. Moros responded that she thought this was indeed the case. Footsteps could be heard through the almost empty hotel lobby on rows, along the steps of the snow-white stairs and along the spacious corridor. The guards, bowing for a visit, led her into a special room, where 3 people were already waiting for her. One of them was the first to note that she was late. However, Mujin, sitting down in her place and looking at the clock that struck exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, confidently said, no, she's just in time. Choi Yosiop, with the villainous name Royal Gannett, takes the opening words of the meeting, With the exception of some Vzones in the country, the majority obey Duncan, so he will definitely take them all for himself. But he is interrupted by Yu Sungju, with the villainous name Amhai. Enough of that. They gathered here precisely to prevent the situation from worsening. However, he is also interrupted by Kang Hee-sung, who bears the villainous name Lefinet, who, having skewered a whole piece of cake on a fork, puts it in her mouth, asking if it's too late. The only option left is to use the Winterbell in power and try to influence everyone. Once upon a time, Winterbell entered into an agreement with many countries to create safe zones. As a result, the Vzones were formed. Sungju agrees with her. Yes, if they use this, they can make many people come back. Hee-sung, pleased with her offer, also notes what else she talked about. Yu Sungju then continued, all Vzone's bosses report directly to the Winterbell aristocrats. But only aristocrats have this right. If they rebel against the accepted rules, the Winterbell can use its power. So Gina, with the villainous name Mujin, sums it up, so the whole problem is that she doesn't have that right to vote. Boss Vzone must obey or be killed. Kan Hee-sung playfully covered her mouth with her hand and noted, why is she doing this? It's a simple misunderstanding. Yosiap also adds, leaning back in his chair, he doesn't say that she's not doing anything to change it. She's great, everything's fine. However, Gina insists, no, everything is not okay. Further, reaching for a mug of tea, she adds, in any case, Duncan is already implementing his plan. For the villains, the quartet of evil is something forbidden, but they do not know that those who must not be named are now focused only on making money. They are unlikely to be interested in Vzones. So why does Duncan need them now? Choi Yosiap admitted that he doesn't know. Maybe he was waiting for the moment when the aristocrat Winterbell would not be able to defend himself. Then so Gina announces that they have only one choice left, she needs to become worthy of the power of Winterbell. Sungju notes that this would be great, but here's the final test. Yosiap, interrupting him, says that there is still a solution. During the dungeon challenge, she needs to use an opening device, which is created in case of unforeseen circumstances. If she made it work, she would be able to get inside. It was Yu Sungju who got angry and hit the table with her fist in indignation, shouting, he thinks that someone doesn't know about this. They don't have a key. Then Choi Yosiap calmly explains that there is one who does not need the key, Cassian. He has the attribute of darkness and skills related to controlling shadows, so he can easily move between places and will be able to get inside. Sungju, although still angry, is still impressed and wonders, the attribute of darkness? Shadow attribute? Kang Hee-sung also drew attention to this information and notes that she has not heard of such a skill. Yu Sungju still notes in disbelief that the guy will have to get inside, and that's half the battle. He will have to bypass a bunch of traps and activate the device himself. Gina says with absolute confidence that Cassian can handle it. He is so talented that traps in the cave will definitely not be a problem for him. By the way, how's her proposal going? Royal Gannet immediately came to his senses and noted with satisfaction that she finally asked. He doesn't yet know what conditions they might impose, but the answer is generally positive. She, stirring the tea in a cup, explains that the main thing is that they are ready to cooperate. It will be nice if they have a good relationship for the future. Biting his lip, Sungju says nervously, he feels like they are trying to achieve a result by deception. Do they really need to go that far? So Gina insists, he has a special style, he is better than ordinary villains, and even compared to the dog, he doesn't come close. Maybe he is an expert, or even higher. Besides, Screwdriver himself recognized it. Hee-sung makes an enthusiastic sound, and she also, shyly twirling a lock of hair on her finger, adds, and in general, to become an official aristocrat, she is ready for anything. Her goal is above all else. Cassian Lee, back at his apartment and preparing breakfast, wonders out loud, Mujin outer? That's why he has a strange voice and hides behind a mask. But why is Moros telling him this? It noted that it thought that he would be surprised, this is strange. But Cassian is then surprised by something else, his fighting style is not villainous, but Psyker-like. He has good balance and smart attacks, hence had real experience in battle. It's hard to get that level if you're only fighting against Psykers. Their fight was beneficial for him. At the same time, Cassian Lee's mind flashes back to the moment from the meeting when Royal Gannet asked, so what does he need? Mana crystals? But he answered emphatically, no. Then Royal said that in any case, he could assure him that they had plenty of them. Now Cassian understands that it would be nice to train with him further. Suddenly he freezes and screams in irritation, no, how it infuriates him. He doesn't understand, Being an outer, Mujin became the boss of Vzone, and now strives to become an aristocrat of Winter Bell. Moros remarks quite calmly, it sees that he is simply envious. Cassian still does not calm down, continuing to be indignant. Okay, if he becomes the boss of Vzone, but an aristocrat? It tries to calm him down, saying that he doesn't think he should worry about Mujin. And finally, drawing his attention to the black smoke coming from the frying pan, he announces that everything is burned. Cassian notices this too, but soon cleans up the kitchen. When does Kwan Yuri text him asking if he has eaten? He replies that he is just eating at this moment. She clarifies with suspicion, did he buy ready-made food from the store? But Cassian writes that he prepared everything himself. Yuri asked in surprise, is this true? He answered briefly, that's true. Then she immediately praised him with an exclamation, her brother is great. They finally exchanged stickers, and after skewering an almost charred sausage onto a fork, Cassian even managed to take a bite of it. Watching him chew his concoction, Moros noted that he thought his sister wasn't quite imagining it. However, he replied that it did not matter. It's enough. This is the most he can do for her. Then it clarified again, does it mean he accepted Winterbell's offer? Cassian, inspecting the burnt product, said he was going to do it. But Moros hinted, it seems he has already decided everything. Having taken Onigiri to replace the spoiled dinner, Cassian explained this by saying that he would have even more problems in the future. He sees nothing wrong with making allies. In one of the buildings of Vzone of Gadam, the Black Hand with his comrades stood opposite the Black Demon, shouting furiously, how dare he not let them in? Does he even know who they are? Crush, being behind, exclaimed in confirmation, yes. The demon majestically said that he is the embodiment of darkness and the ruler of it. He is the most powerful villain and the boss's most loyal servant. The Black Hand said in bewilderment at such a menacing statement, what kind of nonsense is this? Crush also, considering him crazy, added, is he crazy? Cutter, mistaking him for a schoolboy, said that they needed to leave. However, the Black Demon escalated the situation by adding that they would not dare to meet the Cassian boss without warning. He doesn't think their boss is here at all. Crush asked in confusion, how is this? He continued, violet eyes flashing, and in general the boss would not want to meet them. Or do they think he has time for low-grade creatures? They must know their place. This completely angered the Black Hand, causing him to furiously repeat, what? He should know his place? Is the guy running into trouble? But just at that moment Cassian himself appeared, asking what was going on. Crush, while everyone else was speechless from surprise, asked why the boss was standing here. Even the Black Demon said in confusion, is he here? But Cassian only repeated the question, what happened? The demon began to say that he wanted the three of them to leave. On the Black Hand gesturing for him to shut up, he explained that he would do everything himself. Then, gritting their teeth as if overpowering themselves, all three of them fell to their knees, and he vehemently declared, the boss must know that they want to become stronger. The loud statement echoed through the rusty corridors, and Cassian incredulously clarified, do they want to become stronger? Why suddenly? Crush started to talk about there being one girl, but a Black Hand interrupted him, hitting him with his elbow and shouting at him to shut up. Cassian, looking down at them, asked if they ever tried to become stronger? He admitted in confusion that this had never happened, but what? Crush explained that they only trained to build muscles. Then Cassian noted that desire alone is not enough. If they want to become stronger, they will have to undergo hellish training. The Black Hand again began to zealously shout that they were ready. They have both passion and desire. Cutter, feeling ashamed of his behavior, just sighed heavily, putting his palm to his face. Well then he shouted even louder that the main thing is that he no longer wants to lose to some idiot because of his weakness. He wants to become stronger. Moros, who also remained involved in what was happening, asked what he thought. Cassian admitted that he sees no point in refusing if that's what they want. Mentally he added, besides, he needs more supporters to resist the Four Evil and Donkin. Further Cassian also warned that he agrees, but they will have to try. The Black Hand threw his hands up again and shouted, great. But then Cassian rather sternly announced that they would start by assessing their abilities. They will need to do 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 deep squats, run 30 kilometers at full speed, and so on 3 times a day before breakfast, lunch and dinner for a week. The Black Hand, feeling completely confused, at that moment repeated assessment. Crush, hearing the last sentences, exclaimed, 3 times a day? Cassian, not paying attention to their plaintive cries, turned to the Black Demon, ordering him to watch them, and it would be better if he himself joined. He, having given it in honor, exclaimed that everything will be done. When Cassian returned to his business, the demon clarified whether he could do this with weights. He noted that it would even be better. Crush tried to stop Cassian, but he turned his attention to the screwdriver, who came up and joyfully greeted him and immediately asked what everyone was doing here. Is anything interesting going on? In response, the Black Devil only joyfully said, 100 kilogram weights. Crush, however, already added in disappointment, he is an idiot. Cassian Lee, I understand that there is no time for jokes now, he clarified. What is it? Screwdriver did announce that there is a very important conversation to be had. At the Hotel La Vigne and Rose, Aroma and Otto were sitting in one of the bright rooms having drinks. Soon Gina entered the room, and Aroma immediately asked if she had been there for a long time, but just finished? She, taking off her cap, briefly confirmed this, yes. Otto noticed that the poor thing looked tired. Gina, fanning herself with her headdress, agreed a little. Then they gently pointed out that she had overdone it. Being in Winterbell and being the boss of the lead zone is not easy. Maybe she wants some candy? But Gina, stretching her stiff shoulders, said thoughtfully, she needs to show that she is worthy of the place of the head of her family. Aroma tried to calm her down and asked her not to blame herself for not passing the exam. Doesn't she want to give Namgang to someone for now? Gina explained that she doesn't mind if they leave her, but she doesn't want to be the first to do it. Otto, giving her a thumbs up, replied that she understood everything. Further, Gina reminded, did they find out something about Cassian? But she explained that there was nothing special about him. Aroma just confirmed this, he only eats and exercises. Gina immediately repeated, is he training? She answered again, yes, he almost lives in the training room, and only goes outside to the park to run. Besides, he attends school. But Otto, having heard such a clarification, noted that she was a fool. Aroma, having crossed eyes with Gina, tearfully clarified, can she pretend she didn't hear? She sighed heavily and only repeated dissatisfiedly, and they told her that he only eats and trains. After that there was a long pause between them. Standing on the roof of a building in Vzone, Lefinet noted that according to rumors, it should not have been so quiet here. Looking at Amhai, who had been silent for a long time, she, being a villain with rank B+, belonging to the striker class and having the attribute of a physicist, clarified that he was not going to meet with Cassian. He, who had rank A, belonged to the knight class and had the light attribute, explained that he had already conveyed the information to Screwdriver. Lefinet said it's sad, they can only stand here. If only they could do something and speed up the process. Amhai shared quite directly that he sees that she is very interested in his business. Suddenly his base was silent, seeing someone below. Ujiha stood on the ground, smiling and waving at them. Lefinet immediately said goodbye, they will meet next time. She wishes him luck. The next moment Amhai disappeared, causing a sly grin to appear on her face. In the Vzone meeting room, Screwdriver took a soda drink and asked in surprise, what? So he agreed? He's at home, so the boss will refuse. Cassian briefly explained how this might come in handy. They don't know when Duncan is attacking, so they better have a Winterbell aristocrat as their allies. He agreed with this, noting that this was a good decision. By the way, Winterbell contacted him. Mujin and vassals are already ready to trust him. If the boss doesn't mind, then he can start working with them tomorrow or even today. By the way. And what did he demand in return? Cassian, looking somewhere to the side, answered abstractly that he was still thinking about it. Then Screwdriver clarified what? Is the boss going to wait until he decides? But Cassian confidently said no, first the work, then the reward. He rested his hand on his head and said with a hint, this is commendable, of course, but what if then Winterbell refuses the boss? Cassian reassured him, saying that he was not going to ask for something unthinkable. Screwdriver tried to insist, but Cassian having warned his question, it turned out that even if they refused, he would come up with something else. Then usually asked, how about this? Cassian, taking a sheet of paper in his hands, asked, what's here? Screwdriver explained that he received a personal request from Winterbell. Suddenly Moros exclaimed, it can't be. It's a platinum disc. Cassian mentally clarified with disbelief, is this it? Screwdriver, besides everything else, leaning back in his chair, suggested that old man Duncan seems to value this. It looks like an old artifact. So, they asked to know how to use it. Then Cassian, showing him the sheet, asked, is he sure that this is the whole request? He immediately replied, "Yes, that's for sure." The next moment Cassian announced that he had come up with his reward. He needs any information about this subject. These are his conditions. Soon, sitting in his office, Screwdriver rocked on a creaky chair, and looking at the image of a platinum disc, he said out loud that this information is difficult to find. What kind of artifact is this anyway? Having looked closely at the piece of paper and the drawing, he also remembered how Cassian explained his conditions, and again taking the note, he assumed that he seemed to know what it was. Stopping abruptly, the Screwdriver also suddenly laughed, and again leaned back in his office chair, asking a question out loud: are the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense and Lampas somehow connected? As evening falls, the Heaven Pub sign lights up in red neon, and there are no guests in the empty room except for Amhai, who amiably remarks to Sojiha, "They haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" He almost immediately explains, "A year and 2 months. That was the last time he was in Gadam." Amhai agrees, "I remember everything correctly." Jiha proudly says that he has a good memory for dates. He, suddenly evasive, notes, "By the way, maybe it's enough for him to stay in this place. He's very good at hiding his identity." So Jiha is silent at first, wiping the wine glasses, but as soon as Amhai tried to take a glass of drink that had appeared on the bar counter a little earlier, he immediately intercepted it and took it back, with a malicious smile explaining that he must pay first. Amhai, frozen in confusion, asked if it was free. Jiha answered quite directly, he shouldn't make him laugh. Are they really that close? Left it, and yet who would snatch the drink right out of his hands? But even to this Sojiha gave a rather straightforward answer: his pub, his rules. He grinned displeasedly. Jiha in addition to this exclaimed that since the guy came to someone else's house, he must obey someone else's rules. And in general, whoever is very indignant will face punishment. Amhai again found himself perplexed, until a man in a formal suit, who had been nearby all this time, cast a dissatisfied look at him. Finally Sojiha announced with a smile, in general, they should get to the point and not beat around the bush. He listened to him, saying that he had heard a lot of different opinions about Cassian, and he wondered what Jiha thought about him. He immediately became more serious, and after a pause, coldly replied that he advised Amhai to meet him in person, and not ask for his opinion. He explained that he was interested in his answer. What he looks like to someone who is a Psyker. After such words, Sojiha seemed completely embittered and could barely restrain himself from fighting. At dawn, on one of the streets of Vzone, the voice of a black demon was heard, who started counting on the stopwatch, ran forward, screaming, then ran a 30-kilometer race. The Black Hand, trying to adjust the rhythm of his breathing, tiredly noted that it seemed as if he was going to die. Crush and completely falling to the ground, unable to cope with his sore legs, he exclaimed, 3 times a day too? The demon, who loomed ahead, sarcastically shouted at them, "Why are they like cockroaches? Have they given up already?" He noted in bewilderment why this guy is so meticulous. Maybe they should give up. But the Black Hand, hearing this, clenched his teeth, and also rushing forward exclaimed that he would never lose to Rahand. Forward! Crush and Cutter also gathered their strength and followed him. Cassian watched this training from the roof of a nearby building. Moros, who did this with him, noted that they are trying. However, he immediately said that they would see how long this would continue. It admitted that it thought it believed in them, didn't it? Cassian repeated the words spoken earlier. Many want to become stronger, but desire alone is not enough. This training is not just a test, he wants to make them stronger physically and mentally. Moros warned that it is difficult for villains who are caught up in desires to try for a long time. However, Cassian insisted he did not think they were unworthy and would quickly give up. It nevertheless noted that such words do not inspire much confidence. Cassian even began to argue with this, saying that it seemed to him that they were doing it the other way around. It will see what others will do when it sees the efforts of these guys. Those who have at least a glimmer of intelligence will also begin to work on themselves. Moros, after analyzing his words, clarified that he wants Gadam to become stronger than everyone else. Is he gaining strength? Cassian repeated with a grin, strength? He just doesn't want to be weak. It then assumed, in that case, that it had a vested interest. However, it is afraid that the non-villains may not be on its side, it has a reason to fight. Besides, how much longer can they rely on the Screwdriver? So speaking of the Platinum Disc, is he sure they need to investigate this without Winter Bell interfering? Cassian, after listening to Moros, directly asked, does it want to stop him? Then it is better to share the information yourself. At the same time, Cassian understands that there is no point in stopping the spirit, since it will not suffer in any case. But perhaps more information about the platinum disc, he will find more information about that too. Suddenly, with his peripheral vision, Cassian noticed something sparkling brightly in the window of the building opposite, so that even Moros asked what was there. Amhai was standing right there, and Cassian asked who it was. He sees him for the first time. He grinned slyly and motioned for him to come over. Moros noted out loud that it seemed like this guy was calling him to her. But Cassian repeated his gesture, thus telling the stranger to come to him. This turn of events left Amhai genuinely confused. Over time. Vzone. Amhai stretched his lips in a mocking grin and asked the question, "What kind of stupidity is this?" He said that he was the first to call him. Cassian replied irritably that they were not children, so that would matter. Amhai mockingly replied that it was not for him to talk about this. Amhai said, "Stop talking nonsense." Cassian looked at him curiously and asking who he was. Moros floated in the air, clinging to his shoulder. Amhai asked in surprise, "Didn't Screwdriver talk about him?" Cassian said he hadn't heard of it. They both stood opposite each other on the roof. Amhai concluded that this is why he is so fearless. He solemnly introduced himself, saying that he was Amhai, one of the aristocrats of Winterbell. Cassian asked in surprise, "From Winterbell?" He assumed that it was Amhai who asked Screwdriver to find out more about the platinum disc. Amhai heard that he wants to help them. Cassian asked mockingly, "Does he want it?" It seemed to him that they were the ones who needed his help. Amhai asked mockingly, "Do they need it?" He assumed that it was not explained to him that their words were in order. Amhai activated the light sphere and said that he had heard about his recent exploits. He, holding a bright sphere in his hand, clarified by asking the question, "Did he defeat Barracuda and destroy Baksan?" Amhai was surprised that such a small thing was a source of pride for him. Cassian said with displeasure that he should have asked better questions about him. He proudly announced that he had recently defeated Mujin. He asked in surprise, "Isn't he the boss of them?" Amhai laughed cheerfully and said that this was nonsense. He asked in surprise, "Did he seriously think that he would believe it?" Amhai added mockingly that with his strength. Cassian said to Moros that he didn't believe him. Moros concluded that he was looking for a fight. Amhai said threateningly that he was lying, and lying to him was very low. Cassian asked irritably, "How long can you talk?" He hopefully asked the question, "Maybe Amhai will shut up." Cassian said defiantly, "Since he came to fight, then let their fists speak for them." Amhai grinned and mockingly asked, "Is he the one who is called the best?" He said sarcastically that how bad everything is in this Vzone. Amhai looked at the bright sphere of light in his hand. He said menacingly that he should say thank you for turning a blind eye to his behavior. Previously. Bar Paradise. Ujiha was wiping dust from the shelf. He stood behind the bar. Ujiha stood thoughtfully in place. Amhai said that he was wondering how he looked in the eyes of the former Psyker. Ujiha thought about it. Amhai asked the question impatiently, "So what?" Ujiha hesitated to answer. He said it was nothing special. Ujiha turned to the liquor shelves and said that he was furious, cruel, and eccentric. Amhai, sitting at the bar on a high stool, asked again, "Is he cruel?" Ujiha explained that due to his stupid personality, no one wants to follow him. After thinking, he added that except for one villain, Black Ghost. Ujiha presented Cassian Lee's self-confident image and added that he is also shameless. He smiled slyly and said that Cassian Lee is more like a deceiver who does not know what conscience is. Amhai propped his head on his fist and said thoughtfully, "That's how it is." He asked a question. Rumor has it that Mujin recognized him as a worthy opponent. He asked if Ujiha saw their fight. He crossed his arms over his chest, shook his head and sadly said no. Amhai inquired, asking what happened there. Ujiha heard that it was a very fierce battle. He said Screwdriver had to intervene and stop them. Amhai smiled and said that Screwdriver has always been like this. He rested his hands on the bar counter, rose from his chair and thanked him for the information. Ujiha asked in surprise, "Is he already leaving?" Amhai headed towards the exit and said over his shoulder that there is always a sedative for a mad dog. Ujiha looked after him questioningly. Amhai asked the question, "So why not apply it?" Ujiha smiled and mentally said that it was useless. He thought that Cassian Lee would still remain the way it was. Present tense. Vzone. Amhai held a shining sphere in his hand. He created many such spheres and surrounded Cassian Lee with it. Moro said that his light attribute is bad for Cassian Lee. Amhai said he did some research on it. He added that he has a unique skill, similar to the similar shadow skill of his darkness attribute. Manhwa asked smugly, how to use the shadow skill if the bright light illuminates everything around. Moro said with concern that it would be difficult with him. Cassian laughed cheerfully. Manhwa said that this is the law of nature, light conquers darkness. He happily concluded that he could not defeat him. Holding the bright spheres in his hands, Manhwa added that he is also an unusual villain with the light attribute. He said with anticipation that Cassian would definitely lose. Manhwa added condescendingly if he apologizes and admits that he is stronger. Cassian didn't let him finish, scratched the back of his head with a bored look and said that he wouldn't do it. Manhwa stretched his lips in a malicious smile, and thought that then he would have to show him his power of light. He shouted that let him have it. Cassian rushed forward and shouted that he was ready. He jumped high, put his knee forward and tried to attack. Manhwa ducked and Cassian flew over him. As he landed, he braked with his feet and hand and turned around. Cassian looked menacingly towards the enemy. Manhwa put a sphere of light in front of him and said that his pathetic darkness would be destroyed by the bright light. He sent a powerful stream of light called the Colossal Beam at Cassian. He looked ahead warily. When the Colossal One got closer to him, he jumped high and jumped to the side. Cassian looked over his shoulder. Manhwa, holding a sphere of light in his hand, walked towards him, running from side to side. He, holding the sphere, put his hand forward, trying to attack. Cassian jumped to the side and dodged the attack. He turned around, swung his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to Manhwa's face. Cassian then hit him with his other hand, causing drops of blood to appear in the air. The bloody Manhwa flew back and groaned. Cassian asked the question, destroyed? He clenched his fist and said, don't let anyone try to fool him with such nonsense. Cassian swung and punched him hard in the stomach, putting mana into the blow. Manhwa groaned in pain. Cassian said threateningly that he could only lose in this battle. He raised his leg to kick Manhwa above his head and added that that was all. Cassian, concentrating his mana in his leg, struck. A moment later he stood and looked at the defeated enemy, who lay on the ground and trembled all over. Cassian asked the question, did he think he only had the shadow skill? Manhwa didn't answer. Cassian looked at him menacingly. He raised his leg above his head again and ordered him to stand up. Cassian reminded that Manhwa was going to illuminate everything there with his light. Manhwa exclaimed in pain. Moros watched them excitedly. Manhwa desperately shouted for him to wait. Cassian looked at him in surprise and asked, what do you mean wait? Manhwa shouted that he admits. He rose to his knees and tremblingly said that he was too prejudiced. He's a worthy opponent. Cassian asked in surprise, so what? Manhwa touched his chest with his hand and said that in the name of Winterbell he recognized him as an equal. He asked the question, maybe now they can move on to a real fight? Cassian looked at him. A bright light illuminated his face. Manhwa flashed brightly with a fiery aura and menacingly told him to get ready. He used a skill called Limited Destruction. Manhwa stood surrounded by a golden aura. Cassian frowned and thought he heard that there are villains who hide their powers by using limits. He looked at Manhwa and suggested he was one of them. Manhwa summoned the golden spear and said that he could refuse the fight when he was talking to him normally. He put the spear on the roof and said that now let him not ask for mercy. Energy began to spread from his spear in all directions. Manhwa raised his spear up and shouted that now he will have to pay for what he did. Cassian looked back, noticing many bright golden stripes rising up the top. This gradually began to unite into one large golden and shining circle. Later, all this formed into a huge luminous sphere. Cassian looked up in shock and asked again, is it so gigantic? Energy spread from the sphere in all directions. Manhwa brought it closer to him and exclaimed, waving his spear so that he could see its true power. Cassian called him a fool and said that even so he could not defeat him. Manhwa opened his mouth in confusion as he looked at him. Cassian grinned and said, where there is light? He began to spread his dark energy in all directions and exclaimed that there would be darkness there. Cassian swung his hand upward, raising his shadow sword straight into the fiery sphere. He ordered it to break the sphere. Cassian again intensified his attack, which began to zigzag its way upward towards the sphere. It was a homing strike. Suddenly, dark energy pierced the fiery sphere. Manhwa looked up in shock, without lowering his spear down. Cassian stuck his hand out to the side and replied how stupid that was. Moros, meanwhile, agreed with this statement. Manhwa was stunned into silence. Later he grinned, looking forward menacingly, and said that was not bad. He immediately added that this is not the end. Energy began to emanate upward from his spear again. Amhai said that he has many techniques. He put his palm forward, swinging his spear, and shouted that this would help the light to cover the darkness. He threw the spear forward at high speed, using the shining spear spell, and shouted that he would cleanse it. Cassian continued to stand confidently in place. Suddenly, a shell called a shadow shield appeared next to him, which immediately pushed the shining spear away from itself. Amhai frowned furiously and asked the question, "What is this?" Cassian began to summon knives from the ground, placing his palm to the side. The shadow sword began to grow upward, breaking the asphalt under Amhai's feet. Amhai later tried to jump away, but was pushed away by the shadow sword. He began to spin in the air, falling backwards onto the asphalt. Cassian pressed his palm to himself, wiggling his fingers. Later he said it was great. He began to clap his hands and said, "This is very good for such a talkative creature." A moment later, Amhai abruptly pushed off the ground, jumping to the side. He mentally asked the question, "Why?" He landed in front of Cassian and exclaimed in his mind, he didn't expect that he could push him so far. Cassian mockingly asked him how long he was going to sit. Amhai continued to look at him, and thought that this was impossible. He began to think further whether he was really too reckless in this situation. Cassian pointed his finger at him and asked the question, "Is this all he can show him?" Amhai, meanwhile, looked down with disappointed anger and mentally asked the question, "What if it was him?" Suddenly someone called them loudly. Driver landed on the edge of the roof. Amhai and Cassian looked at him in surprise. Driver said that they made so much noise. Lefinet said, "It's good that they made it on time." Driver said that he only recently had a fight. He asked the question, "Has he already started a new one?" Cassian asked him, "Will he interfere again?" Amhai, with feigned regret, he said that he was very sorry. He added that he just wanted to show his true abilities. Later he said, "But now they intervened." Amhai asked the question, "What should they do now?" Driver took the popcorn in his hands and exclaimed that they just came to watch. Lefinet also took out popcorn, sitting on the edge of the roof, and exclaimed that she even brought popcorn. She told them to continue. Amhai pointed his finger forward and said that today he will completely forgive him for the whole situation. He exclaimed that this was a warning for the future. Driver asked the question with disappointment, "And that's all?" Amhai started walking towards them. Cassian asked him a question, "Where did he go?" Amhai tensed his whole body in shock. Cassian noticed that he had a lot of questions. He put his hand on his side and replied that he would not leave until he answered everything. Amhai looked down tensely. Cassian asked him a question, "What is he planning in Winterbell?" Amhai turned around and asked again, "What is he talking about?" Cassian admitted that no matter how much he thought, it seemed strange to him. He asked the question, "Why did he come to fight after his own request?" Driver put his face on his hand, watching this with a smile. Cassian meanwhile said he understands that he is a villain with his own oddities. Later he said thoughtfully, but even for him it was strange. He asked the question, "Why would they go that far?" Driver smiled and said with a smile that it was true. Lefinet reached out with her hand for more popcorn, looking carefully ahead. Amhai laughed sharply and asked again, "For what?" He exclaimed not to make him laugh. Cassian calmly asked him a question, couldn't it be seen that he wasn't joking? He said that Mujin and the Sword of Evil. He asked the question, "Is this what interests him?" Amhai tensed his whole body again. Cassian suggested that it was he who was preventing him from becoming an aristocrat of Winterbell. Or is he wrong? Amhai looked down thoughtfully, remaining silent. Some time later, many different alcoholic drinks stood on the shelves. Someone looked up at the chandelier and addressed the deity. Crow asked the question, "Why is everyone here? They decided to have a tea party?" Amhai, Driver, Lefinet, Cassian and Crow were sitting at the table. Driver replied that not really. Crow asked the question, "Then what?" She asked, "Is there any interesting gossip?" She added with a smile that they could tell everything. Ujiha wiped the plate with a rag and mentally asked the question, "Why were they gathered here?" Crow put her hand on her face and exclaimed, "She will kill someone if they don't tell him." Suddenly, the crows next to her exclaimed that of course. Another crow added that she should kill. Driver answered her with a smile that this was interesting gossip. Crow asked again, "Yes?" She exclaimed for him to share this quickly. Driver said that they would rather listen to the main character of today. He looked at Amhai, who was looking down thoughtfully with his hands clenched. Later, he exhaled heavily. Amhai said that he would speak honestly. He looked around completely at everyone present nearby and admitted that he did not want Mujin to become an aristocrat of Winterbell. Lefinette looked down, starting to write something down on her notepad, and said that's what she thought. Later she asked the question, but why? Amhai explained that he was not ready yet, and had too few skills. Cassian Lee asked again in surprise, is it not enough? He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he seemed like a nice villain to him. He added that he has a decent fighting style and experience. Cassian Lee suggested, asking the question, maybe he is a bad leader? He noticed that his character was definitely not good. Amhai looked down excitedly and explained that this was not the reason at all. Driver put his finger forward and asked a question with a smile, isn't objections without a reason a betrayal? Crow laughed, resting her head on her hand. Cassian Lee said, he imagines how disappointed Mujin will be when he learns about this. Lefinette replied, waving the pen in her hands, and said that he would definitely not be disappointed. She added quietly that unlike some crows said that traitors are usually killed. Cassian Lee firmly replied that he was a traitor. Amhai began to desperately shout so that they would not talk nonsense. He asked the question, what kind of betrayal? He shouted that this was all for his own protection. Amhai lowered his head further, looking at his hands, and said that as an aristocrat, he would definitely become a target. Cassian Lee asked him the question, who is the target? He asked Duncan. Amhai suggested that this was possible. He later explained that there are worse enemies than Duncan. Amhai added gloomily that the most terrible of the four evils. He fell silent, imagining the many wounded corpses lying among the rubble of the building that it was a red peony. Amhai explained that he is the one who can kill Mujin. Cassian Lee asked, Red Death Peony? He, sitting on a chair, crossed his arms and asked, is this crazy guy targeting Mujin? Amhai confirmed this. Screwdriver relaxed back in his chair, put his hands behind his head and asked the question, does he know him? Cassian Lee mentally asked, how else? He thought that all the first and second level Psykers would happily destroy him. Cassian Lee knew that Red Death Peony usually resides in Shanghai and controls Jiangsu and Zhejiang from there. The Chinese government could not ignore the growing threat, so it began to cooperate with Lampas, jointly trying to destroy the Red Death Peony and its minions. The best Psykers around the world took part in the operation, and among them was one of the highest class. However, the mission was a failure. They all died. Crow inquired, asking the question, does he also know Red Death Peony? Screwdriver looked at him with a smile. Cassian Lee remained significantly silent. Amhai assumed that Mujin also wanted to destroy him. After thinking, he added that he was sure of it. Cassian Lee asked, does he want to attack him first? He asked another question, why such thoughts? Screwdriver replied that it was out of revenge. He revealed that Mujin's father died at the hands of the Red Death Peony, so he wants to become a Winterbell aristocrat to take his revenge. Amhai said that Red Death Peony will return to Korea anyway. He added that he and Duncan now want to destroy Winterbell. Cassian Lee concluded that there was no way to avoid a skirmish with the Red Death Peony. Amhai confirmed this and said he could explain why. Cassian Lee replied that this was not necessary. He added that since this was inevitable, they needed to prepare and attack first. Screwdriver said with a smile that it would be nice, but they would have to try. Crow said she doesn't mind rolling around in the mud. Amhai indignantly drew their attention to himself, and said that he needed to help Mujin get ready. Cassian Lee assured that he could easily deal with these minor problems himself. Amhai jumped up from his seat and angrily shouted that this was nonsense. He indignantly asked how he could be so self-confident. Lefinette repeated that their boss said he would eliminate Red Death Peony and Duncan himself. She took a notepad and pen and began to write. Crow assured that they would help in any case. Amhai laughed angrily and shouted that it was time for them to take off their rose-colored glasses. He added that their opponent is the worst of the four evils. Cassian Lee asked in bewilderment, what of this? He said that he just needed to be defeated and that's all. Amhai did not let up and said that even for the Vzone boss this was too strong an opponent. Cassian Lee confirmed this. Screwdriver said he quickly agreed. Cassian Lee admitted that Amhai was right, and now it seems impossible. After thinking, he added that one day they would beg for mercy on their knees before him. Cassian Lee said that the main thing is to make Mujin an aristocrat of Winterbell. He ordered Screwdriver to give them a date. He made it clear with a gesture that everything would be fine. Amhai desperately grabbed his face with his hand and mentally asked what they were thinking about. Crow inquired, asking the question, who is stronger than Red Death Peony or Duncan? Screwdriver said that Red Death Peony visited Korea 5 years ago regarding this issue. Leffinet winced in disgust and said that it was terrible. Crow asked why not make them fight each other? Cassian looked at her and thought that this was a good idea. Screwdriver said that he would have to invest too much in such an adventure. Cassian touched his chin with his hand and thought. He said in his mind 5 years ago. He guessed that this happened a year after he arrived in Korea to train young people. Cassian thought doubtfully that he had read such a report. It said that the Korean branch of Lampas then lost a lot of good Psykers. He mentally added, and even a top-class ranker. Cassian mentally asked, was his name Kim Kwang-ho? Mhai walked up to the bar counter, where Yoo-ji-ho was wiping the plates with a towel, and asked if there were still a lot of dishes left. Yoo-ji-ho looked at him questioningly. Mhai glared angrily and said that he couldn't just leave the dark chaos. He angrily added that for the sake of the light, he needed a clear answer and a plan. Yoo-ji-ho annoyedly told him to give the plate back. It's not his. Crow looked in their direction in surprise and asked what was wrong with them. She thought disapprovingly that they were causing the fuss themselves. Screwdriver, listening to music on headphones, suggested that these were the consequences of using the limit technique. Overtime. Playground. Seo-ji-ho sighed sadly. Kim Woo-chan, doing push-ups on the uneven bars, asked the question, what are these size? Seo-ji-ho raised the water bottle to his mouth and asked sadly, can a high school student worry about his future? Kim Woo-chan countered that he was an unusual high school student. He jumped to the ground. Seo-ji-ho said that he was lucky. He added sadly that after graduating from school he already had somewhere to go. Kim Woo-chan, stretching, looked at him thoughtfully. Seo-ji-ho said that he caught blood in Toy Maker, and now there is even more hope for him. Kim Woo-chan looked at him thoughtfully, and replied that these were just rumors. Seo-ji-ho annoyedly told him not to make him laugh. He added that he was there too. Seo-ji-ho recalled that he saved him and the others. He added that because of this he had a very hard time at school. Kim Woo-chan asked why? Seo-ji-ho replied that everyone says that thanks to him, his path has already been trodden. He sadly added that people say he is useless. Kim Woo-chan said he needs to clear up these misunderstandings. He added that he could come to his school. Seo-ji-ho thanked him with a smile and replied that this was not necessary. He tiredly leaned back on the bench and said that the rumors were gradually dying out, and there was no need to add fuel to the fire. Seo-ji-ho pointed his index finger at him and said that some people at his school didn't like him at all. He thought that this was the downside of popularity. Kim Woo-chan asked who is this for? Seo-ji-ho laughed cheerfully and asked the question, is he interested? Kim Woo-chan replied that it wasn't very good. Seo-ji-ho inquired, asking when would Kim Nian return? Kim Woo-chan looked ahead and said there she was. Kim Nian was running away from a guy who was trying to catch up with her. Seo-ji-ho asked who is with her. The guy extended his hand to her with a smile and said that he was Cha In-byum, the future Psyker. Kim Nian looked back at him with displeasure, telling him with her eyes to back off. She asked what he needed. Cha In-byum asked her to give him her phone number. Kim Nian exhaled in annoyance. She turned sharply towards him and angrily shouted that she had already said she wouldn't let him. Kim Nian reported that her brother is nearby. She asked a question, does he know what will happen to him if she tells him? Cha In-byum laughed mockingly and said that he was not that easy to beat. He said smugly that they even wrote an article about him once. Kim Woo-chan asked menacingly who he is. Kim Nian looked up in fear. She saw Kim Woo-chan and excitedly asked what is brother doing here. Cha In-byum tensed. He looked ahead in fear and mentally asked, Kim Woo-chan? Kim Woo-chan asked, is this her friend? Cha In-byum asked himself excitedly, why is he here? Kim Nian looked back at him angrily and said that this guy was pestering her and stalking her. Kim Woo-chan loomed over Cha In-byum and angrily asked how dare he bother his sister? Cha In-byum looked at him in fear and did not understand what was happening. He mentally asked, sister? He asked another question, are they relatives? Kim Woo-chan confidently put his hand on Kim Nian's shoulder and looked angrily at his sister's offender. Cha In-byum excitedly put his hand in front of him and told him to wait, this is a misunderstanding. He added that she was simply very beautiful, so he decided to meet her. Kim Nian hid behind Kim Woo-chan. Seo-ji-ho approached them and asked in surprise, is this Cha In-byum? He excitedly recognized Seo-ji-ho. Passers-by looked at the frightened Cha In-byum and thought that he was a very strange person. Cha In-byum turned around and started running excitedly. Kim Nian pointed her finger at him and said worriedly that he was running away. Kim Woo-chan looked at Seo Jiho in surprise and asked if he knew him. He confirmed this and replied that they were from the same school. He looked after Cha In-beom and said that he was one of those who hated him. Over time. Seoul Namkong Vzone. Moojin said into the phone that this is a great job. J-Rope, who was standing behind her, inquired, asking if everything was going as it should. She said they had set a date. J-Rope smiled and said that she was worrying in vain. Moojin asked again in surprise, "Were you worried?" J-Rope said that they fought. It seemed to him that she was worried that their cooperation would not take place, but in the end everything worked out well. J-Rope raised his index finger and said that he congratulates her anyway. He inquired, asking the question, "Will they open a bottle of champagne?" Moojin replied that it was too early to congratulate. She took the knife in her hand and said that she was still not an aristocrat Winterbell. Looking at the knife, she said that when it becomes, this will also be just the beginning. Moojin sharply stabbed the knife into the tabletop and said that he could congratulate her when she achieved her revenge. She concentrated pink mana in her hand and directed the energy flow into the protruding blade. Approaching the black car, Sojina sadly thought that 5 years had already passed since her father's death. The driver opened the back door for her. Sojina thought that since then she has been doing everything she can to achieve her goal. She understood that at this moment the last piece of the puzzle remained to be connected. Sojina remembered that when she was little, she sadly looked at an empty macaron box with only crumbs at the bottom. Through her tears, she confessed to her father that she ate all his favorite cookies. He gently stroked her head and told her not to cry. Dad hugged Sojina tightly and lied that he didn't love it that much. He added that the main thing for him is that she likes it. The father hugged the sad Sojina tightly and said that she was dearer to him than anything in the world. Currently, Sojina sat in the black car and sadly looked out the window. The driver said that they had arrived. Sojina ordered that they go to another place before that. She ordered him to take her to Gadam. Over time. Gadam. Cafe. Bang Sung-tae sat at a table with 2 journalists and was interviewed. One of the journalists congratulated him on his first place at national competitions. Bang Sung-tae thanked him. A female journalist asked him to tell them about the international youth Psyker competition organized by Lampus. A photojournalist took his photo. The journalist asked what his plans are for the future. Bang Sung-tae held a glass of cold lemonade in his hand. He smiled and said that he would be happy to win, but the main thing for him is to become a worthy Psyker. The journalist smiled approvingly and said that this was a wonderful answer. She assured that they will support him. Bang Sung-tae thanked her for this. The reporter suggested by asking the question that he dreams of becoming a top-class Psyker. The journalist sighed with delight and said that it would be incredibly cool. Bang Sung-tae smiled modestly and said that this is a very global dream. The journalist looked at the photo reporter with a smile and said that another famous Psyker had the same dream. He clarified by asking, "Is she talking about Kim Woo-chan?" The reporter said hesitantly that Bang Sung-tae and Kim Woo-chan went to the same high school. She inquired, asking the question, "Were they friends there?" Bang Sung-tae replied that not really. In middle school he mainly focused on his studies, and he only found out that they were studying in the same place at graduation. He admitted with a smile that he was even sorry that he had not noticed this earlier. Bang Sung-tae suggested that they would become friends since they are on the same path. The journalist sighed with delight and looked at him lovingly. The phone on the table in front of Bang Sung-tae rang. He looked at this in surprise. Cha In-beom wrote a message asking if he is done with the interview. Bang Sung-tae told reporters that it was too late. He said that he had other things to do. He asked the question, "Can they end it here?" The journalist smiled and thanked him for his time. She expressed hope that he would become an excellent Psyker. As Bang Sung-tae headed towards the exit, the journalist covered her mouth with her hand and quietly said that he answered all the questions honestly. She added that such people are rare. Bang Sung-tae smiled smugly upon hearing these words. Over time. City Street. Cha In-beom asked excitedly, "Has he met Kim Woo-chan?" Bang Sung-tae asked in surprise, "Seriously?" Cha In-beom, holding his fists in front of him, confirmed this. He said that he was trying to meet a girl, and then he showed up. Cha In-beom made a menacing face and said that he ordered him to leave, but Kim Woo-chan glared at him insolently. Cha In-beom indignantly asked if he could just turn a blind eye to this. Bang Sung-tae listened thoughtfully to his story. Cha In-beom continued with enthusiasm that just as he was about to hit him, his friend appeared. Bang Sung-tae annoyedly told him to get to the point. Cha In-beom excitedly replied that he had to run away, because it was 2 against 1. Bang Sungtae crossed his arms over his chest disdainfully and asked the question, why should he believe him? Cha Inbyum waved his hands indignantly and said that it was true. He reported that Seo Jiho saw it too. Bang Sungtae mentally asked, did Kim Woo-chan attack him? He looked thoughtfully at Cha Inbyum and concluded that he would hardly have been smart enough to invent it in such detail. Cha Inbyum said Seo Jiho too. He said that he is quiet at school, but they are friends. Bang Sungtae straightened his hair with a bored look and asked the question, what's the difference? Cha Inbyum said indignantly that he called him a coward. Bang Sungtae frowned. He angrily grabbed Cha Inbyum by the breasts, who fearfully added, they said that Psyker trainees could not oppose anything to real villains. Bang Sungtae ominously leaned over him, and with an angry smile told him to stop talking nonsense. Cha Inbyum said through his teeth that he was serious. He asked irritably why would he lie to him. Bang Sungtae said that he will vouch for his words with his head. He threw it away, and Cha Inbyum fell to the asphalt, holding his neck with his hand. Bang Sungtae asked with an unkind smile, did he call him a cable? Without waiting for an answer, he added that Kim Woo-chan would have to answer for such an accusation. Cassian Lee appeared behind him, staring at the phone screen. Moros was flying nearby. He, looking around, said that this road did not lead to the house. Cassian Lee looked at the phone screen and mentally asked where are they. He said that he needed to go to one place. After a while, Cassian Lee stopped. He looked at the sign that said Bear Macarons. Moros asked in surprise, are they coming here? Cassian Lee looked carefully out the window and assumed that it was here. He said they talked a lot about this place previously. Cassian Lee, resting his head on his fist, asked, are the macarons from the bear? Screwdriver, leaning back in his chair, asked in surprise he doesn't know? He said that this is a very famous place in Gadam area. Crow cheerfully boasted that she could eat 20 of them. Leffinet said that everyone knows they have the best macarons. Cassian Lee looked at her thoughtfully, and thought that she knew this too, although she lives in the Namkang area. Leffinet closed her eyes dreamily, and said that there is a very famous taste of Earl Grey. She added blissfully that it just melts in your mouth. Cassian Lee remained significantly silent. He was currently standing in front of the macaron stand looking at the 2 boxes of purple macarons. He asked the question, are they all Earl Grey flavored? The seller confirmed this, and said that these were the last ones. The bell on the door rang. Cassian Lee said he would take everything. The seller clarified by asking, should I package this as a gift? The doors opened and so Gina entered the store. Cassian Lee replied that it was not necessary. He added that he bought it for himself. So Gina walked up to the counter and asked if they had Earl Grey macarons. The seller excitedly asked what to do. He said he had just sold the last ones. So Gina clarified by asking the question, just what? She looked with interest at the pink package that Cassian Lee was holding in his hand. She apologized and turned to him. So Gina pointed at the bag and said that he bought all the Earl Grey macarons. She inquired, asking if he could share with her. Cassian Lee looked at her in bewilderment. She said she would pay 10 times more for it. The seller looked at her in shock and asked again 10 times? Cassian Lee looked at the display case and said it was full of macarons. He asked in surprise why this taste? So Gina replied that these are the ones she needs. Misunderstanding hung in the air. So Gina pursed her lips sadly and said that today is the day of remembrance of her loved one. Holding back tears, she added that it was his favorite taste. Cassian Lee looked at her with sympathy. He faked a moan and said he had a stomach ache. So Gina looked at the bag of macarons he placed on the counter. Cassian Lee headed towards the exit and said that macarons were cancelled today. So Gina looked over her shoulder at him in surprise. When they found themselves on the street, Moros meticulously said that as an actor he would definitely not receive an Oscar. Cassian Lee displeasedly told him to shut his mouth. So Gina caught up to him and grabbed him by the shirt, telling him to stop. Cassian Lee looked at her over his shoulder in surprise. So Gina said that she doesn't like to be in debt. She said that one package was enough for her, and handed him a pink bag. So Gina told him to take the second box for himself. Cassian Lee and Moros looked thoughtfully at the bag of macarons. Moros guessed it worked. Meanwhile in the park, many people stood next to the fountain. Moros admitted he didn't think he would care about the stranger's problems. Cassian Lee leaned his hands on his knees and silently looked forward. Moros asked a question, did he remember the deceased Jeff? He looked ahead, noticing a man with a small daughter. Cassian Lee admitted what he was thinking. Moros thoughtfully replied that this is how it is. He guessed he probably hadn't realized it. Cassian Lee asked in surprise, what? Moros replied that it was Mujin. Cassian Lee thoughtfully touched the railing in front of the fountain with his hand and replied that he understood. Moros asked in shock, did he know about this? Cassian Lee said no. He explained that he felt the man was unusual. Moros looked to the side in surprise. Cassian Lee looked at his palm and said, when it came closer, he felt its energy. He began to reason further that judging by the calluses on her hands, she practices with a sword every day. Cassian Lee looked up and asked the question, so she was talking about her father? Moros repeated the same movement, looking up, and assumed that most likely. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mujin stood next to numerous regiments. She looked at the black box lying on top of it, containing a photograph. Mujin continued to look ahead thoughtfully, without saying anything. After some time, sealed with a raven barrier. This all happened in front of the iron gates. Mujin looked ahead tensely. Amhai said, he thinks everyone understands how dangerous the sealed barrier is. In front of them stood Driver and Cassian Lee. Amhai continued to explain that one small mistake and they would be dead. Someone asked him a question, why does he repeat? This man noticed that he had already repeated it many times. Amhai asked furiously, what? He exclaimed that he was worried about them. Royal Garnet looked at him and quietly admitted that he was also trying to hold back. Cassian Lee told him to stop worrying and go wash the dishes because it helps him calm down. Driver gave a thumbs up with a smile and wished him good luck. He said he would be waiting for him. Mujin turned to Cassian. She continued to look at him silently. Cassian Lee turned in her direction without answering. Mujin later said that she would wait for his return. Cassian Lee replied that of course. He put his palm forward, summoning dark energy. Gradually, a long dark rectangle of energy began to transform in the gate. Cassian Lee looked back and told everyone that he would be back soon. Some time later, Cassian Lee walked down the long stairs leading down. Someone's voice told him that as soon as he gets inside, he should find the Stone of Night. Cassian Lee asked the question, will he need this next? Royal Garnet confirmed and said let him consider this to be his coverage. He began to explain further, looking around the area around him, that it was very dark inside, so he couldn't see anything. Royal Garnet continued to explain that when he found it, let him put his mana into it and make it glow. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, leaned his hand against the ball, which gradually began to illuminate in a barely noticeable yellow and green color. Cassian Lee continued to remember the words of Royal Garnet, who told him that that's when the others would automatically light up. Cassian Lee looked deeper into the corridor, noticing how light began to appear on the sides. He noted that this was a very interesting system. Moros asked him a question, is this the first time he has seen the Stones of the Night? Cassian Lee looked at one of the stones above and asked the question, can he take one for himself? He quietly said that they would buy it at a high price. Moros told him not to even count. Cassian Lee looked ahead and said that there was a fork in the road. He didn't know which path was best to take. Cassian Lee thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked the question, why wasn't he told about this? Moros assumed they didn't know. He added that even they do not have all the information about this place. Cassian Lee exhaled with a guess. Later, he mentally assumed, looking around, that he would not have to hide from traps and make logical decisions. Cassian Lee remembered irritably Amhai didn't think that was what that idiot meant. He turned to Moros and told him if he felt something strange, then let him speak. Moros replied that he understood. Cassian Lee's legs began to glow with his dark energy. Later it began to spread rapidly along the corridor. Cassian Lee exclaimed that they should pass this place the first time. He, in the guise of dark energy, began to rapidly move forward along the stone corridor. Suddenly there was a bright glow that completely illuminated everything. Moros suddenly called Cassian Lee excitedly. Cassian Lee continued to move forward at high speed closer to the light. Moros shouted at him to stop now. Cassian Lee stopped abruptly, breaking with his hands and feet on the stone. He looked ahead and asked the question, why? He asked if he felt something strange. Moros looked forward to where the purple energy was coming from and noticed that he felt it was very strange. He continued to explain that it was very weak, but he still felt it. Cassian Lee looked ahead at the stone blocks that were surrounded by purple energy and asked the question, is that there? He put his palm forward closer to it and suggested that there was a secret place here. Moros replied that it was a possible trap. He asked the question, is he sure he wants to check? Cassian Lee asked in response, wasn't that why he stopped him? Moros narrowed his eyes nervously and told him not to be too cocky. He added if there was an immortal creature there again. Cassian Lee replied that things are different now. He began to release dark energy and said if it didn't work once, it didn't mean it would happen again. Later, his dark energy gradually began to pass through the wall and mix with another. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, someone asked the question, is he doing well? Manhwa excitedly chewed his thumbnail and noticed that it was taking a very long time. He asked the question, wasn't he supposed to be back by now? Royal Garnet looked at his watch and explained that he had only been there for 10 minutes. He said quietly that this was just the beginning. Manhwa looked at him angrily and exclaimed, not just, but for a whole 10 minutes. Mujin told them not to worry about him. Manhwa turned towards her and asked a question, is she so confident in him? Mujin crossed her arms thoughtfully and replied that she was not confident in him, but in his ability. Driver smiled and agreed with this. He threw his hands behind his back and began to explain that sometimes he does not control himself, but he keeps his promise. Driver smiled again, lowered his head, and thought that if he wanted to. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cassian landed sharply with his hands on the floor. He looked forward, where he noticed a long gate and 2 statues holding glowing stones. Cassian didn't expect that he could find such a place here. He asked a question seeing a strange emblem in the middle of it, what is it? Moros looked at this in shock. He shouted loudly that because of the 3 legs of the crow. He continued to say with concern that that's why this place was called that. He asked the question, how did he not think of it right away? Cassian looked at him and asked the question, what is he talking about? Moros began to tremble and exclaimed that this was not a place to test ability. He added that there really is something sealed here. Cassian asked the question, what exactly? Moros replied that there is a sword of evil, which was probably left behind by the family of the sword of evil. He began to explain that when an outer was born into a family of villains in ancient history, everything did not go according to their plan. Moros continued to excitedly explain that Mujin may have been born into a family of Psykers. Cassian asked the question, can he explain it in a simpler way? Moros turned sharply in the other direction and began to talk about how they were originally Psykers, but then became villains. He said that the thing that changed them was sealed inside. Moros presented a pit, above which there was a ball emanating violet energy. Meanwhile in America, in Philadelphia, this all happened in the Vesperan restaurant. The people who were sitting at the tables were animatedly discussing something and drinking wine. There were a lot of security guards standing next to the Lampus chairman. Kwan Yuri looked out of the door, looking at it with curiosity. She looked at the chairman and mentally asked the question, who is it? She noticed that there were a lot of guards around him. Suddenly Sean appeared next to her and asked her a question, where is she looking? Kwan Yuri turned to him in fear and exclaimed that he scared her. She said quietly why he did it so suddenly. Sean began to look around, putting her hand to her forehead, and asked the question, is there some kind of celebrity there? He suddenly froze when he noticed the chairman. Sean began to explain that this was a special guest. He assumed that he was not on the invitation list. Kwan Yuri asked the question, is he famous? Sean asked her if she knew him. He looked forward again and explained that this was the chairman of Lampus. Seth picked up the meat with a fork and pulled it to his mouth. Kwan Yuri said in surprise, concluding what he means to Psykers. Sean exclaimed, what exactly? Kwan Yuri asked the question again, what brought him here? Sean replied with a smile that he was in fact a frequent visitor. Seth took a glass of wine and thought they were very noisy. Kwan Yuri meanwhile responded, she didn't know she was working in such an incredible place. Sean took out his phone and asked if she wanted him to take a photo of her and capture Seth in the frame. Kwan Yuri asked him a question, is this decent? Seth told her not to worry, because he is very kind. Kwan Yuri awkwardly waved her hand and said that it was not necessary. She thanked him and explained that she was somehow embarrassed. Seth, meanwhile, looked in her direction with an attentive gaze. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cassian began to open the gate. He looked forward, noticing a strange cauldron among the stones. Cassian's whole body tensed. He asked the question, is this a tripod? He looked again at it, from which red threads of energy emanated in all directions. Cassian suggested that apparently the stones around it were a trap. Moros told him he was a quick thinker. Cassian began to reason further that the trap was on a trap. He decided that he would have to somehow open it without a key. He asked the question as he looked ahead at the large amount of energy, how dangerous is the item inside it? Cassian asked again, isn't that a sword in the nearby stone? Moros replied that it looked like another trap. Cassian noticed that the sword was also unusual. He began to reason mentally, looking at it, and decided that by its appearance he could tell that it had been here recently. Cassian asked a question, he knows why the tripod is there? Moros narrowed his eyes intensely. Later he asked the question, what were people most afraid of at all times? Cassian answered honestly that it was death. Moros confirmed this. He said this is what should happen to everyone born on this earth. He continued to reason, imagining a man that no matter how great and strong he was, he still could not escape death. Cassian asked the question with confusion, and how does this relate to the tripod? Moros continued to explain that the three-legged bird was a sacred animal, symbolizing the sun and endless existence. He imagined people making an offering to someone and said that the tripod is usually used during prayer, when asking something from heaven. He made an example of what it could be like for a long life, for health and money. Moros imagined a man drawing a sword from its scabbard and said, but those who already have everything want something else. He explained that they wanted to live forever. Moros, remembering the past, continued to tell further that they killed innocents and sacrificed their souls. He imagined souls flying out of the tripod and explained that they had lost their lives, but did not want to leave this place. He added that this tripod ended up being sealed here. Cassian noticed that he knew a lot. Moros confirmed this, that of course, he is an ancient and great soul. He asked him, has he already forgotten this? Cassian thoughtfully confirmed this, saying yes. He deduced that this item was created from the great negative desire of others. Moros narrowed his eyes, looking ahead thoughtfully, and explained that this appeared due to the fact that someone other than the gods decided to demand immortality. He continued to explain, introducing the people, that the reason why people had such a desire in the first place was because of him. Cassian put his hands on his hips and asked the question, in whom? Moros told him that he would tell him later. He explained that he had better first decide what to do next. Cassian mentally noted that he quickly changed the subject. He put his hand to his chin, puzzled, and said if this is a sacred object, then he can pull out a real mana crystal from it. Moros replied, he doesn't think a sacred item is equal to a real crystal. Cassian asked him, does that mean it's not there? Moros replied that there is. He narrowed his eyes more and added that it was very huge. Cassian began to walk forward. Moros said he noticed there were a lot of traps around. He added that this is why it will not be easy to obtain. Cassian told him until they try, they will know. He walked up to the sword in the stone and looked up carefully. Next to this, energy spread in all directions. Later, this gradually began to turn into a dome enclosing the tripod and stones. A moment later, the dome became very noticeable, causing energy to spread in all directions in sparks. Cassian noticed that the trap had activated. He asked the question, is this protection against entry? Moros looked at this and said that it was more likely a protection against going outside. Cassian concluded and said that it must not be so strong on the outside. He swung his fist, his energy appearing next to it. Cassian hit the dome with all his might, breaking it into pieces. He froze in place, frowning forward. Later he noticed something strange and looked down. His gaze fell on the hilt of the sword, from which dark energy began to emanate. Later, the tripod had scarlet eyes that looked forward angrily. Suddenly, birds began to fly out from all directions, flapping their wings in attack and putting out their paws with claws. Cassian asked in shock, what is this? Moros said that these are evil spirits. He explained that they were undeservedly deprived of their lives. Cassian looked up, noticing many different types of birds that continued to frantically circle the rock. He exclaimed that there are many of them. Moros commanded him to get ready. He shouted, otherwise the spirit would captivate his mind and he would become its new victim. He shouted that was why the tripod was in such a distant place. Suddenly the bird approached them and shouted through its beak for them to die. Many birds continued to fly angrily above and frantically flapped their wings, screaming for him to die. Their screams were repeated. Moros looked at this in shock and shouted at Cassian not to listen to them. Moros asked him a question, does he think that he is so easy to deceive? He looked ahead calmly. Moros asked him in surprise, is he okay? Cassian said sure. He began to think that thanks to passive enhancement, the strong will of the dark iron armor, he can now control the situation around him. Cassian frowned tensely. Moros looked forward worriedly and said that this was good. He added that then they need. Cassian admitted that he feels pain more than evil. Moros asked him in surprise, pain? Cassian explained that this is the pain of losing what he had hoped for and waited so much for. Moros asked him a question, and how did he understand it? Cassian lowered his head and replied that he was familiar with it. He imagined himself in the depths of water where he fell in a past life, and said that in the face of death he would try to help them get rid of pain and accept their death and calm down. The birds kept circling furiously above and screaming for him to die. Their screams were prolonged. They kept telling him to die. Moros told him that he understood him. He immediately added that they could no longer be saved. Cassian commanded clearly, saying the word purification. Moros looked ahead in shock. Cassian looked at his palm, over which blue energy was circling, and said that he would burn away all their pain. He put his palms forward, spreading his energy, and explained that he would leave room only for a free heart. He shouted for everything to burn and disappear. His energy completely filled the entire space. A stream of blue mana rose high, enveloping the ominous black spirits. A moment later, a bright flash dissolved them in the air. Cassian opened his palm and several black feathers fell into it. He said that now these souls are saved. Moros looked down and sighed in shock. He asked in surprise, how is this possible? Cassian looked ahead and asked what's next? Moros excitedly said that he has already destroyed all the evil souls. Cassian asked, so what? Moros narrowed his eye suspiciously and looked at him. He thought that it was impossible to cleanse evil souls so easily without having special power. Moros looked at Cassian's back and said that now his fire really seems unusual. Cassian came closer, leaned over and looked at the tripod inquisitively. He asked, is this thing safe yet? Moros assured that it was so, and told him to open it. Cassian touched the tripod and decisively replied that he was already opening it. Blue smoke rose into the air. Cassian looked at this excitedly, activated his spiritual power, and said that the mana crystal was being removed. The tripod glowed brightly blue. Over time. Neo's center. So Gunak inquired, asking what was going on at Winterbell? Onamchio responded that his representatives have recently been actively collaborating with Vzone leader Gadam. He looked at the box of cigars and added that a deal had been made between Cassian and Mujin. So Gunak, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, tapped his cigar on the table and asked again, Cassian? Onamchio announced that he became the boss of Vzone a long time ago. So Gunak happily scratched his ear with the end of his cigar, and said that this is the little guy who was replaced by Screwdriver. After a pause, he added that Cassian cut off Barracuda's arm. So Gunak heard that their battle with Mujin ended in a draw. He laughed. Onamchio sternly replied that it is not yet clear whether this is true. So Gunak thoughtfully repeated that it was a draw. He closed his eyes and inhaled the aroma of the cigar with pleasure. He said he could imagine how much Cassian believed in himself after that, if it was true. So Gunak said that since they cooperate so actively, it means they are pursuing a common goal. He ordered Onamchio to find out exactly what was going on. He bowed his head respectfully, and assured that he would do everything. So Gunak pointed his cigar in his direction and decisively added that he needed all the information about Cassian. Over time. Dungeon. Cassian looked at the stone in surprise and said that this one had a different color. Moros looked at this with interest and remained thoughtfully silent. He shouted excitedly that it was a bloody mana crystal. Cassian asked in surprise, bloody? Moros reported that this is an unusual natural mana crystal, but a stone that has absorbed human victims. He said menacingly that it was stronger than any other natural crystals, but also more dangerous, since it contained death. Moros added that other villains wouldn't even be able to hold it in their hands and would go crazy with desire. Cassian, holding a red crystal in his hand, looked at it and suggested that it was not like the others. Moros concluded that it was his fire that purifies evil. Cassian clarified by asking, so can he absorb it? Moros said that if he was afraid, he should try it when they found out more about it. Cassian thought about his words. Moros said that there might be problems now, but if he absorbed it when he became even stronger, he would be able to bypass the side effects. Cassian looked thoughtfully at the crystal in his hand. The bloody mana crystal glowed brightly red, casting magical reflections. Cassian's black pupil changed color, turning bright red. He clutched the stone in his hand and said decisively that there was no reason to rush. Moros confirmed this. Cassian clarified by asking if he returned the tripod to normal, did the traps also stop working? He turned his gaze to the stone from which a sword with a blue hilt was sticking out, and said that this sword was no longer needed there. Taking his hand to the hilt of the sword, he asked hopefully, maybe he could remove the crystal from this too. Moros thought it was possible. He added that it would be much weaker in strength than a blood mana crystal. Cassian looked down. Looking closely, he thought that he had seen these patterns somewhere. Cassian remembered the Mujin's sword and thought that this one had a different color, but the sword was similar to hers. He resolutely grabbed the handle, intending to get it out of the stone. Over time, before entering the sealed crow barrier, Amhai said worriedly that he knew it. He added that Cassian only knows how to talk. He furrowed his eyebrows in excitement, and said that 30 minutes had already passed and there was no news. Amhai nervously bit his thumbnail and said that he was definitely in trouble or dead. Mujin and Royal Garnet looked at him worriedly. Screwdriver told me not to talk nonsense. He added that the boss of their Vzone does not do anything he is not sure about. Amhai and Royal Garnet turned their heads sharply towards him. Screwdriver, concentrating on solving a Rubik's Cube, said that this cave was a dangerous place, but not so much that it was beyond his strength. He assumed there must be another reason why he had not returned yet. Royal Garnet suggested, asking a question, maybe he was interested in something? Amhai angrily shouted that this was also a problem. Mujin was silent thoughtfully. Royal Garnet and Amhai turned their heads again and looked questioningly at Screwdriver. He just finished playing, having collected all the colors. Screwdriver smiled and said that, apparently, he had already finished all his work. A light flashed brightly behind the bars of the gate. Amhai and Royal Garnet stood waiting, looking there. Amhai asked excitedly, did he succeed? Royal Garnet asked hopefully, is this Cassian? He asked another question, where is he? Screwdriver replied that he was almost there. He scanned the information with his glasses and said there were 20 seconds left. A black glow appeared from the depths of the crow barrier. Black energy streams were rapidly approaching the exit. Cassian got out and appeared before the villains. They looked at him with excitement and surprise. Cassian reported that he was finished. He added that their contract has been fulfilled. Amhai angrily shouted the question, what does completed mean? He asked if he knew how they were worried here. Cassian stared at him in shock, wondering what the hell was this. Cassian asked in surprise, was he worried about him? Amhai asked irritably, why would this happen to him? Screwdriver placed a hand on Cassian's shoulder. He looked at his hand in surprise. Screwdriver was glad to have him back. He praised him for looking at the sword and the work done in surprise. Screwdriver looked at the sword in surprise and asked what he had. Cassian turned to Mujin and took a step towards her. She looked at him, puzzled. Cassian handed her a sword with a blue hilt and said that he found this inside. Mujin took it in her hands and was filled with blue spiritual power. She inquired, asking if he knew what it was. Cassian looked at her in bewilderment and calmly replied that it was a sword. Mujin said with all that this was the White Tiger sword. She said that after the aristocrats of the last century died, it could not be found anywhere. Mujin put her hand on the hilt of the red sword and said that it was the twin of her dark dragon's sword. She crossed the blades in front of her and added that this is a treasure that symbolizes the family of the evil sword. Over time. Sealed Raven Barrier. Mujin waved her blue-hilted sword and said that the White Tiger sword and the Black Dragon sword are twins. The sword in her hand was oozing mana. She added that if you combine this, you can see the true path of the sword. Cassian listened to her worriedly and thought that it was good that he did not extract the mana crystal from this. Screwdriver, noticing his reaction, asked what was wrong with his face. Mujin bowed her head respectfully. She thanked Cassian for returning the sword to her. Amhai asked with interest where he found it. Cassian replied that the sword was in a secret place in the cave. Mujin raised her head, looked at him and asked with interest, the secret place, is it where the tripod is? Cassian asked in surprise, so she knew? She asked indignantly, this is her family's thing, how can she not know? She asked the question, where is the tripod itself? Cassian reported that he found it in its original state, but was able to clean the tripod. After the evil aura disappeared, it was useless. To Cassian, it seemed as if the sword had been brought specifically to strengthen the barrier covering the tripod. Amhai and Royal Garnet looked at him with interest. Amhai thought that the ancestors did not use the White Tiger sword in the fight against Red Death. He mentally added that if Cassian was telling the truth, then they were the ones who brought the sword there. Amhai looked at Mujin and asked in shock, did they really leave it there specifically for her? Mujin approached Cassian, saying that the evil family always pays back debts. Let him tell you if he needs anything. He looked down and said that there was nothing urgent, so he would think and say. Cassian asked, asking, will she now become the owner of Winterbell? Mujin said that this is only half. He asked in surprise, half? She said the final decision would be made by Winterbell's French department. Mujin added that going through the cave is just a prelude to the exam. She took a step forward towards the cave. Cassian asked, asking if she becomes the owner of Winterbell, what will happen to Vzone Namkong? She, without looking back, mockingly asked the question, did he decide to take it for himself? Cassian annoyedly told her not to make him laugh. He added that Gadam is enough for him. Mujin walked forward, thinking that she should manage. She mentally realized that it was Vzone Namkong that became the place that helped her understand that she deserves to be a Winterbell aristocrat. Previously, Sojina stood silently and listened to the speech of the Winterbell aristocrats. Ancient Blue Viper said that the noble died, leaving behind this child. All eyes turned to her. She modestly lowered her gaze. Ancient Blue Viper said they don't have time. He added that it was urgent to prepare the next aristocrat to take his place. He asked the question, why don't they choose someone other than the heiress? Yu Sungju indignantly asked what he was talking about. He said that the future aristocrat must have the blood of the previous one. Ancient Blue Viper pointed his finger at Sojina and asked a question with irritation. Is he offering to put a 15-year-old girl, despite the fact that she has no abilities? He reminded them that they know it themselves, she's not even a villain. Sojina pursed her lips sadly. Ancient Blue Viper heard that she was in deep mourning after losing her father. He looked at the sword, glowing with a red aura, and added that there was a kidnapping, psychological problems. Kan Heesung asked him not to talk about it out loud. Ancient Blue Viper explained that he only wants to say one thing, a child with such problems cannot stand being in the place of the aristocrat Winterbell. He added dismissively that she didn't even have the necessary skills. Sojina proudly raised her head and resolutely said that she would do everything. Everyone present turned their gaze to her. She grabbed the hilt of the sword with her hand and solemnly said that she, Sojina, the 27th head of the evil sword family, will prove that she is worthy of being called the Winterbell aristocrat. Holding the sword in front of her, she promised that she would kill Red Death and avenge her father. Ancient Blue Viper angrily gritted his teeth and asked, what nonsense? Kan Heesung came up to her and said that he would support her. She put her hand on Sojina's shoulder and said that she would help with her decision. Yu Sungja said he also supports it. He stood next to her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said that he would be with the next aristocrat. Ancient Blue Viper angrily asked what are they doing. He shouted that they should assess the situation soberly. Ancient Blue Viper asked the question, how can you follow your feelings? The elder asked the question, does that mean he is against it? Ancient Blue Viper looked at him in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer. The elder ran his index finger along the table and said that he would leave the decision to his son. Ancient Blue Viper turned to him indignantly. The elder looked at Royal Garnet and said that his son was already an adult, so he would take his place. Sojina said if they give her a chance, she will prove herself worthy. Ancient Blue Viper inquired, asking how? She chewed her lower lip thoughtfully. Sojina decisively declared that she will become the boss of one of the 4 biggest Vzones in Seoul. Ancient Blue Viper stretched his lips in a mocking smile, and said that this was not bad. He said through gritted teeth that this would show her leadership qualities, strength, but nothing more. Ancient Blue Viper looked at the table where there were cups of hot tea and asked, will Outer become the boss of Vzone? He said it sounded funny. Ancient Blue Viper summed up that even saying this out loud is ridiculous. The elder asked with a smile, wouldn't this be a lesson for her? Sojina looked at them sadly. Currently, Sojina remembered that for the last 5 years, with sweat and blood, she had earned the place of boss of Vzone Namkong, but this was only enough to prove that she was worthy of being the head of the evil sword family. She realized that now she had one last step left. Mujin held twin swords in both hands and mentally added that before she became a real aristocrat, Winterbell. Taking a step forward, she heard Cassian worryingly tell her to be careful. Mujin looked over her shoulder. He said there were many traps inside. Amhai assured with a smile that she was not a weakling. He said that there was no need to worry about her. Mujin thanked Cassian for what he was going through. Amhai looked at her in shock and asked what? Mujin resolutely entered the cave and said that she would return. A little while later. Airport. Sojina was noisily carrying her suitcase. She noticed that even during the day it was full of people. Kan Heesung asked worriedly, is she sure she can handle it alone? Sojina said that she is no longer a child. Kan Heesung said excitedly that this was her first trip abroad. She suggested that she would be more comfortable with a guide. Kan Heesung, resigned, exhaled noisily and said that she was very stubborn. Sojina confirmed this. Kan Hee-sung handed her a bag from the Bear Mac errand shop. Seeing the surprise on her face, she explained that Cassian asked to convey and said that sweets helped to concentrate on the exam. So Gina looked at the package excitedly. Turning around, she announced that it was time for her to go. Kan Hee-sung looked at the watch on her hand and confirmed that it was time. So Gina heard her call out in concern. Kan Hee-sung bowed her head respectfully and assured that she would wait for her return. So Gina smiled. She raised the hand holding the bag of macarons, looked back and asked Kan Hee-sung to convey her gratitude to him. So Gina walked forward decisively, and Kan Hee-sung looked after her with excitement. Over time. Seoul. Sinhwa District. A large 2-story beautiful brick house. Living room. Ancient Blue Viper was talking on the phone, looking displeased. After finishing, he looked at the girl sitting in front of him at the table and said that he had been told that So Gina had gone to France. Putting the phone on the table, he added that what they were worried about had finally happened. The girl smiled and said that there was no longer any reason to delay the inevitable. She added that they need to show themselves and attack first. Ancient Blue Viper thought about her words. Over time. Duncan looked at the pond and the green golf course and clarified by asking the question, so she went to France alone? Kim confirmed this and said that this was what they told him. Duncan turned his head to him and said he didn't expect her to pass the crow barrier test. Previously. Namcheol pointed to the dossier on the table and said that he had prepared information about Cassian. Duncan, sitting in a chair with a cigar in his hand, took it and began to study it carefully. He placed a smoldering cigar on top of a crystal glass of drink and said that he was a monster. Duncan, sitting at his desk in his office, asked in surprise where such things come from. Namcheol, standing in front of him, said if necessary, he would give the order to kill Cassian. Duncan said that there is no point in killing a strong villain. He added that it would take a little effort, but they would be able to lure him to their side. Duncan smiled slyly, touching his chin with his hand, and said that it would be a great addition to his collection. Currently. Duncan looked at the golf club casting a glare of sunlight, and guessed that it was Cassian Lee who helped Mujin pass the crow barrier. Duncan didn't expect anyone to decide to help her. He smiled slyly and said that it was for the best. Kim, standing behind him, said that Mujin is not in Korea now. If he gives the order, they can take control of the evil family. Duncan closed his eyes and said that this was not necessary. He gave the golf club to his assistant and said that they would get it anyway, so there was no point in making unnecessary movements. Kim was surprised to hear this. Duncan stated that the ancient Blue Viper will take action on its own. Kim asked excitedly, "Isn't he the elder of the evil family?" Duncan said that he is an elder who has no rights or power. He added that this is why ancient Blue Viper wants to change the order of his clan. Duncan stated that he had long wanted to make Mujin a pawn in his hands. He added that ancient Blue Viper wants to become the head of the family, hiding behind Mujin's youth and lack of talent. Duncan said she had proven that she could be called the head of the family, so he had to lay low to prepare his sword for revenge. Kim thought that while Mujin was away, ancient Blue Viper would attempt a coup and would start from the Sinhwa area. Duncan, taking off his white glove, said he had invested a lot in this place. He added that this is Vzone Sinhwa. Kim worriedly thought that there were several powerful villains there. Duncan looked at the sparkling ball in his hand and slyly said that very soon the evil family would face a decisive battle. He put the ball on the stand and added that they would only light the fire and wait for a strong fire. Kim worriedly adjusted his glasses and said that Vzone Gadam might interfere. Duncan took the club from the assistant's hands and assured that they would not allow them. He raised his hand and added that ancient Blue Viper would take care of it. He hit the silver ball with his club and it flew high into the air. Kim, squinting and shielding himself from the bright sun with his hand, looked up and mentally noted that it was a good throw. Duncan looked towards the flying ball and said that he was still on the same page with them. Over time. Cassian looked ahead and praised one of the villains. Black Hand laughed joyfully, touched his arm muscles and said that this was like a warm-up for them. Crush smiled and said it was nothing. Cassian Lee said irritably that he wasn't talking to them. He looked at Black Ghost, who stood at attention and saluted him with his hand, and said that he could imagine how hard it was to deal with idiots. Black Ghost said that he was only following his orders. Black Hand asked angrily, "Are you idiots?" Cassian ignored his question and said that as he had promised, they could now train together. He added that they will start with a simple test. Black Hand asked, "Puzzled test?" Crush clarified with displeasure, asking the question again. Cassian has emphatically stated that Black Hand will be the first. He added that this is one-on-one sparring. Black Hand looked at him in surprise. He shouted joyfully that it was because he was the strongest. Crush looked at him condescendingly and assumed it was the other way around. Black Hand flashed a white-toothed smile and resolutely declared that he would show himself in the best light. He quickly ran forward and shouted that it was time for a new Black Hand. He confidently thought that he would only need 5 seconds. Cassian stood calmly and watched as Black Hand approached him, surrounded by golden lightning of spiritual power. Black Hand approached Cassian and tried to punch him in the head, but he moved to the side and the fist flew past. Cassian grabbed him with a sparkling blue mana hand and said that due to his carelessness, he could already lose his hand. He swung his other hand, clenched into a fist, and added that Black Hand could have come under the enemy's counterattack. Cassian exuded blue mana from his entire body. Crush and Cutter watched them in shock. Cassian commanded for the next one to come out. The defeated Black Hand lay motionless on the ground. Crush extended his hand forward and asked the question, can he refuse? He cowardly assured that he understood everything without sparring. Cassian, with his hands on his hips, sternly asked what he understood. Crush mumbled something hesitantly. After thinking, he said that one should not be careless. He added that one must always assess one's opponent soberly. Cassian asked indignantly, what kind of nonsense? Moros, hovering in the air nearby, looked at him demandingly. Crush sadly asked what is wrong. He looked to where Cassian had just stood. Cassian suddenly moved and found himself behind him, saying that he needed to be prudent. Crush widened his eyes in surprise. There were sounds of blows and his groan. Cutter giggled happily. Black Ghost looked at Cassian with delight, clenched his fist in victory, and shouted that their boss was very cool. Over time, Cutter and Crush lay on the ground, shaking and moaning. Cassian turned to Black Ghost. He immediately responded to his call. Cassian ordered that when they came to their senses, he would spar with them. Black Ghost obediently replied that he would do it. He clarified by asking the question, should he behave with them the same way he treats him? Cassian waved his hand to the side and said sure. Black Ghost obediently assured that he would do so. Over time. Seoul, Vzone Chinois. In the ruins, 3 hooligans were kicking someone. One of them kicked hard and angrily asked if he wanted to run away with their money. Another bully told him to be quiet. The first one replied that everything infuriates him. He angrily shouted death wishes for his victim. The bully in the black helmet looked around warily and opened his eyes wide in surprise, asking what? He pointed his finger to the side and asked in fear, what is this? The second bandit in dark glasses with a scar on his cheek looked gloomily in that direction and asked what? They quickly turned around and cowardly began to run, shouting something as they ran. An unkempt, dirty man, looking like a homeless man, looked in surprise in the opposite direction and mentally asked, what? The girl, glowing with a golden aura, took a step towards him. The dark silhouette of a girl with a sword on her shoulder rose above him, blocking the sun with her. The homeless man knelt down, bowed his head respectfully before her, and thanked her for her help. The girl replied that she did not help him. She added that she let them escape to deal with him. The homeless man didn't understand what she was talking about. With sparkling eyes, she smiled and said that it was he who stole her money. After some time, the girl, holding a sword on her shoulder, stood alone against the backdrop of ruins. The lower part of the homeless man's torso was sticking out of the stone wall. Over time. Vzone Chinois. Mad Pin Bunker. Ancient Blue Viper looked at the cracked glass and black cobwebs and said that no matter how many times he came there, this place remained the same. Mad Pin thanked him for the compliment. He said that Ancient Blue Viper hurriedly came without an invitation. He asked what was the reason? Mad Pin looked at him with interest through his pince-nez, clasping his hands in front of him. Ancient Blue Viper announced that the time they had been waiting for had come. Mad Pin listened silently, waiting for him to continue. Ancient Blue Viper stated that it was time to remove Mujin from her position. He looked forward decisively and added that it was necessary to make the family evil and Winterbell his. Mad Pin laughed cheerfully and told him to be more precise. Ancient Blue Viper looked at him sternly. Mad Pin, raising his index finger, corrected him by saying, not his, but theirs. Ancient Blue Viper frowned with displeasure. Mad Pin, laying out the cards on the table, said that if he wants his help, then he must know what he will get for his assistance. Taking one card, he added that if they do not agree right away, then problems will not be avoided later. He turned the card over, showed what it showed, and added that it was just like the Joker on the card. Cassian, being in Screwdriver's apartment and receiving a red box, asked what is this. He explained that it was a package from Mujin. Opening it, Cassian saw yellow crystals and asked in bewilderment, why? He said that the boss helped her find the white tiger sword. Apparently this is gratitude. Then Cassian agreed, noting that since he could choose the main reward himself, he saw no point in refusing this one. Screwdriver, sitting with his back to him all this time, and without turning around, kept repeating, that's it. By the way, today he received information. It seems the guys from the Xinhua area are up to something. Screwdriver said he thinks they are targeting them, Buxton and Namgang, and all the Vilzones of Seoul. Cassian, after listening to him, clarified why they need this. He, making a sharp turn in his office chair, admitted that he did not know, but it was not difficult to come up with an excuse. Vilzone of Xinhua is the strongest in the entire country, and many of its members are boss level in their own right. Cassian, starting to think, replied that he had already heard about it. Moros, also looking at him, said that it looked like the guy was studying seriously. Screwdriver, picking up the remote control and pressing a button, asked, most importantly, he should pay attention to this villain. His name is Python, he is one of the 3 strongest Vilzone of Xinhua. Cassian honestly agreed, yes, he looks serious. Screwdriver also notified him that Python once fought Duncan. The result is obvious. He lost, but showed himself worthy. However, he is not the boss of this Vilzone. Cassian added briefly, there must be someone else. He agreed, crossing his legs, of course, the real boss of Vilzone Xinhua is called Mad Pin. Usually bosses are distinguished by their strength, but this is not about him. Then Cassian clarified whether this means that he is a figurehead? Cassian corrected him again, not quite. He used his brain to take his place. He is very good at all sorts of tricks and setups. Cassian noted quite bluntly that they are so similar to the Screwdriver. He laughed and added that it would be better, but he has another feature, mind control. He knows how to control his enemies. Cassian immediately did a short reflection. Blood Rain used hypnosis. Puppeteer drove the enemy crazy. Apparently the Mad Pin skill is similar to theirs. Screwdriver began to explain again, yes and no. Their skills are just part of Mad Pin's core skill. Cassian asked in bewilderment, is this fair? He explained that as far as he knows, this boss cannot influence a large number of people. In any case, Winter Bell is already thinking about what to do with it. Cassian clarified, without Mujin? Who is in charge then? Screwdriver answered briefly, Elder. Cassian immediately thought about it, Elder? Suddenly the voice of a crow was heard in the room, which, turning to the Screwdriver, asked her darling to look at what she had brought. He's probably interested. Going inside she also happily added, and the black duck is here. And while Cassian was trying to figure out what his nickname was, he noted in a soft voice that she made cookies. She exclaimed that these were the most delicious cookies. Does he know why? Because it was prepared by her hands. Screwdriver did not deny, and only agreed in a soft voice, well, yes, crow cookies are special. Taking one of them, he clarified, is it an octopus? But the crow happily corrected him, it's a kitten. Cassian, who had been thinking all this time, finally called out to him while she was asking, it's delicious, right? Cassian suddenly asked, is he involved in investments? Screwdriver answered with a grin, he had been exposed. This is his little hobby. The car was quickly rushing along an empty highway. An ancient blue Viper, sitting in the back seat, looked out the window, although not at all to admire the view. He recalled how a little earlier, Mad Pin, sitting opposite him and laying out the cards, said that since he needed his help, he should know what he would get for his assistance. If they don't agree right away, problems can't be avoided later. Like the Joker on this card. Now Viper, mentally mocking him, noted, it was too late for regrets. He can already lose everything he has. He thought that this guy was an obedient guard dog, but he turned out to be a cunning fox. But he cannot be allowed to refuse. Turning to Butler Yoon, he announced that he needed guys who were good. Yoon immediately responded and promised that I would arrange everything. When would the boss want to go hunting? Viper explained that he needed to do this as quickly as possible, he could not waste time. And further. But then he already mentally noted, looking at the photo of Cassian, this guy is next in line. In Vilzone of Xinhua, in the Mad Pin bunker, his gloating voice was heard, they should have seen it with their own eyes. It's like the old man drank poison. Python, who has rank S, belongs to the striker class and has the attribute of a physicist, took a large bite from the apple and asked, which side will they be on? Duncan or old man? Mad Pin answered who he likes best. He was quick to point out that this was a complex issue. Red Shot, who has rank A+, belongs to the marksman class and has the fire attribute, lick the pistol, announced both. Maybe they'll kill too? He can handle this easily. Madpin laughed and noted that this was a good option. Looking to the side, he asked her, what about her? Guincio, who is rank S, belongs to the night class and has the wind attribute. After drinking a refreshing drink, she replied that she did not care. The main thing for her is to fight Mujin. Suddenly Red Shot, frowning, pointed his gun at her, shouting that he should kill Mujin. Incio, without batting an eyelid, coldly ordered him to put the gun away if he wanted to get out of here alive. But he just laughed and contemptuously asked how a crazy girl dares to threaten him? But the next moment there was a familiar laugh and the voice of Mad Pin. Nothing will come of it. Red Shot tensed as dark streams of magic surrounded him, and the rustling of cards was heard. He added, look straight at his back, that the guy should be quieter. They must fight with enemies. Fighting with each other is pointless. Then, turning again to Guincio, Mad Pin clarified, so, who will they be with? She noted that he just had to make an image and they would follow him. He replied that in that case they would remain on the old man's side. They have been working with him for a long time. But Red Shot immediately hastened to add threateningly that later they could team up with Duncan. If they are going to reach the next level, they will need strong allies. Mad Pin, masterfully turning the cards between his fingers, ominous, and continued, when the game gets bigger, he will become the master of it. During the evening's performance, Moro's voice was heard in the training hall, addressed to Cassian after he ate one of the crystals. How did he? He replied that he felt better, but it seemed that he was unable to increase his mana. It suggested that he must have developed an addiction to the crystals. Now he will have to consume only natural ones to get results. Cassian did not answer, but thought to himself, he has a blood crystal, but he is not ready for it yet. He needs to reach S-class as soon as possible. The blood crystal is important. If he gets S-class, he will unlock a hidden skill. He needs to train more hard. Moros asked what he would do with the remaining crystals. Cassian thoughtfully replied that it would be strange to sell them. After all, it's a gift. After that, carefully examining the precious stones, he continued to think persistently. In the area see Vzone of Gadam. The black hand hit the wall hard, but the black demon standing opposite, shaking his fist at him, shouted for the idiot to get up. Is that all he can do? He is as useless as his friends. They, thickheads, must rise up. They must try to finally light the fire inside. The name of this fire is their willpower. They must try every cell of their body. The black hand, despite the trembling all over his body, actually tried to get up, while admitting that this guy is too strong. Crush, lying nearby on the ground, noted that he could no longer do it. He has no willpower. The black hand will hear him, also admitted to himself. He thought that he was getting stronger through daily training, but he is still too weak. The black demon only aggravated the situation, continuing to scream, he is worse and weaker than everyone. He still can't sleep? But he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Are they training? The demon, returning, exclaimed enthusiastically, Boss. He came. Cassian, heading towards them, really noted that he was doing well. The rest are not so good. The black demon suggested, he can beat them. However, Cassian strictly noted that this was not necessary. He brought them a gift. Crush in bewilderment and repeated, a gift? Cutter put more complex workouts? However, Cassian showed them the same gift box with mana crystals. The black demon, seeing this, immediately realized it was them. Cutter exclaimed, these are top-class mana crystals. Crush asked hopefully, will he give it to them? The demon, having heard this, said much more excitedly, the boss will give such an expensive thing to these idiots? Cassian asked matter-of-factly if he couldn't do this. He immediately explained that this was a waste of resources. But then Cassian hastened to announce that one of the stones was intended for him. The black demon changed his tone, and again thanked the boss in an unctuous voice, he will continue to try. Crush added almost with tears in his eyes that he believed in their boss. Cutter also noted that they were very pleased. However, the black hand immediately began to complain about the demon. This idiot called them stupid bags. Well, all their meaningless exclamations were interrupted by Cassian, announcing, of course, they would not receive these stones just like that. There is a task for them. As night fell in Vzone of Shinhwa, sitting in a bunker in a dimly lit office, Python looked at a piece of paper in his hands while Mad Pin, lighting her pipe, explained that Donkin had sent the file. He asked them to deal with this guy. Who would have thought that such a person would become interested in an ordinary villain? What will he say? Python, throwing a photograph of Cassian on the table, replied that if they needed to give him a beating and bring him here, then it would be very simple. Madpin laughed and noted that he knew he would say that. Python, reaching his hand towards the basket of apples, noted, "Does he think this is a joke?" Madpin immediately replied, "Of course not, he didn't say that. After all, this is the boss of Vzone, although Barracuda even lost to Mujin, so." However, Python took a bite of the fruit and said coldly, "Barracuda is just a pawn, and Mujin always liked to choose weak opponents in order to seem tough." Madpin made a note saying that Redshot would be offended to hear this. But Python continued, "It seems this guy's specialty is close combat, so he's unlikely to lose. Even if the guy deigns to carry out hand-to-hand combat, he will only be happy. Either way, he's stronger." Madpin laughed again, and Python, squeezing an apple in his palm and shredding it into pieces, said even more ominously, "This guy is definitely dead if he fights with him." Madpin also said that he simulated his fight with Cassian, and he won 9 out of 10 times. In simulation is not always true. The actual battle may vary. What about Screwdriver? Python thoughtfully replied that he didn't know. Then he laughed and asked if the fighter was really scared. But Python gloomily explained that he would understand everything only during the battle. This guy is the only one who survived the battle against Moran. Madpin also paid attention to these words, and finally announced, "Well, then they can leave the Screwdriver for later and work on Cassian." Python clarified, "You need to deal with it as quickly as possible?" He, looking closely at the photograph of Cassian again, confirmed this. He was right, otherwise the old snake would do it. Python asked again, still with dissatisfaction on his face, "Old snakes? Elder?" Madpin answered with a heavy sigh, "Yes, this old man is impatient when it comes to his desires." Cassian was walking along Vzone Street before dawn when Moros clarified, "This is training. Isn't he going overboard?" He confidently said in response, "In general, this reward is a high-class mana crystal. It's only child's play to what is on the way. Besides, the 4 of them will be against him alone, so there is no need to feel sorry for them." However, it still made a note. The black demons seem to have become even stronger. Cassian explains on this topic that they kind of train together every day. Moros couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. Most likely he beat up this guy. Cassian insisted, "It sees that they have improved teamwork." It was confident that this happened thanks to the training of the black demon. Cassian still sternly said that if they could attack from afar, they would be able to defeat any enemy. But suddenly he fixed his gaze on someone else. 3 dark silhouettes appeared in front of him, and when the 3 men came into the light, the butler Yoon immediately introduced himself. He asked for forgiveness for coming without warning. "His name is Diho, he is the servant of the elder of the evil family." Cassian repeated in bewilderment, "Servant elder?" But Yoon Diho, an outer of rank A, belonging to the striker class and possessing the physicist attribute, did not repeat it twice, bowed politely and announced that he was asking for a meeting with him. Soon they found themselves in a mansion guarded by a large number of people. Ancient Blue Viper, taking a sip from his ceremonial cup of tea, promised that the guy would get soul. Cassian, sitting opposite, asked incredulously where he got such power. He noted that he thought that even from their conversation it was clear that he was very powerful. Already now he can give him the first half. Then Cassian clarified, "So in order to get the city, he needs to become an obedient dog." However, Viper clarified that it prefers to call it a partnership. The guy understands perfectly well that the current situation is not the best. If they are not careful, all Vilzones will report to Duncan directly. He needs his strength to stand up to this man. Cassian coldly replied that he understood that, but why would an elder act as a mediator? Shouldn't he be talking to Mujin? He explained this by saying that she is too young and constantly relies on feelings. To resist Duncan, they need a sober mind and experience. Cassian admitted that he has the feeling that the elder is giving in to his boss, or are they not that close? Viper responded that the guy just needs to understand that this is the best choice for everyone. Then Cassian clarified, that is, the elder can do something that she is not capable of. He answered proudly, with himself. For example, Vzone of Gadam has restrictions on electricity and water. They are not too big yet, but will get worse over time. He can cancel them. He is the owner of the input supply company, so he will help immediately. Cassian thought for a moment, and finally said that he understood what the elder was getting at. Viper noted that it's good that the guy is so smart. However, Cassian, taking a small cookie from a tray, announced that soul was not enough for him. He has other conditions. But he immediately clarified which one. Cassian took a small bite of the dessert and said that the elder should provide him with natural mana crystals, and then he promises to seriously think about his proposal. When their negotiations were over, Viper, repeating Cassian's condition in his head, noted out loud that this guy was a fearless fool. Why not? He's not his real target anyway. Natural crystals? Well, he can get as much of it as he wants. Cassian is just the beginning. When he owns it, I wonder what Screwdriver will do. No matter how strong he is, he can't do it alone. And during this time he will be able to achieve his real goal. Having dialed the required number on the phone, Viper thought triumphantly, now the family of Evil and Winter Bell belonged to him. In Vzone of Shinhwa in the Madpin bunker, talking on the phone, he answered, sometimes chuckling, yes. Certainly. Python, watching him from behind, asked what this old fox was planning. Having finished the conversation, he replied that the old man needed a cat to catch a mouse. Apparently, the snake is ready to go over heads, so he hurried. Python readily suggested, should he go? But Madpin stopped him, saying there was no point in sending a wolf to catch a mouse. Then Python asked who he would send? Madpin chuckled and said that Gu Inseal liked him too much to do everything cleanly. He immediately clarified, how about a laughing ghost? But again Madpin waved it off, answering, no, he needs a cat, not a killer demon. Then, thinking about Redshot, he said out loud, he will have to choose this guy, right? The main thing is that he knows how to obey and follow orders. And how he fulfills them doesn't matter to him anymore. Early in the morning in America, Philadelphia, Kwan Yuri, as always, going to work at the Vesperna Hotel, carefully placed a bouquet of lilies in a vase. She was admiringly looking at the white flowers when Vincent entered the office, greeting her and noting that she was very early. Yuri, smiling, also responded in the same way. He came closer, stopped abruptly, and asked in surprise where she could get the lilies so fresh. She explained that there was a van with flowers downstairs, so she bought a few. Vincent said they were beautiful and smelled great. Kwan Yuri agreed, yes, she wanted to take more, but she couldn't take it away. He suddenly took another step forward and leaned over the plants and said, Lily, he hasn't seen them in person for so long. His older sister used to love them very much. Yuri immediately made a note in her head that he has an older sister. Vincent suddenly asked if she knew what lilies mean in the language of flowers. She remained silent, then he said that in America they are associated with souls that go to heaven, so they are often used at funerals. In Korea this is what they think about white chrysanthemums. Kwan Yuri, blushing with confusion, replied that she did not know that they had such a deep meaning. She will be careful. But he reassured her, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. He would like to ask her to continue to bring them. He loves white lilies very much. She again seemed confused, but breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, Screwdriver was sitting in his office, working on the computers, when suddenly Cassian Lee walked in on him, asking what he was doing. He also answered questions to the question, where was the boss? Cassian, sitting on the sofa, explained that he went to a meeting with the elder, as he said. Then Screwdriver notified him that the old man would contact him soon. Maybe even today. When Cassian Lee looked at him with a dissatisfied look, the Screwdriver explained that the elder wanted to make him his ally or absorb him. Suddenly a crow appeared nearby, who once again handed him a cookie and asked him to guess who it was. Cassian still said sarcastically, as if it would be so easy. He, taking the treat, answered her, is this an octopus? The crow corrected him admiringly, it's a dog. It's very cute, right? Screwdriver turned to Cassian Lee again, asking him to just listen to the old man. He shouldn't make enemies for himself just yet. The boss must try to play hard to get and increase his worth. When the crow left, he also inquired what the boss asked for. Cassian replied, natural mana crystals. Screwdriver exclaimed with approval, great. Did the old man agree? Cassian Lee explained that he had met that he could easily get it. He admitted that he did not expect the old man to want to join this war so eagerly. Cassian asked thoughtfully, what should they do next? Screwdriver answered with a sly smile, how is that? They need to expose the traitor. The next morning, Sogunak, standing near the window in her office in Neo Factory, said that Ancient Blue Viper and Cassian met last night. Most likely, they are trying to reduce external influence on a possible civil war. The old fox is very interesting. He admits that this old man is playing smartly. Director Kim noted that Gunak added, he is sure that the elder is waiting for the oldest results. If he subjugates the Winter Bell, all the Vilzones of Seoul, they will stop him. He didn't think the snake would dare to go that far. He imagines how hard it will be for Mujin. She's trying so hard to become an aristocrat, Winterbell. Now she will return from France, and see that her direct vassal has already taken control of it. I wonder what she will think about at this moment. Will she really lose heart and be defeated? Lens girl grinned and said that for ordinary people, the betrayal of a vassal is akin to the end of the world. Turning to her, So Ganak asked, so for Mujin too? Lens girl explained that she had been building a tower of revenge for her father for many years. Of course, she will be shocked when everything falls apart. Director Kim, listening to her, thought, does he want to make the elder the main villain, drive Mujin to madness and take everything for himself? So, from the very beginning, she was his main goal? Ganak, turning back to one, noted that it was not scary that the snake began to act a little earlier. Lens girl also added that this is just an intriguing turn of events. Bringing the glass of chilled drink to his lips, So Ganak agreed, yes, they should see what his ending will be like. The only thing they have to do is take credit for all the changes afterwards. Arriving at school, Cassian Lee sat at his desk and looked through his notes in his notebook, while Moros looked around and noticed that everyone in the class was somehow very tense. He explained this by saying that the exam was coming soon. It immediately asked what he would do after graduation. Will he go to university? But Cassian asked displeasedly, has it gone crazy? Moros noted that his sister would be upset if she refused. Suddenly a boy's screams were heard nearby. It couldn't be. Everyone should see this. Is there a fight expected between Vilzones of Gadam and Xinhua? Who posted this? War between villains? While scrolling through the news on their phone, they didn't bother discussing who Gu Insia was? She is a very famous villain in the Kangwon area. How is this known? So Xinhua villains are the coolest in Seoul? Then Screwdriver from Gadam is a complete loser. However, one of the boys still recalled that it had been a long time since he had lost to anyone. What are they even talking about? Cassian Lee listening to them without engaging in conversation. After a while, during a break, he opened the package of buns with jam and looked at the phone, noting with displeasure how much noise there was. It all started with a video on social networks, and now they started writing about it in the news. They speak very poorly of Vilzone of Gadam. These are custom articles, or what? Moros replied that there have been a lot of problems lately. But it agrees it seems as if this hype is being created artificially, considering how much is written about it. Cassian summed up, it means they need attention. But who should they? Moros said that given the scope, it is unlikely to be a regular Vilzone. Then Cassian Lee suggested maybe it was an ancient blue viper. Suddenly he was called by Kim Woo-chan approaching from behind. Turning around, they exchanged cold glances, and Cassian Lee, looking at the package handed to him, asked what it was. Woo-chan briefly ordered him to take it. The girls watching what was happening were completely delighted and rushed to photograph this moment. Cassian, taking the package, noted that she did not think that they were close enough to exchange gifts. But Kim Woo-chan explained that his sister asked him to do it. Cassian Lee immediately clarified why. He remained silent, almost saying with disgust, he doesn't want to admit it, but this is her life, so he thinks that Kwon Kanwoo likes Nian. Cassian, although he did not show any reaction on his face, nevertheless wondered in horror what he said. Then, still calmly, he added, okay, he won't refuse. But the next moment, Woo-chan said very loudly and sternly, if Kanwoo makes his sister cry, he will never forgive him. Fire literally emanated from him when he said this, but Cassian Lee just sighed heavily. As evening approached, in the empty building, the irritated voice of Bang Sungtae was heard in the conference room, stop. Seriously? It cannot be true. But Han Jong-un, who works at Neo Capital, interrupted him, yes, it's all true. His father is worried that the family might get into trouble, so they don't say anything publicly. But very soon the media will learn about the threat of bankruptcy for GLB Bio. Sungtae was perplexed, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Father's company, what kind of bankruptcy? She also noted that even knowing what was happening, it would be very difficult for them to stop the process. Bang Sungtae, barely able to contain himself, asked how could this happen. Jong-un believed that most likely a team from MA carried out the attack. He cried out in irritation again, it can't be. Can he do something about it? She replied that there was a person who could help. Sungtae immediately asked again hopefully, right? Han Jong-un asked mysteriously, did he hear that people's favorite thing to watch is battle? Bang Sungtae asked in bewilderment, what is she talking about? She explained that it was usually villain versus villain, But what about a duel between a Psyker and a villain? Sungtae guessed and asked, is she inviting him to fight the villain? Jong-un still corrected him that he didn't have to fight in person. Can he ask a close friend or acquaintance? Biting his lip, Bang Sungtae mentally began to swear, she's gone crazy. She wants him to use his own from the Psyker school. But Han Jong-un continued so much, it would be easy for him to find a rival villain. Surely he also heard about Vzone of Gadam. Still a little scared, Sungtae wondered if she was talking about not just a villain, but the whole Vzone? Incredible. But still Jong-un, raising a cup of hot drink to her lips, asked him just not to worry too much. She had already found him an assistant. He has time to think while she finishes her coffee, okay? The man, speaking on the news under the heading of tightening sanctions against Vzones, said that he thinks so and people occupying leading positions in many areas. Sanctions against Vzones should become more serious. Especially considering Vzone of Gadam's behavior lately. Everyone should remember Blaster, Blood Rain and others that caused damage to the city. Many are discussing the wars between the Vzones. Gadam is behind all these incidents. One could even say that the only real villain now is Vzone of Gadam. The Black Hand, eating dinner while watching this news, hits the table with all its strength and screams angrily. What the hell is this nonsense? Why is it all their fault? Crush, sitting next to him, sarcastically replied that everything was exactly like that, he was to blame. The man, however, does not stop and continues, the situation is not the best. Are Psykers really able to afford not to interfere? It is clear that anxiety will continue to grow. And who will protect them from villains? Lee Dun, watching TV with Ham Ji-sung, is indignant. Why is he talking such nonsense? She noted, however, that he was a university professor. The presenter, sitting opposite, asked what he thought. Was there a solution to this problem? The professor immediately replied that no, it can only be deduced by another row. The woman asked if he was ready to take such extreme measures. The man, frowning his eyebrows, replied displeasedly. They shouldn't laugh. Before the Gadam villains go completely crazy, they need to ask the Shinhwa villains for protection. Unable to bear it, Dun shouted, he's an idiot. This professor wants to start a war between the Vzones. How can an expert talk like that? Besides, the Gadam villains are not to blame for the incidents. Ji-sung turned off the TV and still noted that they deservedly defeated Buxon. If that report is true, the Gadam villain even helped rescue the kidnapped civilians. Well, at least she can say that he has his brain in the right place. But as he knows, they can't just announce it. Lee Dun agreed, frowning, yes, there are many limiting factors. At the same time, he thought that he did not want to create problems for Wuchan. Ham Ji-sung also added, putting the documents on the table, that even without Buxon, Gadam has a lot of problems and there are many witnesses to this. It's better for them not to pay attention, otherwise they will get so bogged down in this matter that they won't get out. Dun clarified here, so there is an underlying reason for this scandal? She, turning back to the knock on the door, replied that if so, then they very quickly moved from social networks to the media. Someone's voice was heard outside. Is there someone there? Ji-sung briefly replied that she could come in. The next moment, Kang Shu appeared on the threshold, who immediately greeted her with a wide smile. She had not seen the leader for a long time. Ham Ji-sung noted with surprise that she heard that she would now be working in Seoul and came from Busan today. Lee Dun saw her and immediately wondered how he knew her. Shu, running up to Ji-sung, explained with the same high spirits that she would have to go to work tomorrow, but she wanted to come today. Ham Ji-sung immediately asked why. Does she have anything to do? But Kang Shu explained that she just wanted to see her as a senior colleague. Dun, listening to their conversation, noticed that this girl has a very close relationship with Ji-sung. The next moment he suddenly realized, could this be the same Shu? Members of an elite unit that consists of Psykers. They are famous for quickly destroying the Russian mafia in Busan? This girl is the captain of an elite unit for suppressing especially dangerous villains? At that moment, Ham Ji-sung, pushing Kang Shu's hand away from her, noted that she was too close, she should move away. But she still reached out with her hands to her, exclaiming, she missed her so much. Finally, remembering Lee Dun, Ji-sung turned to him, rhetorically asking, is this their first time seeing each other? He should introduce himself. Dun, embarrassedly straightening his hair, said, he is from a special department. Shu also politely replied that she had heard about him, and was glad to meet him. He immediately turned to Ham Ji-sung, blushing, was she talking about him? Now that's a compliment. However, Ji-sung explained rather coldly that she said he was an idiot. And while Lee Dun was sad on the couch, Ham Jisung asked Kang Shu where the others were. She replied that they were relaxing at home. Then Jisung suggested, "It's good that she's here, maybe they can have dinner together?" But Shu noted that she would love to do this, but she has things to do. She needs to see her cousin. Ham Jisung immediately remembered, does she mean the guy who studies at the Psyker school? I think he recently won first place in a national competition. What's his name? And Kang Shu proudly replied, Sungtae, Bang Sungtae. Gu Inseo's dissatisfied voice once again sounded in the Mad Pin bunker in Vzone of Xinhua. What is this? Their plan is to attack Namgang while Mujin is not there? She is not interested in their destruction. He, sitting opposite, coldly replied that it didn't matter whether she was interested or not. Now is a great time for them to take over Seoul's first Vzone. But even now Inseo said that she doesn't care about that. Mad Pin, spinning a playing card in her fingers, insisted with a smile that it was stupid of her not to take advantage of such a chance. As she walked out of the room, Gu Inseo reminded him that she was only interested in Mujin. But hearing some rustling nearby, she stops and, looking up, sees the laughing ghost. He, armed with a dagger, jumps on her, but Inseo manages to block the blow and, having pulled out his weapon from its sheath, uses the wind sword technique. But Ghost also deftly flips in the air, causing Gu Inseo to exclaim sarcastically, "Did he dodge? So funny! He's not that bad." Laughing Ghost will attack her again, covering the distance between them in several jumps. However, Inseo, without retreating, runs forward, shouting, "This is one of the three strongest, right?" A few meters remain between them, but suddenly Python appears, who, blocking the way for them to move away and stretching out his arms to the sides, loudly ordered them to stop. Gu Inseo put the blade to his throat and asked irritably what they were doing. She thought he wasn't that stupid. Does that mean she was wrong? Well, Mad Pin's voice came in response. He ordered them to stop. Inseo, still not putting away her sword, insisted he was the first to start the point. Why should she stop? Or did he forget the rules? But he also did not want to retreat, so he said that the order of the Vzone boss was more important than the rest. He's sorry if Laughing Ghost upset her. They should forget about his request regarding Namgang. She hummed thoughtfully as Ghost chuckled quietly. And finally, smiling slyly, Gu Inseo continued her way to the exit. Mad Pin, looking at the next playing card in his hands, noted with a sigh that their meeting had failed. She would have to use the card he had kept up his sleeve for so long. Classes ended at Kadam High School, and as soon as Cassian went outside Moro's, a cafe? Will he go there to study? He recalled that he had already said that he had exams soon. It also remembered that he said that he was not going to university, but it felt like the opposite was true. Cassian, dissatisfied, asked Moro's on the spot, when he noticed Kim Nian ahead. At the same time, he remembered how Wuchan had previously given him a gift from her, and wondered if she was really in love with him. But then Cassian saw Kim Wuchan himself, who approached Nian and asked why she was here. She also asked him back, did he not read the messages? She wrote that she would come to his school. But Wuchan noted that she could call. Kim Nian suddenly exclaimed very impatiently, "Does he know what the noise is on social media?" He repeated, with sincere bewilderment, "Which one?" Nian explained that he was in the photo. However, Kim Wuchan again, not understanding anything, asked, "A photograph?" Then she grabbed his hand and ran somewhere to the side and asked him to follow her. They will talk in a quieter place. Wuchan had no choice, and agreed. He noted she shouldn't grab him so tightly. However, someone interrupted their plans by calling him and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bang Sungtae, accompanied by Cha Indiam, was heading towards him, and waving his hand, he asked, "Does he remember him?" Kim Wuchan also stopped and looked back and said, "Sungtae." He asked, smiling broadly, "Is the guy free now?" They should go to a cafe, he treats them. It was raining outside the window. Sitting in an office lit only by street light, Bang Sungtae, off the top of his head, remembered how Han Jong-un had previously suggested, how about a duel between a psyker and a villain? He should never think that she is putting pressure on him, because her friend will help him. Clenching his fists, he was indignant. This cannot be. How could he get involved in this matter? He's a top sneaker, if anyone finds out. No! He needs to get out of the water unscathed. Suddenly someone called out to him from behind, and turning around, Sungtae asked displeasedly, "Cha Indiam? What did he forget here?" He waved his hand good-naturedly and asked again, "What? In what sense?" Then, having guessed everything, Bang Sungtae smiled slyly and clarified, "The head of Jong-un didn't talk to her?" The next moment he got very angry and got up from his seat, grabbed Indium by the collar of his hoodie, shouting, "So they assigned him to him? Freak! What was he up to?" But Cha Indium, trying to move back as far as possible, calmly said, "Stop, it seems there was a misunderstanding. They should talk. To be honest, he has the same problem. He also needs money." Sungtae also asked, "How is this possible?" But he added that they should skip the details and rather discuss the plan. They need to destroy the villains from Gatam, and for this they will have to cooperate. With these words, Indium took out an envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket and handed it to Bang Sungtae, who was still perplexed and wondering, should they cooperate? That's bullshit. Why with him? But when he took the forms out of the envelope, Cha Indium explained that there was information about their assistance. They will carry out any order they give. Sungtae didn't like this, and with irritation he thought, how could this guy prepare everything? Surely they had been planning this for a long time even without him. Could it be that if he refused, they would simply set him up? Indium interrupted his thoughts and asked if he was afraid. Bang Sungtae answered coldly, wouldn't he be afraid if he were in his place? But spreading his arms to the sides, Cha Indium answered rather lightly, they don't need to worry so much. They are not going to destroy the entire Vzone themselves. They'll just show the villains what they're capable of. Sungtae reminded, didn't he want to exterminate them? Indium chuckled and explained that it was just a figure of speech. In fact, he really thinks that together they can handle even these. They are just a bunch of villains, and they are psychers who have trained in their craft for years. So it will be like a fight between adults and children. Bang Sungtae thought about it. There is logic in his words. Even if there are a lot of them, the villains will never fight together, so they can win. Moreover, many of them had not fought with professional psychers before. They are definitely not a hindrance to them. Suddenly Cha Indium noted, by the way, he thinks they will need help from outside the point. He even knows 2 people whom he could ask for this. Sungtae was not particularly interested, but still asked who these people were. Indium announced that firstly, this is his cousin, Kang Shu. Bang Sungtae mentally screamed at this news, what? Is he serious? Cha Indium strictly insisted that it is better to do business with those who can be trusted, and she loves him very much. Wasn't she recently transferred to the south? This is not just a coincidence. She is the leader of an elite department of psychers. But things could turn out completely differently. Of course he understands this. However, even if she is just aware of what is happening, it will already become easier for them, won't it? Having calmed down a little, Sungtae asked who the second person was. Indium said briefly, Kim Woo-chan. He, dissatisfied with his grandchildren weaving on his chest and sighing heavily, again asked why. Cha Indium explained that this guy is famous. He is confident that he himself will be able to kill all the villains. He also heard that his father was killed by a villain. Bang Sungtae briefly explained that this is true. Noted then, right? Well, then this guy has a great motivation to get involved in this business. He definitely won't refuse such an offer. Still, Sungtae remained dissatisfied, thinking that no matter how much he thought about it, the plan was really not bad. But still, this guy on the contrary is too confident in himself, and is trying to convince him that he is right. Finally, Bang Sungtae announced that he himself would contact Shu. But Indium immediately clarified, what about Wu-chan? He offered to meet him right now. Cha Indium didn't particularly like this. With a twist, he asked again, now? He knows that he doesn't have a good relationship with Kim Woo-chan. Then Sungtae clarified, so what? Should he go alone? Indium evasively replied that no, he means that to me. Then, rising from his seat, Bang Sungtae sternly said that if he is not confident in himself, then he should not get involved in this matter. He is going to work with someone who is clearly putting a spoke in the wheels. Cha Indium frowned displeasedly in response to this. Now the 4 of them were sitting in the Eden Cafe, and Kim Woo-chan, having listened to their plan, clarified that they were going to attack Vzone of Gatam. Sungtae confirmed this, yes, they did not develop this plan. But Woo-chan, interrupting him, said displeasedly, have they gone crazy? Bang Sungtae convinced him to side with them. Aren't psychers supposed to protect all the other villains? Kim Woo-chan stubbornly replied that he saw no connection between the attack on Vzone and the duty of psychers. Indium, sit next to them listening to their conversation, I don't think so. Why is this guy acting like this? He thought he would quickly take the bait. Sungtae remembered another excuse, the media only talks about how dangerous Vzones are. How can they, future professional psychers, simply ignore this? Woo-chan asked suspiciously what he was getting at. He finished again and asked, doesn't he know how to calm down harmful children? He must give them what they want or educate them. He understands that this sounds scary, but they are not going to destroy Vzone completely. You want to educate them for the sake of civilians. Hopes that this will be enough. Moros turned to Cassian, who was also sitting in this cafe, and asked if the guy came to the cafe not to study? But he only answered dissatisfiedly that he could not hear their chatter because of this. It explained this by saying that he was simply sitting too far away. Then Cassian asked Moros to overhear what they were saying. Anyway, no one sees it except him. It looked dissatisfied in response. Finally Kim Woo-chan clarified, so they want to intimidate the villains by force? Sungtae explained that this is a fast and effective method. He then coldly noted, yes, but he doesn't want to get involved in something with the idiot who is trying to meet his sister. The next moment, feeling the piercing gazes of everyone sitting at the table, Cha Indiam shamefully exclaimed, he apologized. And in general he was not himself. He's really sorry. After that, the voice of Kim Nien herself was heard, who suggested forgetting about all this. Anyway, the purpose of the meeting was different. But he still shouldn't count on forgiveness. Bang Sungtae immediately made a note to himself that this girl is vindictive. Suddenly Woo-chan asked if they think this plan is too desperate. Sungtae asked tensely, clutching a cup of tea in his fingers, desperate? Kim Woo-chan tried to explain what he meant, they are still just students. How can they attack the whole Vzone? And they should not dream about it, if they do not want to suffer or even die. Vzone of Gadam is not as weak as they think. Bang Sungtae still offered to insist, all Vzones are quite protected places. Well, yes, it was in vain. With these words, he dramatically covered his face with his palm and added, of course, he will not support them. Then, looking into the gap between his fingers, he asked provocatively, was the guy scared? However, Woo-chan strictly replied, nothing of the sort. He's just worried about them. Sungtae immediately asked again, is he worried about them? Cha Indiam, looking at the phone screen, began to read, passing off the lines as his thoughts, they are the best students of the Psyker training school. Will they lose to a bunch of villains? At the same time he also thought it was good that they decided to record it. Bang Sungtae suddenly got angry saying that Kim Woo-chan's nonsense is going beyond all limits. With his words he insulted all the students and the school. But Kim Woo-chan firmly replied that he was not insulting anyone. This completely drove Sungtae crazy. He screamed furiously, he must shut up. He's just a coward. Isn't he ashamed of his dead father? Kim Nien froze when she heard about this and turned her head towards Woo-chan, who at first remained silent, still calmly announced that he would no longer stop them. They can do as they please. But they should be careful. The Red Mask is a dangerous opponent. They had better not encounter him. Bang Sungtae, smiling slyly, noted that he was completely disappointed in him. They have nothing more to talk about. Cha Indiam was silent, repeating to himself, Red Mask? What a stupid nickname. He then stood up, heading towards the exit with Sungtae, laughingly noting that all the rumors about Kim Woo-chan were lies. He agreed and said that they had just wasted their time. As soon as they left, Nien asked in alarm, is her brother angry? Woo-chan, squeezing the glass in my hand, the water in which was bubbling from his anger, answered, no, not at all. Someone said that the student Psykers have been acting scary lately. The same voice asked the question, being in the middle of the city, how can you think of attacking Vzone? Cassian looked at the phone and said, it was not clear to him whether they were desperate or stupid. He said that at their age he did not behave like that. Moros listened silently to his statement. Cassian looked at the news and asked a question, so should Kim Woo-chan join them? The phone asked a question that was written to a news page that linked the head of the Shinhwa district office, Kim Deoksu, and Black Money. Suddenly someone said that his brother would never agree to this. Cassian looked to the side warily. He asked the question, how did she know where to look for him? Kim Nien sadly looked down and said that she. Later, she confidently looked forward and admitted that she had awakened the ability. Cassian answered her, not at all surprised that this was possible if her brother was a Psyker. He asked her a question, but why did she tell him? He asked, isn't it a secret? Kim Nien replied that she doesn't know. She later explained what she wanted. Kim Nien continued to say that she doesn't think he's a bad person. She added thoughtfully that he saved her several times. Kim Nien looked forward confidently and said with a warm smile that she wanted to thank him personally. Some time later. Everything is there among the city houses. Cassian leaned against the wall, putting his phone aside, and concluded that they had not met by chance. Cassian put his hands in his pockets and said since she knows who he is, it means her ability is related to identifying personality. He asked a question, didn't he? Kim Neon admitted that she doesn't think so. She added that she could see a person's past, but not his future. She began to lift her sleeve and explained that she remembers everything that happened to her. Kim Neon added that the memories played in her head like a video. Later she looked down sadly and added, she never realizes that she remembers anything. Cassian Lee asked in surprise, psychometry? Moros narrowed his eyes and replied that not really. He explained that this is a good skill, but it can be inconvenient. Kim Neon suddenly asked a question, is there someone next to him? Moros looked ahead in shock. Kim Neon explained that she heard him talking to someone. Cassian Lee asked her what exactly was he saying? Kim Neon replied that she just saw it. Cassian Lee asked her a question, when did her ability awaken? Kim Neon replied that around the meeting with the puppeteer. Their voices echoed through the houses. Cassian Lee frowned and thought that it was from then on that she knew who he was. He asked her a question, is she not afraid of him? He said that her brother does not favor villains. Kim Neon smiled kindly and replied that if she was scared, she would not have come. She asked him a question, did he get macarons? Cassian replied that Kim Woo-chan passed it on to him. Kim Neon said that there was a little problem about this. Cassian asked again, is there a problem? Kim Neon told him to forget it. Cassian said awkwardly, he thinks that she already understands, but still he will ask her to keep the truth about him a secret. Kim Neon pretended to zip up her mouth and exclaimed that of course. She added that she would remain silent. Cassian breathed a sigh of relief and said okay. He added that because only she knows about it. Kim Neon exhaled in surprise and said no. She explained that there was another person. Cassian looked at her in surprise, pressing his lips tightly together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cha Indium was talking on the phone and asked Go Youngtae and An Sangchun, when will they arrive? He swore and again asked the question, how long can they wait? Suddenly he turned to the side in surprise and asked, is this Pan Sunte? Cha Indium waved his hand to the side and said on the phone that he was coming. He told them to hurry up. Han Saram waved and greeted Pan Sunte with a smile. Ham Kang-hoon looked up with contempt. Pan Sunte asked a question, what about the others? He asked, or is that all? Cha Indium hurried after him excitedly, and replied that Go Youngtae and An Sangchun would arrive soon. Cha Indium asked a question, did his cousin agree? Pan Sunte looked down thoughtfully. He remembered someone saying no way. Kang Shu explained that her team was not created to fight Vzone. She explained that they must catch criminals who commit illegal activities outside the Vzone. Kang Shu warned them not to interfere with this. She stuck her index finger forward. Cha Indium asked again in confusion, does it mean it didn't work out for him? Pan Sunte confirmed this. He added that he didn't expect anything from her anyway. Pan Sunte growled angrily, raising the corner of his mouth slightly. Pan Sunte approached the bench. Han Saram immediately stood up excitedly and asked the question, what will happen now? Pan Sunte looked at her and apologized. Ham Kang-hoon looked at the phone screen and said, he heard what happened in general. He added that as far as he knows, tomorrow there will be a live broadcast with the blogger. Pan Sunte looked at him and confirmed. He said he has 1 million subscribers. Han Saram asked again in confusion, 1 million? She put her hand to her mouth and exclaimed that this was cool. Ham Kang-hoon thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked the question, okay, it would be a simple video, but a live broadcast? He added that if someone makes a mistake, they will immediately notice. He explained that he would be stupid to make a mistake in front of these idiots. Han Saram asked the question, don't small mistakes look cute? Ham Kang-hoon rudely told her to shut up. Pan Sunte clenched his fist and said that their purpose was to punish the dirty villains. He said, starting to shake with anger, if they are not confident in themselves, then they better retreat right now. Pan Sunte shouted that justice would be done by their hands. Han Saram hugged his hand and said with admiration that he was cool. Cha Indium stepped aside, putting the phone to his ear, and said that they were idiots. He said they were right here at the entrance to the park. He added that everyone had already arrived. Ham Kang-hoon mentally asked, do justice? He frowned, looking ahead, and thought that this was nonsense. He was sure that he had a different goal. Ham Kang-hoon looked at Han Saram and thought that she wants to become an idol, so she only dreams of popularity. He began to contact Go Youngtae and An Sangchun and mentally assumed that they probably wanted to participate because of the blogger. He looked around at everyone present again and mentally concluded that everyone had their own purpose, so everyone could be used. He grinned and thought that they were really talented. Ham Kang-hoon mentally decided that they would serve as an excellent support for him. He continued to grin and began to think that it would be difficult for him when everyone around him began to recognize him. Sunday looked at him and asked why he was laughing under his breath. Hansaram told him to leave it. She explained that he had always been weird. Meanwhile, in another place, moonlight illuminated the stone building. Ancient Blue Viper asked a question. Has Cassian contacted him? Yoon Deho confirmed this and explained. He said that he accepted their offer. Ancient Blue Viper concluded and asked the question. Does he need a real mana crystal? He said with a smile that he was already so young, but already greedy. And asked a question, placing his hands behind his back. How did the others react? Yoon Deho began to explain that Black Hand, Red Eye and Iron Mask responded positively. Ancient Blue Viper asked a question, and Crow? Yoon Deho thoughtfully looked down and apologized for not being able to contact her. Ancient Blue Viper put his fingers to his chin thoughtfully. He looked out the window and said he was sorry that she wouldn't take it off. He added that the rest of them have the best Kadam villains. Yoon Deho was sure that if Cassian was on their page, then many more villains would follow him. Ancient Blue Viper said that there was no point in stalling anymore. He decided, imagining Lefinet and Amhai, what else they might discover. He added, they're not idiots either. He looked up, still thinking, and commanded that tomorrow evening they would begin to carry out the plan. Yoon Deho bowed, pressing his palms to his heart, and said that he would prepare everything in the best possible way. Ancient Blue Viper asked a question, does he have a guest? Yoon Deho confirmed this and said that it is from Donkin. Barracuda walked along the dark corridor towards the door. Ancient Blue Viper meanwhile said that he had arrived late. He called him ill-mannered. Yoon Deho asked the question, should I kick him out? Barracuda sharply opened the door to the hall and displeasedly asked him a question. It took him so long to get here, and they want to kick him out. Yoon Deho frowned, looking to the side. He asked him a question, what is he doing? He asked how dare he enter without permission. Barracuda replied that he had only come to the house of the old poisonous snake. Or is this not his home? Ancient Blue Viper stepped forward a little and asked a question, was it sent by Donkin? He asked why. Barracuda responded by wrapping an iron hand around his hood and saying that he promised them support. Barracuda pulled his hood up, showing his dreadlocks, and said that this was support. Barracuda finally got it off his chest and explained that it was him. Some time later. It was deep night outside. Ancient Blue Viper mentally asked the question, Barracuda? He thought he heard that just a month ago Cassian almost killed him. He asked the question, looking around at the grinning Barracuda. How was he able to recover so quickly? Ancient Blue Viper asked the question, what's wrong with his face? Barracuda asked him if he didn't believe him. Ancient Blue Viper admitted that he was counting on strong support. He asked the question, but since when is he considered strong? He leaned his elbows on his palm with a bored look, raising his head up. Ancient Blue Viper hoped that he would send one of the 7 strongest. He assumed that apparently they didn't care about him. He asked if Cassian had defeated him and kicked him out of his own Vzone. Barracuda gritted his teeth angrily. He filtered through it so he wouldn't talk nonsense. He exclaimed that they had treated him badly now. Ancient Blue Viper and Yoon Deho looked at him in shock. Barracuda raised his palm surrounded by an aura and said threateningly, if necessary, he will show what his new powers are. Ancient Blue Viper frowned and thought that he felt the will to fight. He began to think further that at least he could restore this in himself after what happened in Poxon. He mentally asked the question, but where did he get his new strength? He looked at the Barracuda. Ancient Blue Viper began to think in his mind that Donkin had to invest well. He mentally asked the question, does this mean they can really be related by blood? Barracuda asked the question, does he want to take Winterbell? He added that he could help with this. Yoon Deho looked at him in surprise. Barracuda began to say further that after that he would personally kill. He placed his palm on the table and exclaimed that he would kill Driver and Cassian. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone said that it would be easier. Cassian Lee looked down and said, their symbiosis of attack and agility is at the proper level. He also added that his power was at a very low level. Cassian Lee advised Red Eye and Black Hand that they needed to work on their focus. He began to explain that they need to try to develop dexterity in order to quickly identify and attack the enemy's weak points. Red Eye thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and concluded that they would continue to stubbornly move forward. Black Hand said dissatisfiedly, it's good for them that they are not desperate enough. Cutter listened carefully to the explanation. Crush looked around, scratching his cheek. He quietly asked the question, what should he have for lunch? Cassian Lee began to explain further that in order to start the battle, he needed one of them to act as a tank. He added that this person must then destroy the enemy's formation. Cassian Lee pointed his finger at Crush and told him to do it. Crush asked in surprise, is he? He added in confusion that he was a striker. Cassian Lee asked him a question, then why does he need such a huge hammer? Crush happily replied that it just looked cool. Black Hand shouted no. He called him a moron. Cassian Lee didactically told him to better replace it with a decent defense. He replied that he has well-developed strength and resistance, so he could well be suitable for the role of a tank. Crush looked at Black Hand gloatingly and asked him a question, does he hear people praising him? Black Hand made a satisfied sound. Cassian Lee commanded that Black Ghost and Cutter infiltrate behind enemy lines and destroy reinforcements. Black Ghost obediently put his hand to his head. Cutter raised his head, continuing to listen attentively. Cassian Lee said that Red Eye will neutralize the enemy's main forces and will give orders during the battle. Suddenly someone angrily shouted at him to stop. Black Hand asked a question furiously, pointing his finger at himself, what will he do? Cassian Lee told him that he had one very important task. Black Hand asked in surprise, very important? Cassian Lee told him that he would be the main damage dealer who would attack the enemy along with the tank. Black Hand asked, stunned, the main dealer? He began to laugh joyfully and jump. He exclaimed that this was cool. He asked everyone if they had heard about it. He added that he would be the main dealer. Crush looked at him with confusion and asked the question, didn't he understand? Cutter added that he would just be bait. Red Eye covered his mouth with his hands and said quietly that they needed to be quiet, because he might hear. Meanwhile in the building, Driver sat at the computer, analyzing everything that was happening through this. Someone's voice behind the door announced that he had arrived. Driver told him to come in. Later, he turned around in his chair and, starting to get up, asked the question, what happened since he himself called him? Driver said he looked up the information he asked for. Cassian Lee froze in front of him. Driver began to use his analysis glasses and assumed that he had already forgotten about it. He programmed a huge ball with patterns inside and added that he forgot about the relic that Duncan treasures. Cassian Lee asked him how could he forget? He looked at the programmed things in the air and replied that he remembered everything. Driver adjusted his analysis glasses and explained that this was called a platinum disc. He added that he had to try hard to find the real name. He continued to explain, looking at the programmed platinum disc, that in reality there was not much information. He said in surprise that this really exists. Cassian Lee asked him a question, and what was the result? Driver replied that he found several words that are associated with a platinum disc. He asked a question, has he heard about Thalys? Moros frowned as he listened to this conversation. Cassian Lee, meanwhile, replied that no. Driver explained that it was the sea from ancient Greek. He went on to explain that this could mean a flood. Cassian Lee agreed with this and said sea and flood. He asked the question, how does this relate to the platinum disc? He asked again, or was it related to the Great Flood? Cassian Lee looked to the side thoughtfully, and thought that he could ask Moros. He asked the question, is he having fun there? Moros looked at something in admiration and asked the question, is this a new tablet? Cassian Lee meanwhile asked the question, is there anything else? Driver began to leaf through the program and answered what else. He said that Mark? Cassian Lee looked down in shock. He told him to continue. Driver turned to him and mentally noted that he was surprised. He thought that this was immediately clear from his face. Driver began to explain, he doesn't know what exactly it means, but he's sure it's connected with the platinum disc. Driver continued to explain that perhaps he needed to understand the connection between ancient words. Cassian Lee made a thoughtful sound. Driver continued to explain further that there were only 4 more discs. Cassian Lee moved his hand away from himself and, looking at Moros, asked again 4? Driver explained that Duncan had one of them. Cassian Lee asked the question, what about the other 3? Driver scratched his head and said that they were lucky here. He added that Moran had one. Cassian Lee asked again, is there a Red Death? Driver confirmed this. Cassian Lee began to conclude that most likely the other evil monarchies also own the discs. Driver admitted he wasn't sure yet, but it was possible. Cassian Lee remained silent. He put his hand to his chin and began to think, this is the first time he has heard that there were 4 discs. He knew that the 4 of evil could own this or their parts. Cassian Lee mentally asked the question, imagining Duncan, where did the evil 4 find the key to the sword of destruction? He asked the question, did Jeff really say? Driver asked the question, will they change now? He said he also had a couple of questions. Cassian Lee turned around, starting to walk back, and thanked him for the information. He said he was going. Driver extended his hand behind him and shouted at him to wait. He said with offense that he could learn more if he answered his questions. Cassian froze in place, closing his eyes. He said that Mark was the name of a sword created in legendary times. Driver looked at him in shock. He extended his palm forward and mentally asked, "Sword?" He mentally concluded that it must be a combination of ancient words. Driver asked a question, "But how does he know about this?" He smiled, putting his hand on his chin, and said that he was only getting more interesting. Meanwhile, in the area where construction work was taking place, someone exclaimed that they welcome those who cannot contain their curiosity. He exclaimed that he greeted Garani. He added that this is a blogger with 1 million subscribers. Tiger winked at the camera and exclaimed that today he will be broadcasting live with a new star who is eating on video. He called her sweet Daduri. Daduri waved and smiled and greeted everyone on camera. Live, someone asked, "Is this Vzone?" Next person to comment, "That's cool." The next person asked the question, "Are they normal?" The last comment on their broadcast said that they were crazy. Daduri, meanwhile, bent her palm as if showing half of her heart, and exclaimed that she was glad to meet you. Go Young-ho adjusted his glasses and said indignantly that they seemed to be in a children's sandbox. An Sang-chun watched all this with displeasure. Later he said that he had made up his mind. An Sang-chun firmly said that he would give his life for Daduri. He added that no one will stop him. Go Young-ho put his face in his palm and said that he had already heard what it was a couple of years ago. He looked ahead, where the live broadcast was being filmed, what it was like with Han Serum. An Sang-chun admitted that he is simply loving. Go Young-ho thought he was an idiot. Suddenly someone said, "He sees that everyone is assembled." Go Young-ho and An Sang-chun looked at him in surprise. Pan Suntae adjusted his gloves and told them to fit. He added that they will hold a briefing before the start. Pan Suntae put his thumb on his chin and exclaimed that it was time for them to enjoy the party. Over time. Vzone got him. Pan Suntae pressed the earpiece in his ear, turned on the microphone, and said sternly, "Let them not even dare to think about acting on their own." He added that the main thing is that everyone returns safely. A showdown with these freaks is a secondary matter. He said that they would move as a team, as they were taught in school. Han Serum and Cha In-beom listened carefully to his orders through their headphones. Nam Kang-hoon crossed his arms in front of him and asked the question, "Who will give the orders?" Pan Suntae answered emphatically that he was. Nam Kang-hoon tried to object to him, saying that he was eager to fight. He added that a true leader only gives directions to others. Pan Suntae looked at him menacingly and resolutely said that he would be the leader. Nam Kang-hoon looked at him with displeasure, but did not answer. Pan Suntae looked at the mobile phone screen and said that they would begin infiltrating the Vzone in 30 minutes. Go Young-ho raised his hand and said he had a question. Pan Suntae asked which one? Go Young-ho pointed his thumb towards where the bloggers were standing and asking who would look after them. He added that they don't even have separate security. Pan Suntae exhaled irritably and said that the main thing is that they don't get into trouble. He asked, "They have them, why else would there be security?" Go Young-ho turned his head towards the bloggers and said that something might happen anyway. He firmly stated that he would take care of their protection, especially Daduri. Han Serum twisted her face with contempt and thought that he was very vile. Pan Suntae ordered him to shut his mouth and informed him that he already had a role in their plan. Han Serum mockingly said that this is what this idiot needs. Cha In-beom looked back at the operator. He was filming Daduri, who was cheerfully telling something to her subscribers. Cha In-beom looked at her enthusiastically and smiled. Over time. Hotel lobby and rose. Royal Garnet apologized and said he couldn't go. He added that he had things to do at lunchtime. Screwdriver inquired, asking what's going on. Royal Garnet replied that he had a meeting at Winterbell. Otto and Aroma were sitting on the sofa behind him with a book in their hands. Screwdriver asked if they weren't going to meet in the evening. Royal Garnet reported that the time was abruptly moved to 1400 hours. Screwdriver, being in the Gadam Vzone, asked in surprise why. Royal Garnet replied that the elder had ordered so. Screwdriver mentally asked, "Elder?" He assumed that this old man was up to something. Royal Garnet indignantly asked why he was silent. Screwdriver apologized and said that he would call him a little later, he had something urgent to do. Screwdriver pressed a button on the keyboard with his finger. Royal Garnet inquired, asking which one? He asked if Cassian had done something? Screwdriver ignored his question and said in shock that it was there. He saw 3 Psyker students on the big screen and said that they had uninvited guests. Royal Garnet asked, "Psyker?" Screwdriver looked at Pansantai's face and assumed that they were only students for now. He thoughtfully touched his chin with his finger and cheerfully asked what these kids forgot with them. At the same time, on the other side of the door, Cassian activated his spiritual power and trained by performing a powerful kick. He noisily placed his foot on the floor, causing lightning to flash. Cassian thought that the advantage of the Shadow Blade is its fast penetration ability, but it also has the disadvantage that it is difficult to use in close combat. He looked thoughtfully at his fist. Cassian remembered the black hand fighting technique and dreamily said that he would like to use his technique. He looked at his hand, around which a dark blue energy chain was wound. Moros inquired, asking the question, is he trying to learn a new skill? Cassian, looking at the hand, replied that he was just trying. He punched the air and thought he needed more practical skills. Cassian concluded that this is the only way he can defeat his enemies. The phone vibrated in my pocket. Cassian took it in his hand and looked at the screen with interest. Moros flew closer and looked there with interest. Cassian asked in surprise, is it an urgent meeting? He asked the question, what's the matter? Overtime. Vzone got him. Go Youngho and An Sangchun were marking time. An Sangchun asked impatiently, where are the villains? He inquired, asking why they were not attacked. Go Youngho clenched his fist in victory and decided that they were scared. Pansante ordered them to be more careful. He looked over his shoulder and added that villains are not that simple. Pansante suggested that this might be a trap. Han Saram looked around in fear. Tiger enthusiastically said that he is very smart, not for nothing that he is their leader. He smiled at the camera and happily said, it's good that Pansante is with them. Pansante stood between the bloggers and smiled confidently. Daduri winked flirtatiously, smiled cheerfully at her subscribers and said that he would protect them. People watching the live broadcast left comments. Great Panty Demon King asked the question, is Tiger really the first blogger to get into Vzone? Mass noted in shock that this was true. Jason confirmed this fact and laughed. Cat Bear wrote that Daduri is cute. Han Saram watched from the side as Pansante posed for the audience. She could barely contain her irritation. Tiger asked, has Pansante fought the villains yet? He thought for a moment. Pansante grinned smugly as he looked at the camera and asked the question, isn't it obvious? Tan Guy commented that he was proud. Well, he wrote that this is cool. He asked if he could call him Hyung. Poo Chu wrote that he is very handsome. Adama asked the question, is this really a live broadcast? Pansante laughed cheerfully and said that they were the best students, so the villains should be afraid of them. Tiger admired his self-confidence and said that it was cool. Nam Kang-hoon crossed his arms over his chest and asked disdainfully, did he fight the villains? His expression showed dislike for their leader. Han Saram exhaled mockingly and said that he was a liar. Daduri grabbed Pansantai's hand in fear and exclaimed in surprise. She pointed her finger at the villain in the dog mask and asked who it was. Tiger and the operator looked in that direction in surprise. Daduri pressed herself closer to Pansante and excitedly asked the question, is this the villain? He thoughtfully touched his chin with his hand and mentally asked, isn't this a dog? Tiger looked excitedly at the camera, pointed at the masked villain with a shovel in his hands, and told the audience to look at the villain. He added in shock that they had finally met the first villain of Vzone Gadam. Buing wrote to kill him. Yellow Undies wrote to tell him to move away, he can't see it. Fish King asked the question, who is this? Watermelon-flavored rice asked to be shown Daduri. Fish King wrote that it's Screwdriver. Watermelon-flavored rice wrote that this was not true and laughed. I King wrote that he is interesting. Messi the King of Goals joked that this is the future of the Korean army. Cha Imbium angrily asked, what is Pansante worth? He demanded that he give the order to attack him. Pansante noticed that he was not dangerous at all. He assumed it was a low-level villain. Cha Imbium angrily grabbed him by the shoulder, and with a face twisted with anger asked the question, does he want them to miss him? He clarified by asking the question, didn't they come to destroy everyone there? Pansante looked back at him indignantly, grabbed him hard by the arm and told him not to let this crazy guy get involved in his nonsense. Cha Indium sighed in pain. Pansante looked at him furiously and said threateningly that he should remember, this is the last time he gets away with something like this. He looked at the students and ordered them to prepare to attack. Pansante shouted that they would kill the villain right now. The Psyker students were excited and surprised. Pansante said that he will attack. He commanded that Nam Kang-hoon and Han Saram would assist him. They froze in shock and looked at him. Pansante commanded them to act. All the students rushed into battle. Pansante ran first, followed by Cha Inbium and Nam Kahun, followed by Han Saram and the rest. Pansante looked at the fiery stream of spiritual power with a puzzled expression. The fire was rapidly approaching them. Pansante commanded everyone to dodge. He crossed his arms in front of him and used the petrify move. Pansante erected a stone shield in front of him. The fire got closer to it, and small stones scattered in different directions. Red Mask said that manners distinguish humans from all other species. Daduri and Tiger watched this excitedly. Red Mask added indignantly that these idiots showed up without warning, like rats. Cha Inbium angrily asked what? He inquired, asking the question, who is it in the helmet? Pansante held his arms crossed in front of him and asked the question, who is he? Red Mask looked at his hand burning with fire, and said that he is the best villain of Vzone Gadam, nicknamed Red Mask. Sitting in his room, Kim Woo-chan couldn't forget how Bang Sante called him a disgusting coward. Wouldn't his deceased father be ashamed of such behavior? Resting his head on his hand, he sits at the table, looking down at the box in which his mask lay, and also remembered how a little earlier, sitting with Cassian on the roof, Woo-chan asked him why he was helping him. The guy is a villain, he's a Psyker. Cassian noted that they have the same job, so why the labels? Kim Woo-chan remained silent, then he continued, saying that he understood how he felt about it. In the past, he also looked at one side of the coin, like Psykers are good and villains are bad. And he also believed that the world is, in principle, divided into black and white. But as it turned out, he should not always believe in what seems right. If, as the guy believes, his actions are suspicious, then he may simply consider him another crazy villain. It was with these words that Cassian said goodbye to him last time. Now, having taken the helmet out of the box and put it on, Kim Woo-chan resolutely said that as a Psyker fighting for justice, he could not have such doubts. It was loud in Vzone of Gadam. The Red-Eye took a shot and aimed the arrow straight at Crush, who seemed to be waiting for this and did not move. The next moment there was a bright explosion, and the black hand with the cutter exclaimed enthusiastically. Looking at it, he stopped it. The Black Demon, also witnessing what happened, noted that it was an excellent defense. However, the Red-Eye still asked, maybe he hit too weakly? A black hand ran up to Crush and asked how he was feeling? He laughed and replied that it was extremely easy. However, Cutter still noted that he had tears in his eyes. But Crush explained it by saying that he was just very happy. At that moment, one of the leaflets flew past the Red-Eye, and immediately a girl's voice was heard on the roof of a nearby building, announcing that they had a problem. He immediately clarified, is there a problem? The Black Hand suggested, the boss is crazy, what? The demon clarified even louder, what's the problem? She explained that they were here. Psykers came to them. Hearing this, they first froze, comprehending the information, but the very next moment they exclaimed, what? At this time, in the Abang Sungke sector, seeing King Woo-chan in a villainous outfit, I wondered, is this a Red Mask? Is it him that Woo-chan says they need to be wary of? Nam Kang-hoon said disdainfully, is this the strongest in Gadam? Is that what he called himself? Ham Saram, standing nearby, also giggled, what a stupid name. But the Red Mask, not paying attention to their ridicule, announced that according to the rules, Psyker students were prohibited from entering the territory of Vzones. This is not their playground. He gives a final warning. They should get out of here while they still can. Tiger, continuing to film everything, turned to the audience. Did they hear it? The villain threatens them. Can't be. This is scary. Daduri exclaimed faintly, asking for help. Then Sante, taking a step forward, proudly asked, should they leave when they have already arrived? What if they refuse? Will the guy fight alone against them all? The Red Mask said rudely in response to this, I wonder who will win, the lion or the little idiots? Grinning, Bang Sunghae repeated, petty idiots? Well, they need to talk about which one of them is the real jerk. Flexing his fists, he announced that this was the last warning. They should get out of here while he's good. But Sunghae was not going to listen to him at all, turning to Indium and ordered him to attack as soon as he gave the signal. He, preparing for the upcoming fight, replied that he understood everything. Bang Sunghae himself noted mentally that he has no information on this guy, but this is not a problem. Altogether they will be able to defeat anyone, and for their team it will definitely not be difficult to defeat one villain. They already have a plan. But the next moment they were distracted by the voice of a black hand, which, appearing along with the others, shouted, they are idiots. They are already here. Tiger immediately changed the camera angle and addressed the audience. Did his friends see this? New villains have appeared. The Black Hand, noticing them, said in surprise. He thought they were Psykers, but this is not so. Cutter, pointing his finger to the side, clarified, is this a red mask? The Black Hand also paid attention to him, asked when he managed to arrive. Kim Woo-chan warned that he would deal with them himself, they could be free. But he was not happy listening to this and immediately asked furiously, what? He can go. However, the red mask insisted that they would only get in the way. The Black Demon, watching from the side, asked who this even was? He doesn't remember him in Gadam. Laughing, the Black Hand exclaimed that the guy has no idea how strong they have become. Woo-chan immediately clarified, did they undergo special training? He confirmed it, of course. The boss personally trained them. But the demon standing behind noted that it was actually him who did it. Kim Woo-chan immediately wondered, was Cassian himself doing this? Cha Indium, watching them, wondered what it was. Why do they quarrel in front of them? Bang Sung-tae did not answer anything, but clenched his jaw and wondered, did the villains decide not to pay attention to them? What idiots they are. The next moment he was the first to attack, shouting, they are freaks. But the Black Hand, even with excitement, ran into a retaliatory attack and also exclaimed, come on. Crush, frightened by such an act, shouted to him, he is a fool. Where did he run alone? Then the Black Demon strictly ordered him to keep an eye on this Psyker. They will act as coaches. Crush immediately asked, what about the Black Hand? He announced that they would deal with him later. The Black Hand at that moment, accumulating energy in his palm, shouted that the guys were finished. He will hit them one by one. Kang-hoon, being closest to him, swung and fired an ice missile at his Black Hand, which almost hit the target, but he reacted in time and dodged to the side. Then Sango, taking his gun to the ground and aiming it, exclaimed, he had been waiting for this for so long. His bright red bullet went straight towards the Black Hand, and then there was an explosion, from which the villains also tensed up. Dust and fragments rose up, and Sango proudly thought, this is an explosive bullet. No matter how strong this villain is, he will not survive this. However, immediately he heard the mocking voice of the Black Hand, how boring. He waited so long for this chance, even if he was beaten every day in special training, but he can show what he has learned. Previously, he prevented a bullet from hitting him by using a glove shield. While in the office, Cassian Lee and the Crow carefully watched what was happening on the screen. While Screwdriver was quite relaxed, leaning back in the office chair, he casually noted that apparently the kids decided to practice this way. Cassian saw Indium and Sung-tae and realized that he had seen them on campus. But looking at another Psyker in a helmet, he wondered who it was. Screwdriver still said that whatever the reason, they cannot be forgiven for such penetration into Vzone. Cassian Lee immediately clarified, will he go there himself? Actually, this is not his level. He replied that he would not go, he had other business. He told the Red Eye, who should now completely understand. Cassian, looking back at the video, noted that it was not entirely unfair for such a fight. Screwdriver asked, which side is he on? Cassian Lee explained that he is of course on the side of their kids. Except for the Dark Demon, the rest of the trio are still fools, but now they are fighting like in a real battle. They have great teamwork. So it's more of a battle of chickens and hens. Screwdriver sighed and said, well, he agrees. They are unlikely to be able to control themselves. Then, standing up and turning to the Crow, which was watching the battle with joy, he asked if she could fly here to get everything? She, without looking up from the screen, answered her dear one that of course she would do everything that was needed. To hear this, Cassian noted with surprise, it means he didn't call him here because of them? Screwdriver, throwing the screwdriver in the air, agreed, right. They will need to find the traitor. In Sectora and Vzone of Gadam the battle was still ongoing. The Black Hand, putting its defense forward, shouted for the idiots to attack. Nam Kang-hoon, looking at him, wondered, what? So is he a tank? Sango, trying to find words, only desperately repeated his bullet. Bang Sung-tae ordered everyone to get the Psykers back into action. They should forget about the tank and attack the dealer first. But Go Yaunti ran to the attack and shouted to be left to him. Sung-tae exclaimed after him that he was an idiot. He should move away. In the next moment Yaunti really knocks Crush down, he said joyfully, this is how tanks attack. Sarum said in horror, so there are two tanks? Bang Sung-tae turned to the others and ordered them to stop the villains from breaking their formation. Cha Indium, gritting his teeth, cursed, and having prepared himself, grabbed his spear tighter, and at the same time shouted that he would finish off the villain with his special attack. The next moment he used a spinning spear technique, but this did not stop Crush at all, and he came close and broke the weapon in half with a smashing blow. Indium exclaimed in horror, "His spear!" But Crush said with a grin, "This toothpick is not a hindrance for him." Cha Indium repeated in even greater bewilderment, "What kind of toothpick?" Getting up, he denied that for him it looked like that. He already assessed their level. They can only talk, but have never felt what it's like to get punched in the face. With that, Crush approached Indium again and punched him. He turned around in a panic, turned to Hamsaram, and ordered her to stop standing and give him a buff. Fast. She answered irritably to shut up. She knows everything herself. Then, concentrating her strength, she began to use the wind power spell, when a red arrow appeared above her head, but Nam Kahun came to her aid, who broke it with his ice wall spell. Suddenly there was a noise behind Saram, and the next moment she was startled by the cutter, exclaiming, "Peekaboo!" The second time Kahun appeared in time, and threw him away with an icy push. Cha Indium, noticing what happened to them, began to swear, "Why is she standing still? Why can't she support them normally?" But Nam Kahun turned around and shouted back that he was an idiot. Their formation is destroyed. Along with this, a black demon appeared nearby, who, being armed, said he has a double blade. Hamsaram got scared and exclaimed, "There's another one here." At this time, Go Yaunti, adjusting his glasses and looking up, wanted to say something, but the black hand that approached him only wished him sweet dreams and left him unconscious with one blow. Crush, using his signature punch, continued to beat Indium with his signature punch while people watching the broadcast mocked all the Psykers and wrote that they were completely defeated. They were also the ones who wanted to defeat all the villains here. They were completely destroyed, they better get out of there already. Bang Sungtae, trying to catch my breath, sitting on the ground, perplexed, this is impossible. Why can't any of them succeed? Okay, still individual strengths, but is a villain capable of coordinated work in a team? The black demon chasing the trio of Psykers frightened them very much. Nam Kang-hoon shouted at Saram to finally start fighting. But she answered irritably that he was an idiot, she was a support. Suddenly someone called out to Sungtae. Turning around, he saw a red mask approaching him, which reminded him that he had warned. He shouldn't underestimate Vzone. But Bang Sungtae did not want to admit their almost complete defeat and exclaimed in response that the villain should not mix him up. It's not over yet. The next moment he attacked the red mask with a series of attacks, but each time he dodged again, and at the same time he relaxed and thought, this is not bad. For a student Psyker this is the highest level. But does not feel the goosebumps that could awaken his entire body, like those that were from Cassian. Sungtae was indignant, and again raising his fist, asked how much longer the guy will just dodge. After that, he used the stone wave technique, and rocks like spikes immediately began to grow from the ground. But Kim Woo-chan, stopping this with just one blow, explained that he was not dodging, but receiving attacks. If suddenly he finishes the boy off in one blow, then his anger will not go away. With these words, he swung and sent a fiery spear at Bang Sungtae. Cassian Lee stood on the roof of one of the buildings in Vzone of Gadam and looked forward and asked, "What is this?" Screwdriver, presenting him with an unusual device, said that it was a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. This is a newly developed, newest model. Cassian carefully examining it, he asked how the screwdriver got it. Are they sold for personal use? However, he stated that he did it on his own. Thanks to its aerodynamic design and ultrasonic speed, the aircraft can take it anywhere in just a couple of minutes. It also has a stealth feature to ensure no one spots them on radar. Listening to all this, Cassian Lee noted that this guy was scary. In Heaven Pub, while patrons were enjoying their drinks, Rampage, sitting at the bar, tirelessly exclaimed, "He is serious." Psykers just showed up there. Ujiha, after listening to him, repeated in surprise, "Psykers? But this is against the rules." However, he insisted, he was serious. From their appearance it immediately became clear that they were unusual. Jiha clarified just in case, did he see it himself? Rampage explained that it was on the broadcast. There was a live broadcast on social networks. Wait, it's probably still on. And while he was looking for the broadcast, Ujiha asked again, which of their people were there? Rampage remembered that there was one strange villain, he saw him for the first time, the guy was in a red mask. And a moment later he exclaimed with relief, the Black Hand and Red Eye were also here. But at this moment Jiha was already immersed in deep thoughts. In Vzone, explosions rose higher than grey houses while the Red Mask launched fire attacks and smashed blocks of stone. The Psykers froze in bewilderment at what was happening, but the Black Hand grinned and proudly exclaimed, The guy was not bad. Crush asked with sincere surprise, is this enough? Serum, helping Bang Sungtae up, anxiously asked how he was feeling. But then a red eye appeared, which announced that there was no point in continuing this fight. They must leave now and there will be no consequences. Nam Kang-hoon, biting his lips, was nervous, thinking that this couldn't be true. If he was in charge, they would have succeeded. But the Black Hand was also indignant, and exclaimed irritably upon hearing the announcement, should they let them go just like that? Who said that? However, Red Eye insisted that it was time for them to finish so that the battle did not reach chaos, after which it would be difficult for them to undo what they had done. But this explanation did not suit him, and he was still indignant. What kind of nonsense? They need to be shown where these idiots belong. Otherwise they will continue to come here. At the same time, the Black Hand accumulated energy, and rushing forward, exclaimed that he would hit this guy one more time so that he would remember forever. The Psyker needs to work on his mistakes. But the next moment something stopped him, and the Black Hand fell to the ground. Entangled in electrical discharges, he tried to get up, shouting, "What is this? Why did his body become so heavy?" Unexpectedly, Go Sungchul, who had been a cameraman all this time, and was also an S-rank Psyker, and belonged to the support class and had the order attribute, coldly said, "This is the end of the shooting." He didn't want to get involved, but he didn't think it would go that far. If he had not intervened, things would have gotten even worse. Crush immediately became indignant. Who else is he? However, the Black Demon hastened to stop him, shouting, "Stop." Turning around, he clarified, "What? Does he know this person?" The demon explained that this was a Psyker from Control. He is also from Rank. The now Black Hand turned around in confusion and repeated, "What?" The Black Demon continued, "If this person is here, then others are too." Red Eye, realizing that in addition to those who fought with them, there were other Psykers, wondered how long they had been hiding and watching them. Their presence is not felt at all. The footsteps of another person were heard and Bang Sungtae frowned with displeasure and said, "Why is Shu here?" But right after he thought, "Is this really all Cha Imbium?" After Sungtae shouted loudly to him, "It was Imbium who called Khan Shu here?" At first he was surprised, but as soon as Shu approached, Cha Imbium began to desperately ask her to help. Otherwise they will all die, including Bang Sungtae. He really asked her to save them. Then, as I stood up heavily, Imbium had already turned to Sungtae, explaining that it was a safety net. But then he became even more indignant. Has the guy gone crazy? Cha Imbium also could not stand it, showing him obscene gestures in response. He was indignant. What kind of idiot is he pretending to be in such a situation? If he hadn't called her, they would all have died by now. Bang Sungtae is dissatisfied that he is swearing, when suddenly Sungchul's palm fell on Imbium's shoulder, who calmly, but at the same time in a tone that did not imply refusal, noted that the guy should behave quietly. It was better for him to remain silent. There's no point in fighting in front of the villains now. Cha Imbium, embarrassed, immediately apologized for his behavior. Khan Shu, who had been silent all this time, finally announced that they would gather all the Psykers and take them out of Vzone. If they interfere, this place will disappear from the map. At the same time, in the Xinhua area in the estate of the Ancient Serpent, a meeting was taking place in the living room on the second floor. Ancient Blue Viper, sitting with a mug of tea, mentally noted that it had been a long time since they had gathered like this. However, Choi Yosiop noted that only the elder was absent due to work commitments. They sometimes occur separately. I immediately noted that the guy still remains the same chatterbox. Yu Sungja said more seriously that the situation has been very chaotic lately. They should pay attention to Duncan's actions. But Viper announced that there was something more important besides this. The chief of the Winter Bell they serve is now absent. Yosiop clarified that they should not worry when Mujin returns from France. But he, interrupting him, asked, "Do they really think that this girl is capable of becoming the head of the family and playing the role of an aristocrat?" Khan Heesung confirmed this with all responsibility. This is exactly what they think. Isn't it the duty of the vassals to support the head? But in response to this, Viper noted that she was simply not ready yet. Duncan is too experienced and strong. Mujin will not be able to resist him alone. Heesung asked why. He immediately announced that he would personally make an important decision for their family. And they will help him. Sungju, irritably hitting the table with his fist, shouted, "Does the elder really want to remove Mujin from the position of head?" Khan Heesung also added that this is a real uprising. But the next moment the voice of another person came into the room. They have no choice. How the idiots piss off the elder. Turning around, All three saw Barracuda, who also added, "Did their ears fall off? Or have they forgotten how to understand? Idiots, now his guard dogs." Li Dun screamed loudly in the hallway of the Lampas branch in Seoul, "What is this? What's happening?" Opening the door to Ham Jisung's office, he first called her informally, but then corrected himself by calling her the leader. "Does she know what is happening in Vzone of Gadam now?" She answered quite calmly that she was just watching it. What should they do? At the same time, Yosiap, paying attention to the entering Barracuda, touched the glowing stone on his ring and turned to the ancient blue viper. He noted that the elder brought an outsider to the Winter Bell meeting, who fled after Cassian gave him a good beating. Grinning, Barracuda advised the guy to watch his words, otherwise he would not be able to avoid the consequences. But Choi Yosiap defiantly replied that the fools should try to do at least something. Their budding argument was stopped by Viper loudly exclaiming, "Stop!" He needed to discuss something with them, but he completely forgot to say that their tea contains a desire suppressor, and if they drink it, then the transformation into a villain will become impossible. Yosiap was the first to fearlessly pronounce the poisonous snake in his repertoire. He smiled slyly and announced that he would ask for the last time, so they should think carefully. If they refused to work. But Choi Yosiap was the first to interrupt him, immediately saying that he refused. Kang Heesung then repeated that she also refused. Yu Sungju was more restrained, but everyone agreed with them, saying that he would never betray Mujin. Barracuda, walking loudly and importantly around the room, asked Viper contentedly, "Does this mean he can kill them all?" But the next moment a new voice was heard, which made everyone turn around. Does the guy want to take all the most interesting things for himself? Red Shot, entering the living room along with his mercenaries, said he had such difficulty getting here, so he should get a share. Does he agree? Yosiap, frowning, asked, "Is it him?" So there are also idiots from Xinhua. Heesung, rising from her seat, noted how the clan elder is not ashamed to bring so many outsiders here. However, he calmly replied that this was necessary for the sake of a greater cause. As the head and leader of Winter Bell, he was obliged to make such a choice. Barracuda, meeting his gaze, took the signal to action and joyfully announced that it was time for fun. He will kill them all so they don't get hurt. But the very next moment Cassian Lee burst into the room through the windows, causing him to grimace and ask the question, "Is it Cassian?" He, stretching his lips in a sly grin, noted that they had met. Barracuda cursed as he was suddenly thrown into the wall by him. Red Shot was surprised by what happened and shouted in confusion, "What is this? Where did this guy come from?" Through a broken window. By this moment there was already a screwdriver there, who thoughtfully said, "A person should enter worthy places with dignity." Hearing his voice, the Viper turned around and was horrified, thinking, "Is it him?" Then, turning to Cassian, he shouted, "The guy promised to team up with him for real mana crystals." But Cassian Lee replied casually, "The elder did not make an advance payment, so their agreement was invalid." Almost growling, Viper screamed, "How dare the guy!" Suddenly, a bright flash occurs, and Royal Gannet, with the rest of the creatures in a villainous guise, said contemptuously, "The elder is very gullible. It was easy to deceive him." Viper, completely at a loss, exclaimed, "How could they?" Royal calmly explained that they knew the elder was capable of framing him. And of course, they suspected that he might have slipped something into the tea. What a disappointment, because until the very end he hoped for the elder. Viper, having listened to him, began to scream furiously, "So what? That's why they brought an outsider to the Winter Bell meeting." However, Royal Gannet parried the answer with mockery, just like an elder. During all this time, Barracuda still could not recover from the blow. Red Shot noted that they came with the elder's permission. But with two villains everything is different. But Screwdriver immediately warned that they also have permission. But he still didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. Who could give them permission? Following this, the doors of the room opened again, and Mujin's voice was heard. "She did it." Viper said in shock, "Where did she come from?" After the threat from Kong Shu, the Red Eye calmly repeated, "Will this place disappear from the maps?" Crush next to him exclaimed that this cannot be, there is a girl even crazier who is their boss. Red Mask suddenly announced that they would let him go. But he was indignant upon hearing this. What? The guy is going to let them go after such words? Red Mask explained that this is a special group in the fight against villains, they are specialists, so it is not profitable for them to fight. The Black Demon said that he agreed to let them go. Crush started shouting at him too, even he? Why? He calmly explained that they had heard everything, they could not win. However, Crush tried to insist, but they fought the boss with dignity. Red Eye heard this and thought sarcastically, it was worthy, how could it be? They were simply beaten. The demon also noted to himself that probably even the boss couldn't cope with them alone. But now the Black Hand, unable to bear it, exclaimed, they all must stop talking nonsense. It was so hard for them all this time. They decided to show everyone that they are not some weaklings. But now they want to run away because they were scared. Go Sungchul, watching them, noted that it was amazing that the guy was able to stand up despite his strength. The Black Hand shouted angrily until the veins on his face bulged. He will show them all what it means to be a top dealer, that even if they have to endure one fall after another. Crush stood behind him and quietly reminded him that he was just bait. Kan Shu, taking out a pistol, pointed it forward and said, such insolence. The price for disobedience is very high. A guy can attack if he wants to die. Black Hand, without hesitation, rushed to the attack, shouting for her to taste his special skill, which he acquired through intensive training. After that, he released the death glove with a booster and shouted for her to feel it. However, Shu also did not hesitate and fired. The bullet went right through the glove, and the Black Hand thought with horror, stop. This was his final finishing blow. He can't stop her. The next moment, a crow suddenly appeared and used her magic to use crow hide and seek, and the bullet disappeared into the beak of the crow's head of her cane, which surprised all the Psykers who saw it. She grinned and announced that now she would play with them. Kan Shu was dumbfounded and remembered how Go Sungchul had previously explained to her who to watch out for in Gadam, Screwdriver, Cassian, and the Crow. She, looking at the photographs on the board, clarified, are they the only ones they need to be careful with? He added that a black demon had recently joined them. He shouldn't be written off, but for now he doesn't pose much of a threat. They only have to worry about these three. Shu, carefully examining the photographs, slowly repeated Cassian, Screwdriver, and Crow. So now, having calmed down, she replied that it was an honor for her to play with the villainess, so she would arrange a special game. With these words she armed herself with a second pistol. In the secluded mansion at this time, Ancient Blue Viper was still extremely shocked by Mujin's arrival, and noted that it would take at least a few months for her to become recognized as the head of Winter Bell. However, she explained that she reduced this time as much as possible. But he immediately exclaimed, does she think he will believe this nonsense? Their conversation was interrupted by Red Shot, who shouted joyfully, they had not seen Mujin for a long time. He didn't think they would meet here. He was so looking forward to this day. However, she looked at him displeasedly and clarified who he was. Gritting his teeth, Red Shot was about to shoot her, promising that he would make her remember his name and never forget it. But he was stopped by a blade that appeared next to his neck, which sparkled brightly. Turning around, he asked what it was. Where is he from? Behind him was a guy in a black uniform with it on his face, and Viper immediately realized it was them. The Black Sika. This is a group that operates under the leadership of a leader. This means that she really received recognition in such a short time. Mujin, stepping forward and holding her sword out in front of her, said she is not going to sit still while the Dark Serpent organizes a coup. She revokes his title of elder and banishes him from the clan. Followed by the hoarse breathing of Barracuda, who slowly regained consciousness and realized, no, this situation was not the best. Sogunak had previously told him that the one with the strongest fighting spirit wins the battle. In any battle the main thing is that he has this, then he will have a chance to win. He can always change the situation. If a guy wants to win, he has to hold on to his fighting spirit. So now Barracuda, trying to slowly rise, thought he should hold on to his fighting spirit. Now is the time. He will need something incredible to change the situation. And yet, only he can do this. Then, calling Cassian Barracuda, he announced that he was challenging him to a duel. Cassian asked in surprise, so suddenly? He was just lying in the corner. However, Barracuda just screamed like crazy, isn't he ashamed to hit from behind? Is he afraid of a fair duel? Screwdriver immediately told Cassian that even the last idiot would not fall for this provocation. However, as if he had not heard him at all, he replied, okay, he agrees. Barracuda, running in attack, shouted for the guy to attack. There's no way he can defeat him. Then, surprisingly skillfully dodging Cassian's blows, Barracuda remembered to himself, first, a direct blow from the right hand. Then a left hook. This was expected. He learned to fight him in a simulation that used his characteristics. He cannot lose because he is now stronger. And while Cassian did try in vain to hit him, Barracuda exclaimed happily, his obvious attacks wouldn't work. The guy can try. Then, He decided to strike, aiming at the weak spot with his mechanical arm, and said that he was almost successful. Does the guy think he's the same? But his life will soon end. However, in the next moment, a shadow chain appeared out of nowhere and tightly wrapped itself around Barracuda's limb, catching him by surprise. He, looking at this, shouted in bewilderment, "What is this?" Cassian Lee, sharply pulling him closer, wrapped the chain around his arm even tighter, and we note that he became more talkative. But that's enough childishness for today. Cassian then punches Barracuda in the stomach with all his strength, causing him to groan in pain. But at the same time Cassian Lee does not let him go, grabbing him by the hair and hitting him on the nose with his forehead. Royal Gannet, watching this, mockingly suggested that it must be painful. Leffinet, standing nearby, still noted that it was unlikely that he hit hard enough to kill this guy. Cassian, grabbing Barracuda by the mechanical wrist, noted that his new weapon was striking. Where did the old weapons go? However, he frowned and persistently asked why he still could not defeat him. He fought with him so many hundreds of times in the simulation. Cassian Lee, tearing out his limb and throwing him back again, explained that he can only learn to fight when he is beaten. Waving his hand to Barracuda, Cassian explained that he could consider this as payment for the lesson. Viper, watching this with horror, realized that this guy lost so easily. Red Shout has already announced out loud, "No, they will end." But suddenly 3 people came out of the portal that appeared, and one of them announced that it was time for them to end this boring show. No more resistance. They must bow their heads and surrender. Such great people gathered in one place. He is glad to meet you. His name is Namchial. He is the director of the central administration of the Neo Center. Viper, turning around sharply, repeated in fear, "Namchial?" But Cassian Lee, on the contrary, asked in bewilderment who it was. Screwdriver replied that he was Duncan's right hand. Namchial turned to Mujin and said that he wanted to congratulate her on behalf of the director on becoming the head of Winterbell. However, she clarified with disbelief, are they in the right relationship to congratulate each other? He can get to the point. Then he actually repeated that he had come to stop. However, this was followed by Cassian asking what if he was against it. Does the guy think that their strength is enough to resist? Namchial confirmed this quite calmly. In fact, there are enough of them. But the 2 of them don't have time to stay here now. Cassian clarified what? Screwdriver, adjusting his glasses, exclaimed, "Exactly. He's right. They need to return to Gadam now." 4 years ago in the training room of the Korean branch of Lampas, Kang Shu took some water from a bottle and asked Ham Jisung if she was tired. They just had a sparring session. But she, standing on her hands and at the same time lifting dumbbells, explained that she needed to train to the limit. Shu noted with concern that she could harm her body this way. Well, Jisung replied that the more she hits the iron, the harder it becomes. It's hard and boring, but it has to be done. There is no quick way to get stronger. Then Kang Shu, with a childish sparkle in her eyes, asked, so her goal is to get a top-class Psyker? But Ham Jisung, wiping her wet head with a towel, replied that this was the common dream of all Psykers. But first she wants to fight one person. Shu immediately clarified who he is. Jisung replied that this is one impudent person who received the top class before anyone else. Then Kang Shu exclaimed, this is him she met during an internship in America. Ham Jisung explained that this guy first offered to fight her if they met again, but will that day come? This made Kang Shu question, so are they enemies? However, Jisung, sitting next to her on the bench, added that it was a good experience. She realized that there was another sky above the sky. Shu, handing her a bottle of water, still noted that this guy is definitely incredible, since she praises him so much. Ham Jisung, in addition to her words, also said that even among the top class, he is a close combat specialist. He once said that during a fight, it doesn't matter whether her opponent is weak or strong, a relative or a colleague, she needs to fight with her full strength. This is the only way she can become as strong as him. That's how that impudent guy thought. Now bright explosions are heard throughout Area A. Kang Shu fired her cannons and tried to use an ice tornado, while thinking that she wanted to stand close to shoulder with Jisung. If she gives it 120, no, 200%, she will be able to destroy half the barrier. Kang Shu really fought very desperately, but the crow did not lag behind her, responding to the attacks. At the same time, smiling, she noted that it was interesting. Then, again avoiding the bullets, she added, it was harsh. The rest of the villains stood still all this time, not understanding whether they really needed to just wait. However, Red Eye reassured them, noting that he was indeed better off avoiding escalation. But the Black Hand, unable to bear it, shouted, "What do you mean they should avoid this? Will they just look at these losers? He can't do that. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to destroy them all." The Black Demon, listening to him, turned to Crush, asking him to stop. But the Black Hand, not wanting to leave the battlefield, was indignant. "What kind of nonsense is this? They should leave him alone." Suddenly a red mask appeared next to the demon, who noted that it was a wise decision. They will have problems if the rest of the Psykers come. They will not provoke them, and they will not attack either. They had better move away from the line of contact now. Recently, a black demon asked if a real war starts, whose side will he be on? Red Mask, at first he fell silent from such a sharp question. Yoon Daegun, who have an A- rank, belong to the Knight class and have the fossil attribute, click their tongue and note that they simply observe and do not attack. It's boring. Na Seon, who has rank A, belongs to the Magic class and has the fire attribute, asked displeasedly, does he really need to get into a fight? Suddenly, Kim Jimin, who has rank A-, belongs to the Striker class and has the attribute of a physicist, ran up to them from behind, saying, he understands that the captain ordered to wait, but he is bored of teaching fools. The hunt begins only when the enemy is not lower than the boss level. Daegun agreed and said that this crow was really strong enough. She does not retreat, although her opponent is the captain. Seon put it, this means that their captain is not using all his strength. However, Go Sumchul approached them and said that he thought it was the other way around. It is the crow that does not use all its strength. This took the two of them by surprise, and Yoon Daegun, to clarify, really? But Sumchul insisted, really? The captain understands too. At this moment, Shu continued to fight desperately, and fired her pistol, using cold bullets. The crows sometimes hit the ice growths into which they turned, but still, she used her staff and cast the crow dance spell. One of the sharp feathers left a wound on Kang Shu's face. Go Sumchul, watching the battle, continued, it's not for nothing that it is called one of the 3 chapters of Vzone of Gadam. Then Jimin clarified, does that mean the captain can lose? But he explained that they should not allow this to happen. To prevent the tragedy of the past from repeating itself, they cannot lose in the battle with the villains, at any cost. With these words, Sumchul concentrated his energy, tried to direct them into battle to help Shu, but at the same moment a screwdriver appeared, who tried on the driver beam, although Go Sumchul managed to create a gravitational barrier for his own protection. And yet, upon landing, Screwdriver announced that they would not succeed. 2 people are having a duel and should not interfere. Cassian is behind him, thinking to himself that this guy always gets into battle like that. However, he was now relieved that they were just in time. The Black Demon, seeing Cassian, shouted joyfully. Yoon Daegun also exclaimed, it's them. Na Seon, however, rather relaxedly noted that it was time for them to start warming up. Kanshu, I'm still fighting. I still thought to myself, here comes the owner. Screwdriver, turning to the crow, praised her, she did a good job. But she sheepishly replied that she was just having fun. Although at the same time he also thought with relief that it was good that she hadn't caused trouble. Cassian said, he understands what their younger charges are doing here, but why did the Psykers appear? Is it polite to enter without knocking? She noted that they came to protect the students when they found out they were here. Then he explained that they needed to quietly get them out of here and leave. She again said that they tried to do this, but they were attacked, so they had to respond. Hearing this, the Black Hand began to shout, what kind of nonsense is this? Then, pointing to the Earth Dog trembling with fear, he added, which of them was the first to start this? Even on social networks there is a broadcast. She needs to stop lying. Cassian immediately asked, is this so? Sumchul stood up for Kang Shu, who explained that the guys really made a mistake first. But they are underage students who need supervision. Laws protect even student psychers. Cassian was not happy with this answer, and he asked, so what? They broke the rules, now they'll just leave? He added that he apologizes. However, Cassian noted that this problem cannot be solved with words. Then Shu asked what he was offering? They will do as he wants. He, raising his hand, from which the discharges were coming, announced that for their mistake, they would have to pay back in full.